Sosuke stopped staring at my hand. Mother pressed her palm against his forehead, her fingertips trembling faintly. 6-year-old Hyuga Sosuke didn't dodge. All his attention was fixed on the blue meridian line on the inside of his mother's wrist. The energy flow pulsed forward, alternating between high-density and low-density zones in a cycle of about 0.3 seconds, with no buffering structure. If this were put on a lab report, the conclusion would be just 4 words: design flaw. No correction. Not a design flaw, a maintenance flaw. The original piping set had not been defective. It had been tampered with. The main house doesn't like branch house kids prying with their Byakugan. Mother lowered her voice, glancing toward the corridor. Last time Shin-sun looked too long, he was forced to kneel for 3 hours. Now stop. Sosuke withdrew his Byakugan. His temples throbbed, and a warm liquid ran from his nose. He wiped it away, his fingertips stained red. The energy flow in your wrist is unstable. The words came out dry, flat, without any inflection. There is no buffering structure between the high-pressure and low-pressure segments. Operational efficiency is only about 30% of the theoretical peak. Mother froze. She looked at her 6-year-old son. Blood smeared half his face. The Byakugan had receded, and every word he said was recognizable, yet together they made no sense. Sosuke, are you feverish? He shook his head. Not feverish. Lucid, almost painfully so. In the particle accelerator, the energy level went out of control. White light swallowed everything, and his mentor's shout was cut in half. Shut do. The rest would never be known. When he regained consciousness, he lay on a wooden floor, his mind filled with the memories of a 6-year-old child. The Hyuga clan, the branch house Konoha. The main house, the caged bird curse marked the Byakugan, the gentle fist. A complete feudal system built on bloodline had been operating for centuries, with no one questioning its underlying logic. It was similar to the academic oligarchy he had seen in his previous life, except here it didn't check your publication count. It checked your luck in being born. And he was the cheapest component in this system. Call a medical need. Mother stood and called toward the door, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the neighbors might hear that her child had caused trouble again. Sosuke sat quietly, rubbing away the remaining blood with his sleeve. What had he actually seen when he activated the Byakugan just now? Not a meridian diagram. Not the 361 acupoints marked in the textbook. It was particle flow. Blue energy particles vibrating at a specific frequency, moving along pathways in the body. There was a dynamic equilibrium of repulsion and attraction between particles. Flow velocity was affected by channel diameter and node pressure. At the intersection of meridians, density was highest and stability was worst. It wasn't some mysterious power. It was a composite model of fluid dynamics and field theory. He had written a similar paper in his previous life. Even for a second-tier journal, the data was too unoriginal. The people here called it Chakra and worshipped it as a gift. But a 6-year-old biological brain couldn't process this amount of information. Insufficient bandwidth. Forced computation led to bleeding. That was why the clan judged his Byakugan as defective. Not defective. The resolution was so high that the hardware overloaded. It was like stuffing a 4K signal into a 480p monitor. Of course it would burn out. Footsteps approached. The Branch family's medical need pushed the door open. He was in his early 40s, thin, his left hand wrapped in old bandages with yellowed edges. They looked like they hadn't been changed for at least half a month. Mother retreated to the wall, her 10 fingers twisting together, her back ramrod straight. Come, extend your hand. The medical need crouched down, and a probing chakra invaded Sosuke's wrist. The frequency was rough, the amplitude too large. In instrument terms, it was like using a micrometer to measure nanometers. It was normal that nothing could be measured. It was equivalent to using a stethoscope to detect quantum states. You'd hear nothing but silence. Sosuke relaxed his body while secretly recording the chakra's fluctuation parameters. Period 1. 6 seconds, a decay rate, high detection depth, not exceeding the second layer of the surface meridian. This medical needs diagnostic ability was like measuring blood pressure with a thermometer. The tool and the target were on completely different dimensions. The chakra meridian channel is normal, though the total amount is low. The medical need withdrew his hand and said to Mother, the Byakugan's awakening is problematic. The optic nerve connection is unstable, and overuse causes bleeding. A pause. This child is not suited for the gentle fist. Mother clutched her clothes, her knuckles white. In the branch house, being unsuited for the gentle fist meant being worthless. A worthless branch member had only one path. A tool. Or less than a tool. Is there any way to improve? Mother's voice was so soft, as if she was afraid that the answer to this question would be crueler than silence. It's congenital. I suggest reducing the use of the Byakugan. Chakra reserves can be slowly replenished through basic training. A standard conservative solution. Nothing solved, but everything was explained. The phrasing was perfect. Translated into plain human language, it meant, this child is hopeless, but I've said all I can say. Any consequences are on you. Sosuke lowered his head, hunched his shoulders, pressed his lips into a thin line. The look of a frightened 6-year-old, performed just right. Not 1 ounce too cowardly, not one bit too helpless. In his mind, he stored 3 sets of data. First, this medical nin's chakra frequency was about 7.2 Hz. Low frequency, poor stability. Next time he came, Sosuke could identify him from 3 meters away. That was equivalent to creating a biometric profile more accurate than face recognition. Second, the anomaly in Mother's Meridian was not a disease, it was a compensatory reaction after prolonged chakra suppression. The branch and main house had identical meridian structures, but the usage patterns were artificially restricted. It was like the same engine the main house ran it at full power while the branch house's RPM was capped. Over time, of course, the parts would deform. Third, this entire clan had studied the Byakugan for centuries, and no one had ever observed the microscopic structure of chakra. Not a single person. They sat on a gold mine while selling coal briquettes. What a narrow vision. Footsteps came from outside the door. Light, fast, evenly spaced. A child, but his stride carried the traces of gentle fist training. His center of gravity was low weight on the balls of his feet, every step a coiled spring. At less than 7 years old, he had already engraved the basics into his muscle memory. Sosuke bled again. From the hallway, a boy 1 year older passed by. Hyuga, branch family. He didn't stop, only turned his head to glance over. There was no mockery in that glance, no sympathy either. More like a routine check, oh, it's like this again. Behind him came another child, a collateral member of the main house. He leaned against the doorframe, peered inside, and the curve of his lips carried the arrogance of those who condescend to grant attention. Branch trash can't even use the Byakugan. Sosuke looked up. He hadn't awakened the Byakugan this time, but the residual information from moments ago still churned in his mind, like background programs, not yet shut down data streams still running. That child's right palm had a chakra release point shifted 1.5 millimeters to the outside, a striking angle deviating 3 degrees from the form, an uneven energy distribution at the end of the meridian. It would take only 0.03 units of chakra to pierce that offset point. In 3 seconds, his right arm would lose all supply. He wouldn't be able to make hand signs, wouldn't be able to exert force, wouldn't even realize what happened. His entire arm would hang down like it had been unplugged, cleaner and more effective than any punishment. Sosuke pressed this data into the bottom of his memory. Saved, not executed. He answered one syllable, soft and short. My Byakugan is indeed not very good. The main house boy snorted and ran off. The footsteps carried triumph, like winning a match that had never existed. Mother came over and pulled him into her arms, her hand covering the back of his head. Her palm had thin calluses, worn from years of housework, not training. Her body temperature was low and her chakra flowed sluggishly. Sosuke closed his eyes and leaned against her shoulder. It's not that you see too much. It's that you see too shallowly. The entire ninja world held an energy system at the level of a nuclear reactor and used it every day to spit fireballs, build mud walls, and run half a step faster. It was like using a supercomputer to browse short videos. Not even criminal waste was enough to describe it. No one had built a model, no one had done basic research, no one had asked, what exactly is chakra? These people didn't need an enemy. With this disregard for basic science, they could destroy themselves. From the distant training ground came muffled thuds. Through 2 walls, Sosuke sensed 3 chakra fluctuations colliding. Among them, one of the steadiest and sharpest belonged to the boy who had just passed by. Hyuga, 7 years old, branch family crushed by the same system, but already squeezing the meager resources he had to the limit. Sosuke noted his frequency. 3.72 Hz, high-frequency band, sharp waveform, almost no redundant loss. A genius. But whether one was a genius or not didn't matter in this clan. What mattered was the mark on the forehead. Sosuke touched his own smooth forehead. Not yet old enough, but it would happen sooner or later. Unless before that he could figure out the underlying code of this system. Memories struck into his mind like shards of broken porcelain, one after another, carrying the warmth of the original owner's 6 years. Some fragments were as clear as 4K restorations, others as hazy as viewing through frosted glass, but each piece carried a tangible weight, dragging downward and pressing against his consciousness until it ached. Songjie sat on his bed, pinching the web between his thumb and index finger with his nails. The sharp pain helped him file the 2 sets of memories into separate compartments. The Night of the Nine Tails, the 4th Hokage's death in battle, the 3rd's return from retirement. Those events had occurred 2 years before his birth. It was now the 48th year of Konoha's founding. The Ninja Academy had not yet opened for the new term, and Naruto was still out there rummaging through trash cans around the village, chased and cursed by irate residents. And he, Hyuga Sosuke, a branch family member 6 years old, his forehead unmarked. Clean meant the caging seal had not yet been carved into his skin. It also meant it could be at any moment. The realization sent a chill down his spine and raised every hair on his arms. Other transmigrators got the golden ticket from the start. On their way to molding tailed beast bombs like kindling. His starting hand was a countdown bomb strapped to his forehead, a sword hanging overhead, engraved with the words, "It will fall on schedule." Thanks for the invite. He was in Konoha, freshly arrived at the branch family, his life hanging by a thread. He rifled through the original owner's memories. His father had died in the 3rd Shinobi World War. His mother worked in the branch family's mending guild, earning 700 ryo a day. 700 ryo in Konoha. Pocket change compared to a single bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Branch family children began training in the gentle fist fundamentals at 5, entered the academy at 8, and graduated at 12. On graduation day, the main family would come in person to bestow the gift of the caging seal. 6 years. He had 6 years of buffer time. Wait, no? Niji's father Hayashi's younger brother hadn't died yet. That happened after Naruto enrolled in the academy. Naruto was only 4 years old now. So Hisashi was still alive. The Hyuga incident had not yet unfolded. At this point in time, the relationship between the branch and main families still maintained its veneer of propriety. A polished surface concealing systematic subjugation beneath. The classic handbook of aristocratic domestication. Polite on the surface, but out on the training grounds no one afforded branch family children the courtesy of mercy. The next morning, over 24 branch family children stood in 3 rows on the dirt training ground. Dawn had just broken, and last night's dew still clung to the earth, making the soles of their shoes slip with every step. The autumn wind carried a sharp chill that slipped beneath the thin collars of their shirts. Several of the younger children hunched their necks, too fearful to make a sound. The main family instructor was Hyuga Makoto, early 30, robed in the white garments of the primary line of flame motif embroidered across his sash. He stood at the front of the formation, hands clasped behind his back, chin tilted upward at an angle that precisely communicated, "I am not of the same species as you." Song Jie filed the expression away in his mind, the standard upward tilt of someone in power, roughly 15 degrees, textbook definition. The hands of the branch family are the shield that protects the main lineage. Those were Hyuga Makoto's opening words every single day. Song Jie pulled them from the original owner's memories. He had said them well over 100 times. After 100 repetitions, the children's eyes had shifted from anger to numbness and finally to acceptance. Domestication. Standard procedure. Repetition births truth. Familiarity breeds legitimacy. The foundational logic of psychological manipulation transcends worlds. Today's training, single palm pressure point strikes. The objective is to flood the center of the wooden post with chakra until a blue glow emanates from within. Wooden posts were hauled onto the field, each marked with red circles designating the pressure points. The children lined up, pressing their palms against the posts one by one. Chakra surged forth and blue light ignited at each marked spot. Some glowed brighter than others, but every single one illuminated. Song Jie stood 19th in line. Even the weakest of the 18 ahead of him had sustained the blue glow for at least 2 seconds. He pressed his palm against the wooden post and drew forth his chakra. Nothing happened. The post remained inert, the red circle glaring down at him like a featureless eye. Again. Hyuga Makoto's voice held no patience. Not even the edge of disappointment, for disappointment presupposed expectation. Song Jie pushed harder. A nearly imperceptible wisp of blue mist flickered across the post's surface like breath visible in winter air. Then it vanished. Barely a second passed. Laughter rose from the back row. A boy from the main family's collateral branch covered his mouth and whispered something, and those around him chuckled along. Not truly mocking. The damage was minimal, but the contempt ran deep. This wasn't derision. It was pity. Pity cut deeper than scorn, for mockery at least acknowledged you as an opponent, while pity simply classified you as weak. Song Jie lowered his gaze and retreated into the ranks. His face remained impassive, but his nails bit crescent-shaped marks into his palms. All right, remembered. The calculations in his mind never ceased. The standard gentle fist chakra delivery was sweeping and expansive, channeling directly from the dantian through the arm's primary meridian straight into the palm. Short pathway, explosive force, but devastatingly inefficient. His total chakra reserve was roughly a third of his peers. Chasing this path was like hauling a thimble of water to douse a desert fire. Others graduated fully equipped. He was a free-to-play player with zero investment. Grinding stats against them was nothing but charitable giving. He couldn't compete on this track. He needed a different approach. It wasn't that brute force lacked merit. It was that precision control offered far better returns. Across the training ground, Niji trained alone. That 5-year-old's movements were unervingly clean. Each palm strike sent chakra flowing with not a single excess ripple, precise to the millimeter as though measured by a caliper. The stability defied what should be possible for a child of 5. It was mechanical, like a component off an assembly line. Song Jie peaked with his Byakugan for 3 seconds before shutting it off. That level of consistency wasn't forged through training. It was innate. Written into the genes. The kind of lead that separated him at the DNA level. Competing with a prodigy on raw talent was suicide. He needed to compete on software instead. After dinner, his mother left for her night shift at the mending guild. Before departing, she straightened his bedding, her calloused fingers pressing twice into each corner as she reminded him to sleep early. Song Jie murmured his acknowledgement. He waited until the footfalls faded down the corridor, counted 30 breaths, confirmed no one was in the adjacent room, then retrieved 3 leaves, a length of thin cord, and a bowl of water from beneath his bed. Night training commenced. He compressed his chakra into a slender thread. Rather than the gentle fist method of flooding the entire palm, he released only a filament fine as silk from the tip of his index finger. If chakra volume was insufficient, narrow the channel. Same volume of water. The thinner the pipe, the greater the pressure. The concept was elegantly simple. Where others wielded fire hoses, he became a hypodermic needle. Where others relied on overwhelming force, he applied minimal pressure with maximal effect. A pinprick puncture appeared on the first leaf. Song Jia swapped to a second leaf. This time he attempted continuous output, guiding the chakra needle along the vein. 1 puncture. 2, 3, 4, 5. A row of precise punctures marched across the leaf surface, evenly spaced, each no wider than a single hair. The moment he drove the 6th puncture home, his right hand began to tremble. A twisting pain clenched behind his temples. The edges of his vision darkened. A buzz filled his ears. His body screamed the plainest possible message: you've hit your limit. 1 more push and you'll crash. He set the leaf aside and submerged his hand in the cool water. The chill crept upward from his fingertips, slowly steadying the tremors. 10 minutes. That was his absolute limit for sustained precision output. But it was enough. The precision he'd achieved with those 6 punctures, if translated to human acupoint spacing, was sufficient to seal a branch meridian in 0.3 of a second, provided he could actually close distance on an opponent. The path was correct, merely narrow. But direction mattered more than speed. What he needed now was confirmation that he was heading the right way. He was. Song Jia pocketed the experimental leaves and lifted the water bowl to empty it. The sliding door creaked open from the outside. Niji stood in the corridor. 5 years old, yet his face wore no excess expression. His gaze carried a weight no child should bear. Moonlight poured in behind him, casting a long, narrow shadow that fell at Song Jia's feet. His eyes landed on the punctured leaf in Song Jia's left hand and held there for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Song Jia felt as though he'd been run through a CT scanner. Did you do this? His voice was flat, but in those white eyes flickered a trace of something nearly imperceptible. Focus. Not curiosity. Assessment. Soraik crushed the leaf between his fingers, the fragments slipping through the gaps and scattering across the floor. Bored. Just poking around for fun. Niji stood at the doorway, motionless. Those white eyes seemed almost translucent in the moonlight, lingering on Soraik's hands a beat longer than necessary. Then he turned and walked away. His footsteps were light like a cat's. No follow-up questions, no challenges. But Soraik noticed that for half a beat Niji's steps hesitated as he passed by. The spacing between those puncture holes was far too uniform. Any Hyuga clan member who had learned the basics of gentle fist would see it immediately. This was not the work of aimless poking. A 5-year-old prodigy might not yet know how to express himself, but his eyes were already analyzing. Soraik squatted down and swept the shredded leaves off the floor. How much had he revealed? Uncertain. But Niji was not the type to gossip. The original host's memories made that clear enough. This child swallowed everything. Anger, questions, all of it. Down into his stomach. Not much usable intelligence, but at least he wouldn't be a threat. For now. The next day at the training ground, Hyuga Makoto stood at the front, as usual, hands behind his back, delivering the same speech. The branch family's hands are the shield that protects the main family. 20-odd children stood at attention in silence. When the routine training reached its 3rd round of sparring, Soraik was called out. Soraik, come out. It was not Hyuga Makoto who called him, but a youth observing from the edge of the training ground. Hyuga K, from a collateral branch of the main family, 9 years old, already enrolled in the academy. No one knew why he had appeared at the branch family's training ground today. Perhaps he had come to feed his sense of superiority. The original host's memories held precedence for this. Children from the main family would occasionally drift over to the branch family's training ground to offer guidance, which was essentially no different from visiting a zoo to watch monkeys. Sparring round with me. K stepped into the center of the field and casually unbuttoned his cuff, revealing a lean, muscular forearm. At 9, his body already showed muscle definition. The traces of chakra flowing through his meridians were visible to the naked eye, a faint blue glow beneath his skin. The training ground fell quiet for 2 seconds. Several branch family children exchanged glances. Someone drew in a soft breath. 6 versus 9. Branch family versus main family. This was not a sparring match. It was a one-sided beating. Soraik walked to the center of the field. There was no room for refusal. Hyuga Makoto stood nearby, watching with no intention of stopping it. In this training system, when main family children wanted to practice, the branch family had to serve as the target. Such was the rule. K assumed his stance, a textbook gentle fist opening position. Right palm extended forward, left palm guarding his ribs, center of gravity lowered. Bring it. Soraik opened his Byakugan, not to track K's movement trajectory. At 6 years old, his field of vision was still limited. He narrowed his focus to the finest detail, locking onto K's right forearm alone. K moved. The moment the first palm struck, Soraik was shoved back half a meter. His heels carved 2 furrows into the earth as chakra surged chaotically through his meridians. His chest felt heavy, as though someone had stuffed a stone inside it. It hurt, but his mind did not stop. Kei's chakra flowed from his dantian along the Han-Taiyang meridian, branching at the elbow joint before converging and releasing from his palm. A standard gentle fist output pathway. But between the heel of the palm and the wrist bone there was a pause. Not a technical error. A structural pause. When chakra compressed from the thicker meridians into the finer network within the palm, it required a brief pressure buildup. Much like water flowing from a wide pipe into a narrow one. The flow would briefly back up at the junction. 0.2 of a second. Before every strike, chakra accumulated at the inner side of Kei's wrist for 0.2 of a second. The second palm came. Soraik was driven back another step, his spine crashing against a wooden post. A coppery taste filled his mouth. Kei had not restrained his force. He was actually trying to hit him. Muffled snickers rose from the sidelines. Someone muttered, as expected of the worst student, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Kei smirked. Is that it? Can't even throw a proper punch. All that gentle fist training wasted. He began winding up the third strike. Through his Byakugan, Soraik saw that familiar sight, chakra accumulating at the inner side of Kei's wrist, blue luminescent points coalescing into a cluster not yet released. 0.2 of a second window. The instant Kei's palm thrust forward, Soraik's body leaned slightly to the left, as though he had lost his balance in fear. His right hand reached forward instinctively, the tip of his index finger brushing against the inner side of Kei's wrist. Contact time less than 0.1 of a second. A thread of chakra finer than a hair shot from Soraik's fingertip directly into Kei's accumulation node at the wrist. Kei's strike force dissipated midair. His right arm went limp as though someone had drained its battery. The chakra vortex in his palm vanished, and his entire arm from the elbow down lost all sensation. Numbness, not pain. Like the feeling 10 times amplified after standing up from sitting too long. Kei's palm hung frozen in midair, refusing to fall. He looked down at his own hand. His fingers could move, but chakra could not flow through. Something felt blocked at the wrist. What? The entire field fell silent for a moment. Hyuga Makoto's Byakugan was active, but he stood too far away and at the wrong angle. He only saw Soraik stumbling around, half knocked out, and Kei's palm suddenly stopping mid-strike. Kei shook his arm and chakra began circulating again. The blockage vanished. The intruding thread of chakra was far too small. The disruption was temporarily dispersed within 3 seconds by Kei's own circulation. But those 3 seconds were enough. Kei's face flushed red. Not from pain, from the fact that his gentle fist had stopped right in front of 20-odd branch family children. In front of a 6-year-old loser, his strike had missed entirely. What did you do? Soraik was already on the ground. During those 3 seconds, Kei had been stunned. He had deliberately thrown himself backward, landing on his, but with his hands braced behind him, looking thoroughly terrified. I didn't. His voice trembled. A 6-year-old being pressed by a 9-year-old would naturally react with fear. It was the expected response. He acted the part perfectly. Kei glared at him for 2 seconds before ultimately attributing the interruption to his own mistake. There was no logical way this worthless good-for-nothing, who couldn't even light up a training post, could have done it. Trash. Kei spat out a single word and turned away. His arm hung limply at his side, and he did not begin to work his wrist until 5 paces had passed. That spot was still numb. Hyuga Makoto wrinkled his nose and announced training should continue. No one cared whether Soraik had hurt himself falling. No one noticed that the tip of his right index finger had turned slightly red while he lay on the ground. Soraik got up and brushed the dirt from his pants. He returned to the formation, head bowed, breathing slightly faster than normal. Not from nervousness, from excitement. It worked. The needle injection mode was effective in live combat. 0.2 of a second window. 1/10 of a second contact. A thread of chakra intervention. That was all it took to interrupt the strike of a main family youth 3 years older, whose total chakra reserves were 4 times his own for 3 full seconds. What did 3 seconds mean in actual combat? It meant a Chunin could complete 2 body substitution jutsu. It meant he could be killed 5 times over. But it also meant that if his speed were fast enough, 3 seconds was more than enough to seal off 3 meridians on his opponent. Provided his opponent had no idea what he was doing. Information asymmetry. The core resource any weak fighter possesses against the strong. Information asymmetry. Soraik stood at the back of the formation and began the next round of post-training practice. This time he did not even attempt to make the blue glow appear. He pressed his palm against the wooden post, went through the motions, and then stepped back. No one cared. Of course the worst student couldn't produce results. At the farthest corner of the training ground, Niji sat beneath a dead tree. He was not participating in the branch family's group training. He had his own schedule. But today he had not left. He had watched the entire session from beginning to end. The 7-year-old's face betrayed no unnecessary expression. As Soraik passed by him, Niji spoke. His voice was so faint that only the two of them could hear it. It was not a coincidence. Soraik's steps faltered for a moment. You made his gentle fist stop just now. Songjie didn't stop. His steps were neither fast nor slow, the wooden floorboards of the corridor creaking beneath his feet, each sound like a footfall on his own stretched nerves. You saw wrong. 3 words flat as stagnant water. Silence held for 3 seconds behind him. Niji didn't pursue, only the rustling of fabric as he turned away, fading into the distance. That was the voice of a genius sparing you. Not because he believed you, but because he was too lazy to expose you. Song Jia understood. After that day, he moved his leaf experiment from dusk to 3 in the morning. Not that he feared Niji, but that brilliant mind would replay the scene, repeatedly analyzing it frame by frame. The information gap was single-use ammunition. It began to depreciate the moment the bullet left the barrel, and once exposed it was ruined forever. 3 years. On the training ground, Song Jia remained the bottom feeder. He couldn't even split a practice dummy in sparring. He was the first to fall, and year-end evaluations droned on about his limited aptitude. But at 3 in the morning, his needle technique mode had been forcibly extended from 10 minutes to 47. His penetration precision escalated from leaves to the capillaries of a living fish. One precise thread of chakra, and the fish kept swimming while surrounding tissue remained unharmed. No one noticed. A 9-year-old failure, a transparent figure within the branch family. People never raised their eyes when he passed, never spared him a glance. He was as noticeable as a practice dummy in the background. That night, Konoha's alarms never sounded. Song Jia was awakened not by sound, but by a sudden pulsing behind his temples, a disturbance in the chakra frequencies humming through the air. 3 years of meticulous training had dropped his sensory threshold to an abnormal degree. Fluctuations that rendered others in deep slumber were piercing sirens to him. Byakugan activated. His vision pierced through the roof, extending to its limit toward the southeast. 800 meters away in the Uchiha district, chakra signals were going dark in clusters. Not 1 or 2. 10, 30, 50. Each signal went from bright to dark in under half a second. No counter-fluctuations, no explosive defensive surges. Clean. Efficient. No contest whatsoever. One-sided slaughter. Song Jia's back pressed dead against the bedding, cold sweat soaking through his undergarments. Fingers dug into the flesh of his thighs, using that pain to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. The Uchiha clan Annihilation Night. One bold line from the original text, a major event, was now playing frame by frame before his Byakugan vision, alive and real. Those chakra signals weren't data points. They were people. Those who had just finished dinner with unwashed bowls, those who had turned over to sleep again, those half-grown children who had secretly practiced fire jutsu during the day and burned blisters on their palms. Within 5 minutes, the lit signals in the district shrank from over 100 to single digits. 2 remained. One was absurdly powerful. The chakra density alone pierced his retina from 800 meters away. Uchiha Itachi. The other was faint, flickering alive, but on the verge of shock. Sasuke. Urgent footsteps echoed down the corridor. Branch family patrols ran past, someone hissing through clenched teeth. No one is to leave. Main house order effective immediately. In under 10 minutes, every lamp in the Hyuga estate went dark. But Song Jia saw through his Byakugan. The main house council hall stayed lit all night. 5 high-ranking members sat in a circle, one of them, Hyuga Hayashi. Every chakra signature was active, ready for combat, like a row of drawn crossbows. At Konoha's edge, A and BU signals moved rapidly, but none drifted halfway toward the Uchiha district. The fire department doesn't respond to a blaze already written into the budget. The entire village was pretending to sleep. Song Jia deactivated his Byakugan and lay awake in the darkness until dawn. The war game in his mind kept running the same scenario, a Kikei Genkai clan, founding heroes of the village wielding the Sharingan, controlling Konoha's police force, wiped off the map overnight with an eraser. Nothing external intervened. The village's highest tier watched it unfold with open eyes, and very likely pushed the switch themselves. And the Hyuga, the appetite for the Byakugan among them was no less. The branch family's loyalty hung entirely on that seal branded onto their foreheads. At least the Uchiha could resist for half a second with the Sharingan. The branch family didn't even deserve the right to resist. The next day the news spread through the entire village. Uchiha Itachi had defected and annihilated his clan, leaving only his young brother Sasuke alive. The official characterization was a genius missing means rogue rampage. The wording so standard it could be torn out and printed in textbooks. On the training grounds, Hyuga Makoto arrived 10 minutes earlier than usual. Today he didn't utter the line he'd recited for 3 years. The branch family's hands are the shield that protects the main house. What happened last night? You've all heard. 20-odd children stood at attention. No one spoke. The air was so still you could hear your own heartbeat. The Uchiha clan. A Kikei Genkai noble house, the Sharingan, founding contributors to this village. Overnight, they're gone. A pause. Hyuga Makoto scanned the ranks, and every child's spine stiffened. Disobey the Hokage, disobey the order, disobey your place in this village. And that's what happens. Song Jia stood third from the back, head bowed, counting ants crawling across the ground. His mind translated it simultaneously: disobedient bloodline clan, exterminated. If any branch family member harbored other thoughts, a single glance at that empty lot next door would suffice. Besides, even if the Uchiha were cornered, they still had the Sharingan to buy time. For the Hyuga branch family, the moment that seal on their foreheads activated, even the struggle would be spared. Training continued as usual. Striking dummies palm techniques sparring. Everything operated as before with one difference. The children all struck with less force than the day before. Fear was the most efficient management tool. No extra lessons, no corporal punishment. Let them witness the club falling on someone else's head, and they would fill in the rest themselves. That afternoon, Song Jia passed Niji's private training area. 10-year-old Niji was striking an ironwood dummy, each palm strike echoing dully from within the trunk. His movements were sharper than 3 years prior, but the rhythm carried an undeniable aggression. Every strike hammered the same spot. No repositioning, no variation. That wasn't practice. That was rage made precise. Niji's unique form of expression, sharpening hatred into the keenest blade. At dusk, Mother returned from the mending group with quicker steps than usual. She set the sewing basket on the corner of the table, 3 fresh pricks on her fingers still beading with blood. There'll be an announcement at the main house council hall tomorrow related to last night's events. Song Jia poured her a glass of warm water and said nothing. Some things once acknowledged would only make her more anxious. Early the next morning, the square before the main house council hall was packed. Branch family adults lined the back, children squeezed in the middle, while main house elders sat on benches at the top of the steps looking down on them all. Hyuga Hayashi stood at the very center, each word delivered with crisp finality. Given recent instability within the village, the Council of Elders has decided to advance the insertion of the caged bird seal onto the newest batch of branch family children of suitable age. There was no commotion in the square. Several mothers' hands gripped their children's shoulders, hard knuckles whitening and deforming under the pressure. But no one spoke, not even a whisper of dissent. Specific timing will be notified separately. Hayashi turned and entered the council hall, the other elders following in procession, the door closing behind them. Song Jia stood at the very center of the crowd. 9 years old, his forehead still clear. That clean countdown had just been slammed into fast forward. The crowd dispersed toward their respective courtyards, legs dragging as though their bones had been sapped from them. Mother's hand clamped onto Sangjia's shoulder, 5 fingers pressing into the bone beneath his thin shirt with an abnormal strength. She dragged him all the way back to the branch family's small courtyard, latched the wooden door behind them. The dull thud of the bolt sliding home audible throughout the alley, as if she were putting a second lock upon it. The room was dim. Mother squatted down to adjust his collar, her movements unnaturally slow, as though she wanted to stretch this brief moment into eternity, to pull it out until heaven and earth wore thin, until that notice never came down. Sangjia, listen to me. She smoothed the wrinkles at his cuffs again and again, her fingertips still trembling slightly. On the day of the branding, don't struggle, don't cry, and above all, don't open your Byakugan. Bear with it. Once the caged bird is branded, at least you'll still be alive. Sangjia didn't respond. He looked down at his mother's wrist. That meridian from 3 years ago, operating at a mere 30% efficiency, was still there, the markings pressed out by forced compensation, running deeper and darker than before, like an old wound that would never heal. This hand had sewn patches for over a decade, earned 700 taels that couldn't even buy a bowl of noodle soup, and now it had to push her own son onto the branding platform with her own hands. Mother, his voice came out steady, unlike a 9-year-old's. What if the main family wants me dead? Mother's hand froze midair. The room fell utterly silent. Even the wind outside the paper window seemed as though its throat had been cut. She opened her mouth, her throat worked, but not a single word came out. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled Sangjia into her embrace, her chin resting against the top of his head, her arms drawn deathly tight, as if the moment she let go he would dissolve into smoke. That silence was itself the cruelest answer. Sangjia leaned against her shoulder, mentally laying out a timeline in his mind. That phrase, further notice, according to the branch family's old customs, meant the shortest possible window from announcement to the blade was 7 days. 7 days, trapped inside a countdown, the seconds ticking away on his forehead. Once the caged bird was branded, the main family could shatter his brain with nothing more than a gesture. This coercive authority was written into the very foundation of the curse seal. It was identical in logic to a count deletion in his past life. The only difference being that this time what was being terminated was a life itself. No refunds, no appeal channel, customer service, permanently offline. He had 7 days to comprehend this entire structure. Even if he couldn't see everything, he needed to dig out at least one loophole that could save his life. But those without the brand couldn't observe the curse seal's operation, and branded branch ninja wouldn't simply let him get close enough to examine it. He needed a legitimate pretext to draw near. The clan had a medical room. Injured branch members were sent there for bandaging. Year-round it held those wounded from cultivation or missions, including adult ninja with the caged bird emblazoned on their foreheads. A 9-year-old waste being beaten and carried in would be completely ordinary. The only remaining utility for a waste perhaps was this. The next day during sparring, Sangjia deliberately approached the most vicious main family branch child. When that child struck with a palm, he didn't dodge. He stepped half a pace forward instead. Chakra flooded into his right shoulder, and he heard clearly the dull crack of bone displacing. He was thrown outward, crashing against a wooden post, and rolling twice, his right arm, hanging limp and useless. Songjia dislocated his shoulder. Take him to the medical room. Hyuga-chung glanced over and waved for the two children to carry him away. A branch family waste sustaining an injury didn't deserve even a single line in his ledger. The medical room carried a heavy medicinal herb scent. Lying on a wooden cot against the wall was an adult branch ninja, his left leg wrapped in thick bandages, returning from a mission and currently unconscious. The green caged bird curse seal on his forehead was completely exposed to the light. The medical ninja reset Songjia's right shoulder. This kid was the clan's notorious dead last. His Byakugan awakening was abysmal, and it bled whenever overstressed. She barely bothered to support him properly. She bent her head, fiddling with bandages, paying no mind to what the child was looking at. She could never have imagined that the highest resolution Byakugan in the entire branch family was quietly active right now. His focus slowly pushed toward the sleeping ninja's forehead. The outer layer of the curse seal gradually revealed itself. Green chakra lines wound into a closed cage-like framework, nodes densely packed, each one locking tightly onto the critical junctions of the head's main meridians. The design intent was entirely written into the structure itself. Once activated, it would simultaneously sever cerebral blood supply from all these nodes. A textbook-level precision killing apparatus, material efficient, highly effective, leaving no survivors. If the designer had lived in his past life, they'd surely be a perfectionist who optimized every single line of code to its absolute limit. Songjia continued looking deeper. Beneath the outer layer, the core position was shrouded in a gray mist. He couldn't penetrate it no matter how he focused. It wasn't that his resolution was insufficient. The curse seal itself had built-in shielding specifically designed to prevent reverse engineering by the Byakugan. Those guarding a gold mine knew to build a wall at the entrance, hanging a sign that read, "No entry." He compressed his perception one level finer and forcefully pushed into the gray mist. A sudden excruciating pain exploded behind his temples. A warm flow gushed from his nostrils, splattering onto the wooden edge of the cot. 1 drop. 2 drops. His peripheral vision darkened. He quickly retracted his Byakugan, raised his sleeve to wipe the blood, his chest heaving. He'd recorded the outer layer, but couldn't breach the core. At least he'd confirmed one thing: the killing mechanism concentrated on those few nodes in the head, not distributed systemically. Anything that could be severed could in theory be disrupted. Not much gained, but the direction was correct. The medical room door was pushed open. Ningxi stood at the doorway. At 10 years old, his frame already towered half a head above his peers, having just finished training with bandages still wrapped around his forearm. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Songjia, then on the unconscious ninja bearing the curse seal. That single sweep took only 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, he pieced together Sonjia's whereabouts over the past few days into a single thread. Ningxi walked over, stopped beside the cot, and looked down at Songjia from above. These past few days you've been hanging around people who bear the brand. Yesterday, the medical room, the day before the patrol team's rest shelter, and today here again. He spoke slowly, each word measured. Don't investigate that thing. You'll die. Songjia propped himself up with his uninjured left arm and slowly sat up. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in his nostrils. This 8-year-old genius had tracked his every movement, and he himself hadn't even realized he'd exposed so many cracks. Yet Ningxi hadn't made a fuss or reported him to the main family. He simply stood there delivering the warning in person. A reminder from one kind to another, not the snitching of a hound. He lifted his gaze to Ningxi for the first time, not bowing his head or feigning the dazed look of a bottom ranker. Ningxi, if I don't investigate, will I not die? Ningxi stood motionless. The 8-year-old genius opened his mouth, but the words he normally spat out so effortlessly to overwhelm everyone caught firmly in his throat. The room hung heavy with the scent of medicinal herbs. On the unconscious ninja's forehead, the green caged bird seal rested quietly beneath the skin, a verdict that no one could alter or refute. Ningxi offered no answer. He stood beside the wooden cot, bandages wrapped from his forearm to his wrist, the edges dusted with dirt from the training ground. Inside the infirmary, a branch family medical ninja stood with his back to them, pouring medicinal powder into a porcelain bowl. The rhythmic grinding of the pestle pressed heavily between the two. Songjia folded his bloodstained cuff inward by half an inch, concealing the residual chakra tremor in his fingertips. The main house will target you, Ningxi set, his gaze landing on Songjia's forehead. Those who research the caged bird seal do not die alone. The words carried weight. Not you will die, but more than one will die. It implied that someone in the branch family had already crossed that threshold before dragging others down with them. The main house did not merely keep the caged bird seal confidential, they eradicated motive itself alongside its practitioners. Songjia shifted his dislocated right shoulder back into its socket. A dull ache crept from his armpit toward his neck with the slightest movement. I am already on their list, he said in a tone calibrated to be heard, yet unremarkable to the medic. Poor training records, low chakra reserves, and a damaged Byakugan. Once the seal is branded, I will do exactly as the main house commands. Ningxi's fingers pressed down on the end of the bandage. It had been fraying, and he retightened it firmly. Every branch family member faces the same fate. So you simply accepted it. Ning Si did not answer immediately. Outside the door, branch family children sprinted past, their footsteps dissolving into a chaotic cluster at the far end of the corridor. The medic turned and scowled at them. The two boys muffled their apologies and hurried away. Only after the footsteps faded did Ning Si smooth out the loose bandage. What use is my refusal? Song Jie watched his technique. Ning Si's hands moved swiftly, knuckles steady, applying just enough pressure to stabilize the wound without restricting blood flow. Such precise control would be considered exceptional in any clinical setting, yet within the Hyuga branch family, it merely merited the dismissive phrase, protect the main house. Such a waste of talent. It has utility, Song Jie said, tightening the final knot. At least you know you refuse to accept it. Ning Si straightened his expression, sealing off once more into the detached demeanor he wore during training. He offered no further persuasion. Before leaving, his gaze swept over the seal branded on the unconscious ninja's forehead. Starting tomorrow, the infirmary will not allow you to approach him. Song Jie looked toward the doorway. Ning Si's assessment was precise. The main house required no proof, the anomaly itself was sufficient evidence. A branch family underachiever repeatedly approaching the sealed individual, even without anyone grasping his true intent, was enough to trigger tighter surveillance. He would have to change his sample. That evening, 2 additional patrols appeared outside the branch family compound's rear injury tents. The staffing at the infirmary entrance had also changed. The medic who usually ignored him paused his medicinal spoon at the rim of the bowl as Song Jie passed by, his gaze measuring each breath. Song Jie did not press further inside. He shifted his target to a riskier, yet more effective specimen. Those experiencing active seal flare-ups. The caged bird seal remained dormant under normal conditions. Its outer pathways resembled powered-down circuits, while the core shielding layer was locked down tight. The circuits only energized when the main house activated punitive measures. To observe the complete structure, he had to wait until a branch family ninja was actively suffering. Opportunity arrived on the 3rd evening. Branch family Chunin Rishiang Jian Pain returned from a mission. His left leg wound had barely been sutured when a main house steward intercepted him outside the courtyard. The cause was trivial. He had omitted a main house guard's name from his field report. The steward stood upon the steps, fingers forming half of a hand seal. Jian Pain's body buckled instantly, his forehead slamming against the ground as a stifled series of sharp gasps escaped his throat. He bit down on his teeth to suppress cries, his hands clawing into the mud and ripping open the freshly stitched wound. Blood quickly soaked through the bandages. Surrounding branch family clansmen froze in place. No one dared to intervene. Song Jie stood at the very back of the crowd, clutching a bundle of cloth destined for the mending group. The fabric obscured half his face as well as the fine veins bulging around his eyes when the Byakugan activated. Here it came. The green seal flare ignited across Jian Pain's forehead, no longer a static cage pattern. The first layer of the framework clamped onto the primary meridians of the head. The second nested into the visual nerves like a locking mechanism. The third amplified pain signals along the frontal circuits before pressing them back into the main chakra pathway. This was not mere pain. It weaponized suffering as a control signal, forcibly hijacking the branch family ninja's chakra circulation. The more the subject resisted, the more chaotic their chakra became, and the stronger the pain feedback grew. The designer had coded resistance directly into the punishment trigger. Brilliantly disgusting. Song Jie pushed his focus deeper. The gray mist shielding layer developed a transient fissure during activation, much like a firewall exposing a back-end port during maintenance. At the fissure's edge, he discerned the 4th layer. It was not a killing node, but a stabilizer designed to prevent accidental seal triggers. The 5th layer connected behind it, bypassing the frontal main meridian and extending toward the operator. A drop of Song Jie's nosebleed fell onto the cloth bundle. The crimson spot seeped into the coarse fibers. Pressing his thumb against it, he lowered his head to arrange the fabric, using the motion to shield his face. Almost there. The steward's hand seals continued to press downward. Jian Pain's forehead remained pressed to the earth, his back trembling like a drawn bowstring. A young branch family woman beside him attempted to step forward, but an elder grabbed her sleeve and forcibly dragged her back into the crowd. Song Jie fixed his gaze on that line extending outward. Beyond the 5th layer emerged the 6th. It was exceedingly fine, tracing almost flush against the seal's outer perimeter. A normal Byakugan would undoubtedly filter it out as noise. One end connected to the pain core at Jian Pain's forehead. The other recoiled backwards along the chakra fluctuations of the steward's hand seals, resting lightly upon the pathway between the operator's palm and eye. A feedback conduit. When the main house exerted control over the branch family, they themselves had to bear the control terminal. The caged bird was not a one-way remote. It was a live wire tethering both ends. As long as the tether connected both ends, the current could surge backward. The moment Song Jie locked onto the port's frequency, his vision erupted into sprawling white static. His biological brain was forcibly crammed with too many layers of data. The back of his temples throbbed as though a small hammer were striking inward. The cloth bundle slipped from his embrace, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Several gazes swept through the crowd. He bent to retrieve the cloth, his movements lagging half a beat, his nosebleed trailing onto the ground. A branch family child nearby opened his mouth in shock, but Song Jie shut him up with a sharp glance from the corner of his eye. The steward finally withdrew his hand. Jai in pain lay prone on the ground, and only after a long interval were two branch family ninjas able to haul him upright. The woman who had earlier tried to step forward rushed this support his shoulder, her tears splashing onto the back of his hand, though she dared not utter a single word of protest. Song Jie gathered the cloth bundle and walked toward the mending group. Each step felt like walking on shifting ground, a fine, buzzing ringing in his ears. The moment he rounded the courtyard corner, a hand pressed against his back and shoved him into a nearby storage alcove. Ning Xiai closed the half door, blocking the view from outside. You looked again. Song Jie leaned against the wooden rack, his throat thick with the taste of iron. He raised his sleeve to wipe away the blood, the cuff already stained crimson. The thread, he flattened his breathing. I saw the thread. Ning Xi's hand froze on the door latch. What thread? Song Jie pulled a thin hemp rope from the clutter shelf, wrapping one end around his own wrist and extending the other to Ning Xiai. The main house believes the caged bird only bites into the branch family's minds. He tightened the hemp rope, leaving a red mark on his wrist. But for an operator to exert control, they must connect the line. Pain signals go out, control signals come in. There is feedback in between. Ning Xiai stared at the rope. Can it be severed? No. I can only perceive the sixth layer at present. The core remains obscured. A forced severance would detonate the branch family's minds first. Ning Xi's gaze shifted from the rope to his forehead. Can we strike back at the operator? Song Jie refused to give absolute certainty. Science was plagued by single sample limitations, and those boasting 100% probability were usually charlatans. Theoretically, we can disrupt the port, provided the operator has an old injury, a disrupted rhythm, or an excessively loaded control circuit. Ning Xiai rolled the rope back onto the shelf. Footsteps approached outside the door, crack wooden sandals striking the stone slabs. Both men fell silent simultaneously. After the footsteps faded, Ning Xiai cracked the door open slightly. Elder Zhongren sustained an injury to his left eye, he said without turning around. From a border mission 7 years ago. It is usually concealed, but during seal activation the meridians in his left eye lagged by half a breath. Song Jie etched the name into his mind. Zhongren. Left eye, old injury. Half-breath window. This was far more valuable than any empty consolation. Just as he was about to press further, a bronze bell rang suddenly outside the courtyard. It was neither a training bell nor an assembly gong, but a short ringing message bell used by the main house, tolling in hurried three-stroke clusters like a death knell. Footfalls quickly echoed through the branch family compound. A main house messenger ninja stood at the courtyard gate, unfurling a scroll, his voice carrying across the entire branch family sector. Elder Council decree. The branding of the caged bird seal for the next batch of branch family children of age will be advanced to dawn tomorrow. Before the hour of the dragon, all report to the main house ancestral hall for duty. Dawn broke the next day. Those 4 words crashed down like a verdict, and no one in the branch family's courtyard dared to speak. After the messenger ninja rolled up his scroll and departed, someone only then kicked over a wooden basin that had just been carried out. Water trickled along the stone crevices to Song Jie's feet, soaking the cloth edges of his soles. The original 7-day countdown had been slashed by the main family down to merely 1 night. Song Jie stood at the doorway of the storage room. The headache from the overload had not yet subsided, but his mind was already automatically rearranging his plans. The 6th layer feedback channel had been confirmed. Zhongren's old injury to his left eye could be exploited. A window of half a breath. Risk over 90% chance of death or immediate exposure. Gain survival. This was a miserable bargain, but he had no choice. Ningxi walked past him, his steps unfaltering as though nothing had occurred. When their shoulders passed within half an arm's length, a small white cloth roll fell into Sangjia's embrace. The cloth roll was wrapped in old bandages tied in a careless knot like something discarded after training. Sanjia did not look down, he simply tucked it inside his clothes. Upon returning home, he found his mother crouching before a chest, rummaging through its contents. At the bottom lay a stack of clean bandages and a newly sewn light gray coat. The fabric was not fine, yet the stitches were unusually dense. Hidden within the collar was a small piece of soft cloth, perfectly sized to cushion the forehead. It was meant to cover the cursed seal after the branding. His mother brought the garment out and spread it on the edge of the bed, her fingers tracing along the collar. She seemed to want to say, "Wear this tomorrow," but her lips moved several times without forming words. Sanjia pressed the cloth roll from his embrace into his sleeve, walked over, and sat down. How long did father endure the pain when he received the brand? His mother's hand froze upon the collar. After a long silence, she turned the garment inside out, checking the lining for any threads that might prick. "Your father never cried out. I'm asking how long he endured the pain." His mother bit off the loose thread, bowing her head as she gathered her needle. The needle point pierced the fabric and emerged from the opposite side, her movements as precise as though she had repeated them tens of thousands of times. After he returned, he did not sleep for 3 days. She thrust her needle into the thread spool. On the fourth day, he went to training as usual. The people from the Zong family praised him for knowing his place. Not crying out did not mean it did not hurt. It was simply that for the branch family, even pain required approval. To cry out was to lack discipline, to faint was to be useless, to survive meant you should thank the Zong family for granting you the privilege of continuing as a tool. Songjia took the outer garment and touched the soft cloth on his forehead, mentally re-archiving his father, a name that existed only in memory. Not merely a background figure who died in battle, but someone who had been crushed by this very system. His mother reached into the bottom of the chest and pulled out an old headband strap, laying it across his knees. Do not meet the eyes of the Zong family elders tomorrow. She finally forced the words out. When they tell you to kneel, you kneel. When they tell you to extend your hand, you extend it. Do not stare at people the way you used to when you were a child. Songjia folded the headband strap. What if I cry out? She lifted her face this time. Her eyes were rimmed with bloodshot veins as though she had not slept throughout the night, though it was not yet dark. Do not call my name. She reached out and cupped Songjia's face, her thumb wiping the faint marks left by his nosebleed. When it hurts, bite your tongue. Or bite the corner of your clothing. Do not call me. Mother fears she will not be able to hold back. Those words were more effective than any wailing. All the comforting lines Songjia had prepared dissolved into silence. Phrases like I will be fine and don't worry were useless lies under the present conditions, insulting both their intelligence to speak them aloud. He simply placed the new outer garment beside him and picked up a small wooden chip on the table. I would like to be alone for a while. His mother did not ask why. She pushed the oil lamp closer to him and rummaged through the chest, once more producing a roll of coarse paper and half a stub of charcoal. Do not write for too long. You must arrive before an hour tomorrow. After the door closed, the room was left with only the faint sound of the lamp wick burning. Songjia spread out the coarse paper, but wrote no farewell. A last note to him should not serve sentimentality. It should transmit data. A person could die, but the sample could not be wasted. Especially when dying in such an absurd curse seal engineering accident, leaving no experimental record, would violate the very ethics of research. Line 1. The cage bird's outer layer formed a sealed, cage-like framework with nodes locking onto the head's primary meridians. The activation could sever cerebral blood supply. Line 2. Layers 2 through 3 anchored the visual nerve and amplified pain signals. Resisting with chakra would intensify the feedback. Line 3. Layer 4 appeared to be a stabilizer preventing accidental activation. Line 5 connected to the caster's frequency. Line 6. The feedback channel was bidirectional. Pausing briefly, the charcoal tip hesitated. He wrote Ningxi's information as a fragment. Zongren old injury to the left eye, casting half a breath slower. The source could not be recorded directly. Below that came the countermeasure. Do not block the outer layer of the curse seal. Once forcibly intercepted, the Zong family would certainly detect it, and the recipient's brain load would peak when the seal remained unclosed. The correct path: deliberately release the outer layer, letting the opponent mistake it for compliance, and wait for layers 2 and 3 to advance. Once layer 6 manifests, compress chakra through a needle-like mechanism and drive it backward through the feedback channel into the caster's port. The objective was not lethal damage, but disrupting the control loop. Risk 1. Insert the needle too early, fail to locate layer 6, and his own brain would collapse first. Risk 2. Insert too late, the cursed seal completes, and the Zong family gains full authority. Risk 3. Zong Ren's old eye injury proves insufficient to trigger backlash, dooming the plan. Songjia regarded the 3 risks and felt this proposal presented at an academic review in his past life would have earned him a thorough dressing down from his advisor until he questioned his entire existence. Insufficient samples, unstable equipment, a test subject, age 9. The only advantage was forced clinical validation. There was no mending it with research conditions this dire. Simply surviving to submit it counted as top-tier publication. He folded the paper into a narrow strip, pried loose a wooden board in the corner, and slid it into the crack. The original owner had once hidden a broken wooden top there, a concealed location his mother would never disturb while cleaning. The moment the board closed, a faint sound came from outside the window. A small pebble rolled through the gap and came to rest beside the table. Songjia did not move immediately. First, he extinguished the oil lamp and let his eyes adjust to the darkness, confirming no second chakra fluctuation lingered beyond the courtyard wall before pushing open the window. Ningxi stood in the narrow passage outside, still clad in his training attire. The distance was great enough that neither would be implicated if discovered. Zongren handles the branding tomorrow. Ningxi tossed another piece of old bandage through the window. Lord Richa does not intervene personally. He only takes position outside the ancestral hall. Songjia caught the bandage and unrolled it. Tucked inside was a thin wooden tag inscribed with 3 characters scratched by fingernails: left eye slow. You know this will drag you in. Ningxi did not approach the window. I did not help you, he said, hands clasped behind his back. I was merely discarding trash. Classic Hyuga branch family stubbornness. Songjia pressed the wooden tag into his palm. If I fail, do not approach the ancestral hall. Ningxi's shoulder tensed slightly. Songjia read dissatisfaction in that subtle shift. You think I would save you? I fear you would throw yourself in just to verify the answer. Songjia folded the bandage. Genius specimens are expensive. Do not waste them. Ningxi probably did not grasp the laboratory jargon beneath specimen, but he understood the underlying meaning not worth it. He stood where he was seemingly wanting to retort, but patrol footsteps approached from beyond the courtyard, and both ended the conversation. The window closed once more. Songjia concealed the wooden tag beneath his pillow and donned the new outer garment his mother had made. The fabric pressing against the wound in his shoulder still ached. A fitting reminder that tomorrow he could not afford to lose control of his body during the first phase. Late into the night, the Branch family courtyard never fell completely silent. From the neighboring yard came hushed voices instructing children how to kneel the next day, while somewhere else a woman's brief sob was quickly smothered by a hand. A younger child asked whether the branding would kill him, and the father's trembling reply was simply no. The lie was fragile, shattering at the slightest touch. Songjia lay upon his bed, mentally rehearsing each layer's pathway in sequence. Release the outer layer. Record layer 2. Await layer 3's pain anchor. Layer 6 manifests. Zhongren's old eye injury slows him by half a breath. Needle enters the port. Do not die. At first light, the bell tolled from the direction of the Zhong family ancestral hall. 3 long rings echoed across the Hyuga clan grounds. His mother fastened his outer garment straps, her fingers pausing briefly near his forehead before withdrawing. She did not say endure it, nor that everything would be all right. Songjia glanced back as he reached the doorway. His mother stood in the center of the room, clutching the headband strap, as though it were a fate she could only tie for him in some uncertain tomorrow. Outside the courtyard gate, the Zhong family enforcers called names from their roster. Hyuga Songjia. Songjia stepped forward from the line. The ancestral hall doors stood open ahead, candles burning within for the offering. Elder Zhongren stood before the main seat, the meridians around his left eye flickering half a beat slower than his right. Enter. The shrine's dark wooden floor absorbed the sound of footsteps as the Branch family children were ushered inside. Songjia stood fifth in line. The 4 children ahead were all young, none older than 10, the youngest barely 7. Main family executors pressed them into a kneeling row. Their knees hovered half an inch above the prayer cushions before being shoved down from behind. The floorboards creaked softly, as if numbering each child in turn. Hanging directly ahead in the shrine was the Hyuga clan crest. Elder Zhongren stood beneath it, his white robe, sleeves hanging wide. A faint old scar lay at the corner of his left eye, usually concealed by wrinkles nearly invisible unless the Byakugan was active. Behind him stood 2 more main family ninjas posted at the left and right pillars. Beyond the doorway sat Hyuga Riha. Songjia could feel his chakra fluctuation, though he could not see him. The main family kept their true strength outside the room. Execution handled within, suppression maintained without. Reasonable arrangement. Twisted but professional. As Songjia knelt, his right shoulder flared with the old injury. He shifted his weight half an inch to the left, preventing his right arm from going weak when pressed down, which could compromise the needle output. Elder Zhongren unrolled the clan statutes. The Hyuga clan stands upon the Byakugan. The main family carries the purity of blood. The Branch family guards its safety. Henceforth the caged bird seal shall be bestowed, to prevent leakage of the Byakugan and to establish hierarchy within the clan. Bestowed. Songjia nearly applauded inwardly at that word. Wrapping a remote detonated bomb in the language of grace was a tradition the main family had honed to an art form, cultural heritage worthy of intangible recognition. The first child was dragged to the prayer cushion. One executor pinned his shoulders from behind, while another pressed down on the back of his neck. The child instinctively struggled, knees scraping across the floor, leaving a short trail behind. Elder Zhongren offered no comfort. His palm pressed against the child's forehead, chakra pouring in. Songjia activated the Byakugan. He did not scan the entire shrine. His focus rested solely on the contact point between Elder Zhongren's palm and the child's forehead. The first layer, a cage-like framework, ignited beneath the skin. Green lines spread across the primary meridians of the head, like living organisms. 3 breaths later, the child's fingers dug into the edge of the cushion, a muffled cry escaping his throat. Songjia noted the node count: 17 primary, nodes 32 secondary. Compared to the mature seal mark on Jianping, the new imprint sat looser on the surface, like a freshly laid circuit board awaiting epoxy sealing. This was the window. By the time the second child was dragged forward, the first had already been moved to the side. Fresh seal marks stood on his forehead, the surrounding skin flushed red. The child wanted to cry, but an executor beside him pinched his chin, forcing the sound back down. Elder Zhongren began hand seals again. This time Songjia focused on the second layer. Visual nerve anchoring did not occur in one step. From the main frontal line, 2 thin branches diverged, hooking toward the rear of each eye, then looping back to the brain. When the hooks engaged, there would be a brief rebound, a momentary total blackout for the subject. The second child thrashed violently. At that instant, his body wrenched back to the floor by 2 executors. His knees scraped raw, leaving a thin red line on the wood. Elder Zhongren showed no flicker of emotion. Those of the branch family must accept the station of the branch family. Those words stamped justification onto the pain. Song Jie felt the familiar warmth rising in his nasal passage. He pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, forcing the overload response down. Today there was no retreat. A nosebleed could flow, but his vision could not break. The third child was forced down. Elder Zone Ren's left hand hesitated for the first time during the seal formation. Less than a breath. When chakra entered the child's forehead, the right side meridian lit first, the left lagged by a single beat. A casual observer would attribute this deviation to natural fluctuation in seal expansion. Song Jie saw clearly it was not the child. It was uneven load distribution at Elder Zone Ren's control ports. Ningxi's information was true. The third layer, pain anchor, activated. Green lines pierced into nerve nodes. The child's back arched violently, nearly throwing the executor, holding his shoulders aside. Elder Zone Ren increased chakra output, forcing the third layer closed. Simultaneously, the sixth layer of feedback lines ignited. Thin filaments traced from the outer edge of the child's forehead back to Elder Zone Ren's palm, then climbed along the inner arm toward the eye control ports. The chakra flow around the old injury at Elder Zone Ren's left eye encountered resistance, swirling briefly. Song Jie marked that spot red in his mind. By the time the fourth child approached, a metallic scent of blood hung in the shrine. Floor marks were wiped away swiftly by the executors with cloth, movements so practiced they were unsettling. The fourth child was the youngest. He began trembling as soon as he knelt. Before Elder Zone Ren's hand could touch him, he broke into sobs. "Mother!" An executor clamped a hand over his mouth. The sound died in his palm, reduced to throat vibration alone. Fabric rustled outside the door. Someone attempted to enter, only to be held back by Ria's chakra. Song Jie did not know if it was a relative, nor did it matter. This system's greatest strength lay in teaching bystanders to fold their arms and stand idle, learning helplessness. The fourth sealing began. Song Jie no longer watched the child. All his attention rested on Elder Zone Ren's left eye. The old injury port faltered once more as the technique pushed to the third layer with greater amplitude than the previous 2 times. For consecutive sealings were increasing Elder Zone Ren's load. This was also a window. But the heavier the load, the sharper his vigilance. Song Jie had only one chance. As the fourth child was dragged away, Elder Zone Ren's gaze finally landed on him. Hyuga Song Jie. 2 executors moved behind Song Jie. One seized his left shoulder, the other gripped his right arm. Pressure on the old injury sent pain shooting down his arm. Song Jie did not resist. Instead, he let his right hand droop to his side, fingertips nearly grazing the floor. He needed that right hand free, even by half an inch. Elder Zone Ren stepped before him. Up close, the old injury around his left eye was more pronounced. With the Byakugan active, the fine meridians near the wound appeared scorched, repaired roughly. Chakra naturally detoured around that section. Normally unnoticeable, it caused delays under heavy sealing load. Song Jie raised his face. Elder Zone Ren's Byakugan locked onto him, pupils surrounded by dilated meridians, scanning with scrutiny and impatience. "I hear you've been frequenting the medical room lately." The executor at his neck pressed down, but Song Jie did not lower his head completely. The angle achieved 2 things. It appeared submissive, while keeping his Byakugan's focal point aimed at Elder Zone Ren's palm. "My shoulder is injured." Elder Zone Ren's hand hovered above his forehead, refusing to descend. A worthless boy's shoulder. What convenient timing. Outside, Ria's chakra fluctuated slightly. Elder Zone Ren was probing, using the pre-sealing questions to verify whether Song Jie was anomalous. Too much explanation would suggest guilt. Playing too oblivious might provoke harsher force. The optimal path was to make the opponent angry. Anger destabilizes the old injury port. Song Jie studied Elder Zone Ren's palm and spoke suddenly. "Elder, once the caged bird is sealed, will the main family no longer fear branch family betrayal?" The scar at Elder Zone Ren's eye twitched. "What are you implying?" "Only that I find it strange." Song Jie's face was pale from overload and shoulder pain, yet his tone remained unervingly steady. "If the lock is strong enough, why does the main family grow so tense before each application?" The executor's grip on his shoulder tightened. The old injury tore. Silence. Song Jie did not fall silent. Hidden in his palm lay a strip of old bandage Ningxi had given him. His fingertips pressed against the cloth as though holding the final safety pin. "Elder, if a chain binds both ends to people, who is strangled?" "The dog." Elder Zone Ren's expression changed. It was not mere offense. He had been a forbidden zone, and killing intent erupted. His palm came down faster than the previous 4 times, chakra driven into Song Jie's forehead like nails. The outer seal lines ignited. Song Jie released his defenses. The pain drilled inward from his forehead. It felt as though someone were threading red-hot needles along his subcutaneous meridians one by one. When the first layer of cage-like framework latched onto the main meridian, faint green lines appeared at the edges of Song Jie's vision, and a tingling numbness spread across his scalp. He did not resist. All chakra defenses were stripped away, and he even deliberately smoothed the channels in his forehead. Zhong Ren's cursed seal chakra advanced with ease so smoothly that the pressure from the other's palm intensified slightly, as if confirming the prey had ceased struggling. Excellent. The miscalculation was confirmed. The second layer began. Two thin tributaries crawled from his forehead toward the rear of his eyes like cold water flowing along bone. The moment his visual nerves were anchored the ancestral hall Zhong Ren, the wooden planks, and the family crest all dissolved from his vision, leaving only the chakra circuits themselves. A normal person would have felt terror at this point, would have tried to close their eyes, would have instinctively fought back. Song Jie, however, focused his attention even more finely. With visual input gone, the resolution of his microscopic true eye stabilized. The world degenerated into a circuit diagram. Green cursed seals, blue meridians, Zhong Ren's palm input ports, all arranged by frequency. The third layer, pain anchoring. This time it was not watching someone else's pain, it was being connected to the system itself. Pain signals detonated from his forehead, spreading along neural pathways toward his brain, then compressed back into the main chakra trunk by the cursed seal. Song Jie's fingers scraped the floor, once his fingertips tracing the wood grain and leaving 3 shallow scratches. The executor assumed he was struggling and pressed down on his back from behind. Do not move. Song Jie was counting on that very movement. With his back pressed down, his right wrist slipped from the executor's line of sight into the shadow of his robe sleeve, and his index finger touched the floor. Needle mode activated. The total chakra was pitifully small, but the compressed needle resembled an invisible probe traveling upward along his own meridians from his fingertip, bypassing the old injury on his shoulder and entering the edge of the cursed seal on his forehead. Cannot touch the outer layer. Cannot touch the second layer. Cannot touch the third layer. Find the sixth layer. The pain interfered with calculations while the pressure from Zhong Ren's palm continued to rise. Just as the third layer was about to close, Song Jie finally spotted that thread-thin feedback line, nearly indistinguishable from noise. It curled along the outer edge, extending outward in sync with the input fluctuations from Zhong Ren's palm. The old injury port on Zhong Ren's left eye lay at the very end. Half a breath. Only half a breath remained. Song Jie compressed the chakra needle to its limit. In that instant, the skin on his right index finger split, with a tiny wound, blood staining the floor. Yet the needle-shaped chakra did not release from his fingertip outward, it flowed in reverse along the interior of the cursed seal. Follow the feedback line. Cannot go too fast. Moving quickly would trigger the cursed seal's shield layer, registering as resistance. Cannot go too slow. Moving slowly would let the third layer close and his mind would be written into the Zhong family's authority records. This was more absurd than threading a hair through a high-speed particle beam with bare hands. A laboratory safety officer witnessing this would resign on the spot. Zhong Ren sensed something amiss when the chakra needle reached the middle section of the feedback line. A slight hesitation appeared in his palm input. The Byakugan meridians contracted, and the chakra flow around the old injury on his left eye attempted to deter. What are you doing? Song Jie did not respond. He no longer had surplus processing bandwidth for language systems. All resources were concentrated on that single needle. Zhong Ren increased the input, attempting to forcibly close the cursed seal. This move precisely struck the most risky part of Song Jie's plan. The high load made the feedback line brighter and completely exposed Zhong Ren's left eye port. The chakra needle traveled in reverse along the feedback channel, delivering a gentle prick just before the old injury port. It was not an attack. It was a phase disturbance. Injecting a segment of inverse phase chakra into the opponent's control circuit, causing Zhong Ren's own casting signal and the deter signal from the old injury to conflict with each other. Like inserting a pulse of wrong frequency into a precision circuit. The circuit did not burn, but the controller malfunctioned first. Zhong Ren's left eye suddenly lost focus. His palm pressed against Song Jie's forehead, spasmed. The newly carved third layer failed to close. Pain signals deprived of an exit rebounded along the sixth layer feedback line back to the caster's end. Zhong Ren let out a scream. The 4 executors in the ancestral hall were all thrown off balance by that sound. The one pressing Song Jie's shoulder loosened their grip, while a Zhong family ninja beside the pillar stepped forward, then froze, uncertain of what had transpired. Seizing the moment the shoulder pressure eased, Song Jie shifted his forehead half an inch away from Zhong Ren's palm. The cursed seal remained unsealed, its fragmented circuits pulsing erratically beneath his forehead skin like broken green branches. Each pulse tugged at his main brain meridians. His vision alternated between darkness and whiteness, and his right hand had nearly lost all sensation. Zhong Ren fell to his knees, his left hand gripping his left eye tightly. The meridians around his Byakugan bulged and collapsed repeatedly, and astonishingly, a twisted green pattern emerged on his forehead, as though the cursed seal had crawled in reverse onto the caster himself. Kill him. Zhong Ren spat the command through clenched teeth. Blood seeped from the old wound on his left eye, trailing down his cheek. The executors finally snapped back to awareness. Pluck out his eyes, silence him. Song Jie's body had reached its limit. His microscopic true eye was overloaded, the fractured third layer cursed seal still hanging on his brain's channels, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Fighting head-on would get him killed faster than a retracted research paper. So he did not dodge. He exposed the residual markings on his forehead, his voice hoarse from lingering pain, yet clear enough to carry throughout the ancestral hall. The 4 children whose seals were just carved. The feedback lines have not yet stabilized. The kunai halted at his neck close enough to draw a shallow cut on his skin. Song Jie continued, each word wrenching free from the cursed seal's pain. Elder Zongren just applied excessive pressure, causing the ports to destabilize. The residual marks on my forehead and the 4 new seals still share the same casting frequency. Kill me now, and who will verify whether the circuits in their minds will sever simultaneously? The executor's hand froze. This statement was half true, half fabricated. The new seals had indeed shared Zongren's casting frequency, but whether they would trigger a chain reaction of severing remained unverified by Songjia. Yet the Zong family could not verify it either. With 4 newly sealed branch family children involved, and Zongren's casting loss of control at stake, no executor dared gamble. Zongren, clutching his left eye, pointed at Songjia with his other hand. Seditious nonsense. Pluck out his eyes. Immediately, the Zong family ninja beside the pillar hesitated for half a breath. It was not compassion, it was unclear assignment of responsibility. Killing a branch family waste was simple enough, but if the 4 sealed individuals suffered consequences afterward, the blame would be catastrophic enough to crash through the ancestral hall's roof. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. Hayashi Hyuga entered the ancestral hall flanked by 2 Zong family elders. Hayashi's Byakugan was already active, scanning Zongren first, then the residual markings on Songjie's forehead, his expression darkening. He understood at least part of what was happening. Zongren struggled to rise, but collapsed back to a half-kneel due to the backlash in his left eye. Hayashi, subdue him. He sabotaged the ceiling and intends to rebel against the Zong family. Songjie pushed himself upright, supporting his weight on the ground. Blood still trickled from his right index finger, and the residual markings on his forehead pulsed rhythmically, threatening to burst like faulty wiring. I did not sabotage it, he said, meeting Hayashi's gaze. Elder could not complete the seal. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the hall. That accusation cut deeper than any act of defiance. For a branch family member to claim the Zong family could not complete the seal was tantamount to slapping the clan crest to its face. Blood trickled again from Zongren's left eye. He was clearly enraged, attempting to circulate chakra once more. Songjie had been waiting for exactly this reaction. He raised his bloodstained right hand, pointing at Zongren's left eye. Do it again, and you will go blind. Zongren's movement stalled. Hayashi examined the old injury site on Zongren. Through his Byakugan, he could similarly see the meridians around the left eye were so disordered they threatened to tear. If Zongren forced another casting attempt, he might not die, but he would almost certainly lose that eye. A Zong family elder losing a Byakugan due to failed sealing on a branch family waste, and suffering backlash in the process. This scandal terrified the Zong family more than anything Songjie could do. Outside the ancestral hall, branch family members had gathered without anyone noticing. None dared enter, pressing instead against the threshold to watch. Niji stood at the farthest edge, half his face obscured by a pillar, his gaze fixed on Zongren's hand covering his eye. Zongren intended to issue another order, but Hayashi raised his hand, blocking the executors before him. Cease execution. Zongren turned sharply toward Hayashi. Are you protecting him? Hayashi offered no response to that question. He approached Songjie, his Byakugan gaze descending like it would disassemble every circuit of the residual markings on Songjie's forehead. What do you see? Songjie understood that what truly determined life or death was not the needle strike from moments ago, but this very exchange. Revealing too little would get him killed by the Zong family. Revealing too much would meet the same fate. He needed to appear valuable, while simultaneously turning that value into leverage. He wiped the blood from his chin and rose slowly. The executors did not restrain him again. I see the technique you have used for hundreds of years, Songjie said, his gaze passing over Hayashi to rest on Zongren still kneeling on the ground. It has 6 layers of structure, 3 redundancies, and 2 backlash ports. He paused, letting those final words sink into every ear within the ancestral hall. There are numerous flaws. The first reaction in the ancestral hall was not to shout for blood. It was to step back. The executor closest to Songjie retracted his kunai by half an inch, while the other instinctively glanced toward the 4 children who had just received their brandings. The 4 children of the branch family sat against the wall, some still trembling, others with reddened skin around the cursed marks on their foreheads. The enforcer's gazes shifted between the children and the jagged remnants of Songjie's forehead, branding their killing intent restrained by duty. Songjie had bet correctly. The main family feared not death, but the aftermath of striking the wrong target. Particularly within the Hyuga estate, in the ancestral hall, where elder backlash loomed, and the fate of 4 newly branded individuals remained unknown. When asymmetrical information fell into the hands of the weak, even a fragment could halt the blade of the powerful. Hiyori stood before Songjie, his Byakugan still active. That gaze differed from how ordinary main family members observed him. Zongren regarded him as a tool defiled by rule-breaking, while Hyori regarded him as an object on the verge of detonation. 6 layers, Hyori echoed the beginning. Where did you learn that? Song Jie's mind still throbbed from the incomplete curse mark. The worse the pain, the less he could show weakness. Should he fall now, Zongren's men would find cause to drag him away and dispose of him. He pressed his left hand against his right shoulder, using the gesture to steady himself. I saw it. The Byakugan cannot perceive the caged bird's core. Zongren interjected, clutching his left eye, his voice warped by pain. There is someone behind him. Hyori, are you going to let him keep spouting nonsense? Song Jie did not respond to Zongren. Instead, he turned toward the first branch family child by the wall and pointed a finger through the air. The outer frame of the first layer contained 17 main nodes and 32 secondary nodes. When the third child received the branding, Elder Zongren's left eye port lagged by half a breath before the 6th layer feedback lines activated. By the 4th child, the delay had grown more pronounced. The main family ninja by the wall changed expression. Such a detail could only be judged by observing closely during the incantation, and Song Jie had specified the sequence. Hyori approached the 4th child, his Byakugan sweeping over the freshly branded curse mark. The child shrank back under his gaze, and the branch family mother beside him reached out to shield them, only to be stopped by the main family guards. Hyori gathered chakra at his fingertips and touched a node on the child's forehead. The child jolted suddenly, then slowly relaxed. The curse mark remained stable. Hyori moved to a second node and paused for 2 breaths. Song Jie observed his fingertips probing the 4th layer stabilizer. Hyori proved himself worthy of his position among the Hyuga High Council. Though unable to perceive the microscopic structure, his depth of experience allowed him to trace the pathways along the directions Song Jie had indicated. Zongren too understood Hyori's movements, his expression darkening further. Enough. He pushed himself upright, his left eye still barely open. This one is dangerous. If we do not kill him today, the consequences will be endless. The emergence of such heresy among the branch family is the main family's dereliction of duty. Elder Zongren just ordered an eye removal without authorization. Song Jie suddenly spoke up. Outside the ancestral hall, a branch family member shifted, and the entrance was immediately blocked more tightly by the main family guards. Song Jie did not look outward. His gaze remained fixed on Zongren, as though studying a set of out-of-control data on an experimental table. According to clan regulations, the branch family's Byakugan is protected by the caged bird seal. Except by joint decision of the clan leader and the elder council, no one may privately destroy it. You just wanted me dead, and you wanted to blind me as well. Zongren's cheek twitched. You, a branch family member, dare to cite clan regulations. Whether I am worthy or not is irrelevant. Song Jie tilted the remnants of the curse mark on his forehead toward Hyori. What matters is that if I die, no one will be able to explain the backlash that struck Elder Zongren's left eye. Should anything happen to the 4 newly branded individuals afterward, no one will be held accountable. Responsibility, once again responsibility. Zongren could crush others with hierarchy, so Song Jie slapped the accident report in his face. Every main family ninja in the ancestral hall understood this perfectly well. The thing the Hyuga feared most was never the branch family's cries, but the mutual accountability between main family members. Hyori returned to stand before Song Jie. Can you control it? No. Song Jie answered swiftly. I can only see part of it, and I can only create reverse disruptions at the moment of branding. Right now this remnant mark hangs over my head, and it could cost me my life at any moment. This was the truth, and truth served well in negotiations, especially when woven into threats. Hyori's Byakugan swept over Song Jie's forehead. The incomplete curse mark was unclosed, the 3rd layer pain anchor suspended mid-process, and a section of the 6th layer feedback channel had been burned through. Truly dangerous. It resembled an unsealed poison sac. Outsiders meddling with it could trigger an explosion, and Song Jie himself might not survive long either. Zongren seized upon this weakness. Then, since it is dangerous, it should be eliminated immediately. Elimination is possible, Song Jie said, looking at his left eye. Who would perform it? Will the elder do it personally? Zongren was rendered speechless, his face turning green. He dared not. At least not yet. The left eye port was still in turmoil, and touching Song Jie's forehead remnant mark again would likely invite a fatal backlash. Nor did the others in the main family dare to take over rashly, for no one knew whether the remnant mark might draw the new practitioner into the feedback channel as well. Hyori reached out to stop Zongren. Hyuga, Song Jie, answer one final question. Song Jie slowed his breathing. He was nearing his limit, the ringing in his ears drowning out the murmurs from the crowd outside. What do you want? This question was crucial. If he spoke of freedom, the main family would kill him. If he called for the abolition of the caged bird seal, they would crush him into paste on the spot. Speaking of revenge would be even more foolish. A 9-year-old branch family waste had no right to reveal his ultimate goal. There was only one short-term objective: survive until tomorrow. I want to live, Song Jie said, swallowing all ambition back into his ribs. The remnant mark cannot be completed nor can it be disturbed recklessly. I need time to stabilize it. The main family also needs time to confirm whether what I say is true. Hyori regarded him. You are bargaining with the main family. I am helping the main family limit its losses. Song Jie's right fingertips were still dripping blood, each drop forming tiny points on the wooden floor. If what happened in this ancestral hall today leaks out, the branch family will learn that the caged bird seal can backlash, and the main family will learn that an elder's technique has spiraled out of control. The one who should keep silent right now is me. Zhong Ren growled. You are threatening the main family. I am explaining that I have value in my silence. As these words fell outside the ancestral hall, a branch family adult was shoved aside by guards, his back striking the doorframe. More people leaned in to peek inside. When Zhong Ren's scream had echoed out earlier, the news had already taken on a life of its own within the clan compound. Blocking the door could only stop bodies, not eyes. Hyori understood this better than anyone. He turned toward the doorway. Today's branding ceremony is suspended. Those already branded will be sent to the medical chamber for examination. Those not yet branded will return to their respective courtyards. No discussion of what occurred in this ancestral hall is to take place. The prohibition on discussion once spoken amounted to a confirmation that something had indeed occurred. No branch family member dared to object, yet none wore the same numbness they had upon entering. Several mothers rushed toward the children by the wall, initially blocked by guards, but permitted through at Hyori's gesture. As the children were carried away, one passed by Song Jie, the fresh curse mark on their foreheads still vivid. The way he looked at Song Jie was neither as one might regard a failure, nor as a monster, but rather as someone who had spotted a crack splitting the wall, with no knowing whether beyond it lay a path, or a deeper abyss. Niji stood at the farthest edge outside the door. For a brief moment Song Jie met his gaze across the crowd. Niji did not approach, nor did he make any unnecessary movement. He simply shifted his eyes to Zhong Ren's left eye, then back to the remnant mark on Song Jie's forehead. The answer lay plainly in the ancestral hall. The caged bird would bite its master. Hyori issued a second order. Hyuga Sosuke is to be held in solitary custody. Under no circumstances is anyone to approach cast techniques upon or handle him without my permission. Zhong Ren stepped forward. Hyori, Elder Zhong Ren requires treatment for his left eye. Hyori's voice overpowered him. I will report today's procedure records to the Elder Council myself. This was not complete protection, but rather a transfer of Song Jie from Zhong Ren's control to the authority of the main family's higher echelons. The specimen had shifted from private disposal to collective oversight, a marginal improvement, at least elevating him from immediate execution to delayed analysis. Song Jie could accept this. Two main family guards approached and flanked him, their movements more cautious than before, neither daring to touch his forehead. When his right shoulder was grasped, the old wound finally erupted with delayed agony, and he staggered before forcing himself steady. He could not afford to faint before Zhong Ren's eyes. Hyori drew half a step closer and lowered his voice, so only the two of them could hear. Your eyes have seen beyond 6 layers. A heavy feeling settled in Song Jie's chest. Hyori was not like Zhong Ren, an elder clouded by rage. He had seized upon the most damning point. A 9-year-old child counterattacking at the moment of branding could not have done so based solely on seeing 6 layers. There must be a deeper observational capacity at work. Song Jie offered neither denial nor confirmation. The clan leader asks the wrong question. He replied, his honorifics meticulously precise. What I need to know most right now is how much longer I have to live. Hyori did not press further. The guards led him toward the side door of the ancestral hall. Beyond the threshold, the gazes of the branch family followed his movement, some quickly lowering their heads, others feigning concern for the children, and still others tucking their hands into their sleeves, as though afraid their hopes might be seen by the main family. Niji did not look away. He stood his ground, watching as Song Jie was led away, his lips moving slightly. Song Jie read a few words from his expression. It would truly bite back. As Song Jie crossed the side door, his vision finally blackened for a moment. The third-layer remnant mark functioned like a broken alarm, sending waves of pain surging back into his brain. The orders from Hyori, Zhong Ren's suppressed breathing, and the cries of the branch family children all receded into the distance. The first phase was over. He had survived. When the green remnant pattern had crept 3 inches along the wood grain, a hand sheathed in a thin glove pressed down upon it. The guard had merely meant to wipe away the bloodstain. The instant his fingertip brushed the wooden board, the remnant pattern flared briefly along the glove's edge, as if a living thing had caught the scent of a new chakra source. Numbness shot through the guard's wrist. A thin strand of chakra was drawn away from his palm, and he recoiled half a step in fright, nearly crashing into the pillar behind him. Do not touch it. Nachika stood within the side door, his Byakugan still active. He stared at the sliver of green pattern on the wooden board, his expression grimmer than before. Yunahito clutched his left eye. The bleeding had been temporarily staved off, yet the corners of his forehead still bore faint green markings pulsing beneath the skin. Seeing the guard retreat, his initial shock curdled into rage, and his hostility turned toward where Sosuke had collapsed unconscious. This is demonic sorcery. Even the ancestral hall has been tainted, and you would still keep him alive. Nichika did not look at him. Instead, he ordered another guard to fetch a sealing cloth. As the sealing cloth covered the wooden board, the green pattern was suppressed, but the fabric slowly swelled along a thin ridge. When the Hyuga clan ninja performing the seal reached the third hand sign, a trace of scorched blackness seeped from the cloth's edge. He switched to a second set of hand seals before finally managing to seal the remnant pattern deep within the wood grain. Sosuke knew nothing of this. When he woke, the first thing he sensed was a throbbing at his forehead. Each pulse dragged the meridians at the back of his skull into a simultaneous twitch, as though a hook were lodged in his brain and someone tugged it gently at regular intervals. The pain was not the sharpest he had endured, but its steady, unrelenting rhythm made him want to curse aloud. In his past life, the most maddening thing in the laboratory was never an equipment explosion. It was a machine sputtering half-broken, its alarm blaring every 10 seconds, driving him to wish he could hurl the entire apparatus into the trash bin downstairs. He opened his eyes. His vision was a blur of gray for several breaths before shapes gradually resolved. An underground chamber. The walls were sealed with thick timber and stone slabs. 2 oil lamps sat in the corners. The door was wood reinforced with iron bars, and beyond it 2 chakra signatures. One high, one low, both unfamiliar, lurked with steady frequency. At the center of the room rested only a low cot. Beside it stood a basin of water, a roll of bandages, and a medicine box whose lid was not properly closed. No windows. Splendid. A single occupancy ward with prison credentials and VIP treatment. Negatives, 0 privacy. Positives, no one was currently wielding a blade near his eyes. 5 stars. Sosuke attempted to sit up, but his neck and right shoulder revolted in unison. The lingering effects of the restraint jutsu made his muscles feel poured with quicklime, and the old injury in his right shoulder had been partially reopened by the rough handling in the ancestral hall. Halfway through his movement, the remnant pattern on his forehead spasmed. A lattice of green circuitry flashed across his vision. First layer severed. Third layer suspended. 6th layer burnt through still emitting static. He immediately ceased channeling chakra. The damaged curse mark was far worse than he had anticipated. It was neither complete nor cleanly broken. It was an exposed wire spliced onto the main meridian of his brain. The Hyuga clan's intended permission matrix had been torn in half, and the remaining fragment still clung to the flesh beneath his scalp. In any engineering inspection, this would earn the construction team a thorough thrashing on the spot. Footsteps sounded outside the door. 2 Hyuga medical ninjas entered with Nichika following behind. The medical ninja did not approach his forehead. Instead, he first scanned Sosuke's wrist with chakra. At the first touch of detection, Sosuke compressed his meridian state to that of an ordinary branch family child, thin, chakra, sluggish circulation, and the weakness of overload. When the medical ninja's fingers hovered an inch above Sosuke's forehead, they would not descend. The 3rd layer is jammed, said the elder medical ninja, sweat beading at his temple. The pain anchor seal remains unclosed, and the 6th layer shows signs of burnout. Forcing a repair seal could damage the brain's main meridians. The other medical ninja flipped open the record panel, wrote 2 strokes, then paused. The failure of the caged bird seal was so unprecedented that no corresponding treatment entry existed in clan medical records. The medical documentation gap was embarrassingly blank, and system error reading unknown anomaly. Contact administrator. The administrator was inconveniently the very person who had caused the disaster. Nichika stood beside the cot, his gaze fixed on Sosuke's forehead. Open your eyes if you can hear me. Sosuke's eyes were already open, he had simply let his focus drift. At the command, he drew his gaze back to Nichika's face and adopted the dazed expression of someone just regaining consciousness. Clan head. At those words, the elder medical ninja's brush hesitated. Such a title should not have been casually bestowed upon a branch family child by name. But having witnessed Nichika override Munehito in the ancestral hall and issue orders for custody, Sosuke's address was both proper and deliberate. A silent reminder that the one holding his life in his hands stood before him now. Nichika did not correct him. How much do you remember? Elder Munehito attempted the seal. The curse mark backlash struck me. I told him I wanted to live, and then I was taken away. What of the green pattern on the wooden board? Sosuke's breath caught for a moment before he forced it back down. Here it came. The final image he had seen before losing consciousness had not been dismissed as overload hallucination. I saw a fragment of it. Explain. I cannot explain it further than this. Sosuke shaped the truth into something that might keep him alive. The remnant pattern passed through my blood and contacted the wooden board in the ancestral hall. Wood has no meridians and should not bear a curse mark. The fact that it spread indicates that at least one layer of the caged bird seal can track chakra residue, or perhaps track the frequency of the technique itself. The elder medical ninja's writing hand froze. The other medical ninja wanted to observe Nichika's reaction, but forcibly dragged his gaze back to the record panel. Nichika pressed on. Did you know this would happen beforehand? If I had known, I would not have let it touch the floor of the ancestral hall. Sosuke's forehead spasmed again, and he bit the inside of his cheek against the pain. I did not want to become a walking seal accident site. The remark was far too mature for a 9-year-old. The medical ninja's brush scraped a crooked line across the paper. Nichika regarded him from a half-step away, his Byakugan unsealed. That layered scanning gaze moved from the remnant pattern on Sosuke's forehead to his wrist, then to his chest. He could not see microscopic structures, yet he could perceive how Sosuke's chakra flow was forced into detours each time pain triggered a reaction. Munehito demanded your Byakugan be destroyed. Sosuke's fingers rested against the edge of the cot, motionless. If the clan determines you cannot control the remnant pattern, yours will be taken as well. The blade had been laid bare. One wrong word, and the blood spilled at the side door of the ancestral hall would have been for nothing. Destroying my eyes will not solve the problem. Reason. The caged bird seal is designed to destroy the eyes. Its creator would certainly have anchored the optic nerves to the second layer as a safeguard against outsiders claiming the Dojutsu. Sosuke shifted his gaze to the record panel in the elder medical ninja's hands. My second layer is already connected and remains unclosed. Removing my eyes would be equivalent to forcibly ripping away half the connector terminals. The remaining circuits would rebound into the brain's main meridians. I would die first, and anyone who touched my forehead next would suffer as well. The medical ninja's hand tightened on his brush and withdrew from the edge of the panel as though green patterns might crawl across the paper itself. Are you threatening the medical ninja? Nichika asked. I am protecting their hands, Sosuke replied, drawing a slow breath as the pain settled back into its steady rhythm. And I am protecting the Hyuga clan's incident report. The elder medical ninja's expression darkened, but he offered no objection. He had also noticed that the remnant pattern could not be touched recklessly. He simply lacked Sosuke's clarity of explanation. Nichika turned to the medical ninjas. Record it. Half contained, half out of control. No chakra contact permitted. No secondary techniques. No external interference. 3 checks per day. The medical ninja raised his brush and finally found words adequate enough to write. Nichika. Outside the door came Munehito's voice. Munehito did not enter. It seemed the guards had barred him at the threshold. With his left eye injured, his chakra signature was weaker than it had been in the ancestral hall, yet his killing intent remained untouched. The Elder Council will not permit a branch family heretic to remain alive. You cannot stall forever. Nichika walked to the door and opened it just wide enough for a palm's width. Outside Munehito's left eye was wrapped in sealing cloth, while his right eye fixed upon Sosuke on the cot. Sosuke did not look away. He could not appear too harmless. The harmless were dealt with swiftly. Only the dangerous and useful were worthy of formal oversight. Munehito's right hand rose half an inch as if forming a seal. Both medical ninjas in the chamber stepped back immediately. The guards outside also shifted to the sides, and no one wished to stand in the line of possible backlash. Nichika blocked the doorway. Without review by the Elder Council, no one may perform techniques upon him. Munehito's hand stiffened beneath his sleeve. You would hide behind the Elder Council to oppose me. Your conduct record from today requires Elder Council review. Nichika replied, his voice flat. Elder Munehito, tend to your eye first. The door closed again. Within the quiet chamber, only the whisper of burning oil lamp wicks and the pulsing ache of a fractured meridian on Sosuke's forehead remained. Nichika returned to the cot and looked down at him one final time. Hyuga Sosuke. Yes. What exactly are you? That question was far more dangerous than who are you? Leaning against the cot's backrest, Sosuke's 9-year-old body too weak even to sit upright, his mind raced through possible answers in the brief intervals between pains. He could not reveal he was a transmigrator. He could not claim his scientific approach. He could not speak the full truth of his mutated Byakugan. Yet total ignorance would not convince Nichika. Just a branch family child who was about to be killed by the seal on his own forehead. Nichika was not so easily dismissed. Sosuke added, and also the only person currently aware of why the seal is backlashing. Footsteps faded beyond the door. Before leaving, Nichika issued his orders: water, permissible medicine to be tested by the medical ninjas before administration, 2 guard rotations outside, and all visitors subject to his prior approval. Once the bolt slid home, Sosuke leaned back against the cot and pressed his breathing to the lightest possible rhythm. He waited through 100 pulses of aching throb, confirming that the guard's chakra signatures outside remained steady before daring to activate his microscopic true eye at its lowest setting. The remnant pattern unfurled within his vision. Along the fragmented edge of the 6th layer feedback channel, a thread of green line was growing with excruciating slowness. Its direction pointed not toward Munehito, nor toward his own brain's main meridians. It extended toward the doorway. More precisely, it stretched toward the place where Nichika had just been standing. Sosuke fixed his gaze upon that thread, his back pressing incrementally closer to the cot. This accursed seal was still searching for a new control port. The thin green line halted before the threshold. Soma watched it for 3 breaths before closing his Byakugan. If he kept looking, the residual markings on his forehead would treat his brain's main pathways like overworked employees, squeezing them to the brink of collapse. The human body was not a server that could be endlessly expanded, nor could an overload be resolved by giving the chassis a couple of pats. When the guards outside rotated shifts, the green line retreated back into the broken seal, as if nothing had happened. This gave him two conclusions. First, the partially carved caged bird possessed an instinct to seek out a control endpoint. It had originally latched on his own run, but after his port suffered backlash, the incomplete circuit began hunting for a new practitioner frequency. Second, Hayashi's chakra had come too close just now, and the residual markings briefly identified it as a candidate port. This was far more troublesome than mere pain. Pain was merely a device alarm, but seeking a new port meant the system was automatically connecting to a network, and the target was high-ranking Hyuga clan leadership. This was undeniably high-risk behavior. That afternoon, Hayashi returned to the quiet room. This time he had not brought the main house medical ninja, only a recorder. The recorder sat by the door with scrolls and an inkwell before him, his brush tip hovering over the paper ready to transcribe every word into the clan's archives. Soma was ordered to sit in the center of the low couch with his hands resting on his knees. Two guards stood at the wall on either side, positioned just close enough to restrain him if he lashed out, yet far enough not to touch the residual markings on his forehead. The positioning was quite revealing. They feared him, and they feared whatever rested upon his forehead. Hayashi sat across the low table, his Byakugan still dormant, a sealing talisman resting within reach of his hand. The talisman carried the lingering resonance of that green pattern from the ancestral hall's wooden plank, suppressed and sealed, yet Soma could identify its origin at a glance. The residual markings on the wooden plank have been sealed away. Hayashi pushed the talisman to the center of the table. When it touched the sealing cloth, it absorbed a trace of chakra. When it contacted the main house guards, it absorbed another trace. You claim it tracks chakra residue. What is your evidence? He led with proof from the start. A sound approach. Pity that he was interrogating a 9-year-old boy with a recorder seated nearby. Every word Soma spoke now would become a rope binding him in the future, tie one knot wrong, and he'd be the one feeling the noose tighten. I can only observe phenomena. Soma's gaze rested on the edge of the talisman paper. It lacks any wood-release properties, so it should not have spread along the grain. Before it spread, it came into contact with my blood. My blood carried the residual marking frequency, and the ancestral hall floor retained the frequency of Elder Zone Ren's technique. When the two overlapped, they triggered it. The recorder's brush moved swiftly, pressing a bit heavier as he wrote the phrase about Elder Zone Ren's technique frequency. Hayashi noticed this and said nothing. You can distinguish chakra frequencies. Soma knew this wasn't the question he was really after. I can distinguish rough differences. Like recognizing footfalls after hearing them enough times. You could do this at 6 years old. The old ledger from earlier had been reopened. Soma recalled the first time he'd stared at his mother's wrist, only to be told by the medical ninja that his Byakugan was defective. The main house archives had indeed recorded every anomaly. They'd just never bothered to take the bottom-ranked child seriously. At 6, all I got were headaches and nosebleeds. And now I've gained some experience. The residual markings on Soma's forehead twitched, and he deliberately shortened his words, and more nosebleeds. The recorder's brush hesitated for a moment. He surely hadn't expected an answer like that in an interrogation record. But Hayashi wasn't thrown off course. During the ancestral hall, engraving you described a 6-layer structure. Now explain it starting from the first layer. Here it came. Soma couldn't refuse. Refusal would strip away his value. But laying everything bare would hand over his research findings. Once the main house obtained those patches, their first move would be to seal the vulnerabilities and then eliminate the very person who created them. He needed to provide enough information for Hayashi to confirm, while keeping the critical parameters hidden. The first layer's outer frame locks the main meridians of the head. I've already stated the number of nodes. The second layer anchors behind both eyes to prevent Byakugan leakage. The third layer amplifies pain, so resistance triggers greater feedback. The fourth layer acts as a stabilizer to prevent accidental activation. The fifth layer connects to the practitioner's frequency. The sixth layer is the feedback channel. The main house must connect to it when controlling branch family members. Hayashi's fingertips paused briefly at the edge of the low table. The gesture was barely noticeable, yet it caused the recorder by the door to lag half a beat. The distinction between the fifth and sixth layers, The fifth layer registers the practitioner's identity, while the sixth functions like a communication line. Without the fifth layer, the control signal has no target. Without the sixth, the signal can't enter, and pain feedback can't exit. Communication line. That was a mistake. The phrasing revealed an anachronism. Soma quickly corrected himself. Like a command rope. One end tied to the practitioner, the other to the branch family's forehead. When the main house pulls the rope, the branch family feels pain. If the rope carries fire, the main house's hand gets burned as well. Hayashi accepted this explanation. How did you make the fire burn back on Elder Zone Ren's hand? Soma's gaze hidden beneath his eyelashes fixed on Hayashi's wrist. The man's chakra flowed steadily. The pressure came from sheer volume and control. Zone Ren was like an aging circuit forced to operate despite its flaws, while Hayashi resembled a meticulously maintained core system. If Hayashi had performed the engraving, Soma's chances of counterattack last night would have plummeted from desperate odds to absolute certainty of death. Elder Zongren's left eye bears an old wound. His port lags half a breath under high load. I didn't make the fire burn back. I merely poked the rope. He increased the force himself, which is what amplified the backlash. As the recorder reached this point, Hayashi suddenly raised his hand. Do not record this sentence. The recorder's brush halted. The scroll had just captured the 4 characters for old left eye injury, but he pressed through them with a heavy stroke of ink to obliterate the passage. Soma watched the ink mark and silently revised his assessment of Hayashi. This wasn't merely about protecting the main house's reputation. He was drawing lines around liability. If Zongren's left eye injury appeared in the official record, Soma's backlash would be framed as an accidental exploitation of the practitioner's weakness. But if omitted, the main house could still categorize the incident as Soma's anomaly. Archives don't preserve truth. They pave the way for future judgments. In his past life, his advisor had edited thesis language in group meetings with the same instinct, though there the stakes were responsibility and funding rather than life and death. The ninja world's upper echelons played far more ruthlessly. They were protecting lives themselves. Hayashi stared at him. You're watching the record. The record determines how I die, Soma replied, returning his gaze. Naturally, I'll watch it. The chakra of the guard by the door flickered unevenly. A 9-year-old branch family child speaking thus before clan leadership had already crossed a line. Hayashi did not rebuke him. You will not die now, provided you remain useful. Then I asked the clan leader to keep Elder Zongren away from me. Soma's forehead throbbed more intensely as the residual markings reacted to Hayashi's chakra. He isn't seeking the truth now. He wants to burn the incident clean. What makes you think I wouldn't? Hayashi finally opened his Byakugan. The oppressive force surged across from him, and Soma's residual markings reacted like insects exposed to harsh light. The third layer's pain anchor flared violently. 2 visions overlapped before his eyes: the low table scrolls and guards of reality, and beneath them, the microscopic landscape of Hayashi's chakra structure, Byakugan meridians, and the central pathway before his forehead. Stable. Too stable. Zongren's port resembled an aged water pump, while Hayashi's was a precision valve. The Byakugan meridians showed no detours or redundant oscillations. The control circuitry was devastatingly elegant. Soma had barely observed for 2 breaths when warmth surged from his nasal passages. Close your eye. The recorder by the door noticed first his brush clattering onto the scroll. The guard stepped forward but halted 3 paces from the couch, unwilling to risk contact with the residual markings. Hayashi did not close his Byakugan. You were observing me. Soma raised his sleeve to press against his nose, but blood seeped through the cuff. He offered no denial. It was meaningless. Hayashi's Byakugan pressure had been designed to force exactly this kind of reaction. You asked what made me think you wouldn't burn the incident clean. And the answer? Because you are more stable than Elder Zongren. Soma pushed through the pain to finish. Stable people don't rush to destroy samples. They weigh first, slice archive, and then decide whether to discard. The recorder's brush went completely still. Comparing Hayashi to a laboratory procedure sounded deeply offensive, yet in this moment it struck with such precision that rebuttal was impossible. Hayashi closed his Byakugan. The pain frequency in the residual markings eased, and Soma's vision finally withdrew from the green noise. You should not treat the main house as an observable subject. If the branch family cannot watch the blade, how would they know where it falls? Silence settled in the quiet room for several breaths. The guards straightened further, the recorder bent to clean ink stains from his scroll, and no one dared respond. Hayashi rose. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo adaptive observation. The main house will arrange a peer from the branch family to assist with testing. Soma's first thought was Niji. As predicted, Hayashi added the second half as he reached the door. Niji will participate in delivering medicine and recording external reactions. The recorder lifted his head sharply, then immediately bowed it again. Bringing Niji into this meant placing a branch family prodigy, who harbored resentment toward the main house, right beside Soma. Hayashi couldn't possibly be unaware of the risks. Nor did Soma mistake this for any gesture of goodwill. This was a test. They wanted to see whether Niji had been influenced by Soma, whether Soma would use Niji as a conduit, and whether the caged bird's residual markings would react to another branch family member who had already been branded. 3 tests for the price of 1. A clan leader's calculations rang louder than any research funding dispute. Hayashi opened the door and daylight sliced into the quiet room. Hyuga Soma, next time I ask what you see, you'd better prove more valuable than today. Before the door closed, Soma caught sight of Niji, standing at the far end of the outer corridor. He carried a medicine tray, his forehead protector pulled low enough to conceal everything above his eyes, and his gaze rested on Soma's bloodstained sleeve cuff. When Ning Si entered with the medicine, 2 guards outside the door simultaneously fixed their gaze upon his hands. On the tray rested only a bowl of medicine, a roll of fresh bandages, and 3 bitter pills for pain relief. It was nothing unusual for branch family children to deliver food and medicine, but what stood out was that this particular offering was destined for a peer who had just suffered a backlash from the elders at the ancestral hall. The guards inspected the medicine bowl with silver needles, then had a medical ninja taste a spoonful as a precaution. By the time the procedure was completed, the medicine had cooled considerably. Ning Xian never once rushed the process, standing at the doorway with his posture as rigid and upright as the ironwood post at the edge of the training ground. Song Jie leaned back against the low couch, eyeing the suspiciously colored medicine, and mentally scored the main family's medical standards conservatively active ingredients unknown -80 points for taste alone. Using children as test subjects was one thing, but to make medicine this unpalatable showed zero humanity. A guard stepped aside half a pace. Ning Xiai entered and set the medicine tray on the small table beside the couch. Between them lay a distance a guard could easily reach across to intervene. Ning Xiai did not sit, nor did he rush to speak. Instead, he placed the bandage neatly beside the medicine bowl. The guard outside could see his back, but not the faint creases Ning Xi's fingertips had pressed into the edge of the bandage. Song Jie caught a glance. 3 short folds, 1 long. There were no secret signals among the branch family children of the Haishi clan. At least none on the surface. But on the training grounds, certain unwritten gestures always existed. If someone was punished to kneel, other children would shift their water bowl a little closer. If someone wished to warn that the main family instructor had arrived, they would erase half the chalk line from the wooden post. 3 short, 1 long. The meaning was simple: someone is watching. Song Jie lifted the medicine bowl. The steam had already dissipated. He brought the rim close to his nose and detected pain-relieving herbs and ingredients that suppressed chakra activity. The main family had no intention of making him comfortable. They only wanted to prevent the curse marks from rupturing. Did Risai send you? Ning Xi's gaze swept over his forehead and lingered at the edge of the curse marks. Fresh green lines were mostly obscured by the sealing cloth, yet their intermittent pulsing was still visible beneath the skin. Delivering medicine, recording reactions. The chakra signature of the guard outside did not change. The answer was consistent with the mission. Song Jie took a sip of the medicine, his tongue root going numb from bitterness. He barely restrained himself from launching into a modern graduate student's condemnation of feudal herbal aesthetics. Considering his vital signs were being recorded, he held his tongue. Reaction: terrible taste. One of the guards tilted his head to glance at him. The sound of the scribe's brush against the scroll outside paused for a moment. Ning Xiai pushed the pills on the tray an inch closer. The medicine is not for you to judge the taste. Then I shall record the second item: a temporary decline in the desire to live after consumption. The young guard's mouth twitched, then tightened again. Ning Xiai remained expressionless, merely unfurling the bandage to reveal a blank strip of cloth in the center. No writing at all. Yet Song Jie grew more alert. If Ning Xiai knew they were being watched, the blankness itself might be the message. A fine strand of hair clung to the edge of the bandage, short, nestled within the fibers, easily mistaken for weaving thread if not examined closely. It was Ning Xi's own hair. Song Jie's hand paused for half a breath as he held the bowl. This specimen was too valuable. Ning Xiai bore the caged bird seal. His curse marks were stable, and he was a prodigy of the branch family. The residual chakra frequency on the hair strand was exceedingly faint, but for Song Jie, it was sufficient to construct an initial model. The problem was that the guards might have seen it too. When Song Jie set the bowl back down, he deliberately let his fingers knock over the nearby pills. 3 pills rolled toward the edge of the couch, and 1 landed at Ning Xi's feet. A guard stepped forward. Don't move. Song Jie bent his head to retrieve it, but the movement pulled at the curse marks on his forehead. The third layer of pain anchors seized violently. He braced himself against the edge of the couch, his pallor requiring no act. Ning Xiai was the first to bend down, retrieving the pill and returning it to the tray. His fingertips brushed the bandage, and the hair strand adhered to the pill was delivered to Song Jie's hand. The motion was as natural as simply helping a frail patient tidy up. Song Jie swallowed the pill, sliding the hair strand beneath his tongue at the same time. He waited for the bitterness of the medicine to mask the foreign sensation, then used chakra to push the hair to the side of his mouth. The guards outside had not noticed. Ning Xiai returned to his original position, his gaze falling on the medicine bowl. Can you truly make the caged bird turn and bite its master? The question was strikingly direct, as though posed on behalf of those outside. All attention from the guards concentrated inward, and the scribe's brush resumed its scratch against the scroll. Song Jie looked at the dark residue remaining in the medicine bowl. I can only prove that it is not divine. Ning Xi's shoulder line tightened for an instant. His forehead was concealed beneath his headband, his posture perfectly disciplined, but the words clearly struck a nerve. Song Jie continued, keeping his voice within earshot of those outside. A deity would not require 6 structural layers, would not suffer backlash from old injuries, and would certainly not writhe chaotically across wooden boards. It is a jutsu, and as long as it is a jutsu, it has inputs, outputs, degradation, and errors. The scribe outside wrote with furious speed. Ning Xiai did not engage with the word deity. Instead, he looked at the curse marks on Song Jie's forehead, as if trying to confirm just how far that broken line could drag the main family down. Can you dismantle it? A guard raised his hand to grip his kunai handle. The question had crossed the line. Song Jia could not answer yes. Nor could he answer no. The former would provoke the main family's lethal intent. The latter would strip Ning Xiai of his reason to continue taking risks. Right now I can't even stabilize my own. Song Jia pushed the medicine bowl away. Before tearing down a house, you must at least know which beams bear the weight. Tear blindly, and you will crush the people inside first. Ning Xiai understood. He took half a step back toward the door as though his task was concluded, and he was preparing to leave. But at the threshold, he suddenly stopped, turned, and picked up the roll of bandage from the medicine tray once more. The medical ninja said the sealing cloth on your forehead must be changed tomorrow morning. The guard reached out to inspect the bandage. Ning Xiai allowed him to examine it, and only after the roll had been turned over did he return it to the small table. The guard checked only for concealed weapons, paper, or medicine, and paid no attention to a loosened thread on the inner side of the bandage roll. The thread pointed southeast. Southeast was the direction of the branch family quarters, and where Ning Xiai resided. Song Jia bit the inside of his cheek, pressing the hair strand beneath his molars. His mouth was filled with the bitterness of medicine and the coppery taste of blood. Will you be delivering the medicine again tomorrow morning? It depends on arrangements. The guard impatiently urged him out. As Ning Xiai crossed the threshold, footsteps of a third person echoed from the corridor outside. Zhongren. The guards quickly bowed. Ning Xiai was forced to halt against the wall, holding the empty medicine tray, watching helplessly as Zhongren approached. Zhongren's left eye was wrapped in sealing cloth, and his right eye carried a gloom that could scrape flesh from bone. He did not enter the meditation room, merely standing at the doorway to study Song Jia. Did you drink the medicine, Oi? With the hair strand still pressed beneath his tongue, Song Jia had to speak cautiously. I did. Good. Drink more of it. Don't die too quickly. Zhongren's gaze swept over Ning Xiai. You're the one delivering the medicine. Ning Xi's hand holding the tray did not waver. Lord Rich's arrangement. The branch family's children, one more reckless than the next. Zhongren extended his hand to the guard. Let me see the medicine tray. Ning Xiai handed the tray over. As Zhongren drew near, the curse marks on Song Jia's forehead flared violently. The fracture at the sixth layer seemed to sense the scent of an old port and actually extended a faint thread of green light toward Zhongren. Zhongren's right eye caught that movement. His expression darkened instantly, and he retreated half a pace, chakra instinctively gathering within his sleeve. The guard saw it too. The atmosphere in the room tightened like a drawn bowstring. If Zhongren claimed the curse marks had attacked him, Song Jia could have his limbs sealed on the spot, and Ning Xiai would be dragged into the fallout as well. Before Zhongren could speak, Song Jia slammed his forehead against the wooden pillow at the edge of the couch. Not hard, but enough to vibrate the curse marks. The third layer of pain anchors was disrupted by the external force. The green line recoiled to his forehead, and his own vision went dark from the pain. Blood streamed from his nose, dripping onto the bedding. Don't come closer. He gasped for breath, his voice hoarse and raw, as if genuinely terrified. Elder Zhongren's frequency provokes the curse marks. They search for ports chaotically. If you come any nearer, I cannot control them. This phrasing reframed, attacking Zhongren, into Zhongren triggered an incident. The direction of blame had shifted. Zhongren's face darkened to its limits. He wanted to lash out, but that green thread had genuinely reached toward him. If he pressed further, the risk would fall first upon his own left eye. From the far end of the corridor came the voice of Rich's guard. Elder Zhongren, Lord Richa requests your presence at the medical chamber to re-examine your left eye. The word requests was polite, but the guard's position blocked any path for lingering. Zhongren stared at Song Jia for a long moment before throwing the medicine tray back into Ning Xi's hands. The bowl struck the tray with a sharp crack. Watch him, and watch the one who delivers the medicine. After Zhongren departed, Ning Xiai passed the doorway with the tray in hand. Their eyes did not meet, not even for a fraction of a moment. The door closed. Song Jia leaned back against the couch, using the tip of his tongue to press the hair strand between his teeth. Then, borrowing the motion of wiping blood, he extracted it and concealed it within the blood-stained interior of his sleeve. The residual chakra frequency on the hair strand was exceedingly faint, yet a unique green static clung to it like a veil. Ning Xi's caged bird seal ran far deeper than that of an ordinary branch family member. After the third night patrol, the guards outside the quiet room were replaced by 2 senior branch family ninja. The advantage of veteran guards was their steady experience. They would not draw swords at the slightest movement of Song Jia turning over. But their disadvantage was their fixed patrol rhythm, which actually gave Song Jia a calculable window. Every 120 breaths, the right side guard would circle to the corridors and to inspect the ceiling lantern. The left side guard would simultaneously flip through the record board, confirming the symptom entries left by the previous round of medical ninja. The time both guards' line of sight left the door crack simultaneously did not exceed 6 breaths. 6 breaths were enough. Song Jia retrieved a hair from the bloodstains on his sleeve cuff and pressed it against his fingertip. The hair was so short it was nearly invisible, with only a trace of extremely thin chakra membrane remaining at the root. A normal Byakugan would treat it as environmental noise, but the microscopic true, I could amplify it to an analyzable range. Lowest eye-opening setting. The chakra frequency on the hair appeared first, familiar sharp stable. Around 372 Hz, matching the NGI chick waveform recorded from the training grounds back then. Then the green cursed seal noise surfaced. Song Jia had expected to see the mature residue of an ordinary cage bird first layer framework, decay marks, second layer visual anchor, faint echoes, third layer pain circuit, inertia waves. The actual presented structure had one extra ring. It was an extremely thin reinforcement loop adhered to the outer side of the third layer pain anchor, as if someone had added a secondary amplifier to the original pain circuit. It did not kill, nor did it blind. Its sole purpose was to preheat the pain signal ahead of time. A reserve channel. Branch family ninja only needed their chakra to display a specific resistance waveform. The pain layer need not fully activate to deliver a warning level pain first. The pain was not intense, but it was enough to interrupt chakra gathering enough to condition the body's reflexes. This was not ordinary control. This was taming. Song Jia's teeth clenched. NGI chick's usual near self-torturing precision likely had part of its origin in long-term resistance against this reserve channel. Every time he raged, every time he tried to clash with the main family, his forehead would warn him first, don't even think about it. Keeping a genius caged was not enough. The main family had also installed early warning alarms on the cage. 6 breaths were running out. Song Jia closed his eyes and hid the hair back in his sleeve. The forehead residual pattern was pulled by the microscopic true eye, and the third layer pain circuit twitched faintly. He bit his teeth and prevented his body's reactions from reaching outside the door. The sound of the left guard turning the record board stopped. Song Jia leveled his breathing. No movement outside the door. First round passed. He needed more time. In the second round window, he compared the reinforcement ring on NGI chick's hair with his own incomplete curse seal. His own third layer was unsealed, the pain anchor like a broken hook. NGI chick's third layer was completely sealed, plus a reserve channel. Layered together, they just barely filled in a circuit path hidden by the main family's mature curse seal. This meant a terrible fact: the cage bird on NGI chick was not a simple mature version. It seemed to have been separately reinforced. Why? NGI chick was the branch family's genius, and the main family feared he would lose control. It may also be connected to his father. As long as Hiyori was alive and the Hinata incident had not yet occurred, NGI chick had already been reinforced, showing the main family's vigilance toward this line predated any external crisis. Before the third round window even began, new footsteps sounded outside the door. Song Jia hid the hair back in his sleeve, turned his body toward the inner side of the bed, and pretended to be comatose from the drug's effects. The door opened. It was not NGI chick who entered, nor a medical ninja. A main family recorder arrived with 2 guards carrying a small sealing box in his hands. The box opened to reveal a wooden fragment carved from the side wall of the ancestral hall, marked with green residual patterns pressed beneath ceiling cloth. The recorder placed the box 3 feet from the bed. Lord Hiyori orders observation of the residual patterns. Mutual response. Song Jia cursed inwardly. Hiyori moved swiftly, questioning by day, conducting comparative experiments with ancestral hall wood at night. The main family finally demonstrated some research efficiency, though the subject was himself, making the experience unbearable. As soon as the wood settled, the residual patterns on Song Jia's forehead began pulsing in sync. The green patterns bulged outward through the ceiling cloth, and the residual patterns on the wood fragment glowed simultaneously, the 2 circuits calibrating frequencies across empty space. The guard retreated half a step, while the recorder leaned forward to get a clearer view. Don't come too close. Song Jia pushed himself up from the bed. It will seize chakra. The recorder ignored the warning, gathering a sliver of detection chakra at his fingertips and reaching toward the ceiling cloth's edge. The wood fragment's residual patterns moved first. A thin green thread emerged from the ceiling cloth's crevice and wrapped around the recorder's fingertip. His expression shifted as chakra was siphoned away, his fingers going numb. When he tried to shake it off, the green thread instead climbed upward along the chakra circuit. The guard drew his sword, but could not determine where to strike. The residual patterns on Song Jia's forehead were pulled at the same frequency, causing his vision to darken with pain. He still reached out and grabbed the medicine bowl beside the bed, hurling it at the wood fragment. The bowl shattered against the box's edge, spilling residual liquid onto the ceiling cloth. Analgesic herbs mixed with chakra-suppressing agents seeped in, slowing the green thread's movements by half a beat. Cut off chakra input. The recorder finally severed his fingertip detection. Deprived of its source, the green thread retreated into the wood fragment. A pale green ring marked the recorder's fingertip as if strangled by fine wire. The guard's face turned ashen. Song Jia fell back onto the bed, his forehead's residual patterns jumping chaotically. Record this. His words came fractured from the pain. The residual patterns will track actively inputted chakra. The liquid suppresses, but only slows it down. The recorder did not need prompting this time. With his left hand still numb, his right hand seized the brush. He wrote faster than during the day, his characters crooked, but capturing every detail without omission. The main family's records finally contained experimental data, at the cost of nearly losing a recorder to the cursed seal circuit's trail. Urgent footsteps approached from outside. Hiyori entered the quiet room, surveying the shattered bowl medicinal liquid, wood fragment sealing box, and the green mark on the recorder's fingertip. He first scanned Song Jie's forehead before turning his gaze to the wood fragment. Who gave you permission to make contact? The recorder's face drained of color as he dropped to his knees. I only wanted to verify the reaction intensity. Inputting chakra without authorization nearly connected you directly to the residual patterns. Hiyori gestured to the guard, ordering the recorder to the medical room with his right meridian sealed for observation over 2 hours. Before he was taken away, Song Jie spoke up suddenly. Don't seal too tightly. The green mark sits on the fingertip's surface. Force sealing the main meridians could push the residue into the wrist. Hiyori's white eye scanned the recorder's fingers. After a moment, he revised, sealed the superficial branch lines. The recorder's gaze toward Song Jie had completely shifted now. Not gratitude, but something closer to lingering terror. If he had followed the original procedure and sealed the main meridians, his hand might not have survived. The door closed again, leaving only Hiyori and 2 guards in the quiet room. Hiyori did not ask how Song Jie determined the green mark's location. Instead, his gaze fell on his sleeve. Extend your hand. Song Jie's heart tightened. NGI Chick's hair remained hidden in the sleeve. Despite the chaotic sequence of events, the medicinal liquid, the shattered bowl, the residual pattern reactions, Hiyori still caught that moment when he instinctively protected his sleeve. He extended his left hand with the sleeve falling naturally, concealing the hair in his right sleeve. Hiyori watched him. The other one. The bloodstain on the right sleeve's inner side had already dried. The hair clung to the blood scab's edge, nearly invisible to the naked eye. But Hiyori's Byakugan mastery meant he might not detect the faint chakra on the hair itself, yet he could sense the slight unnatural tension in Song Jie's right arm meridians. Song Jie could not refuse. He slowly extended his right hand. Just then the residual pattern on his forehead was pulled by the wood fragment again, the pain causing his wrist to tremble. The sleeve slipped down half an inch, revealing the dried bloodstain and that short hair. Hiyori's gaze halted. What is this? Before Song Jie could formulate the optimal answer, a guard's report came from outside. Elder Sogo has requested an audience. He claims Song Jie is hoarding cursed seal samples and demands immediate secondary rewriting. Hiyori's eyes shifted from the hair to Song Jie's face. When the words secondary overwrite reached the quiet room, the pain from the residual patterns on Song Jie's forehead seemed to dim slightly. Not because it lessened. It was simply that a new threat overpowered the old agony, and his body's survival instincts automatically muted the background alarms. It was the same as when the laboratory alarms blared in his previous life. When a true catastrophe struck, the trembling stopped, and his mind began coldly cataloging procedures. His hair had been exposed. Zhong Ren was closing in. Richa held the authority to decide their fate. 3 strings tightened simultaneously. Richa did not let Zhong Ren enter. He plucked the stray hair from Song Jie's sleeve, caught it on a sealing tag, and scanned it with his Byakugan for 2 breaths. Ningxi's. Song Jie made no pretense of ignorance. When it came to the chakra frequency of the Byakugan, no one knew better than Richa. He dropped it while delivering medicine. You hit it. There are remnants of the caged bird seal upon it. I need a control sample, Song Jie replied, deliberately sidestepping Ningxi's motives. The 2 guards simultaneously looked to Richa. For a branch family child to secretly hoard another branch member's cursed seal residue was punishment enough under normal circumstances. But placed against Song Jie, it gave Zhong Ren ample grounds to crush him. Richa folded the sealing tag and tucked it into his sleeve. The sample is confiscated. Ningxi's medicine deliveries are suspended. It was lighter than expected. Before Song Jie could even exhale in relief, Richa's next words fell. Starting tonight, a 3rd guard detail will be posted outside the quiet room. If you are found hiding anything related to a cursed seal again, Zhong Ren will get the override opportunity he wants. The warning was clear. Richa could hold Zhong Ren back once, maybe twice, but he would not endlessly clean up after Song Jie. Outside the door, Zhong Ren's impatience grew. His voice carried through the wooden panels. Richa, how long will you continue to shield him? A branch heretic secretly hoarding cursed seal samples is proof enough. Richa opened the door. Zhong Ren stood in the corridor, his left eye now covered by a thicker layer of sealing cloth. His right eye fixated inward, scanning Song Jie's sleeves before sweeping over Richa's palms. Someone had clearly tipped him off about the hair, and the timing was unervingly fast. There was a mole inside the quiet room. Song Jie mentally recalibrated the chakra frequencies of the 3 guards outside. The young guard from the afternoon shift was absent, yet the information still leaked out after the rotation changed. The leak could be in the record keeper or possibly within the medical ninja pharmacy. The main family was not a monolith, and Zhong Ren had many allies. Zhong Ren raised a finger pointing directly at Song Jie. Secondary overwrite. Tonight. I will supervise personally replace the practitioner, complete the residual patterns, and seal the Byakugan. It sounded like eliminating a threat, but in reality, it meant shoving Song Jie back under the full control of the caged bird. Once the patterns were completed, the main family would reclaim authority. Once the Byakugan was sealed, Song Jie would lose his utility. As for whether he lived or died, that depended entirely on Zhong Ren's mood. Richa blocked the doorway. The Elder Council has not yet ruled. I have already requested 3 elders to convene for an overnight review, Zhong Ren retorted, producing a sealing talisman. Before the review, we conduct a night interrogation. I need to confirm whether there are external forces behind him. Konoha Yinbyu root or Uchiha remnants. At the word root, Song Jie's heart gave a subtle flicker. At this point in time, root had not officially extended its reach here, yet Zhong Ren took the initiative to throw the name around. Was it a casual accusation, or did the Zhong family already know of such dark hands operating within the village? Either way, it signaled that if the village's upper echelons discovered a flaw in the caged bird, the Hyuga would be deeply unsettled. Richa took the talisman and examined the chakra seals of the 3 elders upon it. It was genuine. Zhong Ren had bypassed Richa entirely, directly invoking the Elder Council's authority. Though it was merely a night interrogation rather than a formal sentencing, it was enough to drag Song Jie out of Richa's exclusive jurisdiction. The quiet room was no longer the venue. Song Jie was hauled to his feet by 2 guards, a sealing cloth draped over his forehead, his wrists loosely bound with chakra cords. Bound too tightly might irritate the residual patterns, too loose, and he might thrash. The guards moved with more caution than if they were escorting explosive tags. The night interrogation took place in another stone chamber underground. In the center of the stone chamber sat a low wooden chair, its backrest and armrests carved with sealing patterns. Zhong Ren sat opposite, flanked by 2 unfamiliar main family enforcers. Richa did not sit merely standing by the side wall, like a supervisor, yet always ready to cut losses. As Song Jie was forced into the chair, the residual patterns were drawn toward the seal carvings, and the pain drilled from his forehead backward behind his eyes. He nearly cursed aloud on the spot. The chair was not a torture device, but it was specifically designed to suppress chakra flow. For an ordinary branch member, it was merely a restriction on movement. For someone like him, whose forehead already harbored half-exposed threads, it was akin to plugging a malfunctioning computer into a faulty power strip. Zhong Ren read his reaction, and a sliver of satisfaction finally touched his lips. Hyuga Song Jie, 3 questions for the night interrogation. First, where does your Byakugan anomaly originate? Song Jie leaned back against the chair, the chakra cords pressing into his wrists. He attempted to mobilize a thread of chakra, but it was immediately disrupted the moment it neared his forehead. No forceful resistance. A congenital defect. Zhong Ren's fingers formed half a seal. The patterns on the chair's backrest flared to life. The residual marks on Song Jie's forehead were activated, and the 3rd layer of pain anchors clamped down violently. His back slammed against the chair. His teeth bit through his tongue, and the coppery tang of blood spread. Zhong Ren stared at him. A defect can counterattack the main family elders. The elder's left eye bears an old wound. Murderous intent surged in Zhong Ren's right eye, and his hand seal pressed down another half-inch. The intensity of the pain doubled. In Song Jie's vision, green threads danced chaotically. He heard the guards shifting their weight nearby. Richa did not intervene. If a night interrogation caused no pain, it would cease to be one. Richa needed Zhong Ren to run the procedure to completion, and he also needed to see what Song Jie would slip under such extreme pressure. Very well. They all wanted to watch. So he would give them something they could withstand. Song Jie forced his breathing into ragged gasps, as if dragged to the edge of collapse. If you continue activating the residual patterns this way, your left eye will be drawn in. Zhong Ren's hand seal did not stop. You think the same words will save you twice? Not to save me. Song Jie locked eyes with Zhong Ren's bandaged left eye. Your old wound channel still carries traces of my inverse phase frequency. Every time you stimulate the residual pattern with the same casting rhythm, that frequency will arc back into your ocular nerve. The first time it merely seeped blood. The second time it will tear open the healing layer. Zhong Ren's fingers froze in midair. He did not want to believe it. Yet a needle prick pain genuinely radiated from beneath the sealing cloth on his left eye, consistent with the aftershocks of the shrine backlash. Richa's Byakugan activated, sweeping toward Zhong Ren's left eye. After a moment, he stepped forward. Zhong Ren ceased using the original hand seal sequence. Zhong Ren's face turned ashen. He is manipulating you. Your left eye's chakra is destabilizing, Richa said, offering no out. Switch to a different interrogation seal, or change the examiner. Zhong Ren's knuckles stiffened for several breaths, before he ultimately shifted his hand seals. The patterns on the chair's backrest shifted accordingly, transforming Song Jie's forehead pain from sharp tearing pulls into a steady crushing pressure. Less effective, but far safer. In that instant of transition, Song Jie captured the frequency emitting from Zhong Ren's left eye channel. The inverse phase pulse left by that single needle in the shrine had not fully dissipated. It was like a grain of sand lodged in a gear. As long as Zongren followed the original pathway to cast his jutsu, the sand would grind once more. It was one of his survival ammunition pieces. Zongren suppressed his fury and posed the second question. Who taught you to parse the caged bird? No one. Those in branch family history who touched this thread were all purged. What gives a 9-year-old waste like you the right to understand it? Because you have used the same set of techniques for centuries, Song Jia replied, his fingers numb from pain, yet his mind sharpening. Old arts breed old habits. The older the wiring, the more patchwork repairs it bears. You treat it as ancestral doctrine, I treat it as an old house. Zongren sneered. An old house. Thick plaster does not mean the beams are not rotted. Song Jia shifted his gaze to the ceiling patterns on the chair's backrest. For instance, this chair. There is wear at the junction where the third suppression line meets the left armrest. Press it 2 more times, and the restraint on the left hand will lag by half a beat. Both enforcers simultaneously looked toward the left armrest. Richa did as well. After scanning it with his Byakugan, he confirmed the wear was real. It was exceedingly subtle, the sort of detail no ordinary interrogator would ever inspect prior to use. Zongren got no answer, but instead Song Jia had proven another capability. He could dismantle and red seal structures not limited to the caged bird. This was more dangerous than the first 2 questions. Zongren realized it too. He dropped the who taught you line and turned to the third inquiry. Have you come into contact with Konoha Yenbyu? Has anyone directed you to snoop upon the Hyuga cursed seals? Finally, the question of external forces. Song Jia knew he could not rely solely on denial. If the main family believed he had backers, they would kill him to prevent leaks. If they believed he had no background, they might simply execute him outright. The best answer was to steer the Zong family's fear toward cannot touch him, not yet. I have not contacted Yenbyu. Song Jia allowed a minor disruption of chakra to ripple along the edges of his residual patterns, worsening his pallor with the effort. But after that night at the shrine, Konoha will know sooner or later. Zongren leaned forward. You leaked it. The main family elders scream in the shrine. The branch family children's ceiling paused for newly sealed individuals sent to the infirmary, the residual patterns carved from the wooden board and preserved. With each item, Song Jia listed the enforcer beside him darkened further. Do you think Yenbyu are deaf, or that the Hyuga clan compound never lets the wind pass? No one spoke in the stone chamber. Konoha excelled above all at monitoring bloodline families. The Uchiha had only recently been wiped out. Such a massive anomaly within the Hyuga ranks would inevitably draw questions from the Hokage's faction sooner or later. Zongren slammed his palm onto the low table. Then your mouth should be sealed all the more. Sealing your mouth is acceptable, Song Jia said, glancing at Richa. But before the village asks, you would do well to know how to explain it first. Tell them Elder Zongren's jutsu failed. That a branch family waste triggered a backlash against the caged bird. Or that the Hyuga family's ancestral curse seal crawls onto wooden boards. Richa finally spoke. Enough. The night interrogation was abruptly halted. Zongren wanted to continue, but a trace of blood seeped from beneath the ceiling cloth on his left eye. He pressed a hand to it, his face turning stark white. Even after switching his hand seals, he had unconsciously used chakra to suppress his rage, and the old wound channel tugged once more. Song Jia did not miss it. The crack has deepened. Those words froze Zongren completely. Richa stepped to his side in one motion, his Byakugan sweeping beneath the ceiling cloth on his left eye. After a moment, he ordered night interrogation suspended. Elder Zongren returned to the infirmary. Zongren locked onto Song Jia, his right eye piercing, as if to nail him to the chair. Every word you speak tonight will serve as evidence for the verdict. Song Jia slumped back into the ceiling chair. The residual patterns on his forehead danced in chaotic knots, yet a smear of blood from his bitten lip lingered at the corner of his mouth. Then I ask that you record everything thoroughly. Especially that the elder's left eye cracked again. As Zongren was helped away by his guards, a small silhouette flashed at the far end of the corridor outside the stone chamber. Ning Xiai stood just beyond the corner, still holding the return medicine tray. He likely had only lingered after being forbidden from delivering medicines drawn by the noise of the night interrogation. Yet Song Jia saw a separate shadow retreat into the darkness a step ahead of Ning Xiai. Besides Ning Xiai, someone else was eavesdropping. As the door seams closed, Song Jia heard that person's footsteps depart with extreme lightness. The frequency was unfamiliar, and their chakra was suppressed to near zero fluctuation. Zongren's people, or something far deeper. The door sealed shut, and strange footsteps had already vanished into the depths of the corridor. Song Jia was bound to the interrogation chair, the remnant patterns on his forehead still twitching erratically. The seal patterns on the chair back had not been removed. The chakra suppression crawled along his spine toward his limbs, as if forcing a person into a malfunctioning device and running flawed code. The pain was not the most troubling matter. What troubled him most was that the shadow he had just seen had retreated with unnatural steadiness. Naji stood in the open, a medicine tray in hand, his demeanor still youthful. That person had been hiding 3 paces ahead of Naji. When retreating, they made no sound on the wooden planks, lowering their chakra to near ambient levels. Few in the Hyuga clan grounds mastered such a stealth technique. If Zhongren's people had this level of skill, they would have dragged him out of the meditation chamber long ago to blind him. Richa's people had no need to hide from a nighttime interrogation conducted by their own. A third party, Song Jie, filed away this judgment and focused on the immediate crisis. Richa stepped to the interrogation chair and pressed his hand against the third seal pattern on the backrest. Chakra flowed in, and the suppression seals extinguished one after another. The connection point on the left armrest lagged behind as expected. The where Song Jie had pointed out became more apparent as the seal dissolved. An executor of the Zhong family beside him darkened in expression, his hand still resting on his sword hilt, as though the chair's malfunction counted as Song Jie's provocation. Release him. The executor hesitated for a breath, then looked down and loosened the chakra rope binding Song Jie's wrists. As soon as the rope withdrew, blood surged back into his fingertips, the numbness so sharp it felt as though his hands could be severed and reattached. Song Jie remained still, allowing two guards to lift him from the chair. When his right foot touched the ground, his knee buckled slightly, but he used the guard's arms to steady himself and avoided kneeling directly on the Zhong family interrogation room floor. Richa observed the remnant patterns beneath the seal cloth on Song Jie's forehead. Did you provoke Zhongren's left eye into expanding its cracks? He applied the original casting seal himself to stimulate the remnant patterns. Song Jie's voice was rough from pain. I only warned him not to offer his eye as experimental material. The executor's arm tightened. Such words were hardly fitting for a branch family child to speak. But the nighttime interrogation had just ended and Zhongren's left eye was bleeding again. No one dared deliver a killing strike to Song Jie's forehead at this moment. The line was delicate. Song Jie balanced on the edge every step like walking on needles. Richa did not press the wording. There was someone else in the corridor just now. Song Jie's heart stirred. Richa had noticed as well. I only saw Naji. He kept his answer thin, and another presence with suppressed frequency who retreated swiftly. Not an ordinary branch family member, nor one of the two executors near Elder Zhongren. Richa turned to the guard at the door. Seal off the eastern corridor underground. Check all shift records from tonight. The guard departed with the order, and the remaining personnel escorted Song Jie back to the meditation chamber. Passing the corner, Naji was still standing there. The medicine tray was already empty, and a crack ran along the rim of the bowl, likely from when Zhongren had thrown it earlier. The two passed each other separated by 3 guards. Naji gave no signal, only pulling the medicine tray half an inch closer to his body as Song Jie passed. A small fragment of broken porcelain at the tray's base brushed against the rim, producing an almost inaudible sound. Song Jie understood. He was warning him someone was watching. Back in the meditation chamber, the guard detail outside had been reinforced to 3 shifts. Previously 2 guarded the door and 1 patrolled the corridor, now 4 chakra signatures pressed evenly outside, and an additional seal lamp had appeared at the other end of the underground passage. Richa moved with extraordinary speed, patching security protocols faster than Song Jie's previous life's server maintenance ever was. But the problem was the more patches, the more sluggish the system became. His chance to secretly inspect the remnant patterns had doubled in difficulty. A medical ninja arrived half a quarter hour later and re-examined the seal cloth on his forehead. When the medicinal powder was applied, the 3rd layer pain anchor felt as though someone had twisted it, and Song Jie's fingers struck against the bed's edge with a sharp sound. The medical ninja paused. Pain response has intensified. The nighttime interrogation stimulation was excessive. The remnant pattern edges show signs of spreading. The recorder had been replaced. A senior Zhong family woman with her right fingertips wrapped in seal cloth, clearly having heard about the previous recorder nearly being bitten by the wood shard remnant pattern. She wrote with extreme caution, glancing at Song Jie's forehead every 2 lines as though green threads might emerge from the parchment. Song Jie waited until the medical ninja had put away the medicinal powder before speaking. Do not use painkillers to suppress the 3rd layer anymore. The medical ninja's hands paused. The remnant pattern's pain frequency has become more chaotic. Painkillers only suppress physical responses, the circuits still twitch. Song Jie pointed to the dark brown ointment in the medicine box. Switch to a hemostatic ointment with weaker chakra suppression. Do not touch the center of the seal cloth. Only apply it to the edges. The harder you suppress, the more it will seek new entry points. The elder medical ninja was reluctant to take orders from him and glanced toward the recorder. But the recorder refused to take responsibility, merely hovering her brush over the scroll and waiting for the medical ninja to decide on her own. With the responsibility back in her hands, the medical ninja's expression darkened. In the end, she switched the ointment. As soon as the ointment touched the seal cloth's edge, the remnant pattern on his forehead pulsed slightly slower. The change was modest, but sufficient for the recorder to put pen to paper. Song Jie noted the properties internally: gentle hemostasis, mild meridian relaxation, no interference with the 3rd layer. Usable. A dispute erupted outside the door. Zhongren had not come himself. Instead, 2 executors he had dispatched blocked the meditation chamber entrance, demanding to inspect the nighttime interrogation records. Richa's guards barred their entry and both sides exchanged words in hushed tones while Chakra was drawn up. The Elders' Council has the authority to review. Lord Richa's order is to seal the nighttime interrogation records first. Can Lord Richa seal Elder Zhongren's records? Elder Zhongren's left eye is still in the medical room. The review order lacks his real-time chakra mark. That strike was precise. With Zhongren's left eye crack widened and his chakra seal temporarily unstable, without a real-time mark his people could only stand outside the door and watch helplessly. Song Jia leaned against the couch listening to the commotion outside. The Zhong family's internal accountability chain was fermenting. Zhongren could not touch him personally in the short term, but he would grow more urgent than before. The longer the left eye injury was delayed, the more likely it was to become permanent damage. If an elder lost his Byakugan due to a failed engraving by a worthless branch family member, he would live the rest of his life as a laughingstock within the clan. A man like him would not wait for the Elders' Council to conduct a slow review. He would certainly find an opportunity to eliminate the source of the incident. The meditation chamber door opened after the dispute ended. It was Richa who entered. The recorder and medical ninja retreated to the wall. Richa did not sit. Instead, he placed a sealed roll of nighttime interrogation records on the small table. You said Zhongren would act again within 3 days. Song Jia looked at the seal of the scroll. On the sealing wax was Richa's chakra mark alongside the old seal of the Elders' Council. Richa did not deny that Zhongren would act, indicating he had made the same assessment. Perhaps no longer 3 days now. Song Jia pressed his shoulder and back against the couch board. His left eye cracked once tonight, so his time is even shorter. Reasoning. The wound is at the eye's control port. Each day of delay forces Elder Zhongren to explain why it has not yet healed. Each examination reveals to more Zhong family medical ninja that he was backlashed by the caged bird. Song Jia looked toward the door. He does not kill me for revenge. He kills me to seize back the authority of interpretation. Richa did not refute. You want me to protect you? I want you to understand how he will act. This form of address caused the recorder's brush tip to move slightly. Song Jia lowered his posture, but not his meaning. Richa could perceive it. Speak. The door bolt was jammed in its slot, not fully drawn back. The guarding sentry flipped the seal token over his fingers, lingering at the edge of the wax seal. Rish's chakra imprint was genuine, but the edges had dried too quickly, as though it had been peeled from an older token and pressed anew. The seal tokens forged within the Hyuga clan were crafted with exquisite precision, but ordinary eyes could discern no difference. Yet Songjia detected a familiar scent, not through olfaction. It was a layering discrepancy in the chakra residue. Do not open, Songjia said, propping himself up on the edge of the couch. The residual mark on his forehead twitched with the movement. The imprint was not freshly pressed. Outside the door, the medical ninja's chakra fluctuation faltered by half a beat. The guarding sentry's hand closed over his sword hilt. Step back. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor as Rish's guards arrived. The counterfeit seal token was sealed inside a box. The medical ninja who had come to deliver the order was pinned against the wall, his acupoint sealed. The man offered no resistance, only repeating, "The pharmacy received the order," as if reciting a rehearsed statement. Songjia sat upon the couch, listening through the door as the disciplinary measures unfolded. Zhongren had moved faster than he had anticipated. If the forged order had succeeded, Songjia would have been dragged from the quiet chamber. If it had failed, a pharmacy medical ninja would be sacrificed as a scapegoat. A low-cost probe and an opportunity to test Rish's defensive lines. Once the corridor fell silent, once more the quiet chamber's door was opened. Entering was not Risha but Ningxi. He carried no medicine tray, only a rolled-up sheet of blank recording cloth. The guards outside had clearly received new orders. They permitted him entry, but kept the door swung wide, ensuring every movement within remained under observation. Ningxi set the recording cloth upon the desk, as though conducting an ordinary observation task. Lord Risha has tasked you with recording my external reactions. Songjia leaned his body back against the couch's headboard, doing his best to steady the residual mark on his forehead. To record whether you can distinguish a forged seal token. Ningxi's phrasing was thoroughly official. The guards outside would find nothing amiss in that exchange. Songjia's gaze fell to Ningxi's sleeve cuffs. No bandage signals, no severed hair. Nothing that could conceal information. Ningxi had come empty-handed this time. That very emptiness indicated he had words he could only speak in person. And the result? I can't. Ningxi unrolled the recording cloth, dipped his brush in ink, and wrote 4 characters able to distinguish old seals. His brushstroke bore down a fraction heavier on the final sweep of the character old, causing the ink to bloom into a small blot. Songjia understood. Old seals, more than one. Zhongren still possessed channels through which he could wield those older seals. The guards outside could not read between the lines. They merely thought Ningxi's handwriting had faltered. Songjia bowed his head to the recording cloth. Elder Zhongren will not cease. The guard's attention pressed inward. Yet Ningxi's hand did not pause in its writing. What do you intend to do? Force him to act with something genuine. Sangjia kept his voice within the range that the guards outside could record. A forged order can only seize a medical ninja. It cannot touch Zongren. If you wish for Lord Risha to pass judgment, you must compel Elder Zongren to cross the line himself. Ningxi's brush tip scraped a short scar across the cloth. The guards outside shifted their stance, having clearly heard those words as well. Sangjia did not fear their listening. This plan was meant to be known by certain people, otherwise Risha could not position himself accordingly. Ningxi finally lifted his gaze from the recording cloth. You intend to serve as bait. I already am. Sangjia pointed to his forehead. The difference is whether I lie here and let him choose the time or I choose the ground myself. Ningxi set down his brush and a drop of ink fell onto the cloth's edge. That gesture finally exceeded the bounds of mere record-keeping, prompting a warning from the guards outside. Continue recording. Ningxi took up his brush again and wrote the subject has voluntarily proposed luring Zongren. Sangjia nearly smiled. Excellent. Most official. Placed in the archives it would read like a suicide petition. You've lost your mind. Ningxi's voice remained level, but his brush tore the cloth a second time. Zongren will not merely cause you pain. He will destroy the residual mark directly and then destroy you. Precisely why I must make him believe I am on the verge of breaking the caged bird. Sangjia cast forth the true hook. The more he fears, the more hasty he becomes. The more hasty he grows, the more likely he is to bypass Risha. Ningxi's writing hand froze midair. The guards outside made no protest. This topic had long ceased to be ordinary observation. It implicated an elder of the main house, and none wished to brazenly intervene and bear responsibility. Sangjia continued, send out a piece of intelligence. The half-crest curse mark can record the caster's vulnerabilities. As long as I stabilize the residual mark, I can replicate the frequency of Zongren's left eye channel. Ningxi did not cooperate with the writing this time. Who do you intend to send the message through? You need not assist me. Ningxi regarded him. Sangjia spoke those words for the guards outside to hear, and also for Ningxi. That sentence has already been spoken within these quiet chamber walls. Once the recording cloth is delivered, Zongren's people will naturally come to know. The guards outside exchanged troubled glances. To be treated as a living megaphone was scarcely a pleasant position. Yet they could not plug their ears, nor could they prevent the recording cloth from being reported upward. The stricter Zongren's surveillance system became, the more pathways existed for leaks. Everyone was watching him. Everyone was recording him. And everyone might deliver his every word to a different desk. Such was the inherent vulnerability of organizational structure. In his past life, Sangjia had witnessed this countless times when a project team's permissions were divided too. Finally, every temporary worker could screenshot and share to the group chat. The ninja world merely exchanged screenshots for chakra imprints. The pot had changed, but the broth remained the same. Ningxi folded the recording cloth. I will not help you. Those words were spoken with utter clarity, and the guards outside heard them equally plainly. Sangjia, let the matter rest there. You need only record the truth as it stands. Ningxi departed with the recording cloth in hand. At the doorway, a Zong family guard reached out to inspect the rolled cloth. Ningxi offered no resistance. The cloth was unrolled, revealing only the words previously spoken. After reading it, the guard's expression grew even grimmer than before. The recording cloth would be sent to Risha, but it would inevitably fall into others' hands as well. By evening, the news began to ferment. Though he did not leave the quiet chamber, Sangjia detected shifts in the frequency patterns of the guard rotations outside. For guards had been on fixed rotation, but before nightfall, two unfamiliar frequencies appeared, lingering briefly at the corridor's end before departing. The medicine delivered from the pharmacy changed hands 3 times, and each batch was entirely poured out and re-inspected by the guarding sentries. Someone deliberately exaggerated the phrase, the half-crest curse mark records vulnerabilities. By the third transmission beyond the quiet chamber, it had mutated into Sangjia can use his residual mark to retroactively investigate all past injuries inflicted by any caster. Rumors escalated with remarkable speed, their efficiency comparable to chakra-powered viral content reposts. Sangjia sat upon the couch listening and mentally cataloging the risks. If Zongren did not act, it meant he could still endure, meaning the bait had failed. If Zongren sent someone to act, it meant his evidence was insufficient and he required a second provocation. If Zongren acted in person, Risha had to be present or at least able to intervene in time. Otherwise, Sangjia would die with considerable scientific value, but without any subsequent research paper. At the evening medicine hour, the one who came to the door was Risha himself. He brought no recorder, holding instead the roll of recording cloth from Ningxi. Upon the cloth surface, the phrase, the subject has voluntarily proposed luring Zongren, bore a single circle drawn around it. You are using my guards to transmit your message. Your guards are comparatively safer. Sangjia pushed the medicine bowl farther away. At least it is safer than me stepping outside and shouting it aloud. Risha set the recording cloth upon the desk. Ningxi will not participate. He already has. Sangjia did not mince words. From the day you assigned him to deliver medicine, you placed him within the scheme. To claim non-participation now, would Elder Zongren believe it? Risha's chakra pressed downward. The residual mark on Sanjia's forehead reacted, a thin green thread emerging. He did not flinch, only watching as the sealing cloth pressed that thread back down. You may transfer Ningxi elsewhere. Sanjia continued. Zhongren will believe he carries the samples I require and shift his focus onto him. Or you may allow him to continue his record-keeping. At the very least, all contact would remain above board. Risha did not respond immediately. He walked to the door and ordered the guards to step back 3 paces. With the door half closed, only the two within the quiet chamber could hear one another. What do you consider Ningxi to be? That question was far more difficult to answer than Zhongren's interrogations. Sangjia could have said sample, but that would have severed the thread connecting Risha to his father entirely. As established earlier, Risha's position was already complex. Born of the branch family, yet wielding high authority, and Ningxi was the vulnerability he could least afford to expose. One wrong word, and the entire plan would shatter. Another person destined to be killed by the caged bird. Sangjia pressed his answer to its most fundamental level. I require his curse-mark data, and he requires proof that the Zhong family is not untouchable. Whether it is called a transaction or exploitation, at the very least, it is not deceiving him to his death. Risha's gaze rested upon his face. You are remarkably adept at dressing up exploitation in respectable language. Respectability is worthless. Sanjia looked toward the recording cloth. Survival is what holds value. Outside the door, a guard approached swiftly and halted 3 paces away to report. Elder Zhongren has departed the medical chamber, heading in the direction of the old ancestral shrine. The old ancestral shrine. That was where discarded clan artifacts and old seal materials were stored. From the underground quiet chamber, 2 passages led there. One through the medical chamber, the other through the storage warehouses. If someone wished to engineer an incident of transfer for re-examination, the seal materials in the old shrine would suffice to disguise it as a residual mark malfunction. Risha looked toward Sangjia. Sangjia returned his gaze. The bait had been taken, yet bitten deeper than anticipated. You will not be transferred tonight. Risha made his decision. I will dispatch someone to watch the old shrine. Yet, Sangjia shook his head. He will not strike at the old shrine. That is meant for your eyes. Risha's eyes narrowed. Sangjia reorganized the rotation routes outside the quiet chamber in his mind, finally landing upon the enclosed corridor between the medical chamber and the underground passage. He requires a location you cannot reach in time. A place that also provides justification for my departure from this quiet chamber. Before the first medical ninja inspection tomorrow morning, there will be a problem at the pharmacy. Then they will claim I must be sent to the medical chamber. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, hurried footsteps rang from the corridor's end. The medical ninja in charge of the pharmacy knelt at the doorway, medicine residue clinging to his sleeve cuffs. Lord Risha, the analgesic medicine jars have been contaminated by the residual mark. The medical chamber requests the immediate transfer of Sangjia for reprioritized formulation. Richa did not allow the pharmacy medical ninja to enter. He stood inside the quiet chamber, his Byakugan scanning the herb residues on the man's sleeves. Indeed, a faint green trace of the remnant pattern lingered, so diluted it seemed deliberately wiped thin. The evidence was not fabricated. The problem was its appearance, precisely timed. Sangjia reclined on the couch, the remnant pattern beneath the seal cloth on his forehead flickering faintly. An incident at the pharmacy. A request from the medical ward to transfer him. Every step followed the trajectory he had just deduced, as though someone had pinned a flowchart to the wall and was executing it line by line. Too smooth. Smooth enough to unsettle him. Richa gave the order, seal the pharmacy. All herb jars stay where they are. No medical ninja leaves. The pharmacy medical ninja's face drained of color. But Sangjia's medication switched to the reserve supply. Richa cut him off. The patient does not move. The medical ninja opened his mouth to protest, but another guard appeared at the far end of the corridor. The guard carried a provisional decree from the Elder Council demanding that Sangjia be transferred to the medical chamber for joint verification by 3 medical ninja, whether the remnant pattern contamination had spread to the medicinal stores. The decree was authentic. The seals of all 3 elders were genuine. Zhongren had stopped resorting to forgeries. He had summoned the Elder Council itself, forcing Richa to yield on procedural grounds. Richa could turn away a single forgery. He could refuse the midnight interrogation, refuse Zhongren's approach. But if he blocked even an Elder Council review, the next accusation would be that Richa himself was harboring a heretic from a branch house. Sangjia noticed how Richa's fingers pressed along the edge of the decree token when he took it. Procedure as a weapon, its highest form. More effective than a kunai, and it left a paper trail. A quarter hour later the transfer began. Sangjia was escorted out of the quiet chamber by 2 of Richa's guards. 3 additional layers of seal cloth were wrapped around his forehead. His hands were not tightly bound. Only loose chakra rings circling his wrists. Richa walked ahead in person, 3 Zone clan guards behind him, the medical ninja at the flank. The formation looked absurdly secure. But the underground corridor to the medical chamber was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 to walk abreast. If someone had cleared the guards in advance, sealed the doorway at the bend, and erected a sound-dampening barrier, If Richa was drawn half a step aside, then a window for extrajudicial action would open. Song Jie counted the distance. Past the first seal lantern. Past the second patrol checkpoint. At the third corridor junction, where 2 guards should have been standing, there was no one. Empty. Richa stopped. From the direction of the medical chamber ahead came a sudden explosion. Not the sound of combat, but of a medicine furnace rupturing mingled with a medical ninja's scream. 2 guards behind Richa lunged forward instinctively, but he raised a hand and halted them. At that exact moment something within Song Jie's chakra tugged at the remnant patterns on his forehead, and the third layer of pain anchors constricted like a vice. His knees buckled, and the guard supporting him nearly lost his grip. The remnant pattern reaction is intensifying. The medical ninja called urgently. We cannot stop here in the corridor. We must get him to the medical chamber. Richa's Byakugan swept toward the furnace ahead, then returned to Song Jie's forehead. Both reactions existed simultaneously, as though the pharmacy's remnant pattern contamination had truly resonated with him. Song Jie bit his tongue to suppress the pain. Something's wrong. The moment those words left his lips, seal patterns flared to life beneath his feet. Not the escort seals Richa had laid down, but a containment array carved into the floor long before. Heavy wooden doors dropped at both ends, their thick planks sliding into wall grooves and severing the group into 3 segments. Richa remained in the forward section. Song Jie, the 2 guards, and the medical ninja were trapped in the middle. The Zone clan guards behind were cut off outside the seal. Once the array activated, the medical ninja's expression changed. It was not fear, he was waiting. Song Jie saw it. Cold dread ran down his spine. The medical ninja was Zong Ren's man. In the next instant, the guard supporting Song Jie's left arm struck suddenly palm chakra, driving toward his nape. Someone from Richa's own ranks had been swapped in as well. Song Jie could not dodge everything. His condition did not allow it. A glancing blow to the nape numbed half his shoulder and back. But as he fell, his right hand slipped free from the guard's grasp, his index finger finding the chakra ring around his wrist. Needle mode engaged. Not aimed at a person. Aimed at the chakra ring. With a precise strike, he disrupted the seal node, sending the chakra, meant to restrain his wrist, surging chaotically. The guard thought he was breaking free and reached out. Song Jie redirected the chaotic flow into the man's palm. Numbness shot through the guard's fingers, slowing his reaction by half a beat. Half a beat was enough. He hit the ground and avoided the slender needle flashing from the medical ninja's sleeve. The needle drove deep into the wooden floor, black, medicinal fluid seeping from its tip. Damn. This was not a review. It was a painless silencing package complete with a complimentary poison needle. Impeccable service. The only complaint was that the target refused to go quietly. Beyond the sealed door at the corridor's end, Richa's chakra exploded outward, cracking the wooden barrier. But the sealing array was designed to counter Byakugan chakra strikes. The door held. The medical ninja's second needle came. Song Jie could not roll clear. The nape paralysis was still spreading. He grabbed a corner of the fallen seal cloth with his left hand and held it up as a shield. When the needle tip touched the cloth contaminated by the forehead's remnant pattern, green threads slithered along the shaft, like they had detected active chakra crawling toward the medical ninja's fingers. The medical ninja dropped the needle in terror. It fell to the floor. Song Jie rolled to the wall, his back slamming against the stone slab, the remnant patterns on his forehead flaring with white-hot pain that whitened his vision. A second impact from Richa shook the barrier outside. The sealing array cracked open just enough for sound to bleed through. Moved. But in the middle section, there was still a second threat. Zong Ren emerged from a hidden door in the side wall. The seal cloth over his left eye remained intact, but his right eye was open, the Byakugan active. 2 executors followed close behind. The old ancestral hall was indeed a distraction. The real hidden entrance lay within the sealed corridor leading to the medical chamber. Richa arrived faster than I anticipated, Zong Ren said, glancing at the fractured barrier. But this will suffice. Song Jie leaned against the wall, unable to stand, his right fingertips pressed flat against the floor. Zong Ren did not approach too closely. He had learned his lesson once before. Standing 3 paces away, he signaled the executors to form seals and suppress the remnant patterns. Let the record state death caused by seal disorder. The medical ninja misjudged. The remnant pattern went berserk during transit, causing Song Jie's cranial meridians to collapse. Zong Ren spoke as if reading from a pre-written report. Quite reasonable. Song Jie fixed his gaze on the area beneath the seal cloth covering Zong Ren's left eye. Then your personal presence makes no sense in that story. I will not appear in the record, Zong Ren said, raising his right hand. And you will not have the chance to speak either. The suppression seals descended. The remnant patterns on Song Jie's forehead were forcibly activated. The third layer of pain anchors drove through the back of his skull like hooks. His entire body slammed against the wall, a ragged breath escaping his throat. Zong Ren had not used the original sealing matrix. He had clearly switched to a control method that bypassed the old wound. But a detour is still a path. Wherever there is control, there is an entry point. Wherever there is an entry point, it can be found. Song Jie activated his microscopic true eye to its lowest functional setting. Green noise filled his vision. Zhong Ren's new control path routed from the palm around the left eye's old wound shifted to the right side meridians and offloaded stress through a chest stabilizer. Careful. Seasoned. But the old wound had not disappeared. It had merely been bypassed. A detour creates pressure differential. That differential was the opening. Zhong Ren ordered the executors to increase the pressure. Destroy his Byakugan. Leave half the remnant pattern. I want Richa to see that what he's protecting is a cripple who cannot sustain himself. The executor reached for Song Jie's eye socket. Song Jie did not move his eyes. He compressed all his chakra into a fine needle and drove it from his right fingertip into the floor seal patterns. The sealing array was connected to Zhong Ren's control suppression. It was responsible for blocking Richa's impact and stabilizing the chakra field throughout the corridor. He did not need to strike Zhong Ren directly. He struck the sealing array. The third node on the floor was disrupted. The crack in the barrier widened. A thread of Richa's chakra surged through the opening from outside and collided precisely with Zhong Ren's right side control flow, the one routed around the bypass. The two incompatible chakra streams fought each other within the confined sealing array. Zhong Ren's right eye flinched. The burden shifted to his left eye's old wound. Blood seeped from beneath the seal cloth. You. Song Jie raised his blood-stained finger and drew a line toward Zhong Ren's left eye. Elder, even detours must obey the conservation of pressure. A third impact from outside shattered the barrier. Wood splinters and sealing sparks erupted into the corridor. Richa stepped into the middle section, his Byakugan sweeping over the hidden floor door, the poison needles, the medical ninja, the executors, before settling on Zhong Ren's raised right hand. Zhong Ren maintained his casting stance, blood continuing to seep from beneath the seal cloth over his left eye. This time no one could write this up as a misunderstanding. Before the shattered door even settled, Hayashi's guards stormed into the corridor, pressing the two executors against the wall. The medical ninja attempted to retreat, but before his heels could shift half an inch, Niji flashed out from the rear passage and struck his wrist with a single palm. The poison needle case tumbled from the medical ninja's sleeve and struck the wooden floor, black liquid seeping from the seams and staining the ceiling array with a dark patch. Susuke leaned against the wall, the cloth binding his forehead thoroughly soaked through with perspiration and blood from the agony. He didn't ask why Niji was there. Since Hiyori had brought Niji into the record, there was no way to cleanly absolve him. But the moment Niji intervened to strike the medical ninja, Munanaga would take note of it. Another debt incurred. Munanaga withdrew his hand, the fury on his face shifting rapidly. When the residual markings lose control, I'll contain them. Hiyori stepped before him, her Byakugan still active. Containment requires hidden doors, isolation arrays, and poison needles. Munanaga's right eye flicked toward the poison needle case on the floor. The medical ninja acted independently. The medical ninja, whose wrist Niji had immobilized, knelt on the ground, his body trembling with pain. Hearing this, his eyes darted nervously. He hadn't anticipated being sacrificed so swiftly. Susuke coughed up blood, the crimson pooling on his garment, without splattering outward. He raised his right hand, his fingertips still humming with the residual green energy from the sealing array nodes. Record this. Several people in the corridor turned their attention to him. Susuke locked eyes with Hiyori. When Elder Munanaga activated the residual markings moments, he employed a novel control pathway. Input through his right palm, routing around his left eye, leveraging a chest stabilizer to distribute the load. The third node of the floor sealing array connected to that pathway. Munanaga cut in coldly. You think nonsense will convict me? Susuke made no attempt to argue. He pressed his finger to the third node on the floor. His microscopic true eye guided the residual chakra, causing emerald filigree to flash momentarily along the ceiling script before rebounding from where Munanaga had stood, projecting a ghostly frequency imprint. Hiyori's Byakugan tracked the resonance, and as her fingertips brushed the tail of the projection chakra made contact, the seal cloth beneath Munanaga's left eye twitched violently. Munanaga's expression darkened. The evidence wasn't fabricated by Susuke. It was left behind by Munanaga's own technique. Hiyori turned to a guard. Retrieve the recording tablet. Seal the floor node. The guard immediately produced a sealing scroll and crouched to rub the residual imprints from the floor. When Munanaga stepped forward, Hiyori blocked him with an outstretched arm. Elder Munanaga, remain where you are. The title preserved his dignity, but the command brooked no defiance. Niji kept the medical ninja pinned to the ground, his palm still pressing firmly against the man's wrist acupoint. Gasping through the pain, another small talisman slipped from the medical ninja's sleeve. It bore Munanaga's personal chakra signature designed to activate the concealed door in the side wall. The guard retrieved the talisman and presented it to Hiyori. For the first time, Munanaga could no longer shift all blame onto the medical ninja. I suspect Susuke has been compromised by external forces. If Hayashi's guards aren't isolated, the residual markings could spread through others. Munanaga reformulated his argument. The poison needles weren't meant to kill. They were designed to seal meridians in case of loss of control. Susuke nearly laughed at the audacity of it all. An assassination tactic rebranded as an emergency protocol. Poison needles transformed into medical instruments. The estate elder's public relations skill was undeniably professional. If he'd lived in another era, he could have been a partner at a crisis management firm. Hyori remained in place. If the meridian sealing agent is such a standard precaution, why was it excluded from the records? The medical ninja, restrained by Niji, lips quivering, finally managed to utter, Elder Munanaga said. If this enters the official record, the branch family will learn that the residual markings can be replicated. Munanaga turned sharply toward him. The medical ninja flinched, realizing he'd exposed too much, unable to force out the rest. That was sufficient. Every guard in the corridor understood the truth. Munanaga had acted privately, and he had orchestrated the loss of control himself. The only question remaining was how the council would frame it. Hyori approached Susuke. Can you stand? Susuke attempted to move his legs. The numbness that had crept up his neck had retreated to his shoulders, though his knees remained unsteady. Niji released the medical ninja and came to support Susuke. His gesture was brief, only steadying Susuke's elbow, not one of familiarity, but rather like someone ensuring a witness doesn't collapse at a crime scene and complicate the proceedings. Susuke leaned on Niji and rose. I can't. Hyori glanced at the floor imprint. You mentioned the residual markings recorded the operator's frequency. Is there evidence beyond the floor? Susuke understood the reckoning had truly begun. With only the floor residue, Munanaga could still muddy the waters by claiming he was suppressing loss of control. He needed to produce something more direct. He raised his hand and pointed to his own forehead. Here. Niji's grip tightened slightly. Hyori remained silent for a moment. The residual markings on Susuke's forehead represented a high-risk sample. Any external contact could trigger dangerous consequences. Yet it had indeed captured evidence of Munanaga's two forceful activations. The first interrogation at night, the second a private execution. If this could be verified, Munanaga's transgression would be confirmed beyond doubt. How do we extract it? We can't extract it. Susuke caught his breath. We can only read it. Using minimal chakra, I'll touch the third pane anchor from the edge of the sealing cloth and channel the frequency outward. You observe only, do not apply pressure. Hyori studied him. You need to deliberately open the residual markings. Open just a small section. What happens if it fails? My brain explodes first. Susuke glanced at Munanaga. With better fortune, Elder Munanaga's left eye might ache too. Munanaga erupted in fury. Hyori, are you joining him in this madness? Hyori ignored him. Begin. The guards cleared an area in the corridor and unrolled sealing scrolls on the ground. Susuke knelt at the center of the scroll while Niji was ordered to step back 3 paces. Hyori stood directly in front of him, gathering minuscule threads of chakra at her fingertips and approaching the edge of the sealing cloth as Susuke had instructed. The moment contact was made, Susuke's vision fractured into cascading green pathways. The third pane anchor yielded slightly. The agony wasn't explosive. It felt like a thin thread threading through his forehead into the back of his skull, then dragging downward along his spine. He channeled 2 residual frequencies from the markings outward, the first originating from the night interrogation chair, the second from the sealed corridor moments ago. Both carried traces of Munanaga's distinctive left eye injury rerouting pattern. Hyori witnessed it clearly. Her chakra remained steady at the periphery, neither advancing nor retreating as she traced the frequency's tail. The chakra fluctuations in Munanaga's right eye synchronized with tremors emerging from the outer layer of the residual markings, while a second thread of blood began seeping from beneath the seal cloth over his left eye. Several guards stationed in the corridor exchanged glances. The evidence was complete. Susuke couldn't maintain his composure any longer and began to collapse forward. Niji crossed the boundary line to catch his shoulder, and this time Hyori offered no reprimand. Munanaga remained frozen in place, blood dripping from beneath the cloth covering his left eye onto his garment. Hyori withdrew her hand and issued her verdict. Elder Munanaga unauthorizedly activated the isolation array and made direct contact with high-risk residual markings without judicial approval, exacerbating his own injuries and endangering clan-held sealed samples. Effective immediately, he is barred from all proceedings concerning Hyuga Sosuke. The hidden door, poison needles, medical ninja, and all executors are to be sealed for investigation. Munanaga gritted his teeth. You have no authority to judge me alone. I'm not passing judgment on you. Hyori closed the sealing scroll. I'm suspending your access to this case. The Council of Elders will review the records. This struck harder than any immediate punishment would have. Once the records reached the council, Munanaga would face accountability from the other clan elders. The danger to Susuke remained, but Munanaga had lost his legitimate position to act against him. Before Susuke was escorted back to the quiet room, Hyori announced her second decree in the corridor. Hyuga Sosuke will no longer be held in underground confinement. Starting tomorrow, he transfers to main family supervised training. His residence returns to the branch family, but his daily movements, training, medication, and all contacts will be fully registered. Niji looked toward Susuke. Susuke grasped the implications immediately. The underground quiet room was far too conducive to extrajudicial punishment. By Hiyori's order, Susuke was brought into the open. A protection, yes, but also a larger cage. The branch family would watch him, the main family would watch him, and the village would inevitably watch him sooner or later. Back in the quiet room, the guards began clearing the medicine boxes beside the cot. Susuke sat on the low bed, the residual markings on his forehead pulsing sluggishly, like a broken device running on depleted batteries. Niji was permitted to deliver the final bowl of medicine. He set it on the table, and from his sleeve slipped a fragment of an old manual concealing it beneath the bowl. The guards had inspected the medicine, but failed to notice the paper growing damp where it touched the bowl's rim. Susuke wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and spotted a modified gent. Luffist palm pathway drawn on the fragment. At the pathway's terminus, the lines nearly overlapped with the bird in a cage feedback layer. On the date Song Jie left the underground meditation chamber, no one from the branch family courtyard came to greet him. This was only natural. Main branch guards flanked him on both sides with a scribe and medical ninja trailing behind. Anyone who dared to offer warm greetings at a time like this would be inscribing their family name onto the contact list with an anomalous branch family member. The branch family's finest survival skill was concealing their concern within their sleeves, drawing it out only once the door had closed. His mother stood within the doorway, refusing to cross the threshold. Seeing the sealing cloth on Song Jie's forehead, her fingers wiped twice against her apron, and she simply carried the prepared basin of water to the edge of the table. "I've set the medicine here." The main branch medical ninja stepped forward to inspect the basin, confirming no herbs and no chakra residue, before permitting Song Jie to enter. His mother retreated to the wall, yielding space for the guards. She did not ask whether he was in pain, nor whether the main branch had made things difficult for him. Asking would have been useless, and voicing such concerns would have earned a notation of emotional instability. Song Jie sat down, his right shoulder's old wound and the numbness along the back of his neck both rising in protest. He lifted the water bowl and took a sip. The temperature was just right, neither scalding nor cool. His mother knew the residual markings on his forehead could not withstand irritation, so she had cooled the water to the most stable temperature possible. This kind of precise gentleness was harder to endure than any weeping. The guard read aloud the supervision terms. From dawn until mid-morning, main branch supervised training. At noon, the medical ninja would inspect the residual markings. In the late afternoon, a review of basic gentle fist techniques. He was not permitted to leave the branch family courtyard before dusk. He was forbidden from touching the forehead of anyone bearing the mark, from secretly hoarding curse seal samples, from actively observing main branch jutsu performance, and from being alone with Niji for more than 10 breaths. Upon reading the final clause, Song Jie nearly applauded the main branch. Precision strikes, every one finding its mark. If they had applied that same research rigor to refining their techniques, the Hyuga clan would long ago have iterated Gentle Fist to version 3.0. His mother stood beside him and listened through the entire reading without any change to her expression, except when the prohibition against being alone with Niji was read. Then she glanced at Song Jie. She likely did not know what Niji had done, but she understood that whatever the main branch deemed dangerous enough to codify must be truly dangerous. After the guards departed, the room fell into brief silence. His mother placed a new gray outer garment beside him. The inner collar had been lined with thicker soft cloth designed to avoid pressing against the edges of the forehead sealing band. The stitching was obsessively dense, every inch of it feeling as though she had sewn her words into the fabric. Song Jie's fingers brushed a small extra pocket sewn into the interior lining. It was completely empty inside. An empty pocket was the only preparation she could offer him. In case he ever needed somewhere to conceal something, at least there would be a place. "Do not let them take you underground again." His mother finally spoke. "No one can see what happens there." Song Jie folded the garment carefully. "I will do my best to cause trouble where people can see." His mother's hand trembled, and the water bowl clinked against the table edge, spilling a little. Those words did not sound like comfort. But within the Hyuga branch family, it was arguably the most reliable survival strategy one could offer. Suffering that no one witnesses does not exist in the records. Suffering that someone does witness can at least become someone else's responsibility. The following morning at dawn, Song Jie was led to the main branch side courtyard training ground. The training ground was far more level than the branch families. The wooden posts were new, the ground was compacted, and a row of spirit wood panels for testing chakra output lined the wall. Hayama had not come. Supervising instead was a middle-aged main branch ninja accompanied by a medical ninja and a scribe. Niji stood outside the training area. He was not part of the supervision detail, only permitted to observe for 30 breaths. The main branch had placed him in plain sight to prevent covert contact, while also using him to test Song Jie's reactions. Niji's headband was tied neatly, his expression as impassive as the wooden posts around the training ground. Song Jie was ordered to demonstrate the basic gentle fist. His first palm strike against the spirit would produce only a thin layer of blue light. The scribe recorded chakra output remains low. On the second strike, Song Jie deliberately let the output break off at the base of his palm, feigning the effects of his old injury. The main branch supervisor grew visibly impatient. You could reverse force the elders in the ancestral hall, yet on the training ground, you cannot even light up a piece of spirit wood. At those words, two young men from a collateral main branch family turned to look. As expected, the news could not be contained. The ancestral hall incident had become the sort of thing everyone knew about, but nobody discussed openly. Song Jie's reputation had escalated from useless to hazardous, a label that sounded more like a yellow warning sign in a laboratory. Song Jie kept his head lowered. The residual markings are unstable. I cannot channel large amounts of chakra. The supervisor snorted and pointed to another spirit wood panel. Then use your so-called precision control. Lord Hayama wants to see whether you have any training value. The objective was now clear. The main branch no longer wished to merely confine him. They needed to evaluate whether he could be used as combat power as a tool or as a research specimen. Song Jie needed to demonstrate some value without revealing his true capabilities. He stepped up to the spirit wood and pressed his index finger to the edge of the red circle. Needle mode reduced to the lowest intensity, piercing only a single node within the chakra wiring inside the wood. The blue glow on the spirit wood surface did not brighten significantly, but at the center of the red circle the flow halted momentarily. The runes that had been moving continuously stuttered for 2 breaths. The scribe's brush stopped. The supervisor stepped closer, activated his Byakugan, and inspected the interior of the spirit wood. The runes were undamaged, only briefly interrupted in one localized section. Again, Song Jie moved to a second spirit wood panel. This time he deliberately failed, letting the chakra needle miss the node entirely. The blue light scattered and he allowed the residual markings on his forehead to spasm in sympathy. He pressed a hand to his brow and retreated half a step. The medical ninja immediately recorded precision control irritates the residual markings and cannot be performed consecutively. Excellent. The ability existed, but it could not be used frequently. Value preserved. Risk preserved. If the main branch wanted to use him, they would first need to keep him alive. Before the supervised training concluded, Niji was permitted to approach and hand over a volume of the old basic Gentle Fist manual. The guard inspected it first, confirming no hidden notes before passing it into Song Jie's hands. The old manual's cover was heavily worn, and the page corners bore stains from training sweat. It looked like nothing more than a well-used basic textbook from the branch family children. Song Jie opened to the first page. It showed ordinary Gentle Fist palm formations. The second and third pages were unremarkable as well. It was not until the 7th page that he noticed something. A section of the palm path diagram had been heavily retraced with ink, then scraped away by someone later. The scratches were shallow. Any ordinary person would have dismissed them as signs of age. Scanning with his microscopic true eye at the lowest setting, the scraped-away original lines surfaced as faint traces. The route originated from the inner heel of the palm, passed through the wrist bone, branched along the forearm, and returned to the outer edge of the palm. It closely resembled the trajectory of the 6th-layer feedback channel from the ancestral hall, except it lacked pane, anchoring, and casting ports. Hidden within the old Gentle Fist manual was a palm technique capable of controlling chakra reflux. Song Jie's fingertip rested on the scraped area. Niji stood 3 paces away, forbidden by the rules from lingering any longer. He left only one sentence spoken loudly enough for the guard to hear. The old manual is training ground waste. If you cannot understand it, simply return it. The guard detected nothing unusual. Song Jie closed the manual. I will do my best not to waste anything, not even garbage. As Niji departed, the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, as though bent by the wind from the training ground, before quickly recovering. The change was too subtle for the scribe to possibly record in the scrolls. After the noon medical inspection, Song Jie was escorted to the side chamber where Hayama awaited. Hayama sat behind the desk. Before him 3 items: the seal box containing wooden fragments from the ancestral hall, the rubbing scroll from the sealed corridor, and a copy of the old Gentle Fist manual. He already knew about the manual. The altered palm path. What do you see? Song Jie did not answer immediately. Beside Hayama, 2 main branch elders sat in the side chamber. Zongren was absent. Upon the empty seat sat a roll of sealing cloth, symbolizing his suspension from this case. The main branch had already begun reassessing Song Jie internally, and the old manual was the new examination. This is not a conventional acupoint pathway, Song Jie said carefully, keeping his words within deliverable bounds. It does not seek to block the acupoints. It redirects the flow of chakra. One of the elders' eyelids flickered. Hayama pressed on. Its purpose: to disrupt an opponent's force distribution. It could also be used to guide one's own chakra to reduce damage. Song Jie paused for a breath. If connected to the caged bird feedback layer, it explains why the 6th layer exists. The earliest form of Hyuga Gentle Fist may not have been merely an acupoint blocking technique. No one in the side chamber spoke. This conclusion would shake the very foundation of the main branch's doctrinal narrative. If the caged bird had borrowed its control pathway from ancient Gentle Fist, then it was not a heavenly ancestral decree. It was a modified jutsu. If it was modified, it could be modified further. And if it could be modified further, then someone bore responsibility for those changes. Hayama gathered the copy pages. Starting tomorrow's supervised training will include a project to restore the old manual. You will be responsible only for the palm paths. You are forbidden from touching the cursed seal. Sangjie understood perfectly Hayama wanted him restoring the old gentle fist, while simultaneously preventing him from further dismantling the caged bird. But the two pathways had already overlapped. Studying the palm routes was equivalent to feeling the outer wall of the cursed seal itself. He bowed his head and agreed. As he left the side chamber light, but hurried footsteps came from outside. A young girl stood beneath the corridor eaves, her Byakugan clear and bright, her fingers clutching the cuff of her training uniform. Behind her trailed a main branch guard who bowed to Hayama. Lady Hinata has arrived. Sangjie's steps stopped. Hayama looked at his daughter, then back at the ceiling cloth on Sangjie's forehead. Starting tomorrow, Lady Hinata will observe and record the supervised training. Hinata stood beneath the eaves, her fingers still clutching the cuff of her training uniform. The main family guard positioned himself half a step behind her, not in a protective stance, but as though ready to restrain her from any sudden misstep. When Suk witnessed this scene, what first flashed through his mind was not his impression from the original narrative, but a starkly practical realization even the young mistress of the main family had her own overseers. Rika offered no elaborate introduction, merely pressing the copy of the old manual back onto the desk. At dawn tomorrow, she will observe and record your supervision training. You are forbidden from approaching proactively, from inducing her, or from mentioning the curse mark. Suk bowed his head in acknowledgement. Hinata's gaze drifted away from the seal cloth on his forehead and quickly returned to her own sleeve. She was somewhat younger than Suk, her Byakugan clear and bright, yet her chakra lacked the steadiness one would expect from a main family child. With but a fleeting peripheral glance, Suk noticed several irregular constrictions along the pathway from her chest to her palm. It was not that her meridian pathways were damaged. Each time her chakra attempted to flow outward, her body instinctively throttled back the valve, a self-imposed limitation caused by relentless high-pressure conditioning. In plain terms, before she even strikes, she fears making a mistake. Such a condition would be straightforward to address in a clinical setting, but within the Hyuga main family, it presented far greater complications. The source of this ailment sat in authority behind the desk, holding one of the highest positions within the clan. By the second day at dawn, a small desk had appeared in the main family's side courtyard training ground. Hinata knelt behind the desk with a recording tablet, before her guards standing at her right rear. When Suk was brought into the arena, two young men from the main family's collateral branches were already present at the sidelines. They were not participants in the training, merely permitted observers. Word spread quickly. The label of hazardous material had already crept from the underground meditation chambers to the training grounds and was now circulating among the main family children. As Suk passed the wooden post, one of the youths retreated half a step, then quickly corrected himself, feeling the gesture too shameful, and forced his foot back to its original position. Good. Fear was beginning to establish itself as a cost. The supervising ninja pointed to the talisman wood. Yesterday you managed to halt the runes for 2 breaths. Repeat today. Suk pressed the tip of his right index finger against the edge of the red circle on the talisman wood. The residual markings on his forehead had not yet fully stabilized, preventing continuous precise operations. He condensed his chakra into a fine needle and pierced the terminal node of the internal wiring within the wood. The flow of runes halted for half a breath. Not 2 breaths. The supervising ninja's expression darkened. Have you regressed? The residual markings on my forehead caused pain 4 times last night. It is recorded in the midday inspection logs. The recorder flipped through the scroll, confirmed the entry, and wrote residual marking fluctuations affect fine control. Suk withdrew his hand, his fingertips tingling slightly. The result was just right. Too stable, and they would increase training. Too poor, and they would deem his value diminished. Half a breath was suitable, like equipment that could still power on, but with a faulty fan, the maintenance department reluctant to discard it, yet unwilling to run it at full capacity. The supervising ninja replaced the talisman wood with a second one. Again, Suk did not move immediately. He glanced toward the nearby desk. Hinata held her brush poised above the recording tablet, hesitating to make the first mark. She likely did not know whether half a breath should be recorded as failure or success. The main family guard leaned close behind her and whispered, "Oju-sama, record accurately." Hinata's fingers moved, and she wrote rune stasis, less than 1 breath. Suk retreated, suspected residual mark pain. Her handwriting was neat, her judgment equally cautious. Suk filed this observation away. Hinata was not lacking in observational ability. She simply lacked the courage to render judgment. For the second talisman, would he deliberately let his chakra needle deviate half an inch from the main node? The runes did not halt, instead a faint ring of blue light emanated from them. Before the supervising ninja could reprimand him, a conductor wire in the lower right corner of the talisman would suddenly stop flowing. It was not the target node, but a branch node. Hinata's brush paused. The branch node's disruption was so brief that ordinary Byakugan users would not have registered it without focusing inward. The supervising ninja merely glanced at the main runes and declared it a failure. Invalid. Hinata spoke softly, the branch line. Paused briefly. Several people at the training ground turned to look at her. The main family guard's hand rested on the edge of the recording tablet. Oju-sama, the supervisor, has already ruled it invalid. Hinata's shoulders tensed slightly, her brush tip pressing against the paper as she hesitated to continue writing. Suk withdrew his hand into his sleeve. If he spoke up now on Hinata's behalf, he would be inducing the main family heir to render judgment, something the regulations had explicitly forbidden moments ago. Yet if he stayed silent, Hinata's first act of independent observation would be crushed back down. A choice with no correct answer. A wrong response could cost him his life. Suk looked down at the talisman, wood as though explaining his own failure. The main node remained unchanged. The branch line experienced a momentary interruption, but it does not affect the test results. Hearing the word failure, the supervising ninja's expression softened slightly. Hinata, however, added the latter part to her recording tablet. The branch line experienced a momentary interruption, but it does not affect the main test. The main family guard glanced at her, but did not intervene. It was a small addition, but she wrote it anyway. Suk updated his initial assessment of Hinata being timid did not mean she lacked independent thought. Her convictions simply needed space to emerge before the main family's rigid procedures crushed them back into the soil. During the subsequent old manual restoration training, Hinata was required to observe Suk demonstrate the basic palm techniques. Suk traced through the deletion and revision lines on the 7th page of the old manual. From the inner palm root through the wrist bone along the forearm branch, returning to the outer edge of the palm. The movements were slow, so slow it resembled a child carefully copying characters from a model. The supervising ninja grew visibly impatient, and the collateral branch youths began exchanging smirks. Does this even count as gentle fist? The branch family waste can't even execute the palm path correctly. Suk ignored them. He dispersed his chakra so thinly that only someone at Hinata's distance could perceive the flow. While others assumed he was embarrassing himself, Hinata's brush froze once more. She had seen it. The chakra had not shot straight out from her palm. Instead, it circled around her wrist, absorbing some of the recoil, before flowing back along the outer edge. This path was not suitable for pressure point strikes, but it allowed for more stable force delivery. Hinata instinctively pressed her own wrist. Suk concluded his demonstration, the residual marks on his forehead flaring with pain in sync. He stepped back half a pace, presenting a failed example. Insufficient chakra. Unable to complete the technique. The supervising ninja snorted coldly. Restoring the old manual does not mean you can alter things recklessly. The Hyuga gentle fist focuses on sealing pressure points, not circling around them. He spoke loudly enough for Hinata to hear clearly. Her hand, which had just pressed against her wrist, halted mid-air before slowly retreating. Before the training concluded, the supervising ninja demanded Hinata perform a basic gentle fist demonstration. As the young mistress of the main family, she could not simply stand there and take notes all day. A wooden post was brought forward with a red circle at its center. Hinata stepped up to the post and assumed her starting stance. Her movements were precise, as though traced directly from a textbook. Yet, through Suk's microscopic vision, he observed her chakra constricting from shoulder to elbow, the output already compressed to less than half its normal value before her palm had even extended. She feared missing her mark. The more she feared, the more she restrained herself. The tighter she held back, the less effective her strike became. When her palm landed on the wooden post, the red circle flashed briefly before fading. The collateral branch youth did not laugh aloud, but a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The main family guard added a note to the recording tablet with heavy, deliberate strokes. Hinata stood before the wooden post, her hand still resting against the edge of the red circle. Suk spoke suddenly. Your wrist leaked first. The supervising ninja turned to him. Who gave you permission to instruct the main family's young mistress? Suk lowered his head. I assumed this was part of the supervision training. My mistakes require a reference point. It was a poor justification, but it would suffice. The supervising ninja did not immediately object. Hinata turned her face toward him, meeting his gaze directly for the first time. Suk did not look into her eyes. His attention remained fixed on the wooden post. Before striking, do not compress all your chakra back. You are not unable to execute. It is as if you have already closed the door. These words were too blunt, and the main family guard's expression darkened. Yet Hinata placed her palm back against the red circle. Following Suk's advice, she released just a fraction. It was not trust, only testing whether one attempt would prove fatal. Her second strike landed, and the red circle glowed for 2 breaths. Not particularly powerful, but more stable than before. The collateral branch youth's smirk vanished. The supervising ninja examined the talisman, would verifying there were no signs Suk had interfered covertly. Hinata bowed her head and wrote on the recording tablet, second output stable, cause under investigation. Only after finishing did she ask in a barely audible whisper, don't you fear the main family? The guard's hand pressed against the recording tablet as though attempting to suppress the question itself. Suddenly the residual marks on Suk's forehead flickered, not from intensified pain, but from a brief reaction to the highly stable chakra sources in the vicinity. The main family guard had drawn too close, and Hinata had similarly encroached upon his space. A faint green line emerged from beneath the seal cloth. Sook stepped back. The guard partially drew his kunai. Beside the training ground, Rika had appeared at the eaves without warning, her Byakugan already activated. As the verdant thread was pressed back onto his forehead by the sealing cloth, Sanjaya offered no explanation. The quicker one explained, the more it resembled guilt. He merely rested his right hand upon the prepared medicine pouch by the bedside, his fingertips careful not to touch the sealing cloth. A medical ninja stood ready at the periphery. Upon spotting Risha approach, they hurried over with their medical kit in hand. Risha entered the training grounds, casting a glance first at Sanjaya's forehead, then at Hinata's position. Hinata remained before the wooden post, her palm less than an inch from the crimson circle. The question she had just posed went entirely unrecorded, yet the Kyuj guards had already snapped their recording boards shut, as though closure alone could render the inquiry non-existent. Risha's gaze fell upon the guard's hands. The guard reopened the recording board. Write it down. Daunting the omission, the guard transcribed Hinata's words verbatim. Are you not afraid of the main family? The moment the brush met paper, Hinata's expression turned grimmer than it had been after her failed strikes. Sanjaya sighed inwardly. Wonderful. The main family's eldest daughter taking the unprecedented initiative to ask a branch family heterodox question only to have her own father personally mandate its archival filing. A masterclass in paternal discipline, tension at its peak. Risha turned to Sanjaya. Answer her. This was not to enlighten Hinata, it was a test. It probed whether Sanjaya would seize the moment to propagate anti-main family ideology, whether Hinata's resolve would falter upon hearing it, and whether the nearby guards and scribes could distinguish dangerous rhetoric. Sanjaya confined his reply to the safest possible boundary. Fear. A faint sneer drifted from the side branch youths. Sanjaya continued, precisely because of that fear one must know where the blade will fall. The scribe's brush tip hesitated half a beat upon the paper. Hinata withdrew her hand from the post, her fingertip grazing the crimson ring's edge until a splinter of wood caught. Risha offered no commentary. The supervising ninja immediately interjected. The branch family need not know where the blade falls. Obey the clan statutes, and the blade shall naturally never descend. Sanjaya lowered his gaze. Within the ancestral hall, the blade fell awry. The training ground fell silent for a breath. The statement breached propriety, yet none possessed the means to refute it. The sealing cloth over Zongren's left eye remained untouched. The poison needles from the enclosed corridor were still under review, and the wooden splinters from the ancestral hall still swelled within their containment box. Cold facts rendered any retort futile. Risha raised a hand, terminating the perilous exchange. Resume training. Hinata will record, you will not partake in debate. Hinata returned to her small desk. Her grip on the brush steadied marginally, yet she withheld her usual snap judgments. Instead, she began meticulously observing the fluctuations of chakra preceding and following each of Sanjaya's movements. This was hardly favorable for Sanjaya. With Hinata's observational faculties awakened, the main family had gained another pair of eyes documenting him. Yet her own chakra remained volatile. Left unaddressed, the crushing pressure of the main family would only force her further into retreat. Rescue her. He lacked the standing. Exploit her. Premature. The safest course. Reveal only the problem, withhold the answer. Drills for reconstructing the ancient manual resumed. The supervising ninja instructed Sanjaya to partition the amended palm route into 3 segments, permitting only minimal chakra output per phase. He complied, the first from palm base to wrist bone, the second circling from the wrist along the forearm, the third returning to the outer margin of the palm. The first segment held steady. The second failed. The third was deliberately severed. Risha stood watchful and silent throughout, yet when the second phase collapsed, Hinata pressed a hand to her own inner wrist. She had connected Sanjaya's route to her own prior instinctive retraction before striking. Noticing the subtle gesture, Sanjaya immediately diverted the turbulent chakra flow toward the periphery of the residual marking on his forehead. A sharp twinge of pain flared. He seized the occasion to halt. The medical ninja stepped forward for inspection, while the scribe documented continuous training of the second segment. Triggered pain from the residual marking. Frequency must be reduced. The supervising ninja snarled. Pain always strikes at the critical juncture. Your residual marking certainly knows how to pick its moments. Sanjaya turned to the medical ninja. We may continue. If the third layer of pain anchorage is fully engaged, today's midday assessment will likely yield 3 additional pages. The medical ninja shielded themselves with their kit. Supervised training must not induce uncontrollable dispersion. The moment liability loomed, the supervising ninja fell silent. Sanjaya preferred creatures of the medical ilk, not for their compassion, but because they feared accident records more than any combatant. To fear documentation was to fear predictability. Upon conclusion of the drills, Hinata was ordered to demonstrate the modified strike individually. Risha did not depart. Hinata stood before the wooden post, flanked by guards behind and scribes to the side, with her father watching from the corridor eaves. Her chakra began retracting once more, far more severely than before. From 3 paces away, Sangjia could almost witness that pathway sealing itself involuntarily. She did not fear the wooden post. She feared the man standing beneath the eaves. "Strike," Risha commanded. Hinata pressed her palm to the crimson circle, but the azure glow illuminated for only half a breath. The supervising ninja remained mute. The guards did not stir, yet the scribe wrote with rapid strokes. Each character felt like another weight added to Hinata's shoulders. Risha's tone remained unchanged. Again, the second strike fared even worse. Sangjia ought not to have intervened. Yet he suddenly noticed that following the failed second strike, a retraction vortex had formed between her palm base and wrist bone, remarkably similar to the amended lines in the ancient manual. It was not a deficit of aptitude. Her instincts naturally sought a more stable retraction pathway, only to be forcibly severed by standardized gentle fist regimen. This transcended mere psychological obstruction. The main family's curriculum was fundamentally mismatched to her constitution. Before speaking, Sangjia let the ancient manual slip from his grasp. The pages fanned open, perfectly exposing the amended palm route on the 7th leaf. Every gaze Hinata included was drawn to the fallen text. "Retrieve it," the supervising ninja barked. Sangjia bent down, deliberately delaying by half a breath. Hinata caught sight of the erased line. Her Byakugan did not fully activate. She relied purely on instinct to memorize the route's direction. Upon her third attempt, she abandoned the standard path's brute force through the palm center, instead diverting slightly at the wrist bone. The crimson circle illuminated for 2.5 breaths. The side branch youths on the training ground's perimeter changed color. The main family guards leaned in to inspect. Risha's Byakugan fixed upon Hinata's wrist, lingering longer than before. Hinata herself stood frozen before the post. She had lit the wooden target before, but never before had she achieved greater stability through her own adjustments under her father's watchful gaze. The supervising ninja swiftly suppressed the outcome. The posture deviated. Main family gentle fist permits no private alteration. Hinata withdrew her hand from the post, and the nascent luminescence was extinguished once more. Sangjia retrieved the manual, bowed his head, and accepted blame. "My negligence in custody." The assumption of fault came effortlessly. Risha cast him a glance. Sangjia knew Risha understood. The falling manual was not an accident, it was an offering of choice to Hinata. And Hinata had chosen, however narrowly, within that half-inch of wrist path. Risha imposed no immediate punishment, instructing only that the scribe categorize the strike as deviant from standard route, excluded from grading. Yet Hinata knew she had struck true. Following the observational session, guards escorted her away. Passing Sangjia, she halted beyond the 10-breath boundary, clutching her recording board to her chest across the safe distance. "That line just now, wasn't it incorrect?" The guard's stare locked onto her, evidently poised to sever the conversation at any moment. Sangjia closed the manual. If the curriculum declares it wrong, then it is wrong. Hinata either failed to grasp it or comprehended too deeply to voice acceptance. Sangjia appended, "Your body can ignite the wooden post." The statement sidestepped direct defiance of the main family, yet placed the answer firmly within her grasp. Hinata clutched her board tighter and was ushered away by the guards. During that day's midday examination, the medical ninja recorded that the residual markings fluctuations were gradually stabilizing. At Shinhour, Risha summoned Sangjia, posing only one inquiry. "You deliberately allowed her to see the ancient manual." Sangjia offered no denial. "Miss Hinata's chakra retraction is severe. Continuing to force compliance with the standard route will only render her output increasingly unstable." Risha slid a training dossier across, detailing Hinata's performance over the past year. The fluctuation curve exhibited a clear downward trajectory. "You observed her twice and dared to render judgment." "It was not audacity," Sangjia replied, studying the records. "It was blatant. Before every strike she retracts her force first, as though terrified of shattering something." Risha did not seize upon the word fear, merely reclaiming the dossier. "Commencing tomorrow, you resume Ninja Academy coursework. Hyuga supervision will not be lifted. Within the academy, you are forbidden from contacting cursed seals, forbidden from approaching Uchiha Sasuke, and forbidden from approaching Uzumaki Naruto." Sanjia's heart skipped a beat. Naruto was already enrolled in the academy. The timeline had advanced to the precipice of the main narrative. Risha delivered the final injunction. "The graduation assessment has been brought forward. You must prove you are not merely a specimen prone to inducing accidents." The gate of the Ninja Academy was considerably lower than that of the Hyuga clan estate. When Sosuke stood at the entrance, a Hyuga guard trailed behind him, while a hidden sentinel's presence flickered on a distant rooftop. The main family's oversight stretched all the way from the estate to the academy, with service that could be called a shinobi world equivalent of personal concierge. Except the concierge might draw their blade at any moment. Sounds drifted through the wooden windows from the classroom. Someone slamming a desk, others squabbling over seating arrangements, and one student getting reprimanded by Irika-sensei. Compared to the Hyuga training grounds, where every inch of floor was meticulously documented, the Ninja Academy resembled an old fan whirring beyond its noise tolerance, loud yet somehow survivable. When Sasuke entered the classroom, the chatter dimmed slightly. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was unmistakable, and the seal cloth bound across his forehead made him even easier to identify. A few students glanced at the marking on his brow before quickly looking away. The academy students might not understand the Hyuga clan's internal protocols, but they knew the Byakugan wielders were not to be trifled with. Irika stood at the front of the room, roster in hand. Hyuga Sosuke has been absent for an extended period due to health reasons, but will resume classes starting today. Take your seat in the third row by the window. Extended absences, health reasons. The official explanation was gentle to the point of absurdity, akin to saying, specimen transferred to a public observation environment. Sasuke walked to his assigned seat and sat down. To his left sat a Nara clan child slouched over the desk with a yawn. In the row ahead, a girl with pink hair organized her pencil case, likely Haruno Sakura. In the back row near the window, Uchiha Sasuke sat isolated, as if surrounded by an invisible barrier. The loneliness following the Uchiha massacre wasn't merely emotional. It manifested as a physical force. His peers instinctively kept their distance while the teacher would linger longer when calling his name. Even sunlight seemed to sidestep the warmth that filled the rest of the classroom. Sasuke did not activate his Byakugan. Ichika had just made clear he was not to approach Sasuke. There was no prohibition against simply watching, yet the ninja academy housed more than just Hyuga guards. The Konoha Anbu could be observing as well. The Uchiha orphan represented a village-level sensitive asset. If an anomalous branch family Byakugan user were to fixate on studying him, the third Hokage's pipe would likely demand immediate overtime. Irika began teaching the fundamentals of the three basic jutsu: clone technique, transformation technique, and body flicker technique. Chakra shaping, mental image stability, output maintenance. For the Ninja Academy students, these were foundational techniques. For Sasuke, this marked his first exposure to jutsu models outside the Hyuga system. He listened with intense focus, so much so that the Nara clan child beside him shifted and muttered under his breath, listening this attentively to this kind of class. The Hyuga family is such a bother. When Irika reached the demonstration of the clone technique, the classroom's back door was kicked open. Irika-sensei, I'm not late. I'm practicing my entrance as the future Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto stood in the doorway, his face covered in chaotic scribbles and blades of grass tangled in his hair. The entire class erupted in laughter while Irika's anger flared at the crossroads of his temple. Sasuke's body reacted before his reasoning could catch up. Not because Naruto was loud, but because the chakra coil within him had instantly amplified the classroom's micro-background noise by 2 levels the moment he crossed the threshold. Sasuke activated only the minimum range of his Byakugan to confirm Naruto's position. The instant his vision penetrated deep within Naruto's body, something behind his eyes flared like a brand. It was vast and cold, suppressed behind the seal. Not an ordinary chakra reserve. That was a minor catastrophe, forcibly stuffed inside a human body. Outside the blue meridian channels, enormous quantities of orange-red chakra churned slowly like magma. The sealing jutsu pressed down upon it layer by layer, and each time Naruto's emotions fluctuated, noise burst through the seal's edges. Sasuke's vision darkened, and he immediately deactivated his Byakugan. No blood trickled from his nose. It merely pressed against the cavity for a moment. For now, if he returned to the Ninja Academy for the first time and bled from the nose simply from watching Naruto, the report title could be written directly: Hyuga anomalous branch family suspected of spying on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The subsequent proceedings would likely begin with tea at the Hokage Tower with root division procedures as an alternative. Naruto was dragged to the front of the classroom by Irika to stand as punishment, yet still refused to show contrition. I will become Hokage one day. Laugh all you want now, but when I achieve that rank you'll all have to acknowledge me. The laughter only grew louder. Sasuke did not laugh. In his previous life, watching the story unfold, these words carried the heat of youthful ambition. But hearing them here, he understood the weight behind them. A child using maximum volume to assert his existence after a lifetime of rejection by the entire village. The Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto functioned as a persistent interference source. The more outsiders despised him, the more desperately he sought validation. The more agitated he became, the more chaotic his chakra grew. And the more unstable his chakra became, the more others perceived him as dangerous. The loop was complete. A deeply flawed interpersonal feedback system with no PID control whatsoever. It was only a matter of time before it oscillated into catastrophic failure. After class ended, several students gathered near Sasuke's desk, but dared not venture too close. Haruno Sakura hesitated nearby for what felt like an eternity before finally sliding her bento box toward the desk, though she never actually handed it over. Meanwhile, Naruto fixed his gaze on Sasuke as though he were life's primary objective. Sasuke, I'll definitely beat you in today's practical exam. Sasuke didn't even turn his head. Dead last. Naruto bristled and lunged forward before Irika grabbed him and held him back. Sasuke had intended to remain invisible, but circumstances offered no such opportunity. As Naruto struggled against Iruka's grip, his gaze swept across the third row and caught sight of the seal cloth on Sasuke's forehead and the distinctive Byakugan eyes. Hey, you're from the Hyuga clan too. I've never seen you before. The entire class's attention shifted toward them. Outside the window, the Hyuga guard's Chakra signature pulsed once, a clear warning. The message was unambiguous: keep your mouth shut. Sasuke closed his book. Sick leave. Sick leave for this long? Wouldn't you be dead last, even compared to me? A few students chuckled. It was nothing like the ridicule at the Hyuga training grounds. No institutional cruelty, just children enjoying a spectacle. Sasuke considered this before responding. My clone technique is slightly better than yours. Naruto reacted as though someone had stepped on his tail. How do you know my clone technique is bad? The class erupted in even louder laughter, and Iruka threw a piece of chalk at Naruto's forehead, exclaiming, everyone knows that. Sasuke kept his head bowed, turning pages as he quietly removed himself from the social confrontation. But Naruto had already filed him away. For someone who had spent so long being ignored, anyone who dared to engage could easily become part of the list of people he needed to prove himself to. The afternoon's practical training took place on the field. Iruka announced that next week they would conduct a temporary group assessment involving tracking and bell retrieval, but today they would observe and organize groups based on basic abilities. As Iruka finished reading through the roster, Sasuke heard his own name called. Uzumaki Naruto Inuzuka Kiba Hyuga Sosuke. Temporary team. Naruto immediately raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, why am I grouped with this sickly guy? And Kiba's a pain too. Inuzuka Kiba hugged Akamaru and bared his teeth. You're the pain, dead last. Akamaru barked in agreement. Sitting at the rear of the team, Sasuke felt a strange sense of stability. An energy source generating chakra, noise, a canine combat coordination specimen, and a crippled Hyuga branch family member. If this team were placed in project management, the client would be demanding a refund. Iruka rolled up the roster. Exactly, because you cooperate the worst, we're forming temporary teams. Next week's assessment. You'll retrieve bells from the instructor's person with a 15-minute time limit. Naruto immediately smashed his fist into his palm. I don't need anyone. I can do this alone. Kiba sneered. Practice your clone technique first. Sasuke said nothing. He was watching a teacher standing at the edge of the field. The individual carried the lingering chakra signatures of which chips used in substitution technique training with a heavier right footfall when moving, a habit of wearing the bell on the left hip. Iruka noticed his gaze. Sasuke, do you have a question? No. He withdrew his eyes and began constructing a mental model of the assessment in his mind. Naruto produced excessive noise but possessed absurd chakra reserves. Kiba and Akamaru demonstrated rapid coordination frequency. His own output was low, but he could read residual traces. This group of 3 troubled children might not be unusable after all. At the end of school, the Hyuga guard prepared to escort Sasuke back to the estate. But Naruto caught up from behind, pointing at him and shouting, Hyuga Sasuke, don't hold me back next week. Kiba passed by from the other side. You're the one holding everyone back. Akamaru barked in agreement. Sasuke watched the chakra noise occasionally spilling from Naruto's seal, and a residual mark on his forehead suddenly twitched slightly. It wasn't seeking a port, it was being stimulated by the high-intensity chakra background. On a distant rooftop, an unfamiliar chakra fluctuation briefly lingered. Not a Hyuga guard. Someone else was also watching Naruto. The Provisional Squad's first joint training session took place behind the Ninja Academy's practice ground. Naruto had arrived ahead of schedule. More accurately, he had been dragged there by Iruka to make up for the classroom notes he had missed the previous day. He sat perched on a wooden stump cradling Chi, one who lounged atop his head and yawned at Naruto. When Songjia arrived, the Hyuga guards stationed themselves beneath a tree at the outer edge of the field, declining to enter. The Ninja Academy was not Hyuga clan territory. The main family's overseers could not mingle among the students, yet their presence was impossible to ignore. Naruto pointed at the seal-closing cloth on Songjia's forehead. You wear that during training too? Surely not, because you're afraid I might actually land a hit on you. You snorted. Prove you can hit someone first. Naruto turned his head. Are you looking for a fight? Iruka called out from the doorway of the office. Today's exercise is about cooperation training, not about you 3 beating each other up. The trio fell quiet, each slightly subdued. Today's objective was straightforward. Within 15 minutes, seize the bell from substitute instructor Heijini. Jini was no elite ninja. He served merely as a teaching assistant at the academy, skilled in substitution techniques and foundational taijutsu. For average students, this challenge was just difficult enough. Jini hung the bell at his waist and stepped into the center of the training ground. You may employ any methods permitted within the academy's regulations. Injury counts as failure. Leaving the field boundaries counts as failure. Begin. Naruto charged forward first. Watch this. Before Songjia could even open his mouth, Naruto had already formed hand seals and produced 3 sagging, unstable afterimages. Before the afterimages could even stabilize, Jini circled around from the side and tripped Naruto into the sand pit. You covered his face. I knew it. Chi-Wan leapt from atop his head, and alongside you moved to flank from both sides. The Inuzuka clan's coordination proved far more dependable than Naruto's approach. You provided frontal pressure, while Chi-Wan circled behind to bite at the bell rope. Jinny employed a substitution jutsu to relocate beside a wooden post. Chi-Wan bit into a fragment of wood and tumbled through the air. Too slow. Ya exasperated gave chase. Chi-Wan, let's get serious. Meanwhile, Song Jia stood motionless. He was watching the ground. Each time Jinny performed a substitution, a faint trace of chakra disturbance lingered at the original position. Academy instructors prioritizing student safety executed their techniques with textbook precision. Their forms so standardized they resembled solution steps written out on an examination paper. The substitution landing points were never random. They were shaped by the field's obstacles, blind spots, and vision and the direction of the student's charges. First instance, the wooden post. Second instance, the shadow of the flagpole. On the third occasion, had you continued his direct charge, Jinny would have relocated to the right side of the sand pit. Song Jia picked up a small stone and flicked it toward Naruto's feet. Naruto scrambled up from the sand pit. What are you doing? Left. Why should I listen to you? From ahead you lunged and missed as Jinny indeed appeared on the right side of the sand pit. Naruto's body reacted faster than his mind. Upon hearing left, he had already stepped half a pace to the left, perfectly blocking Jinny's retreat route. Jinny showed a flicker of surprise and paused his foot. Chi-Wan pounced from the side. The bell trembled but did not fall. You glanced at Song Jia. You saw that coming. Song Jia neither confirmed nor denied. He is accustomed to retreating towards safer zones. Naruto grew excited. Again. Tell me which direction. Song Jia's brow furrowed. No, he made no further unnecessary movement, merely raising a finger to point toward the flagpole. You pressure him toward the flagpole. Naruto, do not charge at the person. Aim for his feet. Naruto objected. How is that impressive? Do you want to look impressive, or do you want to win? Naruto hesitated, then chose the latter. In the second round, Ya and Chi-Wan pressed the attack with greater intensity. This time Naruto did not leap at Jinny's body. Instead, he wildly scattered kunai and wooden training shards around the instructor's feet. His accuracy was poor, but he successfully sealed off one of Jinny's preferred landing zones. Jinny was forced to substitute prematurely. Song Jia employed his Byakugan to capture the residual traces of the jutsu. Before the substitution chakra fully formed behind the flagpole, there existed a momentary instability lasting roughly 0.3 of a second. Rather than launching an attack, Song Jia affixed a trace of chakra to a single leaf and tossed it toward the base of the flagpole. The leaf drifted down as though it were an accidental misstep. When Jinny landed, his foot caught the edge of the leaf, causing a momentary disruption in the chakra beneath his sole and shifting his center of gravity by half an inch. You seized the opening. Chi-Wan leapt from his shoulder and bit at the bell. The bell rope snapped in half. Jinny retreated, his expression turning earnest. He had originally treated this as routine student training, but now realized someone was reading his substitution patterns. Iruka stood at the edge of the field, his gaze also fixing upon Song Jia. The chakra signatures of the Hyuga guards drifted from beneath the trees. They would certainly record this sequence in the Hyuga annals. Song Jia withdrew his efforts, re-inspiring himself. My chakra reserves are insufficient. The next attempt must rely on you. Upon hearing rely on you, Naruto seemed to surge with the same frenetic energy as a vial of Nine-Tails grade stimulants. Leave it to me. You warned, don't act recklessly. But Naruto was already acting recklessly. He formed hand seals to create clones, still sagging and unstable, but one more than before. The three failed clones sprawled across the ground, inadvertently obstructing Jinny's line of sight. Forced to circle around the flank, Jinny found Ya and Chi-Wan closing in simultaneously. Song Jia observed the swinging frequency of the bell at Jinny's waist. The bell had been bitten in half by Chi-Wan earlier, and the knot had loosened. Only one additional lateral pull was needed. The bell would fall even without being bitten directly. Chi-Wan bit the hem of his clothing, not the bell. Ya paused, then immediately understood. Chi-Wan lunged toward the left hem of Jinny's garments, prompting the instructor to instinctively raise his arm to block the dog. Naruto rose from the ground and wrapped his arms around Jinny's right leg. Got him. Jinny looked down at Naruto and was momentarily unable to deliver a powerful kick. It charged from the front, not striking the person but driving his shoulder into Jinny's left flank. The bell rope, already displaced by Chi-Wan's grip on the fabric, snapped under Ya's impact. The bell struck the ground and rolled to rest at Song Jia's feet. A few students at the edge of the field erupted in cheers. This was not merely a scripted reaction of shock. Some students genuinely dropped the wooden practice pieces in their hands, others pressed against the windows to watch. Haruno Sakura peered from the classroom doorway, and Uchiha Sasuke turned his head in their direction. Naruto scrambled off Jinny's leg and lunged for the bell. Song Jia was closer, but made no move to claim it. Naruto seized the bell with both hands and raised it high above his head. We won. Did you see that? I am clearly a genius. You kicked him from behind. Chi-Wan bit it loose. Chi-Wan barked loudly in agreement. Song Jia stood to the side, successfully diverting the primary attention toward Naruto and Ya. Yet Iruka was not misled, and Jinny's gaze also fell upon him. Song Jie, you did not participate in any direct combat throughout this exercise. Song Jie spread his hands, the thinness of his chakra appearing genuinely apparent. Had I engaged in frontal combat, we would have failed. The answer was so brutally honest that you nearly laughed aloud. Naruto came bounding over with the bell and slammed his palm against Song Jie's shoulder. The impact struck an old wound on his right side, and Song Jie's vision nearly went black. So this Byakugan cripple actually has some use. The chakra signatures beneath the trees grew heavy. You also realized that the word cripple might be inappropriate when directed at the Hyuga clan, and cleared his throat. Naruto, your mouth is going to get you killed one day. Song Jie pressed his hand against his right shoulder. More useful than your clone jutsu at least. Naruto bristled. My clone technique will scare you stiff next time. Iruka approached, retrieved the bell, and wore an expression not of reprimand, but of quiet satisfaction. Your coordination remains crude, but you did accomplish the objective. Next week's assessment standards will be raised. Naruto stared blankly. Raise them again. You muttered, that's your fault for shouting so loudly. Jinny adjusted his clothing and added, Song Jie, your observational skills suit team missions well. But a ninja cannot merely stand behind and watch. Enemies will not always grant you time to analyze. Song Jie understood. This was not criticism, but guidance. No matter how refined his microscopic true, I proved real combat would present chakraless traps, purely physical strikes, obscured vision, and temporal constraints. His ability to read the academy instructor stemmed solely from the controlled teaching environment where the opponent executed techniques according to standard patterns. Against a genuine enemy, the observer would have been slain before they could act. After training concluded, Naruto clung to him. Hey, how did you know where the instructor would appear? Reading the remnants. Remnants of what? Footprints, wind direction, chakra traces, and habitual tendencies. The mention of chakra made Naruto's head ache. Then teach me. I need to master this kind of tracking method if I want to defeat Sasuke. He hoisted Chi Wan onto his shoulder. First learn which end is the head on your own clones. Naruto bared his teeth at you, then turned to Song Jie. We train again tomorrow. The Hyuga guards approached the edge of the field to signal the time. Song Jie could not unilaterally extend training sessions, nor could he interact with Naruto without supervision. After academy classes tomorrow, 15 minutes. The guards did not object. The Ninja Academy's public training with Iruka present did not constitute unauthorized contact. Naruto immediately slapped his chest. It's settled. The bottom-ranking squad assembles tomorrow. Song Jie considered correcting him. Not that he was an official member of the squad, but deemed it unnecessary. While the title was derogatory, it was marginally less offensive than hazardous waste. Before leaving the field, he glanced back at Naruto. The nine-tailed seal within him still functioned like a noise source, constantly interfering with basic chakra control. The increase in failed clones during the final round was likely not a sign of technical improvement, but rather the consequence of emotional excitement, causing greater chakra leakage. If he could guide Naruto to isolate a quieter, more stable segment of chakra, the clone technique might stabilize somewhat. The complication lay in the fact that observing the nine-tailed seal would attract the village's attention. That evening, the Hyuga surveillance records were delivered to Risaha's desk. After reviewing the entry documenting Song Jie guiding Naruto and Inuzuka in completing the bell retrieval, Risaha drew a single line beside the 4 characters Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, within the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage's crystal sphere also reflected the scene of Song Jie directing the squad's bell retrieval operation. The day after class, Naruto appeared right on schedule. On schedule to an absurd degree. He had been squatting beside the training ground half an hour early. By the time Soisuke emerged from the classroom, Naruto had already drawn a dozen or so crude stick figures in the dirt with a twig each, with Sasuke defeated scrawled above their heads. Kiba glanced at the ground and offered a fair assessment, more stable than your clone jutsu. Naruto sprang to his feet and gave chase. Akamaru poked his head out from Kiba's arms and yipped twice, and before training had even begun, the dog had already run half a lap. Soisuke set the old book beside a tree root. A Hyuga guard stood 10 paces from the training ground. Iruka sat at the office window grading papers, his gaze occasionally drifting this way. Open, bright, with witnesses. Far safer than the underground meditation chamber. The short-term objective was clear: get Naruto to produce a clone that didn't collapse to the ground. Soisuke drew 2 lines on the ground. Stand here. Form the seal, but don't rush to release chakra. Naruto stepped behind the line, impatience etched across his face. I know the clone jutsu. It goes boom, and there I am. That's exactly why whatever you produce looks like it got run over. Kiba burst out laughing. Naruto lunged forward, only to be stopped by Soisuke tapping the line beside his foot with a twig. If you want to beat Sasuke, stay on your feet. That remark cut deeper than anything Iruka could have said. Naruto dug his heels in and pulled his feet back inside the line. He formed the seal. Soisuke activated his Byakugan at the lowest setting, scanning only the surface-level chakra, nothing deeper. Even so, Naruto's meridian channels resembled a river battered by torrential rain. Blue chakra was streaked with orange-red static, the flow erratic and uneven, the ratio of spiritual to physical energy thrown into chaos, as though every dial had been twisted to maximum. He didn't lack chakra, nor was his control simply poor. The background interference was just too overwhelming. Naruto attempted a clone. A burst of white smoke cleared, revealing a limp clone sprawled on the ground, face askew. Kiba crouched to inspect it. This one looks like you after a sleepless night. Shut up. Naruto snapped. The clone dissipated. Soisuke redrawn a short line segment. Don't push all your chakra out at once. Naruto froze. Isn't the clone jutsu about using chakra to make a copy of yourself? If I don't use it all, how can it look like me? Every time you try to tip the whole river into a bowl, the bowl tips and the water gets dirty. Naruto didn't understand controlled variables, but he understood spilled water. Then how do I pour it? Soisuke drew a large circle on the ground with his stick and marked a small patch inside it. Take only the calmest strand. Kiba leaned in. You can actually select chakra. Yes. Soisuke tossed the stick to Naruto. Don't think about making clones. Keep your mouth shut, stand firm, and find the portion of chakra inside you that's the least noisy. Naruto glared at him. Who are you calling noisy? Kiba and Akamaru both turned to stare. After a long pause, Naruto trudged back to his line. Fine. I'll be quiet. For Naruto, this was essentially an A-rank mission. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. I feel like everything's noisy. Soisuke wasn't at all surprised. The Nine-Tails seal hummed inside him like background noise. Anyone would find it noisy. Then find the least noisy part. Naruto closed his eyes again. Sweat beaded at the tip of his nose. His body swayed, and Kiba shouted at him to steady himself. Soisuke observed that just above Naruto's navel a narrow strand of blue chakra slowed its flow. Orange-red interference still cluttered it, but it was steadier than the surrounding regions. Now draw from just above the navel. Not too much. Naruto formed the seal. White smoke exploded. This time the clone stood. Its face was still slightly crooked, and its clothing was as pale as washed cloth, but it held its stance, lasting 3 breaths before dissipating. Beside the training ground, Iruka rose from his chair at the window. Kiba too set aside his smirk and circled Naruto, studying him from every angle. Naruto himself stood frozen for a long moment, then exploded upward. I did it. I actually did it. See that, Kiba? Soisuke. I nailed it. The surge in chakra sent the next clone collapsing to the ground immediately. Soisuke stepped in and pushed him back behind the line. Find that state again. Just like before. Naruto was thrilled. I knew it. I'm not incapable. I just had too much noisy chakra. Kiba stroked Akamaru. Weird explanation, but it actually works. Soisuke didn't elaborate further on the Nine-Tails. He simply repeated, take the calmest strand, and had Naruto try again and again. 1 success out of 5 attempts, 3 out of 10. By the time the sun slanted against the wall, Naruto could occasionally produce a standing clone. Iruka approached, still clutching a scroll halfway through his corrections. Soisuke, where did you learn this method? The Hyuga guard shifted 2 steps closer. Here came the difficult part. Soisuke could hardly claim he had seen the Nine-Tails chakra turbulence inside Naruto, nor could he admit he was using his microscopic true eye to filter a Jinchuriki's energy. His chakra reserves are thin. He pushed the answer back to his own limitation. When I practice the clone jutsu, I never have enough, so I have to pick the stable portions. Naruto has the opposite problem. Too much chakra. Iruka turned to look at Naruto. Naruto puffed out his chest. Exactly. My chakra is so overflowing it's noisy. You're noisy enough, as your Kiba shot back. Naruto launched himself forward again. Iruka pressed down on his head, his expression losing some of its earlier ease. He was Naruto's teacher. He knew Naruto's situation was special, but he might not have known the details of the Nine-Tails seal. Soisuke's mention of noise was already skirting the edge of something no student ought to encounter. That's enough for today. Naruto, you are not to train alone until dark. Soisuke returned to the Hyuga compound. A little more practice, Naruto pleaded. Soisuke gathered his old book. The more excited you get, the lower your success rate drops. That struck home. To preserve his success rate, Naruto forced his mouth shut for 3 breaths before muttering tomorrow then. Soisuke didn't agree immediately. On a distant rooftop, that unfamiliar chakra signature had appeared again. Yesterday, it watched Naruto. Today it was still there. Unlike the Hyuga guard, this person's concealment resembled ANBU work. Frequency suppressed, low yet lacking the utterly emotionless rigidity characteristic of Root. A Hokage faction operative. Soisuke slung his book into his bag and looked toward Iruka. Follow Sensei Iruka's arrangements. Iruka caught the opening smoothly. Regular classes tomorrow. After-class training shall not exceed 15 minutes. Naruto hooped as though he'd been handed an S-rank clearance. As Soisuke left the training ground, the Hyuga guard said nothing, only recorded today's session in meticulous detail. On the way back to the Hyuga compound, the guard's pace quickened noticeably, clearly eager to deliver the report of Soisuke coaching Naruto's clone jutsu to Hyuga Hayazaki as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage sat before the crystal ball, his pipe clenched between his fingers. On its surface lingered the image of Naruto leaping in triumph upon successfully producing a clone. Irika's interim report lay on the desk, several lines circled Hyuga Sosuke extraordinary observational ability. I proposed the concept of chakra noise. He did not mention the Nine Tails, a method effective for Naruto. An ANBU agent knelt half-shrouded in shadow. Lord Third the Hyuga are documenting him as well. Since the Ancestral Shrine incident, their surveillance of Sosuke has intensified markedly. The Third exhaled a plume of smoke that partially veiled the crystal ball's edge. A Hyuga branch family child can perceive the instability in Naruto's chakra. The ANBU offered no reply. Close the report. For now, do not make contact. Continue observation. Pay particular attention to the depth of Byakugan activation when he observes Naruto. Within the Hyuga compound, Sosuke had just finished his afternoon residual mark inspection. Medical records noted mild fluctuation of the forehead mark after training, no spread. Low chakra consumption. Significant mental fatigue. When Hyuga Sosuke received the Shinobi School report, his first glance skipped past the training results and landed squarely on the 4 characters Uzumaki Naruto. I told you not to approach him. Sosuke stood before the desk, the guard and recorder behind him. The scene was familiar enough that he could predict where the recorder would pause his brush. He requested the training himself. Teacher Irika was present. Inazuka Kiba was present. The Hyuga guard was present. Hayazaki's fingers pressed against the edge of the report. What did you observe? Surface-level chakra flow. Nothing deeper. Why the term noise? Sosuke paused a breath. The answer had to be shallow enough, yet not so false that Hayazaki suspected he was concealing something vital. His chakra volume is excessive. The stable portions are scattered by turbulent currents. The clone jutsu requires a stable projection, which is why it fails. Can you stabilize it? I can only help him use less. Hayazaki set the report down. In the future, any contact with Uzumaki Naruto must involve both a Shinobi School teacher and a Hyuga guard. You are forbidden from actively activating your Byakugan to observe his abdomen, from training alone or from discussing seals. At the word seal, the recorder's brush tip faltered. Sosuke felt a corresponding pause within himself. Hayazaki knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki, knew at least that a seal existed upon him. The Hyuga elders could hardly remain ignorant of the village's greatest weapon. The question was that Hayazaki's warning landed with pinpoint precision, suggesting either the village had already notified the Hyuga or the clan had been monitoring the situation on its own. Konoha was no fairy tale. It did not single out only the Uchiha. Every Kekkei Genkai, every Jinchuriki, every anomaly found its way into someone's records. Sosuke bowed his head. Understood. Hayazaki studied him. I hope you truly understand. Naruto is not a subject for your research. Sosuke offered no rebuttal. Yet the image from moments earlier persisted in his mind. That single frame captured when his Byakugan brushed the outer layer of the seal. Beyond the orange-red volcano of chakra within Naruto, there existed an extraordinarily intricate sealing structure. The 4th Hokage's technique left traces like interlocking rings compressing the Nine Tails chakra deep within. Sosuke had only glanced at the periphery before a backlash sent stabbing pain through the back of his eyes. This was not something mere chakra control could explain. This was another system of engineering entirely. Sealing jutsu. That night, Sosuke lay in the branch family's small room, the residual mark on his forehead pulsing at low frequency. His mother brought warm water and changed his towel, never mentioning the Shinobi School. She only restitched the lining of his coat a little tighter. Outside the window came the light tap of a stone landing. Not Niji's usual spot. Sosuke did not open the window. He simply activated his Byakugan at the lowest setting and scanned beyond the courtyard wall. No one was there. But on the ground lay a small folded piece of Shinobi School homework paper, covered in crooked handwriting. Teach me tomorrow how to make my chakra quiet. The bottom-tier alliance can't afford to lose a member. Naruto. The Ninja Academy homework paper was badly crumpled. The corners were skewed and a smudge of mud stained the surface as if someone had repeatedly crushed it in their fist before tossing it over the wall. Sosuke did not immediately pick it up. In the Hyuga branch family courtyard, eyes could be watching from window gaps, corners, or beneath the eaves. Naruto's handwriting was so crooked it could serve as identification, but the more it resembled Naruto's, the less he should touch it carelessly. He scanned the paper with his Byakugan at the lowest setting. No chakra seals, no poison powder, no hidden codes. Only Naruto's blindingly obvious chakra residue, a headache-inducing directness, with a ring of restless orange-red noise threading through the blue. A faint trace of Irika's classroom ink scent lingered on the paper's edge, likely torn from a workbook. Sosuke tucked the paper into an old book. His mother was gathering needles in the adjacent room. Hearing the soft sound by the window, she did not come out. She had learned one thing: as long as the main family guards were not pounding at the door, many things were best left unseen. The branch family's survival skill tree was oddly pointed yet remarkably practical. The next day at the Ninja Academy, Naruto burst into the classroom and rushed straight to Sosuke's desk. You saw that right. He slapped half a pencil onto the desk. I practiced until my 7th attempt yesterday, and 2 clones succeeded. The 3rd one was a bit short, but it stood up. The Nara child nearby was startled awake by the desk vibrating and shifted direction to continue lying flat. Sosuke opened his book, Teacher Irika said you're not allowed to practice alone until dark. I didn't practice until dark. Naruto puffed out his chest self-righteously. I practiced until the sun just set. Kiba passed by from the back row, Akamaru perched on his head. What's the difference? The difference is that I worked really hard. When Irika entered the room, Naruto was still gesturing with his hands to demonstrate his clone's height. Irika's gaze first landed on Naruto, then swept over the old book on Sosuke's desk. Today his lecture was slightly slower than usual, and each time he mentioned chakra control, he would glance at Sosuke once more. Sosuke pressed the book page down further. Irika was not suspecting him of cheating. That look was more like a teacher discovering a student who could solve a dangerous problem, yet unsure whether to let them continue writing. Naruto's identity was already established. Anyone who approached Naruto's chakra core would be recorded. During the break, Irika called Sosuke to the hallway. Hyuga guards stood at the staircase entrance and Ninja Academy students would instinctively detour past them. At the end of the hallway, another unfamiliar chakra frequency leaned near the roof beam. The A and BU were hidden well, but Sosuke was now too sensitive to chakra residue. The faint suppressed aura within the wood grain of the beam was like pencil dust on white paper. Irika handed him a training record. Tell me the method from yesterday again. Sosuke glanced at the paper. It recorded Naruto's failed shadow clone attempts, successful ones, and how long they lasted. The detail was excessive, clearly intended for more than just academy instruction. Separate the stable chakra portions. He delivered the answer like class notes. Naruto has vast reserves, but chaotic output. Take less at a time, and the projection stabilizes. How do you determine which parts are stable? By observing surface flow rates. Areas with uneven color or chaotic flow patterns are excluded. Irika's pen paused beside the word color. Sosuke adjusted his wording. When the Byakugan observes meridians, brightness varies. Basic Hyuga observation. This statement was half true and half fiction, something that could be rationalized within Hyuga doctrine. Irika did not press further about the nine tails. As a teacher, he understood that certain questions once asked would push a student onto a much larger board. Naruto tends to treat a single statement as the complete answer. Irika rolled up the record. You can help him with training, but do not let him experiment recklessly with anything more dangerous. Sosuke looked toward the training ground. Naruto was chasing Kiba to see who could climb trees faster, but halfway up Akamaru tackled him down, and the two boys plus the dog tumbled into a heap. He experiments recklessly on his own. I don't need to teach him that. Irika's lips twitched as though he wanted to reprimand, but realized the statement was too close to the truth. The chakra signature on the beam had vanished. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen finished listening to the NBU report and spun his pipe between his fingers. Two reports lay spread across the desk. One from Irika, another a brief summary handed indirectly by the Hyuga. The two reports used entirely different wording for the same incident. Irika wrote mutual training between students, methods effective, requires instructor supervision. The Hyuga wrote Hyuga Sosuke had abnormal contact with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, no signs of deep probing were found, continued monitoring recommended. Hiruzen placed the Hyuga report beneath the other. That Hyuga child, what is the condition of the seal mark on his forehead? The ENBU knelt half in the shadow by the window. The Hyuga's internal containment is very strict. After the Ancestral Hall incident, he has been under main family supervision for training. Elder Sajin's injured left eye is confirmed, but the cause remains unknown. In ANBU reports the phrase, unknown cause, typically meant they do not want us to know. Hiruzen exhaled smoke, his gaze fixing on the crystal ball showing Naruto falling into a sandpit and getting back up. After failing, Naruto's first instinct was not to look at Irika, but to turn and find Sosuke, as if waiting for that pale-eyed boy to offer another strange, yet useful hint. Do not approach Hyuga Sosuke for now. Hiruzen closed the report. Continue observing. If he deliberately monitors Naruto's abdomen, report immediately. The ANBU departed at the command. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga side hall, Sosuke stood before the desk. Hiyori held a copy of the academy records, its edges worn from repeated handling. The Hokage has been asking about you informally. Sosuke raised his risk assessment one tier higher in his mind. Main family oversight was troublesome enough, adding the Hokage's faction meant he had shifted from a Hyuga internal sample to a village-level subject of concern. Higher clearance sounded like a promotion, but it was more like being transferred from a general ward to intensive care. The visitors multiplied, and so did those who could pull the plug. Hiyori pushed the record toward him. Irika describes your observational skills as exceptional, notes your silence and frail constitution and your ability to assist teammates with minimal chakra expenditure. Teacher Irika's assessment is quite objective. The Hokage is asking about your Byakugan. Sosuke remained silent. The recorder waited nearby with pen in hand. Hiyori's guards stood at the doorway, and neither Hinata nor Niji were present. The atmosphere of solitary interrogation had returned, only the venue had shifted from underground to this side hall. Hiyori continued, did you encounter any unfamiliar surveillance personnel at the Ninja Academy? Yes, I did. Sosuke could not offer the false answer of having found nothing. They appeared once each, at the roof beam on the rooftop and near the training ground. They were not Hyuga guards. The recorder's pin slowed when writing non-Hyuga surveillance. Hiyori's finger pressed against the edge of the report. Do not actively track them in the future. They can track me, but I cannot track them. You have no standing to negotiate equality with the village. The words stung, but they were accurate. Sosuke suppressed his discomfort. For the weak, the greatest taboo was treating resentment as a course of action. Resentment served only as fuel, never as the driver. Footsteps echoed outside the side hall. Niji was brought to the doorway by guards carrying a broken training stake, appearing merely to return equipment. Hiyori neither invited him in nor sent him away. Niji stood outside the door looking at Sosuke through the frame, his gaze pausing briefly on the report marked Hokage Inquiry. Hiyori closed the scroll. You may attend the Ninja Academy. Naruto may be approached when teachers and guards are present. Sasuke is forbidden from approaching. Imbi you must not pursue. If root appears, report to the Hyuga immediately. When the word root fell, Niji's fingers at the doorway left a shallow impression on the wooden stake fragment. Sosuke bowed his head. Understood. That evening, returning to the branch family courtyard, Niji was waiting outside the practice grounds. The 10-breath rule remained in effect with guards timing him. Niji did not approach, merely tossing the wooden stake fragment into the wastebasket. Stay away from the Nine-Tails brat. The guard glanced at Niji, but did not intervene. This warning aligned with main family interests. Sosuke hugged the old book to his chest. You know about it too. More people in the village know than you realize. Niji brushed the wood dust from his palm. Even those who do not know understand they should not approach him. Naruto just wants to practice the clone jutsu. What he is not up to him to decide. Niji's gaze swept over the seal cloth on Sosuke's forehead. And neither is yours. The 10 breaths elapsed, and the guard stepped forward. Niji turned to leave, casting over his shoulder. The village watching you is more troublesome than the main family. Sosuke remained where he stood. Outside the courtyard wall, that unfamiliar Chakra signature lingered briefly once more. This time it was not observing Naruto nor the Hyuga guards. The target had fallen upon him. Naruto's note was collected by the Hyuga medical ninja. The reason was to check for residual foreign chakra. The medical ninja held the crooked homework paper with an expression as if clutching an explosive tag with no detonation range marked. The recorder wrote beside it, Uzumaki. Naruto voluntarily submitted the paper, then hesitated for a long time before the 4 characters, last place alliance. Song Jia watched that line get filed, and felt that in a certain sense Naruto was also a kind of genius. Ordinary people need careful planning to cause trouble. He could bundle up all the sensitive terms with nothing but instinct and deliver them right to your doorstep. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Hyuga Abnormality Private Contact Alliance. If not for the atrocious handwriting, the report's implications could have been even more alarming. Risai did not punish Song Jia over the note. He merely shortened the after-class training time. When Naruto found out, he complained on the Ninja Academy field for quite a while. Why only 15 minutes? What can be practiced in 15 minutes? Kiba placed Akamaru on the wooden stake. Enough for you to fail 10 times. But I can succeed 3 times now. That's enough for you to fail 7 times. Song Jia did not join the argument. His attention was focused on something else. The modified palm technique on the 7th page of the old manual was broken down by him into 9 small sections across 3 nights after returning from the Ninja Academy. Each section differed from traditional gentle fist. Traditional gentle fist aims to drive chakra directly into the target's tenketsu, like hammering a nail. The old manual's palm technique seeks to alter the flow, like adding a bypass valve to a pipe. If this pathway is connected to the enemy's meridian nodes, there is no need to seal them completely. Just cause a brief pause in the local flow. Flow interruption. The name is straightforward and the effect must be equally simple. Song Jia lacks the standing to devise grand techniques right now. Ultimate moves drain chakra, draw attention, and risk being seized by the main house. What suits him best are micromanipulation techniques that consume minimal chakra, operate briefly, and remain invisible to outsiders. The first official test was conducted at the main house supervised training ground. The supervising ninja provided 3 talisman wood pieces. Risai was not present, Hinata observed and recorded as usual. Seated behind the small desk, she was not asked to demonstrate gentle fist today, only tasked with writing. The main house guard stood behind her, the record board's edge holding yesterday's file page with, "Aren't you afraid of the main house?" on it. Song Jia approached the talisman wood, pressing his index finger against the lower edge of the red circle. The supervising ninja reminded, only the old manual's palm technique may be replicated. Simulating the curse mark feedback layer is forbidden. The wording carried careful intent. The old manual's pathways and curse mark circuits had already overlapped to the point where even the main house couldn't distinguish their boundaries, forcing them to draw a line through command alone. Like drawing chalk lines in water, drawn with genuine care, yet dissolving just as swiftly. Song Jia traced the first section along the old manual's pathway with the needle starting at the inner palm base, circling the wrist bone, then returning to the outer edge of the palm. The chakra needle did not pierce the talisman wood's main node. Instead, it brushed lightly against the side of an internal conductor. The rune's flow halted for half a breath. It resumed after that half breath with no damage sustained. The recorder wrote talisman would branch experience brief stasis without structural damage. After examining it, the supervising ninja's expression darkened. Proceed. On the second attempt, Song Jie reduced his output further. The rune merely shivered. It did not halt. Failure. For the third try, he thinned the chakra needle even more, shifting his target from the branch conductor to the back pressure node alongside the main line. The red circle's blue glow flared to life, then abruptly died, as though its source had been seized, stopping for a full 2 breaths. Hinata's pen froze on the paper. She understood. This was not ordinary Tenketsu closure. Standard Tenketsu sealing forces the node shut, creating obvious resistance upon recovery, but Song Jie's method was different. He seemed to borrow the flow itself, causing the talisman wood to lose its sense of direction entirely. Even the supervising ninja detected something amiss. This isn't replication of the old manual. Song Jie withdrew his hand, his forehead's residual markings throbbing sharply. He stepped back, allowing the medical ninja to examine him. The old manual's palm pathways were never designed for straight-line output. If we're only permitted to trace routes without generating actual effects, this training record should simply be called calligraphy practice. Beside him, the recorder's pen tips scraped against the paper. Hinata kept her head down, writing with shoulders steadier than before. Her entry was precise. On the third attempt, the talisman wood's main line stalled for approximately 2 breaths. The chakra did not forcefully seal the node, suggesting an alteration of flow direction. The main house guard spotted those 4 characters, altering the flow direction, and reached to seize the record board. Hinata moved first, pulling it a half-inch closer to her knees. The gesture was subtle, yet it left the guard's hand suspended midair. The supervising ninja turned his gaze toward her. Hinata's voice remained quiet, but the training ground was still enough for it to carry, recorded as observed. Song Jie did not look at her. Had he looked, that single stroke would have become branch family heretic, influencing the main house heiress. By not looking, Hinata merely fulfilled her duty as recorder. The test subject shifted from talisman wood to a living creature, a training ninkin borrowed from the Ninja Academy. Inuzuka clan training dogs possess greater intelligence than ordinary canines fitted with protective harnesses. Kiba and Akamaru were both absent. The supervising ninja clearly wanted to keep the Inuzuka clan from learning that the Hyuga were testing a new gentle fist technique on Ninkin. The Ninkin was led into the arena, front paws planted firmly, baring its teeth at Song Jie. The medical ninja had conducted pre-checks with strict parameters: no organ damage, no sealing of cranial meridians, no permanent paralysis. Song Jie crouched and extended his left hand for the Ninkin to sniff. The Ninkin did not bite. It fixed its gaze on his right hand instead. Animals sometimes read danger more accurately than humans do. Song Jie's right index finger pressed against the outer side of its foreleg. The chakra needle penetrated along the capillary meridians, halting just before the muscle energy supply branch. Flow interruption. The Ninkin's foreleg buckled, its body lurching sideways. The handling ninja caught it with the harness, preventing a fall. After 2 breaths, meridian flow restored, and the Ninkin regained its footing. It barked at Song Jie, the sound carrying confusion rather than pain. The medical ninja immediately stepped forward for examination. No damage. Localized chakra supply was interrupted, restored within 2 breaths. The supervising ninja had the Ninkin run a circuit. Its speed remained unaffected, though it veered half a step when passing Song Jie, clearly remembering that hand. Hinata recorded the results, her strokes steadier than they had been in recent days. The supervising ninja's expression shifted from impatience to alertness. Can you use this on a person? Theoretically, yes. Song Jie withdrew his right hand into his sleeve. In practice, direct contact with the target's meridian nodes is required. The subject's movement, counterattacks, and chakra intensity all affect the outcome. Against someone like Niji, with his stable flow, success rates would be quite low. This self-imposed limitation had to be stated up front. Otherwise, the main house would compel him to test it immediately on adult branch family members, with uncontrolled risk. But Hinata raised her head. If it's not sealing Tenketsu, only halting for 2 breaths, does this still count as gentle fist? The main house guard beside the training ground's expression changed. This question was more dangerous than her earlier query about fearing the main house. The former was emotional, the latter challenged the very definition of the art. The Hyuga clan's identity rested on gentle fist, who held the authority to define it was itself a matter of power. The supervising ninja spoke for the main house. Gentle fist is our Hyuga heritage, sealing enemy Tenketsu, protecting the main house bloodline. Tampering with palm pathways is merely heretical technique. Song Jie gazed at the talisman wood that had just been tested. The red circle's blue light returned to normal. The branch exhibited no damage. If gentle fist's essence lies in controlling chakra flow, he spoke slowly, giving the recorder time to inscribe each word, then this is more authentic to what you've been taught. The recorder's pen froze. The main house guard finally reached out to press down on Hinata's record board. That sentence cannot be written. Yet Hinata's pen remained lowered. She looked to the supervising ninja, then to the medical ninja. The medical ninja was examining the ninken's foreleg, unwilling to be drawn into a debate over definitions, pretending not to hear. The supervising ninja deflected responsibility to the recorder instead. Lord Risai will make the final judgment after training concludes. Song Jie knew this statement would certainly be reported. That evening Risai's summons came swiftly. In the side hall lay the talisman with the ninken examination records and Hinata's record board. On the record board that phrase, more like gentle fist, was circled separately. Risai sat behind his desk, Hinata standing to the side, the guard half a step behind her. Risai did not address Song Jie first. Hinata, why did you not erase this when recording? Hinata held the record board close, her fingers no longer gripping the edge of her sleeve. Father instructed me to record faithfully. Do you believe what he said was correct? Hinata's gaze fell upon the talisman, with records sidestepping the trap of right or wrong. I saw the talisman would stop. The ninken was not injured. That answer was astute. She offered no judgment on the theory, only delivered facts. Song Jie quietly elevated Hinata's assessment by one tier, timid, yet learning remarkably fast. Risai turned toward Song Jie. Tomorrow's second evaluation. You will explain on the spot what more like gentle fist means. Song Jie bowed his head in acknowledgement. Risai closed the ninken examination record. Should your explanation fail to satisfy me, the old manual replication project will be terminated and your supervised training will revert to basic gentle fist output. To Song Jie, basic gentle fist output equated to a slow public execution, wasting time while revealing nothing of value. Risai had positioned his strike with precision. As Song Jie left the side hall, Hinata remained standing by the desk. She said nothing, but on the reverse side of the record board her fingertip gently touched the spot where her wrist bone rested. Song Jie saw it. Risai saw it as well. The second assessment was not held at the training ground. Instead, it was moved to the evaluation room within the Hyuga inner court. Meridian diagrams hung on all four walls. The floor bore a carved formation for measuring chakra output, and at the center stood 3 spirit wood stakes alongside a practice human-shaped puppet. Inside the puppet, artificial meridian wires were embedded to test the sealing effects of gentle fist. When Sosuke entered, Hibari was already seated at the head position. 2 main family elders flanked him. Hinata sat at the recording desk, and beside her was a new main family recorder. Hyuga guards stood watch outside the door. Niji was absent. The arrangement was clear enough. Today was no training session, it was an inquisition. They were judging which direction he intended to pull the gentle fist. Hibari wasted no time. Explain. Sosuke took his stand at the formation's edge without touching the spirit wood stake first. He picked up a piece of chalk from the table and drew 2 lines on the wooden board. One ran straight to the acupoint, the other detoured through the wrist's subsidiary meridian and looped back. Traditional gentle fist strikes the acupoints with chakra, aiming to seal them shut. The seal is potent but costly in chakra expenditure and demands high output volume. The Hyuga's gentle fist has worked this way for centuries, one elder interjected coldly. We need not be taught by a branch family child. Sosuke returned the chalk to the table. I am not teaching anyone. I am explaining why I cannot light the stake. The recorder jotted that down as well. The elder choked on his retort and, mindful of Hibari's presence, let it drop. Sosuke approached the first spirit wood stake. The revised manual alters the palm technique. Not striking the acupoint directly, but using the wrist's subsidiary meridian to redirect the flow. It is unsuited for heavy sealing but effective for temporarily cutting off supply. Cutting off supply, eh? Hibari caught the new term. It halts chakra flow briefly at a localized point, without damaging the meridian or forcing a permanent seal. Like closing a door for 2 breaths then opening it again. This time he avoided words such as communication line or engineering inspection, phrases that might betray his past life's idiom. Closing and opening a door. The shinobi world could understand that. Hibari gestured. Demonstrate. Sosuke pressed his palm against the stake. The first stake was wired conventionally. He applied the first passage of the revised manual, causing the main rune to pause for a single breath. The second stake, however, featured 2 redundant subsidiary lines, runes that a traditional seal would simply bypass. Rather than driving at the main node, Sosuke struck the back pressure point instead. The rune flow diverted from the main line into the subsidiary one, then jammed at the narrow junction, halting for a breath and a half. Both elders leaned forward slightly. The third stake proved the most difficult. Its internal wiring exhibited an unstable flow rate, simulating the dynamic chakra manipulation one would face in actual combat. His first attempt failed, the blue light dispersing. On the second try, he waited until the rune reached the corresponding wrist node before acting, nudging the flow backward by a fraction, using a needle-like technique. The blue light paused for half a breath. Short, as that was, it sufficed to prove the method could affect dynamic flow. The medical ninja recorded the fluctuations in the residual seal pattern on his forehead. After the third strike, pain intensified in the residual mark. A warmth rose in Sosuke's nostrils. He suppressed the pressure, stopping the blood from flowing. Today he could not appear too fragile nor too powerful. Hibari turned toward the human-shaped puppet, tested against the artificial meridians. Sosuke approached the puppet. Detection seals were positioned at its chest, shoulders, elbows, and wrists. In a traditional gentle fist test, the corresponding seals would all extinguish. But he needed only to cause a localized pause at the wrist. As chakra needles pierced the puppet's wrist, wiring the detection seals flared red. The measuring gauge in the corner of the evaluation room began ticking. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The red line faded back to blue. The puppet sustained no damage. As the recorder logged the results, Hinata's pen moved in tandem. Her role today was merely to take a side record, entries that would not go directly to the Elder Council. Yet Hibari's decision to seat her there signaled she was meant to witness the entire process. Hibari finally asked, if the opponent is a shinobi, what can 2 breaths accomplish? Interrupt hand seals, deflect thrown techniques, disrupt the initial generation of force. Sosuke hesitated briefly. If the placement is precise, it can also cause gentle fists pressure accumulation to fail. The elder's expressions darkened further. That statement effectively claimed his flow interruption technique could counter a portion of the Hyuga's gentle fist. The main family naturally resented the branch family wielding even a crude countermeasure. Hibari did not sidestep the implication. Is it effective against the main family's gentle fist as well? It works against unstable output, Sosuke clarified, keeping his scope narrow. The more stable the chakra, the harder it is to interrupt. With someone like Niji, you would scarcely find an opening. Hibari's gaze lingered on his face. Scarcely. Sosuke cursed silently to himself. Hibari's knack for catching on every word was reminiscent of a thesis advisor, sparring over the slightest ambiguity. Unless he is injured, enraged, or affected by the curse mark. Hinata's pen paused mid-stroke. Hibari's Byakugan activated, and the chakra pressure in the evaluation room surged. The residual seal pattern on Sosuke's forehead reacted to the highly stable chakra trembling faintly beneath the cloth. The medical ninja stepped forward, but Hibari raised a hand to halt him. What do you see now? Possibility. Sosuke kept his voice level. All chakra flows undergo state changes. Stability merely narrows the window. It does not eliminate it. Hibari deactivated his Byakugan and turned to the elders. The ancient manual restoration project will continue. Sosuke Hyuga's flow interruption technique is hereby classified as a restricted art. Unauthorized transmission is forbidden, and it may not be applied to clan members without approval. One elder immediately objected. He is from the branch family. Allowing a branch member to master such a technique carries too great a risk. Hibari placed the puppet test records on the desk. The risk is already documented. So is the value. That was not protection, it was appraisal. Sosuke understood clearly he had acquired another label. Useful but dangerous. After the evaluation concluded, Hibari did not dismiss him. Hinata was escorted away by the guards, and the elders took their leave. Only Hibari, the recorder, and Sosuke remained in the evaluation room. Hibari pushed the 3rd spirit wood stake toward him. If your opponent is Niji, can you interrupt his flow? This question carried more danger than the elders' objections. Niji was the branch family's prodigy, long monitored by the main family. If Sosuke answered affirmatively, Hibari would arrange a test immediately. A negative answer would diminish his value. An evasive one would only provoke Hibari to extract the truth himself. Not currently. Sosuke chose the safest ground. His meridian flow is too stable. Basic gentle fist leaves virtually no backflow to exploit. Attempting it forcefully would only result in him striking first. And in the future, I would need close-range observation. Hibari withdrew the stake. Tomorrow at sunset, a closed-door sparring session. You and Niji. Sosuke raised his head, and the movement tugged at the residual seal on his forehead. Hibari continued, no curse mark techniques allowed. Only the ancient manual's palm paths and basic gentle fist. Niji will not be informed of the test's objective. That made things considerably more complicated. If Niji knew it was a test of the flow interruption technique, he would deliberately conceal his openings. Unaware, he would fight according to his genuine instincts. What Hibari sought to observe was not whether Sosuke could win, but how much he could read from Niji. Will Niji be injured? Consider yourself first, Hibari replied, his gaze fixed on him. As Sosuke exited the evaluation room, someone leaned against the wall at the corridor's far end. Niji held a roll of training bandages, clearly already notified of tomorrow's sparring session. They could not speak privately with the guards between them. Niji tossed the bandages into a nearby bamboo basket, as though discarding trash. I hear you have named your new palm technique. Sosuke clutched the ancient manual to his chest. Flow interruption. The name is bold. The results are meager. Niji glanced at him. Do not use such modesty to beg for mercy tomorrow. The guards recorded their exchange. Sosuke pressed the manual tighter against him. I would prefer you remember when you strike that I still owe you a roll of bandages. Niji turned and walked away. Dead is no talisman. Before the midpoint of the afternoon watch, the Hinata clan's inner courtyard training ground had been cleared. The young Master Branch children who normally clustered against the walls to watch the commotion had vanished, and even the branch family trainees had been ordered away with a single command. Only 4 people remained in the yard: Ryu, the recorder, the medical ninja, and Soke and Niji, standing opposite each other at the center. Closed doors don't guarantee safety. Closed proceedings meant the results belonged solely to the main family, leaving outsiders without even the privilege of misinterpretation. Soke actually preferred public events where onlookers could help establish accountability. But the small training ground was hemmed in by high walls on all sides, guarded by 2 sentries at the gate. If anything happened, spreading rumors would require waiting in line for the main family's official seal, making the experience virtually worthless. Niji undid the bandages around his wrists and rewound them tightly around his palms with precise, economical movements, as if loading a weapon. The rules. Ryu sat at the edge of the yard, voice devoid of inflection: restrain your force. No striking at the forehead, crest marks. No provoking the caged bird. No using ninja tools. Soke may only employ the old palm techniques and basic gentle fist. Niji's gaze lingered for a moment on those 4 characters, the old palm techniques. He understood. What they were testing today was Soke's signature technique, the flow-breaking method. Soke rotated his right shoulder. The old injury hadn't healed, the residual numbness from the neck suspending technique still flared occasionally, and the forehead crest pulsed with low-frequency throb. His body wasn't in fighting condition, but the main family's tests never waited for auspicious days. Your physical state didn't matter. What counted was having fresh sample data. Ryu raised his hand. The trial begins. Niji didn't hesitate or probe. He surged forward immediately, his right palm striking towards Soke's shoulder. His speed exceeded the Ninja Academy instructors by more than 1 tier, his chakra flowing with the steady tension of a string pulled to its limit. Soke had anticipated the palm's trajectory, but couldn't evade it, completely forcing him to angle his body and let the strike pass over the vital point. The wind of the palm brushed his shoulder, sending a familiar numbness through the old wound. Soke pressed his right index finger toward Niji's wrist. The flow-breaking technique required contact with the pressure return point, but Niji's wrist chakra lacked that characteristic pause before discharge that he'd observed from scenery years ago. The flow was too clean. His needle-like chakra mode was deflected the moment it approached, pushed aside by the air current from Niji's palm strike. A second palm attack was already coming. Soke retreated 3 steps in succession, his heels pressing against the white boundary line. One more step, and he'd be out of bounds, which by the rules meant immediate defeat. Niji didn't give him a moment to breathe, cutting in from the left side, with his palm chakra flattened to a razor-thin edge that perfectly covered every possible angle Soke might extend his fingers. He was sealing off Soke's hands. Though Niji didn't understand the intricate details of flow breaking, he deduced the fundamental principle from observing Soke's past techniques: direct contact was essential. That was what made a genius so maddening. You hadn't even opened the instruction manual yet, but he'd already read the product's design and predicted every limitation, writing your review before you'd taken your first step. Soke shifted tactics. Instead of targeting the wrist, he drew Niji's attacks to his right shoulder. On their third exchange, he deliberately lagged half a beat, letting Niji's palm strike fully land on the outer shoulder. Chakra pierced into muscle, sending numbness through half his body, but the distance closed. Soke's left hand pressed against Niji's forearm. Flow breaking. Failure. Niji's meridian flow had already diverted a moment before contact, like demolishing a bridge before the traveler reached it. Soke's chakra needle struck only an empty secondary channel, meeting no resistance. Niji pivoted his hand and sent Soke flying backward, his spine slamming into the wall padding. The recorder's pen darted across the paper. The medical ninja stepped forward but was halted by Ryu's gesture. As long as there was no mortal danger, the trial continued. Niji stood 3 paces away, looking down. You're too slow. I know. Knowing won't help. Niji pressed forward again, this time with faster palm strikes that sealed off both of Soke's escape routes in 3 consecutive blows. Soke was forced to deploy the embryonic form of his low-power clone, a nearly invisible layer of chakra afterimage that distorted Niji's perception. The afterimage couldn't sustain itself for even half a breath, but it was enough to make Niji's palm strike glance off by a hair's breadth. Ryu's Byakugan locked onto the afterimage without wavering. Soke's heart sank. That card had been kept hidden up his sleeve, not meant to be played so soon, but Niji's pressure left him no choice. Pull it out, or be crushed on the spot. Another layer of his advantage peeled away. He'd been stripped bare. Seizing the moment when Niji's palm strike glanced off, Soke's right index finger darted toward the inner curve of Niji's elbow. There, a microscopic backflow revealed itself after the relentless assault. The needle mode chakra pierced in. Niji's elbow chakra stalled for a fraction of a moment. A sliver of time, less than half a breath. Niji's arm didn't lose its power, but the palm strike shifted half an inch off course. Soke seized that gap, sliding away from the wall and retaking his position at center. The recorder's pen pressed down, leaving a dark ink blot. Continue. Niji glanced down at the inside of his elbow, and for the first time genuine battle intent flickered in his eyes. It wasn't rage, but rather a quiet acknowledgement. This opponent warranted his full attention. Over the next 10 breaths, Soke was thoroughly overwhelmed. Niji's speed combat experience and chakra control all operated on a different level. The windows where flow breaking could find purchase were painfully few, and even when he caught one, it only nudged the palm strike off by a hair's breadth. That half-inch might have been fatal to an ordinary main branch youth, but for Niji, it was merely a note to adjust next time. On the third strike to his ribs, Soke felt the crest marks on his forehead spasm with pain, and green static began creeping into the edges of his vision. He couldn't keep dragging this out. His chakra reserves were running dry, and his body had hit its limit. Another exchange with Niji, and he'd be vomiting blood for the medic to document. And Ryu would simply record it as flow-breaking unsustainable. He needed to change his approach. Deliberately abandoning his defensive stance, Soke raised his arm to block Niji's incoming strike, with such slow, clumsy hesitation that it looked like a complete miscalculation. Niji didn't hold back, driving his palm straight towards Soke's chest acupoint. Soke angled himself half an inch to the side, sidestepping the vital target, and taking the full force of the strike against his collarbone instead. Agony exploded across his body, but the positioning was right. His microscopic true eye pushed to its absolute limit. This time, he wasn't watching the wrist or the elbow. His gaze went straight to the residual frequency of the caged bird seal beneath Niji's headband. He wasn't touching it, wasn't provoking it, but in that precise instant when Niji committed his full palm strike, and his entire chakra recoiled through his body, he used the moment to observe the outer preparation channel anchored to that pain response. There, a brief flash. Extremely short, almost imperceptible. It was like the curse mark always flashed a warning a fraction ahead of time whenever Niji's chakra executed that counter-propulsion pattern. Niji's composure wasn't innate perfection. It was something forged through relentless training where he'd systematically suppressed that warning into his muscle memory. The deeper his anger ran, the more precise his strikes became, and the closer that pain preparation channel pushed against his core pathways. His greatest stability was built partly upon his wounds. Soke was driven back by the palm strike, one knee slamming into the ground. He didn't rise immediately, blood gathering at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Niji and let his voice carry just loud enough for those present to hear. Niji, that which makes you strongest is also the wound the main family left upon you. Niji's movements froze, and in that same instant Ryu's Byakugan activated to its full extent. Ningxi's next strike should have been held back. But Song Jie's words were like a thin needle striking precisely the one line beneath the forehead protector band that he must never touch. The flow of chakra, once as still as a mirror, suddenly surged with a sharp peak. The chakra in his palm was compressed thinner, falling toward Song Jie's shoulder like a blade. This was not the ruthless killing intent born of losing control, yet it had already crossed the boundary where testing should stop. The medical ninja instinctively lunged forward a step. Rich's voice came from the sidelines, low but pressing down on every spine like an iron hand. Stop. Ningxi's palm halted a hand's breadth from Song Jie's shoulder. The wind from the palm swept across the edge of the sealing cloth, causing the residual pattern on the forehead to twitch. Song Jie, already kneeling, felt the green lines in his vision nearly scatter. Gritting his teeth, he forced all the chakra back into his dantian and severed the microscopic truth. I like having power cut from a data collection halfway through the scene, freezing at its most critical frame. Ningxi's hand remained suspended in the air. Richa stepped between them, the white eye sweeping over Song Jie's forehead, then moving to Ningxi's forehead protector band. Ningxi withdrew his hand and stepped back, his movements precise and flawless, yet his chakra still churned restlessly beneath the surface, never fully calmed. The testing is over. The recorder looked down and wrote the final result. Song Jie sustained multiple strikes, with one brief disruption to Ningxi's elbow flow. Song Jie appeared to be observing Ningxi's curse seal reactions. Ningxi showed tendencies toward excessive force, checked by Lord Richa. The words suspected were written lightly, almost carelessly, yet they carried fatal weight on the page. Richa turned at Song Jie. What did you see? As Song Jie rose, pain flared in his ribs, drawing a sharp breath. He could not mention the preparatory channel, not with the recorder present. Doing so would be handing Ningxi over to another round of interrogation himself. Chakra resonance return, he said, pressing his hand to his chest, and speaking each word with deliberate slowness to buy time for careful consideration. When Ningxi struck with full force, the main channel at his forehead contracted prematurely. Ningxi's gaze snapped to Song Jie. He understood exactly what the main channel at the forehead referred to. That was not within the scope of ordinary gentle fist observation. That belonged to the caged bird. Richa did not press for structural details, turning instead to Ningxi. You heard it too. For the next 3 days after returning, no unauthorized training and no contact with Song Jie. Ningxi's jaw tightened. I did not lose control. You continued to strike just now. He provoked me deliberately. Then you were provoked. That was more devastating than any punishment. Ningxi offered no rebuttal, pulling the bandage around his wrist tighter until the edge bit into his skin. Song Jie watched clearly as the chakra beneath Ningxi's forehead protector band flickered again, the preparatory channel dutifully sounding its warning like an alarm that never failed. Richa handed the 2 temporary orders to the guards. Hyuga Sosuke confined to quarters for 3 days. You are forbidden from entering the Ninja Academy and from contacting Ning Ci or Himawari. The residual pattern will be checked daily and restoration of the old records is suspended. Ning Ci will continue regular training at half intensity under main family supervision. Song Jie rapidly tallied the losses in his mind. 3 days without the Ninja Academy. Naruto's training interrupted, the old record project paused, the Himawari connection severed, and Ning Ci's sample isolated. The cost was indeed substantial, but the gains were clear, confirming that Ning Ci's caged bird seal contained a pain-sensing preparatory channel inextricably linked to his chakra stability. In a laboratory setting, this exchange would be trading half a life for critical data. His advisor might tear him apart for the recklessness, but the paper would genuinely be publishable. On the way back to the Branch family courtyard, the Hyuga guards fell quieter than usual. When his mother saw the bandages on his ribs, her needle slipped and pierced the cloth off target. The medical ninja conducted the usual inspection of the water basin, medicine packets, and window gaps, confirming no foreign notes were present before allowing his mother to approach. I have requested 3 days off from the Ninja Academy. The guard read the confinement order aloud. During this period, you are forbidden from contacting any peers among the clan. His mother actually breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Ninja Academy. Compared to the underground meditation chamber and the main family training ground, the Ninja Academy was likely the safest place in her eyes. If he was not going there, at least it meant her son would not be dragged into Naruto's village-level troubles. She had no idea what Song Jie truly stood to lose, a sample window that would never open again. After the guards departed, his mother set the medicine bowl beside him. Was this another incident somewhere someone could see? Song Jie stared at the medicine in the bowl, its temperature steady, and habitually reached out to test it with his fingers, only to realize halfway through that the gesture was pointless, so he simply lifted the entire bowl. Yes, Richa was present. His mother did not ask how he could still be injured when Richa was there. The Branch family's judgment of the main family never relied on logic, only on outcomes. Returning alive was already the best news of the day. That night, Song Jie spread everything across the table, the old records, training notes, and data he had memorized in silence. The confinement order forbade contact with others, but it did not forbid him from thinking. No matter how meticulously the main family monitored him, they could not lock his mind. At least not yet. He broke Ning Ci's structure into 3 layers. The first layer was the ordinary caged bird pain anchoring. The second layer was a reinforcement ring positioned against the outer edge of the third layer, designed for early activation. The third layer consisted of behavioral feedback habits. Each time Ning Ci's chakra pushed back with resistance, the preparatory channel delivered a low-intensity pain signal, which he then suppressed through increasingly precise and stable output. Year after year, the pain itself became part of the training regimen. Song Jie stared at the pathways on paper, his fingertip hovering near the characters for strongest point, motionless for a long while. This explained why Ning Ci was so precise, and why he grew steadier the angrier he became. The main family sharpened his rage into a blade, then secured the hilt with the caged bird. Geniuses in this system were not cultivated at all, but were products of more sophisticated domestication. Put plainly, the better the specimen, the finer the chain that bound it. The residual pattern on his forehead pulsed with low-frequency tremors. Song Jie added his own half-carved seal structure to the diagram. Layer 3 stalled halfway, Layer 6 burned through, yet the instinctual port search continued to run stubbornly. His own residual pattern resembled an unfinished circuit, while Ning Ci's preparatory channel was like an alarm welded shut, permanent and inescapable. Stacked together, the 2 pieces unexpectedly revealed the hidden design of the caged bird's pain layer, like fragments of source code, each completing what the other had commented out. If the Branch family seal were ever to be dismantled, the first priority must be neutralizing the preparatory channel. Otherwise, the moment any Branch ninja harbored even a whisper of defiance, the pain would suppress their chakra before they could act. Song Jie wrote his first conclusion before releasing the caged bird: an alternative pain circuit must be established to deceive the third layer anchor. Second conclusion: Ning Ci is a critical specimen and must not be overstimulated. Before he could finish the third point, a soft sound came from outside the window. It was not Naruto's pebble. Naruto's pebbles were never thrown with any subtlety, landing with excessive force, and always startling the birds in the yard, as if determined to announce his presence to everyone. This time the sound was much quieter, like someone pressing a thin iron shard against the window frame. Song Jie did not open the window. He quickly tucked the papers from the table into his outer robe's lining, extinguished the oil lamp, leaving only the warmth from the medicine bowl as cover. He activated his Byakugan at the lowest level, scanning the yard silently. A masked A and BU stood on the courtyard wall. They were not wearing the white robes of Hyuga guards, nor did they carry the dead silence of root, that particular suppression of both expression and chakra. Simple patterns were carved on the side of the mask with a short blade hooked behind. Their position deliberately avoided the direct line of the Hyuga patrol route, yet left just enough visibility for Song Jie to spot them. Hokage-affiliated A and BU. The agent raised a hand, a small scroll pinched between their fingers. Rather than tossing it inside, they held it just outside the paper window, carefully measured. Hyuga Sosuke. The voice was suppressed, unable to carry beyond the courtyard walls, yet clear enough for every word to reach him. The Hokage wishes to see you. The scroll hung just outside the window paper, not touching the wooden frame. The Umbu's fingertips hovered half an inch from the lattice, their chakra pressed so thin it wouldn't disturb the patrol outside the courtyard, yet sufficient for Sosuke to confirm they weren't here to abduct anyone. If they truly meant to take them by force, the window paper would long have been sliced open and a paralysis jutsu would already be branded at the base of their neck. The problem was this sort of courtesy was far more troublesome. If the main branch took someone, there would at least be a record within the Hyuga's own files. But with Umbu involved, the paperwork went straight to the Hokage's tower. Two separate filing systems that never intersected. Meaning if something went wrong, the trail of accountability would split into entirely different directions. In his past life, this would have been two departments racing to claim custody of a high-risk specimen, each desperate to dodge responsibility. Sosuke didn't reach for the scroll. Instead, he spoke through the window paper. Does Lord Hayashi know about this? The masked face outside didn't shift. The Hokage has already sent word to notify the Hyuga. A notification, not a request for approval. Polite on the surface, but the power dynamics were firmly locked in place. When the highest authority in Konoha demanded to see a branch family child of the Hyuga, they could be displeased, but they had no choice but to comply. Footsteps approached from the direction of the courtyard gate. The Hyuga guards moved faster than usual, their Geta sandals striking the stone slabs with a disrupted rhythm. Clearly they'd just received the news as well, and it hadn't come through Sosuke. His mother emerged from the partition, needlework still in hand. Upon seeing the masked figure outside the window, she didn't cry out. Instead, she set the sewing basket on the table's edge, concealing the spot where Sosuke had stashed something inside his coat's lining. It was a small movement, yet potentially life-saving. Sosuke moved toward the door. The Hyuga guard outside had already taken position, their expression darker than during nighttime patrols. The Hokage summons you. The guard extended a temporary pass bearing the Hyuga clan seal. Lord Hayashi commands that you may go. I will escort you to the Hokage tower's exterior, but will not enter. Sosuke dressed in his outer garment, careful to keep the cloth at his collar clear of the sealing tape on his forehead. His mother smoothed the wrinkles at his back, her fingertips lingering for a moment at the old mark of the paralysis jutsu on his nape. Someone saw. Those were all 4 words she spoke. Sosuke left his worn book on the table along with the records hidden in its lining. The Hokage tower wasn't the place to carry cursed sealed data. If Umbu searched him, it would only complicate matters further. I'll take the main path. The Umbu dropped down from the courtyard wall, without pressing him, simply tucking the small scroll back into their sleeve. The Hyuga guard walked to his left rear, while the Umbu stayed to the shadowed side of the rooftop, maintaining a carefully measured distance between them. Both were ostensibly providing escort, yet neither would acknowledge the other's surveillance. The streets of Konoha at night felt far more relaxed than the confines of the Hyuga compound. Laughter spilled from the tavern doorway. An old man at the meatball stall emptied his skewers into a bucket, and somewhere in the distance 2 patrolling shunin were arguing over who was buying dinner. The ordinary villagers had no idea that a 9-year-old child with sealing cloth bound to their forehead was being escorted toward the Hokage tower, caught between 2 separate surveillance networks. When Sosuke passed Ichiraku ramen, the aroma of the broth made his stomach betray him with an ill-timed growl. The Umbu's steps remained steady. The Hyuga guard glanced sideways at him. Sosuke mentally cursed his own body for announcing carbohydrate deficiency right before a high-stakes political meeting in the dead of night. His biology truly knew how to pick the worst possible moments. If he fainted from hunger before the 3rd, the official report would probably read something like, Hyuga anomalous specimen suspected of rations withholding by clan. The Hokage tower came into view. The Hyuga guard stopped at the doorway while the Umbu led him up through the side entrance. Task assignment plaques hung along the hallway. D rank, C rank, B rank. And a few ninjas who'd just submitted their missions whispered complaints about employers dragging their feet on payment. As he passed, those gazes landed on his Byakugan and the sealing cloth, only to be quelled by the Umbu's mask. The 3rd Hokage waited for him in the top-floor office. The room carried a heavy smell of pipe tobacco. Scrolls were piled on the desk, a crystal ball shrouded beneath cloth, and 2 Umbus stood near the window. The 3rd wore no battle armor, just the Hokage's cloak draped over his shoulders, a pipe held loosely in hand. Stripped of the apparatus of Konoha's enforcement apparatus behind him, he looked like nothing more than an old man pulling in late night at his desk. Hyuga Sosuke. The 3rd made no gesture for him to kneel, simply pointed to the cushion positioned before the desk. Sosuke settled into the cushion, his posture so precise it could have been illustrated in a Hyuga etiquette manual. The residual seal markings on his forehead beat more slowly now that he was near the Hokage tower, showing no response to the 3rd's chakra. That much was clear. The 3rd's chakra was dense and tangled, a chaotic blend of fire release, earth release sealing techniques, and summoning residues that bore no resemblance to the clean, stable meridian networks the Byakugan could parse. The residual seal couldn't isolate a recognizable port from that kind of complexity. Good news and bad news. The more intricate the system, the harder it was to anticipate. The third slid a Ninja Academy report across the desk. Irika tells me you helped Naruto refine his clone jutsu. Simply advised him to conserve chakra. Conserve chakra. The third repeated, rolling his pipe between his fingers. Most instructors would push him to practice more, focus more, stabilize more. You tell him to use less. Sasuke didn't respond immediately. The third wasn't asking about training methodology. He wanted to understand why Sasuke had recognized the root of Naruto's problem in the first place. My chakra reserves are limited. Many jutsu are beyond what I can afford, so I learned to conserve first. The third pressed down on the report. What did you see on Naruto? The chakra of both Umbu in the room tightened in unison. Sasuke steadied his breathing. His chakra is noisy, unstable flow across the surface, making the clone jutsu projection unstable. Only the surface. I didn't dare look deeper. The words were honest. The third's gaze remained unchanged beneath his eyelids. Why not? It would hurt, Sasuke said carefully. His chakra volume is too vast. Looking any deeper causes pain behind my eyes. Lord Hayashi also commanded. No observing the abdomen, no discussing the seal. The word seal hung in the air. The Umbu didn't move, but the third drew on his pipe, the ember at its tip flaring bright. The Hyuga are aware of the seal as well. It wasn't a question. Sasuke kept his head bowed. I only know I'm not allowed to look. After a long moment, the third shifted course. Do you harbor resentment toward the Hyuga main branch? The blade had turned swiftly. One moment, it was about Naruto, the next it was about internal Hyuga affairs. The third wasn't concerned with a branch family child's psychological state. He was assessing whether a bloodline anomaly posed a threat to the village. Sasuke shaped his answer into the safest possible form. A branch family child has no right to resent. The third's hand holding his pipe stilled for a moment. Even the Umbu beside the desk seemed to hold their breath. I can only remember. Remember the rules, remember the prohibitions, remember who holds the power over my lifespan. Remember incorrectly, and you die. No one spoke in the office. The third exhaled smoke that curled around the scrolls on his desk. That doesn't sound like something a child would say. Hyuga children learn the rules early. Do the rules teach someone to become like you? Sasuke's gaze fell on a small burn mark at the edge of the desk. This particular desk in the Hokage's office had been scorched many times over. The third wasn't always careful placing his pipe down. The same man who left small carelessness marks on his desk was the one who had permitted the Uchiha massacre. That was the most unsettling aspect of this world. People could be kind and cruel simultaneously, remember their students, and authorize purges without contradiction. These weren't opposing choices. They ran parallel within the same system. I don't know what others are like, Sasuke replied, lowering his gaze. I only want to survive. The third didn't press further on the matter of resentment. He picked up another scroll, the Hyuga clan crest visible on its cover. The Hyuga report states your forehead curse seal is half integrated and half uncontrolled. Elder Sajin injured his left eye under unexplained circumstances. The words unexplained circumstances were drawn out slowly. Sasuke offered no explanation on the Hyuga's behalf, nor did he embellish. Internal records remain within the clan. The village also needs to know whether dangerous technique leaks exist within bloodline families. This was no longer casual conversation. The residual seal on Sasuke's forehead gave a faint pulse. It wasn't triggered by chakra. It was his own tension activating the third pain anchor. The Hokage Tower held greater danger than the main branch. When Songjie returned to the branch family's courtyard, it was still before dawn. His mother had not slept. On the table sat a bowl of warm water, its surface lacking any steam. The temperature precisely calibrated to avoid stimulating the residual marks. Upon seeing Songjie enter, she first examined the sealing cloth on his forehead, then his nape, and finally checked whether he carried anything extra in his embrace. The wooden token from the Hokage rested in his inner pocket pressed against his chest. Songjie did not take it out. It was not that he lacked trust in his mother. It was that anything she saw could become a question for her to face in future interrogations. His mother from the branch family already knew how to pretend she saw nothing. There was no need to deliberately make things harder for her. What did the Hokage ask? He asked about Naruto, about the Byakugan, about the Hyuga. Your mother pushed the water bowl slightly closer. He asked whether it hurt. Songjie's hand holding the bowl paused for half a breath. The third had not asked. Hayashi rarely asked either. Sonin was even less likely to. His only concern was whether the pain could be transformed into control. No. His mother moved the needle basket toward the window, blocking any line of sight that might slip through the gaps in the shoji. Then he was not looking at a child. That did not sound like words a branch family woman would normally speak. Too direct. Too precise. Songjie drank the water and set the bowl back on the table without a sound. He was looking at a tool. His mother offered no correction. After dawn, the summons to the Hyuga side hall arrived with precise timing. Hayashi sat behind his desk, the Hokage's interrogation records already within his reach. Clearly the Hokage's mansion had not handed over the complete contents to the Hyuga, but word had already come back. The questioning had concluded with no detention and no punishment. Hayashi looked at him. What did the Hokage give you? Song Jie took out the wooden token and placed it before him on the desk. The scribe's brush hovered midair. The guards leaned forward to take a look. Hayashi did not touch the token. He merely opened his Byakugan and swept his gaze over it. The third Hokage's chakra mark. Its purpose. He said, if anyone outside the Hyuga attempts to forcibly make contact with me, to deliver it to Irika or place it in the second compartment beneath the desk in the academy office. Anyone outside the Hyuga. Hayashi repeated the qualifier, his gaze settling on Song Jie's face. Song Jie did not offer the third's clarification, that it was someone claiming to be Umbu. That sentence was clearly an implicit warning left for him by the Hokage. Passing it along would immediately turn the wooden token into a new knot of tension between the Hyuga and the Hokage. That is the exact wording. Hayashi noticed the half-sentence he had concealed, but made no effort to press him. The token was sealed inside a small box and pushed back towards Song Jie. You may keep it, but you are not to bring it into the main family shrine, nor hand it to anyone other than an academy instructor. This handling was far more sophisticated than mere confiscation. The token remained in Song Jie's hands. The Hokage's side knew the Hyuga had not forcibly intercepted it. The Hyuga through the records were aware of its existence. All three parties had obtained the superficial dignity they each desired. From beyond the side hall came the muffled sounds of training stakes being struck. Niji's punishment training had been reduced by half, but not eliminated. He was most likely in another area, continuing to forge precision through pain via the Forbidden Branch family path. Hayashi unfurled another dossier. Song Jie saw fragments of the third Hokage's Umbu assessments: high intellect, remarkable endurance, anomalous Kekkei Gunkai, and an unclear attitude toward the village. Excellent. The labels were piled high. Add one more, low chakra, and he could be tagged and filed straight into the experimentation cabinet. The Hokage has decided not to take action against you for now. Hayashi closed the scroll. This is not safety, it is a probationary period. I understand. You do not understand. Hayashi's finger pressed against the scroll's seal. What the Hyuga internal faction wants is controllability. What the Hokage wants is village security. Should a third party intervene, you will become something that none of the three sides can fully trust. A third party. The flattened chakra signature from that corner last night surfaced once more in his memory. Song Jie did not conceal this part. On the way back, there was an unfamiliar watcher. Not the Umbu who accompanied me from the Hokage's mansion. Their chakra was pressed even deeper, held at the roof ridge, targeting my forehead and the wooden token. The scribe's brush flew across the paper. Hayashi's Byakugan activated, then quickly deactivated. Why did you not report this last night? Reporting it on the street would have sent both the Hyuga guards and the Hokage's Umbu pursuing the roof ridge simultaneously. If the other party was merely probing, the scene would have erupted into a three-way conflict between the Hyuga, the Hokage's forces, and the unknown. You made judgment calls for the guards. I made them to reduce the probability of being caught in the middle. Hayashi stared at him for a moment, but did not reprimand him. The judgment was correct. It was simply that a 9-year-old from the Branch family should not have spoken with such practiced ease. Root. Hayashi spat out 2 characters. The scribe's brush paused, then continued writing after Hayashi gave no indication to stop. Song Jie showed no sign of understanding too much. The Hokage also warned last night. Not all masks can be trusted. This time it was Hayashi who paused for a breath. He told you this. Something along those lines. A new thread had been woven within the side hall. The Hokage knew Root might intervene. The Hyuga knew it as well. Song Jie sat at the center. No one was willing to fully voice the name, yet everyone was taking notes. Hayashi issued his order for the next 3 days. Academy classes continue as usual. Hyuga guard detail increases to 2. Should you encounter Root, do not engage, do not pursue. Immediately move to a crowded area. Crowded areas? The academy classroom, the front gate of the Hokage's mansion, the Hyuga main hall. Song Jie filed away the 3 locations. Every single one was a place where witnesses would be present. This logic for survival had finally been elevated from his personal experience into an official Hyuga command. How auspicious. Even feudal clans underwent version iterations, though their patches were mostly written in human lives. During the morning academy class, upon noticing Song Jie's return, Naruto's first act was to pull a fresh sheet of paper from beneath his desk. Irika's piece of chalk arrived a moment before striking Naruto squarely on the forehead. Class is in session. Naruto, clutching his forehead, shoved the paper back and muttered under his breath, I didn't even throw it at the Hyuga residence. In the back row, Kiba was laughing so hard that Akamaru nearly slid off his head. Song Jie opened his textbook, feigning ignorance. The Hyuga guard detail had been doubled today, one stationed outside the window, another by the training grounds. On the roof beams, the suppressed chakra frequencies of Hokage-aligned Umbu were also present. The students in the classroom assumed today was simply a case of heightened Hyuga tension. None of them knew that invisible threads had multiplied to the point of forming a fishing net. At midday, Irika retained Song Jie in the classroom. The Hokage has instructed you to continue attending class as usual. Irika placed a rice ball beside the podium as though it had been conveniently extra. If anyone unfamiliar approaches you regardless of who they claim to become, find me first. Song Jie looked at the rice ball, but did not move. Irika grew slightly uncomfortable. This is not special treatment for you. You didn't eat this morning, did you? You were flipping through pages a beat slower in class. Sharp observation. Song Jie picked up the rice ball and took a bite. The salt was perfectly balanced with a pickled plum tucked inside. A Ninja Academy instructor's care went unrecorded in any file, yet it felt far more like normal human behavior than either of the high-level directives. Naruto was peeking through the doorway crack when Irika caught him and dragged him inside. You haven't eaten either. Naruto's eyes lit up. Sensei Irika, can I? Didn't you just finish your bento? Training to become the future Hokage requires more energy. Kiba poked his head from the corridor. Are you a rice bowl type ninja? Naruto bolted out to chase Kiba, and a lively commotion erupted at the classroom doorway. Irika's temples throbbed at the noise, but Song Jie finished the remaining half of his rice ball. It was a brief stretch of normalcy stolen and fleeting. Afternoon classes dismissed, and the anomaly appeared with precise timing. As Song Jie stepped through the academy gates, a Hyuga guard stood to his left, another at the street corner. The suppressed chakra frequencies of Hokage-aligned Umbu lingered atop the roof beams. Logically, no one would make a move under such a configuration, so the other party did not strike. An elderly candied figure seller pushed his cart past its wheel caught in a stone crack. The display rack tilted and several sugar birds tumbled toward the ground. Naruto happened to be passing by and let out a yelp as he dove to rescue the sugar figures. The crowd was thrown into disarray by the sudden rush. Song Jie retreated half a step to the side, avoiding the oncoming students. In that split second of brushing past, a middle-aged man, wearing an ordinary cloth cap, passed by his side. His sleeve did not touch him, but his chakra swept along the ground like a fine needle. It was not an attack. It was a frequency scan. Stimulated, the residual marks on Song Jie's forehead caused a thread of green light to emerge from beneath the ceiling cloth. The Hyuga guard spotted it and advanced. The Umbu on the roof ridge stirred as well. The middle-aged man did not stop, instead driving the crowd toward the street corner with his body. His expression was identical to that of any ordinary passerby, yet his chakra was unnaturally flat. Root. Song Jie did not give chase, nor did he call out. He withdrew the Hokage's wooden token from his inner pocket, and following the third's instructions, directly slipped it into the second compartment of the wooden cabinet beneath Irika's office window. The moment the token settled into its compartment, the Umbu on the roof ridge altered their route. Instead of pursuing the middle-aged man, they descended first toward the academy office. The Hyuga guard positioned himself in front of Song Jie. Who? Song Jie pointed toward the street corner, but the man had already vanished. Root was probing. No physical contact. Only a scan of the residual marks frequency. Naruto was still clutching the sugar bird he had salvaged, his face a mask of confusion. What root? Like tree roots. Kiba held Akamaru tighter, finally sensing that something was wrong. Naruto, shut up. Irika rushed out of the office, the wooden token already in his hand. The Umbu on the roof knelt half-crouched by the window. The Hyuga guard stood at the academy gate. For the first time, all three lines of sight converged before the academy doors. At the far end of the street corner, the root ninja removed his cloth cap and disappeared into an unoccupied alley. On the palm of his hand was an extremely faint green trace, a residual frequency afterimage, as though it had just been scraped from the edges of Song Jie's residual marks. The moment the token settled into its compartment, the Umbu on the roof ridge altered their route. Instead of pursuing the middle-aged man, they descended first toward the academy office. The Hyuga guard positioned himself in front of Song Jie. Who? Irika shooed Naruto and Kiba back toward the training ground, his voice sharper than usual. Naruto still wanted to ask what had happened to the tree roots, but Kiba grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Akamaru lay perched on Kiba's shoulder, letting out two low growls toward the school gates. Canines were far more attuned to lurking threats than humans. It did not know what root was, but it knew the scent at that street corner was wrong. Song Jie was left in the Ninja Academy office. The door stood open. A Hyuga guard waited just outside to the left, an ANBU operative perched silently on the roof beam, and Irika stood before the desk. The Hokage's identification tag rested on the desk. The third-generation chakra seal etched into it had already been activated, functioning like a crude but reliable alarm. Irika's expression darkened. Are you certain it was root? Song Jie did not rule it out completely. The chakra signature was tightly suppressed, emotional fluctuations erased, yet frequency detection remained viable from a distance. Lord Richao once said that if individuals of this caliber appear, one should seek out crowded areas immediately. The ANBU on the beam offered no denial. Nor did the Hyuga guard. Seeing the unspoken agreement between them, Irika knew this was no student misunderstanding. He slid the wooden tag into the second drawer compartment where a transmission talisman left by Yanbu already lay waiting. A Hyuga guard will escort you back today. I'll keep an eye on Naruto. Song Jie turned his gaze toward the courtyard. Naruto was being held down on a wooden stump by Kiba, yet still craned his neck toward the office. The future Hokage's understanding of secrecy amounted to little more than shouting a little quieter. Tell Naruto not to follow. Irika pinched the bridge of his nose. You don't need to remind me of that. The route back to the Hyuga district was far more guarded. 2 Hyuga escorts flanked him, one ahead and one behind. The Hokage's ANBU unit no longer made an appearance, but Song Jie knew they were still trailing at a distance. Root's probing would not stop here. Frequency detection was merely a tap on the door, the actual invitation had yet to arrive. And the word invitation itself was nearly laughable. In his past life, a laboratory recruitment offer meant at most empty promises from a professor. In the shinobi world, an invitation often came with a cloth bag, a sealing barrier, and post-facto silence. The experience was hardly pleasant. That night, Richa did not summon him. Instead, he issued a single additional decree until the confinement period ended. The route between the academy and the Hyuga estate would be chosen at random by the 2 escorts. Randomization was designed to thwart Root, but it also disrupted Song Jie's own calculations. Every alternate path presented different rooftops, hidden alleys, crowd densities, and ANBU lines of sight. Without the ability to pre-map every route, the risk escalated sharply. The following day after classes, the route was rerouted from the main street to a back alley behind the eastern shops. The alley was moderately busy, merchants unloading crates, an apothecary drying herbs, and 2 lower-grade academy students chasing a paper windmill. The Hyuga escorts had chosen this path because Chunin patrols covered both ends, and the Nara clan's scent markers lingered in the alley. As Song Jie approached the apothecary's entrance, a bundle of drying herbs suddenly slipped from its rack. One escort moved to catch the falling herbs. Ahead, the patrol Chunin tripped over the drifting windmill and bent to retrieve it. Both actions occurred simultaneously, creating a visual gap lasting less than 2 heartbeats. A silent barrier descended. It was not widespread, only a 3-step radius around Song Jie. The Hyuga escort stood just outside, close enough to see his face, yet unable to hear anything within. Song Jie did not cry out. Shouting would have been futile. The barrier swallowed sound. He pressed his right hand close to his sleeve, keeping his chakra needles still. Whoever dared erect a barrier right under the noses of 2 Hyuga guards had to have at least 2 layers of contingency nearby. Engaging now would only serve as a combat responsiveness test for Root. From the shadows along the alley wall emerged a masked ninja. The mask bore none of the Hokage Yanbu insignia. It was plain gray-white, unadorned, stripped even of expression. The figure stopped beside the apothecary's wooden shelves. His voice, filtered through the barrier, was flat and monotone, like a clerk reading an inventory log. Hyuga Song Jie, Lord Danzo takes an interest in you. Finally, Song Jie's mind settled. The greatest danger was always the unknown. Once a threat announced itself, at least it could be filed and assessed. I do not know Lord Danzo, but you know the caged bird seal, and you know Konoha's methods for handling Kekkei Genkai. The Root ninja did not beat around the bush. The Hyuga main branch will confine you. The Hokage will observe you. Root can employ you. Employ. So brutally honest it nearly deserved applause. The main branch dressed it up as clan law. The Hokage cloaked it in village security. Root simply said use. Disgusting as it was, at least it lacked rhetorical flourish. I am 9 years old. Age is irrelevant to utility. Branch family members cannot voluntarily join Root. The Root ninja raised a hand. A small sealing tag materialized in his palm. It bore no Hyuga crest, no Hokage symbol. Only a black dot formed by compressed sealing jutsu. Root can remove you from the main branch records. The caged bird seal can be partially suspended and sealed away by Root. You will receive training resources and access to jutsu samples. Jutsu samples. The phrase was precise. For the main branch, survival was the bait. For Song Jie, it was knowledge. Root had clearly conducted intelligence analysis. They knew exactly what he lacked most. Song Jie did not stare at the tag for long. Instead, his gaze flicked to the barrier's edge. It was not designed to block chakra, but to muffle sound, distort vision, and dampen external awareness. The Hyuga guard was riding the herb rack, his movements slightly slower than natural. The paper windmill remained in the patrol Chunin's hand. The barrier slightly decelerated external time perception. 2 heartbeats inside might equal only 1 outside. High-grade equipment. Root's reserves were indeed far wealthier than the Hyuga training grounds. And the price. The Root ninja did not hesitate. Your name, your personal will, and partial freedom. You will become a shinobi of Root. Sounds inferior to staying with Hyuga. The main branch decides when you feel pain and when you die. Root only demands missions. Song Jie nearly laughed aloud. It was like comparing a life sentence to a suspended death penalty, then earnestly claiming their prison food was more consistent. Root's recruitment pitch was admirably unrefined, targeting clients with sturdy psyches. What does Lord Danzo want? Your eyes. Your curse seal is anomalous. Your judgment regarding jutsu vulnerabilities. The root ninja stepped forward half a pace, and the barrier tightened accordingly. You counterattacked Zhong Ren disrupted Gentle Fist, and assisted the Nine Tails in stabilizing its clone technique. Both Hyuga and the Hokage would make you slowly prove you are harmless. Root does not require you to be harmless. Song Jie filed that statement away. Root valued that very danger. The main branch sought to control danger. The Hokage sought to monitor it. Root sought to weaponize it. And if I refuse, today's offer stands alone. Those words carried more menace than any direct threat. Song Jie finally activated the lowest tier of his microscopic true eye. He did not scan the root ninja's entire body. That would be far too dangerous. He focused only on the area from the man's jaw to the base of his tongue. There concealed at the junction of muscle and spiritual energy lay a residual sealing jutsu, the tongue-severing root seal. The black jutsu resembled a lock placed upon the linguistic system. Unlike the caged bird seal, it did not hijack the optic nerve or control the body through pain receptors. Instead, it bound vocalization, memory recall, and self-destruction protocols. The moment forbidden intelligence was approached, the jutsu would sever speech. In severe cases, it could damage neural pathways. A second lock. A sharp sting behind Song Jie's eyes forced him to immediately retract his vision. The root ninja's mask tilted slightly. You saw it. Song Jie remained silent. You can perceive the seal, can't you? The chakra pressure within the barrier shifted. The question was not a request for confirmation, but a cue for the next step. Song Jie deliberately whitened his complexion, letting the residual seal mark on his forehead pulse and sink. The microscopic true eye had genuinely irritated the residual mark. It was not entirely acted. Something is on your tongue, he said, letting pain fracture his voice. It is different from the caged bird seal. The root ninja did not move, but chakra began gathering within his sleeve. Outside the barrier, the Hyuga guard finally noticed the herb rack had fallen with suspicious timing. His gaze swept toward Song Jie, but all he saw was the boy standing motionless before the apothecary, lost in thought. The barrier continued to warp the visual field. The root ninja lowered his voice further. You should not have spoken that. Song Jie fixed his stare on the mask. So root uses seals as well. This time the hand inside the ninja's sleeve rose completely. The root ninja's hand rose only slightly, yet the barrier's inner wall pressed inward by an inch in response. The residual seal patterns beneath Sosuke's forehead cloth trembled faster under the pressure. This was no search of an aperture. It was a stress response triggered by external barrier compression. The third layer pain anchor began to twitch, as if reminding him, keep pushing, and you'll be the first to die. There was no kunai in the root ninja's palm. Only chakra. Far more troublesome. A kunai could be dodged, but a chakra probe would probe along his meridian channels. He was now trapped within the barrier. The Hyuga guards could not see clearly, and the Hokage's Zanbu might not intervene in time. The root ninja did not wish to kill him on the street, but could instead trigger a Byakugan overload, rendering him unconscious, then leave behind the appearance of a spontaneous residual seal malfunction within the Hyuga line. Professional, concealed, and easily deflected. Sosuke pressed his right fingertips against the edge of the herbal shop's wooden shelf. The shelf bore traces of herbal powder, and when the root ninja had erected the barrier, its edge had brushed the shelf post, leaving an extremely faint chakra film. He could not attack the root ninja directly. He could attack the barrier. The control bird locks the mind, root locks the tongue. Rather than retreating, Sosuke pushed his words toward danger. One fears the branch family fleeing, the other fears his subordinates speaking out. The root ninja's chakra probe hovered in midair. You are probing the prohibitions. Sosuke's fingertip engaged in needle mode and pierced the shelf post, sending a trace of chakra into the barrier film's edge. The force was so minimal it resembled the wooden shelf merely inhaling a breath of chakra. A hairline fracture appeared on the barrier's inner wall. I am merely curious. SOS made the residual seal on his forehead flicker more prominently. Since both are locks, does root also possess a feedback port? The root ninja's killing intent finally surfaced. Not an emotional outburst, but a shift in mission judgment. Sosuke saw the sealing formula at the root ninja's tongue base glow faintly, as though prohibiting further discussion of certain matters. The root ninja could not answer, nor did he intend to let Sosuke continue his lively questioning. His palm probe struck toward the seal cloth above Sosuke's forehead. Sosuke dropped half a step in advance, his body sagging as though the pain could no longer be sustained. The probe grazed the barrier's edge without penetrating the core of the residual seal, yet it successfully stimulated the third layer. Pain erupted, and he used it to scatter his chakra flow. Byakugan overload initiated. He knew the state too well. A warm stream surged from his nostrils, darkness encroached at the edges of his vision, and the green lines on his forehead, sealed, jumped erratically. To outsiders it appeared as though Hyuga Sosuke was being consumed by his own residual seal, his body on the verge of losing control. Outside the barrier, the Hyuga guards saw the distortion, their expressions shifting as they began forming hand seals to break through. The root ninja sought to withdraw his probe, but Sosuke's residual seal had already extended green filaments outward from that brief contact. The filaments did not grasp the man's body. They coiled around the tip of the chakra probe like a broken hook catching a fishing line. The root ninja made a split-second decision and severed the probe. This was precisely what Sosuke had waited for. The severed chakra residue fell into the barrier film and was swept along by the needle channel disturbance he had long hidden at the shelf's edge, causing the barrier's side wall to falter momentarily. A fragment of sound escaped. Root also uses locks. The Hyuga guard caught the word root. So did the herbal shop owner, hearing half of it. A patrolling chunin paused, his hand still reaching for the paper windmill on the ground. The root ninja abandoned the barrier and turned to retreat. The barrier collapsed like a punctured waterskin, its edges buckling as the sounds of the street flooded back in. Sosuke collapsed against the shelf in his overloaded state, sending herbs tumbling to the floor. Powder clung to his sleeves and the edges of his seal cloth. A Hyuga guard rushed to his side, one supporting him, the other sprinting toward the alley's end. Do not pursue. Sosuke pressed his blood-stained sleeve beneath his nose. That is precisely what he wants, to draw you away. The guard's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The patrolling chunin also closed in. The herbal shop owner hugged his crooked shelf, wanting to scold, but daring not to, finally muttering under his breath, "These herbs will need redrying." The chaos was perfectly calibrated. Enough witnesses. Too many for Root to return and finish the job. When Sosuke was brought back to the Hyuga compound, the medical ninja was already waiting in the side hall. Hinata no Sasami did not send him home first. He was examined immediately. Herbal powder was swept from the seal cloth's edge, and the medical ninja lifted a small pinch of dark gray residue with forceps. External chakra contact traces, the medical ninja said, placing the residue into a sealing dish. Not Hyuga frequency. Sasami looked at Sosuke. What did Root say? The scribe sat nearby, brush tip already resting on paper. Hinata was absent and Niji as well. Only adults remained in the side hall, and the interrogation efficiency rose accordingly. Sosuke laid out everything he could in order. They invited me to join Root. Said they could free me from main family control, provide training resources, jutsu samples. The price: my name, my will, my freedom. They bear a control seal on their tongue similar to the second lock. The scribe's brush tip hesitated at the phrase, second lock. Sasami did not interrupt. You examined Root's cursed seal? I saw a portion, where the tongue meets the spiritual energy junction. One look more, and he would have struck. You provoked him deliberately. I needed the barrier to leak sound. Sasami's fingers pressed against the desk edge. You knew there were civilians on the street. So, I did not use my residual seal to seize him. Sosuke's forehead was still trembling, a metallic taste of blood lingered in his throat. I only forced him to sever his chakra probe. The barrier rupture leaked the word Root. The Hyuga guard, the patrolling chunin, the herbal shop owner, all can testify. A difficult silence fell across the side hall. Sosuke had indeed taken a risk, but the outcome favored the Hyuga. Root had privately contacted a Hyuga bloodline member, and there were witnesses, residue, and public disturbance. The Hyuga could press this with the Hokage or force Danzo to hold back for a time. Sasami detested this situation most. A branch family child calculating on behalf of the upper echelon, especially when the calculation proved correct, making punishment all the more difficult. You rendered yourself unconscious merely to leave a trace. I did not pass out. No sooner had Sosuke spoken than darkness surged before his eyes, and he could only brace himself against the bed frame. The medical ninja delivered a cold remark, barely. The scribe faithfully recorded the words, barely. Sasami ordered the seal cloth replaced. When the old cloth was removed, a tiny crack, stimulated by the chakra probe, appeared at the residual seal's edge, its green filaments far more active than usual. The medical ninja applied ointment slowly, and Sosuke bit the side of his tongue hard enough to draw blood, swallowing any sound. After reviewing the examination record, Sasami's orders came swiftly, effective immediately. 3 guards will rotate, escorting him to and from the academy. The Hokage's tower will be notified of the Root contact simultaneously. Sosuke is prohibited from passing through back alleys near shops alone for 3 days. If Root reappears, he is to enter the Hokage Tower's main gate or the academy faculty office first. As the medical ninja packed the medicine box, a small black pill shook loose from Sosuke's sleeve. Smaller than a fingernail, wax-coated, hidden between herbal powder and the cuff seam. It would have gone unnoticed had the sleeve not been turned during the cloth change. All gazes in the side hall fell upon the pill. Sosuke glanced at it himself. Left by Root. Amid the chaos of the shattering barrier, scattered herbs, and his collapse against the shelf, the ninja had still managed to slip the pill into his sleeve. Not for immediate consumption. This was a test for another occasion. Sasami signaled the medical ninja not to touch it, instead lifting the pill with sealing forceps. No overtly toxic chakra clung to its surface. Rather, it carried a residue that stimulated meridian activity. Sosuke scanned it briefly with his lowest tier Byakugan. His eyes still ached behind them, but it was sufficient to discern the pill's internal structure. Spiritual energy, stimulant, meridian activity, enhancer, chakra circulation accelerator. An overdraw pill. Root was asking, do you desire a higher observation threshold? Sasami regarded the pill. Explain. Sosuke's voice was parched. Left by root. Not poison. More like a short-term chakra activity enhancer. How do you know? I saw a portion. The effect, eh? Sosuke stared at the black pill in the sealing dish. Used skillfully the microscopic true, I could briefly break through its current overload limits. Misused, and the forehead seal would be driven into a rampage. Root had placed the bait with pinpoint accuracy. Not freedom, not safety, but the sealing of ability. It could let me see deeper, Sosuke said after a half-breathless pause. Or it could kill me faster. Sesame covered the sealing dish. Confiscated. The sealing dish was placed by Ri-cha into the wooden box beside the desk. Before the lid closed, Song Jie took another glance at the black pill. The residue of the component that stimulated spiritual energy inside the pill still lingered in his vision like a laboratory red light that should never have been turned on. Dangerous. Useful. The most detestable things are those both dangerous and useful. Something completely useless can be discarded, something entirely safe can be consumed, but this bait stuck in the middle is just like research funding approval. Knowing full well the consequences, one still can't help but want to submit an application. Ri-cha did not order the immediate destruction of the pill. That alone was enough to indicate the problem. The main family also wanted to know what Root had given. As long as the sample entered the Rishang sealing process, it would be examined in turn by medical ninja recorders and the Elder Council. Root wanted to test Song Jie, the Rishang clan wanted to test Root, and the Hokage would also receive a report. A single small pill was being exploited by 3 systems. That night, Song Jie was allowed to return to the Branch family's small courtyard. When his mother changed his outer garment, she found herbal powder residue on the cuff. She did not ask what had happened on the street, only unpicked the cuff and re-sewed it, the stitches skirting the spot where Root had stuffed the medicine. Today's clothes are as dirty as if you fell into a medicine stall. More or less. Did the medicine stall compensate? Song Jie thought for a moment. It should be charged to the Rishang account. His mother bit off the thread. That's all right then. The main family has finally spent money on you, not on watching you. This remark was so rare that Song Jie almost failed to catch it. His mother handed the clothes back, but there was no smile on her face. She finished the joke she could say, then pressed the remaining worry back into her hands, continuing to sew the next piece of soft fabric for a thicker collar. At noon the next day, the Rishang Medical Clinic. Song Jie was taken to a side room, where on the table were placed a sealing dish, 3 small porcelain plates, and 2 rolls of detection talisman paper. Ri-cha was not present. In charge were an elderly medical ninja and a recorder from the main family. The fact that the pill had not been completely confiscated into the deep vault indicated that Ri-cha permitted preliminary testing. No contact. The medical ninja stated the rules first. Do not activate the Byakugan for more than 3 breaths. Do not privately judge the effects of ingestion. Song Jie sat 3 feet away. Then what am I here for? The medical ninja's expression was unpleasant. You can distinguish the frequency of Root's residue. In other words, they needed his eyes yet feared his eyes. The medical ninja used a sealing needle to scrape a tiny bit of wax from the outer layer of the pill and placed it into the first porcelain plate. The wax shavings showed no obvious reaction. The second scraping took an extremely small amount of powder from the inner layer. The edge of the talisman paper glowed light red, indicating meridian activity stimulation. The third time, as the powder approached the spiritual detection talisman, the paper curled up at one corner. The recorder wrote very quickly. Song Jie only opened his eyes for 2 breaths during the third time. The powder contained 3 main components. 1 group stimulated physical energy, 1 group stimulated spiritual energy, and 1 group was responsible for temporarily suppressing pain feedback. The structure was not complex, but the approach was crude. Forcibly rev up the engine speed, then turn down the alarm volume. Root's pharmaceutical philosophy fully embodied the organization's culture. As long as a person could still move, wear and tear did not count as cost. Short-term enhancement of chakra activity. Song Jie revealed half of his observation. The spiritual energy stimulation is stronger. The side effect is decreased meridian stability. The medical ninja looked at the talisman. Could it affect the residual pattern? Yes, Song Jie did not hesitate. The residual pattern might mistake the activity enhancement as control input or mistake the pain suppression as the failure of the third layer. The outcome is unpredictable. The medical ninja pushed the powder away. The recorder wrote down, not recommended for contact with residual pattern holders. Song Jie watched as the remaining pill was resealed into the dish. The complete sample was still in the Rishang clan's hands. He could not obtain it. However, during the scraping, a little powder adhered to the edge of the detection talisman. The talisman would be destroyed, and before destruction it would pass through the waste tray beside the medical ninja. The waste tray was 2.5 feet away from him. The guard's gaze was outside the door, and the recorder was writing down the side effects. There was only one opportunity, and it was not worth taking a big risk. Song Jie did not steal the powder. He stole data. At the moment the talisman curled up his micro-true, I captured the frequency curve of the reaction between the powder and the spiritual detection talisman. The drug effect model did not require a large sample amount. As long as he knew the stimulation peak decay rate and chakra noise pattern, he could determine how to minimize damage if forced to come into contact in the future. Of course, a little sample would be even better. He suppressed that thought. Last time secretly keeping Ning-Si's severed hair had nearly led to a second overwrite. Root's medicine powder was 10 times more dangerous than severed hair. It was not worth sending himself back to the underground quiet room for half a grain of powder. The medical ninja's testing ended, and the sealing dish was sent to Richa's side hall. Song Jia was taken for the noon residual pattern inspection. The inspection had just ended when the summons to the side hall came again. This time in front of Richa were 2 reports. One was the pill test. The other came from the Hokage's office. Richa pushed the one from the Hokage's office for him to see. It contained only a few lines confirmed that Root contacted Rishiang Song Jia without the Hokage's permission. The third Hokage has already questioned Tuan Song. The Rishiang clan must continue to protect the abnormal bloodline and prevent the situation from escalating. Questioned. That word was very polite. To translate, it meant the third Hokage knew that Tuan Song had reached out, but for now he would not openly break ties. Song Jia put the report back. Root won't stop. Richa looked at him. So you should reduce your abnormal behavior even more. What Root is interested in is not my obedience. They are interested in your danger. Richa finished the second half. If you continue to prove yourself dangerous, only more people will want to obtain you. Song Jia did not refute. Richa unfolded the pill report. You judge that the pill can temporarily enhance observation ability. It can also temporarily destroy the stability of the residual pattern. If Root forces you to take it in the future, spit it out first. Song Jia paused for a breath. If you can't spit it out, reduce the chakra flow, don't activate the Byakugan, and wait for the drug peak to pass. The recorder's pen paused. Richa, you've already made a countermeasure model. I don't like waiting to die. You also don't like handing over the entire model. That remark pierced straight through. Song Jia did not pretend to be innocent. Overdoing it would insult Richa's intelligence and also reduce his own value in Richa's eyes. The model is not complete. The sample size for the drug effect is too small. Richa pushed the sealing dish to the center of the desk. Alarm bells went off in Song Jia's mind. You want a sample? It was not a question. Wanting doesn't mean I will take it. If I give you a trace sample, what can you do? The medical ninja in the side hall sharply looked at Richa, and the recorder's pen directly drew a streak of ink. Song Jia also looked at the sealing dish. This was not a reward, it was a new shackle. Richa giving a sample meant allowing him to study Root's pill, at the same time the entire research process would be included in the Rishiang records. It would be harder for him to hide his cards, but if he refused, Richa would judge that he had another channel or another plan. Establish a low-risk reaction model, Song Jia answered very cautiously. First test with isolated talisman paper and extremely low chakra volume, without contacting the body or the residual pattern. At most determine how to delay the drug stimulation. Richa looked at the medical ninja. Is it controllable? The medical ninja very much wanted to say it was uncontrollable, but the report's talismans and pill were all on the table. Even if he didn't want to take responsibility, he had to. If only scraping level amounts are taken operated by the medical ninja with Song Jia not allowed to touch, it is controllable. Richa ordered, afternoon each day at a root pill scraping reaction test. Song Jia only observes, does not operate. All results go into the records. Song Jia bowed his head and agreed. The situation was strange. The bait sent by Root had been turned by Richa into part of supervised training. Song Jia got the data he wanted, but every glance came at the cost of a record. The information gap continued to shrink, and his survival time continued to increase. A typical exchange of freedom for the right to use equipment. In the afternoon, the Ninja Academy was suspended for half a day, and Song Jia was kept in the Rishiang Medical Clinic for the first scraping reaction test. The powder was so little that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and the talisman's reaction was also weak. But the micro-true I still captured the moment when the spiritual energy peak rose. He discovered one thing. When the powder stimulated spiritual energy, it caused the chakra activity in the Byakugan's visual nerves to temporarily increase. If he activated the micro-true eye at that peak, the resolution might improve by 1 to 2 levels. The cost was a delay in pain feedback, and the overload warning came later. Later did not mean absent. It was like covering the pressure gauge of a boiler. The boiler would not become safer, only explode more suddenly. Record, Song Jia spoke as the medical ninja was collecting the talismans. Half a breath before the peak, the Byakugan's meridian activity will rise. After the peak, stability decreases. After writing it down, the medical ninja suddenly felt something was wrong. How did you see the Byakugan's meridian activity? You were not allowed to observe yourself. Song Jia pointed at the talisman. What the talisman simulates is spiritual energy, not me. The medical ninja did not believe it, but could not find any violation. The recorder also wrote down the dispute. After the test ended, Song Jia left the medical room. At the end of the corridor, Ning Si stood by the window holding training bandages. The 3-day quarantine was not yet completely over. He could not approach, only stay 10 breaths away. I heard Root came to you. The guard did not stop him. The root contact had been recorded and Ning Ci knew it was not a breach of secrecy. What did they give you? A pill that might make people die more efficiently. Ning Ci glanced at him. You sound like you want to study it. Do I sound like I want to die? Sometimes the difference is not great. Song Jie couldn't refute. Ning Ci's scolding today was quite ethical in a research sense. When the guard's count reached the 8th breath, Ning Ci tossed the bandages into the bamboo basket and left a remark before turning around, don't let Root replace your cage. At least for this Risheng one we know where the door is. Song Jie stood at the entrance of the medical room, the residual pattern on his forehead twitched. The old records, the caged bird, the nine tails, seal Root's pill. Every single thread was winding around him. The only difference was that some threads bore the clan crest, some bore the Hokage's seal, and some simply had no name. That evening the Risheng side hall received a reply from the Hokage's office. The third Hokage demanded that the Risheng clan send Song Jie to normally participate in the basic assessment before graduation from the Ninja Academy the next day, and not to keep him confined for a long time due to the Root incident. The reason was written very formally: the students' enrollment, the academy order, and the village's internal security observation all needed to continue. Richa placed the reply on the desk and looked at Song Jie. Starting tomorrow you resume the academy courses. The graduation assessment is moved up. Before Song Jie could answer, a guard outside the door delivered a new report. The report came from the Ninja Academy. Today Xuanhua Mingren failed the clone technique again. After school he shouted that he wanted to carry out a dead last special training with Risheng Song Jie. Yaluka had already stopped him, but Mingren claimed the dead last alliance cannot be disbanded. When the recorder inscribed the words, "The alliance of losers shall not be dispersed," into the Hyuga side hall scroll verbatim, the brush tip pressed an extra stroke of ink beneath the two characters for alliance. Soisuke stood before the desk, his forehead seal cloth freshly changed, though the fissures caused by Root's probe stimulation had not yet fully healed. On Nicha's desk lay 3 items: the Hokage Tower's reply, the Root pill inspection record, and the Ninja Academy report. 3 documents from 3 directions, yet all pointed to one person. Nicha pushed the Ninja Academy report to the top. Uzumaki Naruto requests special training with you. What's your take? His clone jutsu still fails. The recorder's brush paused briefly in the side hall. Soisuke supplied the second half. He'll keep pestering me. Refusing won't help, it'll only make him switch to louder methods. Nicha offered no judgment on Naruto's temperament, merely pressing the Hokage Tower's reply beside the report. The third Hokage requires you to participate normally in the pre-graduation assessment. Root has already made contact with you, yet the Hokage still demands your presence at the Ninja Academy. The reasoning is clear. Place me in the open. This time the recorder did not pause. Over recent days he had grown accustomed to Soisuke's overly blunt translations of high-level arrangements. Nicha's fingers settled on the Root pill inspection record. The Hyuga will also place you in the open. From tomorrow onward escorts for your academy commute will increase, but classes must not be disrupted. After class training may proceed for 15 minutes if Irika or a Hyuga guard is present. And Root will not attempt action at the academy entrance again in the near term. Nicha offered not comfort, but judgment. Soisuke understood the reason. Root's initial probe had been simultaneously captured by the Hyuga, the Hokage's faction, and street patrols. Even with Danzo's urgency, he would not repeat such folly in the same location. True danger would shift angles, personnel, and procedures. For instance, the graduation assessment. Nicha clearly shared this concern. The pre-graduation assessment has been advanced to 3 days hence. Basic 3 body techniques, taijutsu, combat, judgment. You must pass. Soisuke raised his hand to press his cuff. Not from nervousness, but calculating his chakra reserves. Of the 3 body techniques, clone jutsu proved the most troublesome. Transformation and substitution techniques had physical references allowing chakra consumption to be compressed. Clone jutsu required stable external projection. With his limited chakra reserves, a thin projection resembled an underinflated paper lantern ready to collapse at the slightest breeze. And if I fail? Nicha looked toward his forehead. The Hokage will ask why the Hyuga allows an abnormal branch family member who cannot graduate to continue contacting the Jinchuriki. The Elder Council will also ask why I continue investing supervisory resources. Soisuke understood. The assessment was not an examination, but a tripartite reassessment of value. Passing indicated he possessed village-level utility, a failure rendered him an unstable risk source, and the options for handling him would diminish and grow less favorable. As he left the side hall, Niji stood at the opposite end of the corridor. The isolation order had ended, but the 10-breath rule remained. Main family guards stood between them like columns that kept meticulous accounts. Niji wound training bandages around his hands without approaching. I hear you have a graduation assessment. I hear your training volume has resumed. Clone jutsu is your weakness. The entire clan knows my chakra is low. Low and chaotic are not the same thing. Soisuke's footsteps halted at the distance permitted by the rule. Niji tossed the bandage into the bamboo basket where it landed on the rim without falling inside. You taught Naruto to extract stillness from chaos. Your low chakra doesn't necessarily mean you can only conserve. Perhaps you should learn to dissipate less. The guard recorded their exchange. Niji said no more and turned toward the training ground. Soisuke watched the bandage half hanging from the bamboo basket's edge. Dissipate less. The method he had given Naruto was to extract stable fragments from noise. For himself, the problem was not noise overload, but leakage at the projection boundary. Clone jutsu did not require thickness. A stable boundary was what mattered. Thin but closed. This line of thought remained pressing in his mind, even through the Ninja Academy class. Naruto indeed had not given up. At the start of midday break, he came rushing to Soisuke's desk with a scroll, his voice lowered by half compared to usual, about as effective as a smaller gong. Training today, or not? Iruka's chalk flew from the podium, striking Naruto square on the forehead. Copy out the basic theories first. You only wrote your name on yesterday's homework. Naruto clutching his forehead. Names are important. Even the Hokage must write his name first when signing documents. Kiba in the back row holding Akamaru. You'd better learn to write your name within the lines first. The classroom erupted in laughter. Sasuke sat by the window, not participating, merely shifting his gaze from his book to Naruto, pausing for a breath, then looking away. Soisuke did not laugh. He sensed the frequency of Hokage-affiliated A and BU on the roof beams, and felt the Hyuga guards shift positions outside the window. Root did not appear, but that absence itself resembled another form of observation. Iruka called Soisuke into the corridor and handed him an assessment notice. The pre-graduation basic assessment is in 3 days. Given your prolonged absences, you may apply for a delay according to regulations. A Hyuga guard stood at the staircase without interjecting. Soisuke took the notice. A delay will bring more people asking why. Iruka glanced at him and did not press further on the words, more people. If clone jutsu is unstable, prioritize transformation and substitution techniques first. The assessment does not only measure power, it also evaluates judgment. Is Naruto participating too? Iruka tucked another notice beneath his clipboard. He is. Even if he fails clone jutsu, he still won't pass. Naruto's half-face appeared through the classroom door crack. Sensei, Iruka. This time I'll definitely show you the real future Hokage clone. Iruka turned and pulled the door open. Naruto nearly tumbled into the corridor. Then the future Hokage should finish his homework first. Before being dragged back into the classroom, Naruto could not resist mouthing something to Soisuke. After class, the 15-minute training proceeded as usual. Hyuga guards Iruka, Kiba, and Akamaru were all present. Naruto stood within the marked line, wearing a solemn expression as if preparing for a Chunin exam. Soisuke had him shut up first. Naruto held his breath for 3 cycles before his face began to contort on the 4th. Find the quietest segment. Soisuke stuck a branch into the ground. Don't try to accomplish too much at once. 1 stable clone is more useful than 10 collapsed ones. Naruto formed the hand seals. White smoke exploded outward. A clone stood firm, with a crooked face and 1 arm a fraction short, but it held for 5 breaths. Kiba stroking Akamaru's head. Looks more human than yesterday. Naruto was about to protest when the clone wavered. He forced the words back down, and the clone held for 2 additional breaths. Iruka's clipboard froze midair. Soisuke observed the outer noise layer around Naruto's seal, but did not probe deeper. He shifted his attention back to his own fingertips, attempting to trace a closed boundary in the air with extremely thin chakra. A residual image faint to near invisibility appeared and then dissipated. Naruto's eyes lit up. You failed too. Naruto seized upon this like a heavenly opportunity, so you can fail too. Kiba, what's there to be happy about? His failure is more refined than yours. Soisuke ignored both of them. Though that residual image had dissipated, it had held for half a breath before vanishing, and the boundary was cleaner than ever before. The prototype of a low-power clone, sufficient for the assessment. Returning to the Hyuga at dusk, someone was already waiting in the side hall. It was not Nichao. One of the main family elders sat beside the desk with the graduation assessment list placed nearby. Soisuke spotted his name on the list with an additional line of small characters beside it. Requires additional observation of technique optimization tendencies. The elder raised his gaze. The Hokage wants to see you. Nichao wants to keep you. Root wants to take you. The Hyuga cannot allow a branch family child to be prized by others. He pushed the list towards Soisuke. On the day of the graduation assessment, the main family will send observers. You'd best prove that you belong to the Hyuga. The 4 words belonging to the Hyuga circulated through Soisuke's mind all night. This was not a demand for his loyalty. Loyalty meant nothing in the main family archives, easily replaceable by a caged bird at any moment. The elders wanted ownership. The Hokage watched him. Root tested him, and the Hyuga had to display their claim on graduation assessment day. The best way to showcase it was to have him pass the assessment, but appear as a tool cultivated by the Hyuga, not some feral anomaly scooped up from the Hokage Tower or Root. The problem was the assessment content did not take orders from the Hyuga. On the academy training grounds, when Iruka announced the practice items, Naruto was the first to slump. Clone technique intensive training. Kiba sat on a wooden stump with Akamaru in his arms grinning without restraint. We are done for. The future Hokage is about to face execution today. Naruto rolled up his sleeves. Just wait. Today I'll definitely make 3 clones that can stand. Sasuke stood nearby holding the practice sheet Iruka had handed him. The sheet listed 3 items: clone stability, transformation completeness, and substitution reaction. Each scored with results factoring into the assessment 3 days later. His clone technique row remained blank. Naruto's clone technique row had already been annotated by Iruka beforehand, requires close observation. Those 4 words on a student sheet were normal, but to Sasuke, they resembled a familiar, dangerous label. Iruka divided the training ground into 2 sections. Naruto and Sasuke trained on the left side, making clones. Kiba handled interference testing, and Akamaru was responsible for detecting differences between physical bodies and clones through scent. Hyuga guards stood beneath a tree. No ANBU from the means arrived. Instead, an ordinary Chunin loitered far off at the field's edge, pretending to pass by. The Hokage faction kept their distance today, saving face for Iruka and sparing the Hyuga guards as well. Naruto went first. He closed his eyes, held his breath, formed the hand seals. White smoke dissipated and a clone stepped forward. Features more defined than yesterday, clothing outline complete. Just as Naruto was about to shout, Kiba clamped a hand over his mouth. The clone held for 8 breaths. Iruka wrote on his clipboard, improved stability duration. Naruto broke free from Kiba's grip and whispered, see that? This great me is improving rapidly. Akamaru circled where the clone had vanished, sniffed the spot, and barked at Naruto. Kiba translated smoothly, Akamaru says it still smells insubstantial. What does a dog know about aesthetics? Having observed Naruto's chakra flow, Sasuke prepared for his turn. His clone technique problem was straightforward. After forming the hand seals, the white smoke was thin, and a nearly translucent shadow appeared beside him. Outline complete, color so faint it looked like a half-erased drawing. Naruto leaned in and reached his hand straight through the shadow's shoulder. Yours looks more like a ghost. Kiba nodded. Pretty good for scaring people at night. Iruka did not smile. He walked around the fading afterimage. Duration. Sasuke did not add chakra. He only stabilized the boundaries. Half a breath, 1.5 breaths. The afterimage dispersed before the second breath. Iruka wrote thin form, stable boundary, short duration. Sasuke saw the words stable boundary and knew he was on the right track. Naruto saw it too, but his understanding veered completely off course. So you can make clones this lean? Then can I make many thin ones? Don't. Iruka and Sasuke spoke almost simultaneously. Being interrupted by 2 people at once only made Naruto more eager to try. Why? Multiple thin clones. Sounds amazing. Sasuke stuck a tree branch into the dirt beside his foot. You have too much chakra to go thin. Make thin ones, and you will just spread noise everywhere. Naruto pictured himself sprawled across the entire field, and a brief expression of disgust crossed his face. Then forget it. The remaining training became a 2-way breakdown. Naruto practiced taking less, while Sasuke worked on boundary closure. Kiba handled sudden pouncing to test whether clones could deceive for even a moment. Akamaru showed great interest in Sasuke's low-power clones. Each time an afterimage appeared, the dog would circle halfway around it, then accurately lunge at the real body. On the 3rd time Akamaru tugged at his pant leg, Sasuke shifted the training sheet aside to keep paw prints from obscuring the scores. Kiba patted Akamaru. It says your clone has no scent. It was never meant to fool a dog. What if an enemy brings a dog? Sasuke paused, half a breath. That question from Kiba was not mere provocation. It was a valid one. Enemies in the shinobi world might indeed come with dogs, insects, or sensory ninja. Low-power clones could only deceive vision, not smell, or chakra perception. The positioning should misdirect the gaze, not serve as a complete substitute. Iruka added from the side. Any jutsu has its applicable range. Knowing who you cannot fool counts as training progress as well. Naruto raised his hand. Then who can my clones fool? Kiba, people with poor eyesight. Naruto lunged forward and was checked by Iruka's teaching staff. By the 11th attempt, Naruto successfully produced 2 clones standing simultaneously. One had a crooked face, the other bowed its head, but both held past 5 breaths. He did not shout. That silence surprised Iruka more than seeing the clones at all. Naruto held back until his neck turned crimson, only erupting once the clones dispersed. See that? I held it. I really wanted to shout just now. Kiba covered his ears. Making up for it now. At the moment of Naruto's excited outburst, Sasuke activated his Byakugan at minimum output and observed the outer seal's noise rising, causing the clone technique model to destabilize. He filed that point away. Mental variables affected chakra shaping. It was not simply about focusing attention. Emotions shifted the stable range of chakra flow. This was useful for Naruto, and potentially for cage birds as well. Pain anchor reliance depended on resistance waveforms, which were themselves influenced by mental variables. As the thought took shape, the residual mark on his forehead twitched. Sasuke deactivated his Byakugan. By the field's edge, a Hyuga guard noticed him pressing a finger to the seal cloth's edge and made a record. In the afternoon, transformation technique training. When Naruto transformed into Iruka, the whisker marks on his face remained, and he was still half a head shorter. Kiba became Akamaru, Akamaru became Kiba, and the human and dog played happily, only to each lose 1 point from Iruka. Sosuke's transformation was thin. The outline matched, but the chakra overlay layer sat on top, like a piece of paper stuck on. When Iruka had him transform into the lecture podium, a corner was missing. Naruto circled the notched podium. Are you so short on chakra, you are skipping table corners? Sosuke maintained the transformation, his voice emanating from the podium's direction. Energy-efficient version. Iruka wrote on his clipboard, insufficient chakra causing detail loss, but control stable. Substitution technique training turned out to be Sosuke's most steady skill. With less chakra and shorter substitution distance, his judgment was sharp. When Kiba launched a surprise attack, he replaced himself with half a wooden stump, landing less than 2 steps from the original position, yet just enough to evade the collision. After finishing his notes, Iruka declared the day over. But Naruto blocked Sosuke's path. Train tomorrow, 2 days before the graduation assessment. Our dead last alliance should hold a special session. The Hyuga guard stepped forward. Iruka also prepared to refuse. But Sosuke spoke first. Tomorrow works. 15 minutes. Only clone technique. Naruto slammed a fist into his palm. Deal? This time I will make Sasuke see a real clone. Sasuke passed by the opposite side of the field, heard his name, and did not even alter his pace. Dead last. Naruto bristled, and all the training insights he had just accumulated fed directly into his emotional turbulence. Chakra noise within him rose like boiling water. Watching this unfold, Sosuke suddenly understood that Naruto's greatest problem was never the technique itself. It was that every time he neared stability, someone could ignite him with a single sentence. That evening, the pill-scraping test at the Hyuga infirmary continued. While observing the curve of how Root's medicinal powder stimulated spiritual energy, Sosuke overlaid Naruto's emotional fluctuation model. The two were different, but the results were similar. Spiritual energy surged to a peak and technique boundaries became unstable. The medical ninja noticed him staring motionlessly at the talisman paper and warily shifted the ceiling dish away. What do you see again? Another reason for clone technique failure. The recorder froze mid-sentence, brush suspended. Sosuke did not continue explaining. Root pills Naruto's clones, the cage bird's pain threshold. 3 threads briefly connected in his mind, then snapped apart due to insufficient samples. As he left the infirmary, a messenger from Himawari delivered the assessment schedule. Sosuke unrolled the scroll. First item, fundamentals of the 3 body techniques. Second item, chakra control. Third item, practical combat QA. The final line listed separately Hyuga Sosuke and Uzumaki Naruto, both flagged for close observation. After hearing the words, under close observation, Naruto was overjoyed for the entire class. Close observation. It means the teacher has finally noticed my potential to become Hokage. Shika lay on his desk laughing so hard that Akamaru trembled alongside him. Or perhaps it is to closely monitor you so you do not blow up the exam site. Naruto slammed his scroll on the desk. Shika, you are just jealous. Iruka stood before the podium, the chalk snapping in half between his fingers. Close observation is not a reward. It means both of you have unstable foundations, and during the evaluation your failures will be additionally documented. Naruto's smile froze. Sojiro tucked the evaluation form into his book. The phrase reason for failure mattered more than close observation. Ordinary students who merely glanced and failed would only be recorded as why they did not pass. For him, this report would reach the Hokage, the Hyuga clan, and even root-level intelligence channels. He could not fail too embarrassingly nor succeed too extraordinarily. Only 15 minutes remained for after-class training. The location was still the rear field with Iruka present, Hyuga guards beneath the trees, and Shika and Akamaru forcibly recruited by Naruto as witnesses. Naruto stood inside the marked line, palms pressed together. Today's goal, 3 standing clones. Sojiro drew 3 small circles on the ground with a twig. 1 per circle. Do not release them all at once. Take stable fragments in 3 rounds with a half-breath interval. Will splitting it into 3 rounds look less impressive? Do you want to look cool, or do you want to graduate? Naruto forced a serious face. Cool after I graduate. Shika stroked Akamaru. Rare to see self-awareness. The first time Naruto produced a standing clone. The second time the clone crouched, but did not collapse. The third time the white smoke exploded too violently, and the clone fell directly at the feet of the first clone, both dissipating together. Naruto's expression fell. Iruka was about to speak when Sojiro tapped the 3rd circle with his twig. You rushed on the 3rd attempt. I did not. Shika, your mouth corner was almost flying to your ears just now. Naruto covered his mouth as if trying to press back his excitement. Sojiro changed his approach. He had Naruto count aloud before forming each hand seal, only releasing chakra upon reaching 3. At first, Naruto's counting sounded like a battle cry, growing more excited with each call, and all his clones collapsed. On the 3rd round, being instructed to count softly by Iruka, he unexpectedly managed to produce 2 semi-stable clones. Half a clone does not count. Naruto pointed at the shorter one. It just has not grown yet. Shika crouched to eye level with the short clone. It is a bit taller than Akamaru. Akamaru barked as if protesting height discrimination. Iruka wrote on his clipboard stability improved through external rhythm assistance. Sojiro studied the phrase, external rhythm. Naruto stabilized his mental variables through counting, which bore a slight resemblance to the concept of pain substitution circuits. Using a controllable signal to override uncontrolled feedback. The birdcage's third layer suppressed rebellion through pain. If an alternative feedback could be provided to the third layer, making it believe the rebellion had already been punished, perhaps the pain itself could be bypassed. This idea was too dangerous. He did not write it down. It was Sojiro's turn. His goal was not 3 clones, but a low-power clone capable of deceiving the eyes for half a breath. Iruka signaled Shika to launch a surprise attack from the side. Sojiro formed seals, and an extremely thin afterimage appeared in place, while his actual body shifted half a step to the right. Shika's gaze was drawn to the afterimage, and his shoulder struck empty air. Akamaru, however, accurately lunged towards Sojiro's feet. Sojiro used a body substitution technique to switch behind a wooden stake. Chakra consumption accumulated continuously, and the residual mark on his forehead spasmed once. Iruka raised his hand to pause. Continuous use may not be permitted during the evaluation. Your low-power clone can only be considered a feint, not a standard clone. I understand. But if the examiner asks whether your clone jutsu is qualified, you cannot pass off a feint as qualification. This was both a reminder and a protection. Iruka was teaching him not to suffer from conceptual disputes during the evaluation. Sojiro formed seals again, attempting a standard clone. White smoke dispersed, and a pale-colored clone stood beside him. The outline was complete, the color feint maintained for 3 breaths. Iruka's pen paused. 3 breaths. That meets the minimum threshold, but the chakra layer is too thin. It would dissipate immediately if attacked. The evaluation only requires formation maintenance. The examiner will ask about its purpose. Sojiro looked toward the wooden stake at the edge of the training field. To lure enemies. Shika interjected. Lure whom? Those with poor eyesight. Those eager to strike me. Shika had intended to laugh, but recalling the rumors about Sojiro within the Hyuga, the laughter died in his throat. Naruto, on the other hand, became excited. Then your clone is suitable for being hit. My clone is suitable for scaring people. If we cooperate, would that not be incredibly strong? Iruka pressed his forehead. You graduate first. On the final practice, Naruto counted aloud following Sojiro's rhythm and produced 2 standing clones. Sojiro maintained his standard clone for 3 breaths, then switched to a low-power afterimage to mislead Shika by half a beat. When the evaluation records were delivered to the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage studied them for a long time. An ANBU member knelt, half kneeling by the window. Hyuga Sojiro has modified the clone jutsu into a low-consumption feint type. Uzumaki Naruto's clone technique has shown improved stability under his assistance. The 3rd placed his pipe on the edge of the desk. How did Iruka write it? He recommends both candidates take the evaluation under normal standards without lowering requirements. The 3rd let out a chuckle. Iruka is becoming more like a true teacher. The ENBU did not respond. The 3rd turned to the synchronized report submitted from the Hyuga side. The report's wording was colder. Sojiro could complete thin-layer clones under low chakra conditions with tactical application, leaning toward feints. Upon contact with Naruto, he did not attempt to probe the seal. What about Danzo's side? Root has not made further contact. However, yesterday someone attempted to access the Ninja Academy evaluation roster and was intercepted by ENBU. The 3rd pressed down on the roster. Add 2 ENBU members on evaluation day. Do not approach the center of the exam site. In the Hyuga side hall, Hayashi had also received the training results. After reviewing the records, the elder put down the scroll, dissatisfied. Thin layer clones feints technique optimization. It is becoming less and less like the Hyuga gentle fist. Hayashi did not rebut, but it resembles a ninja. This evaluation silenced the side hall for several breaths. The elder looked at Hayashi. Are you speaking on his behalf? I am assessing his evaluation value. Root desires him not because he knows gentle fist. The elder did not press further. The word root was sufficient to silence many debates temporarily. When Sojiro was summoned into the side hall, Hayashi handed him the evaluation admission tag. Tomorrow's evaluation. Hyuga observers will be present, as will the Hokage's ANBU. You only need to pass. There is no need to explain unnecessary theories. Naruto. He is not of the Hyuga. The meaning was clear. Do not expose yourself further for Naruto's sake. Sojiro stowed away the admission tag. Before leaving the side hall, Hayashi added one more thing. If root causes accidents during the evaluation, prioritize preserving yourself. This sentence was not recorded in any document. Early the next morning, a long queue formed at the Ninja Academy evaluation site. Naruto stood at the back of the queue, repeatedly muttering, 1, 2, 3, stay quiet, 1, 2, 3, stay quiet. Several students ahead turned to look at him, as if watching some new incantation. Shika passed by carrying Akamaru. Is this the clone jutsu or soul summoning? Naruto was about to retort, but suddenly stopped himself, continuing to count softly. Sojiro stood in another cue, the residual mark beneath the sealcloth on his forehead pulsing at low frequency. He sensed the ANBU on the roof beams the Hyuga guards, and further away a chakra signature pressed extremely low. The evaluation roster hung at the entrance. Beside both his name and Naruto's name was a red mark. The evaluation room had no windows. 3 desks were arranged ahead, with Irika seated on the left, another Ninja Academy instructor on the right, and a Chunin examiner in the middle responsible for recording. Wooden posts for the body replacement technique, transformation reference boards, and a talisman panel for measuring clone stability lined the corner. Hyuga guard stood outside the door. The Hokage's ENBU remained unseen, but Soisuke could sense a presence in the ceiling cavity, whose chakra signature lay buried beneath near-zero readings. The root unit's frequency had not entered, remaining far beyond the academy grounds instead. The evaluations proceeded according to the roster. Most students ahead had sailed through without issue. Haruno Sakura's transformation technique scored nearly full marks, her theoretical responses equally steady. When Inuzuka Kiba finished his body replacement with Akamaru at his side, the examiner issued an additional warning that ninja dogs could not take the exam in his place. Kiba protested briefly before Irika deducted points from his composure score. As Uchiha Sasuke entered the room, the murmurs outside dropped to silence. His execution of all 3 basic techniques was clean, swift, and controlled. The clone held its position with sufficient chakra reserves, maintaining the jutsu for twice the required duration. Naruto watched from outside, growing restless with envy. What's so special about that? I can stand just as steady once it's my turn. Kiba nearby warned him, stop shaking your leg. Naruto glanced down and realized his toes were drumming against the floor. He quickly pressed his knees still. Soisuke was up next. When the examiner called Hyuga Sosuke, the chakra signatures of the guards outside grew noticeably steadier. They clearly understood this wasn't an ordinary student examination. Soisuke stepped toward the talisman panel and began with the transformation technique. The reference board showed Irika. White smoke cleared to reveal an Irika of slightly paler hue standing in the center. Fully formed forehead protector positioned correctly, only the cuffs lacking vividness. The instructor on the right surveyed the form. Chakra coverage is thin, details somewhat lacking. Pass. Next came the body replacement test. The examiner hurled a cork ball to simulate an attack. Soisuke did not attempt a long-distance swap. Instead, he shifted to the wooden post beside him. A short distance, but perfectly timed. The cork ball struck the post, which swayed twice before settling. Short range, but excellent judgment. Pass. The final test was the clone jutsu. Irika's pen hovered over the record sheet. Soisuke knew he was being given the choice between a standard clone or a low-power variant. A standard clone would barely meet the threshold, offering no tactical advantage. But a low-power clone, while falling short of complete clone standards, would demonstrate technical refinement. The examiner glanced at the evaluation form. Hyuga Sosuke, clone technique. Requirements, formation, and maintenance for 3 breaths. Soisuke began the hand seals. White smoke dispersed, and a pale clone materialized at his side. Its outline was complete, the chakra layer thin, yet properly bounded. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The talisman panel illuminated at the minimum passing mark. Just as the examiner prepared to write pass, Soisuke spoke up. I can demonstrate its practical applications. Irika's pen tip pressed against the paper. The instructor on the right grew curious. You're requesting additional testing. Outside, the Hyuga guard's chakra signatures shifted. Hisashi had explicitly cautioned him. No need to elaborate unnecessarily. Soisuke did not glance toward the door. My clone lacks strength. If I only record a passing grade, the evaluation remains incomplete. It cannot absorb damage, but serves well for brief deception. The examiner looked to Irika. Irika neither intervened nor objected. Additional testing approved. Results will be recorded. Understood. The instructor on the right picked up a cork ball and threw it towards Soisuke's physical form. Soisuke performed the hand seals. The low-power clone flickered in place while his body shifted half a step to the left. The cork ball passed through the afterimage and struck the edge of the talisman panel behind him. The afterimage held for less than half a breath, but it was enough to throw off the instructor's aim. The examiner's pen flew across the page. Low-power clone, insufficient strength, visual misdirection, effective duration short. Irika met Soisuke's gaze. It wasn't reproach. It was recognition that Soisuke understood what he was doing, inserting a new classification into the official record. Soisuke knew. But he needed to pass, and he needed the Hokage to see him as more than just another Hyuga curse mark incident. The clearer his village-wide value became, the harder it would be for Root to quietly seize him, and the harder the Hyuga clan would find it to lock him away as a mere internal liability. The cost was another card played. Now it was Naruto's turn. He had been muttering 1, 2, 3 right before entering, and upon spotting Sasuke standing on the far side of the corridor, his rhythm faltered. Sasuke merely passed by and tossed out a casual remark. Don't end up face down on the ground again. Naruto's chakra signature spiked noticeably. Soisuke stood outside the evaluation room, unable to offer guidance. Irika inside could not intervene either. Kiba paced outside cursing under his breath. Don't blow it, idiot. Naruto stepped before the talisman panel and began forming hand seals. The first clone collapsed immediately. The examiner recorded it without expression. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead, but his eyes stayed fixed on the failed clone dissolving at his feet. The failed clone dispersed quickly, and he began counting softly under his breath. 1, 2, 3. On the second attempt the clone stood upright. Its face was crooked, its body swaying, yet it held its position. The examiner glanced at the talisman panel. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The clone dispersed. Insufficient. Naruto's hands trembled. Irika said nothing, merely lowering the record sheet so Naruto could see the word fail had not yet been written. A third attempt. Naruto closed his eyes, shutting out the murmurs outside Sasuke's footsteps, Kiba's quiet curses. 1, 2, 3. White smoke cleared. The clone stood firm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The talisman panel illuminated at the minimum passing threshold. When Naruto opened his eyes, the clone had not yet dispersed. He held back his cry until the examiner wrote, pass, then erupted. I passed. Irika-sensei, I passed. The clone dispersed from his shout, white smoke enveloping the examiner's face. The instructor on the right coughed twice and quietly added a note: technique maintenance failed following emotional disturbance. Naruto did not care. He burst from the evaluation room and nearly collided with Soisuke. Did you see that? The dead last alliance made it. Kiba kicked him from the side. I passed already. Don't include me. Naruto glanced toward Sasuke and saw him already walking away, which only fueled his frustration. Damn it, he didn't even see me. Soisuke returned his admission tag to Irika. As the evaluation records were being filed, the ANBU frequency in the ceiling cavity shifted. Not an alarm. It was a transmission to the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage received the initial results promptly. Naruto passed by the minimum threshold. The ANBU reported his tone unusually light. Hyuga Sosuke passed and voluntarily demonstrated a low-power clone technique. The Hokage reviewed the notes. Voluntarily demonstrated. Yes. The evaluation records indicate he possesses clone technique optimization abilities, making him suitable for reconnaissance, misdirection, and sabotage missions. The Hokage set the report on the opposite side of his desk, where another document lay. Root's failed attempt to access the evaluation roster. Danzo will find this most intriguing. The ANBU did not dispute this. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga side hall, Hizashi reviewed the evaluation copy. An elder spoke with disapproval. He disregarded your counsel and revealed a new technique without authorization. Hizashi circled the phrase, visual misdirection effective. He's proving himself to the Hokage, a branch family child seeking village-wide value on his own. Indeed, the elder's expression darkened further. Yet Hizashi did not suppress the report. Then he cannot afford to die, not now. That evening, Irika posted the supplementary pre-graduation evaluation records on the Ninja Academy bulletin board. Naruto circled the bulletin board 3 times in excitement, and Kiba dragged him away, finding him an obstruction. Haruno Sakura's eyes lingered on Sasuke's excellent score for a long moment. Soisuke stood apart from the crowd, keeping his distance. Mizuki passed by the office doorway, his gaze pausing on the bulletin board before settling on Naruto's name. That chakra fluctuation was subtle, yet carried an unmistakable intensity of excitement. Soisuke noted it carefully. Mizuki first approached Naruto on his own initiative on the evening after the assessment concluded. The academy training ground had already cleared out. Naruto crouched before the notice board, grinning foolishly at his minimum passing score, as though those characters might bloom. Kiba had long since been dragged home by Akamaru. Irika was sorting graduation materials in the office, and Sosuke was being hurried along by the Hyuga guards. Mizuki passed through the corridor carrying a stack of scrolls and stopped behind Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned, still wearing a smile. Teacher Mizuki, I passed. Only the basic assessment has been passed, Mizuki said, holding the scrolls to his chest with a gentle smile. Formal graduation still depends on the official exam. Your clone jutsu is still unstable. Naruto's smile faded slightly. Sosuke stood at the edge of the training ground, his feet rooted in place. A Hyuga guard reminded him, time's up. Just 10 breaths more. The guard glanced at Mizuki, but made no move to drag him away. A teacher speaking with a student was on the surface unproblematic. Mizuki squatted before Naruto and lowered his voice. The distance was not far enough for Sosuke to hear the words clearly, but his Byakugan's lowest setting was sufficient to perceive fluctuations in chakra. Excitement. No, suppressed excitement disguised as gentleness. Mizuki's chakra quickened slightly at his chest, like someone who had already placed bait at a fish's lips. Naruto scratched his head. Then how do I officially graduate? Mizuki's finger tapped once against the edge of the scroll. Some particularly hard-working students receive additional opportunities. For example, learning a more formidable technique. The original storyline in Sosuke's mind flared to light. The Scroll of Seals. Now that Naruto had been pulled to the minimum passing line ahead of schedule, would Mizuki still act according to the original plot? The answer lay right before him. Yes. As long as Naruto still craved acknowledgement, and as long as formal graduation remained uncertain, Mizuki would find his opening. The Hyuga guard reminded him again. Sosuke, leave. Sosuke could not linger too long. The orders from Hiroma were clear: do not actively pursue Enbu, do not make solo contact with Naruto, do not discuss the seals. If Sosuke intervened too deeply in the Mizuki affair, he would be drawn directly into the core forbidden technique theft at the Hokage Tower. But if he did not follow, the scroll incident would unfold right before his eyes. High-density chakra allocation model. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. The edges of the fourth Hokage's sealing system. Evidence of Mizuki's defection. Each item was bait. Sosuke followed the Hyuga guard out of the academy. Passing a corner, he activated his Byakugan at its lowest setting for a backward sweep. Mizuki slipped a piece of paper to Naruto, who tucked it inside his clothes, his expression shifting from unease to excitement. It worked. Back at the Hyuga compound, Sosuke did not report immediately. If he reported to Hiroma, the Hyuga would notify the Hokage, and the scroll incident might be crushed prematurely. Naruto would lose the chance to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and Sosuke would lose the opportunity to observe advanced techniques. If he did not report, Naruto would steal the book, Mizuki would defect, and Iruka would be injured. The original narrative tied everything together neatly, but reality was not a series of manga panels. Any early intervention by Enbu, or any meddling by Root, could warp the plot entirely. Sosuke sat in the Branch family's small hut, the academy assessment records spread before him. His mother sewed in the adjoining partition, and Hyuga guards rotated outside the yard. The choice lay on the table. Intervene, safe, but information lost. Do not intervene, dangerous, but observable. There was a third option: covert tracking, no direct involvement. This plan sounded precisely like the kind strictly prohibited in laboratory safety manuals. Non-contact observation on the edge of an explosion. Highly scientific, and equally likely to end with his portrait on a memorial wall. Sosuke took the Hokage token from his inner pocket and put it back. He could not carry it. If he tracked Naruto tonight, and was discovered wearing the Hokage token, it would read as Hyuga Sosuke bearing the Hokage's credential approaching the scroll incident. The blame would be too great. Even Hiroma might refuse to take it. He left the token pressed into the hidden lining his mother had sewn, and swapped his outer clothes for worn gray training garments. The seal-binding cloth on his forehead was tightened once more, ensuring the residual markings would not loosen from running. His mother emerged from the partition, thread snips in hand. Going somewhere again, where people might see you get into trouble. Sosuke froze. His mother looked at his clothes, and did not ask where he was going. Tonight perhaps no one should see me. The words hung in the room for several breaths. His mother returned the snips to her sewing basket, walked to the doorway, and pressed a loose wooden slat at the window crack into place. A position that perfectly blocked the guard's angled view into the room from the yard. Then don't let them know you went out. Sosuke looked at her. Mother, I saw nothing. She returned to the table, and pressed the Hokage token deep into the lining. And you told me nothing. The survival instincts of the Branch family were sometimes more practical than ninjutsu. After nightfall, Sosuke did not take the door. He climbed over the low wall beside the drainage ditch at the rear of the house, moving slowly to avoid Hyuga patrol routes. His microscopic true eye could not be sustained for long, so he relied only on intermittent sweeps with his ordinary Byakugan. The area around the academy was already in disarray. Chakra frequencies around the Hokage Tower had multiplied, their routes deliberately kept low, searching without wanting to alarm the entire village. Naruto's chakra signal burst from the side of the Hokage Tower, carrying the residual trace of an enormous sealing scroll on his back. Mizuki's chakra trailed behind on another street, his excitement fluctuation stronger than in the evening. Sosuke followed along the shadows beneath the eaves, keeping his distance at the very edge of his Byakugan's range. He did not press too close. Enbu were no decoration, and the third Hokage was no fool. The crystal ball might already be watching Naruto. Any Byakugan signal that drifted near the scroll of seals would be flagged in a report. Naruto ran straight into the forest, found an empty clearing, and spread the scroll before him. Sosuke paused behind a tree 300 meters away, adjusted his angle, and observed only the scroll, avoiding Naruto's lower abdomen. The outer layer of the scroll of seals bore protective sealing formations. The advanced seal marks resembled multi-layered locks. A normal Byakugan sweep would reveal only chakra masking. Sosuke activated his microscopic true eye at the lowest analytical tier. The first technique on the scroll entered his vision. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. The chakra was not simply duplicated into multiple shells, but rather the body's energy and spiritual information were divided into parallel projections, each shadow clone carrying recoverable experience and feedback. The core of the technique was not multiplicity, but maintaining information closure after distribution. A high-density chakra allocation model. Naruto sat cross-legged before the scroll, chanting haltingly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sounds pretty amazing. Sosuke's eyes stung behind them. The scroll's protective seals began to rebound. He could only catch fragments of key nodes. Chakra division, spiritual impression, duplication, retrieval channels. Looking further would draw blood. He shut off his microscopic true. I leaned against the tree trunk and pressed down the warmth in his nasal passage. In the distance, Mizuki's chakra was drawing near. Another familiar chakra signal approached as well. It was Irika. Their routes were about to intersect in the forest. Sosuke did not move. His objective was purely observation. He could not steal the scene, could not allow ENBU to discover a third Hyuga Byakugan at the Scroll of Seal's location. But on the next breath, Mizuki paused in the woods. His chakra fluctuation suddenly shifted, sweeping towards Sosuke's direction. Sosuke lowered his breathing. Mizuki drew a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, his gaze piercing through the tree shadows with pinpoint accuracy, locking onto the patch of darkness where Sosuke hid. The shuriken embedded itself in the tree trunk with chips grazing Song-Jie's cheek. He didn't leap from behind the tree, nor did he attempt to flee. That Hyuga could detect him meant his Byakugan glance had already been precisely intercepted. Turning and running now would be tantamount to exposing his back and emblazoning the words "guilty conscience" in bold across his forehead, essentially confessing before the accusation was even made. 300 meters away, Naruto was still hunched over the forbidden scroll, wrestling with the hand seals, muttering the words for the multiple shadow clone jutsu, as if struggling against a tongue twister. Irika's chakra was closing in from another direction at high speed. The Umbu had not made their appearance, at least within Song-Jie's perceptible range. There was an eerie silence. This was most unfavorable. With the core forbidden jutsu stolen from the Hokage Tower, under normal circumstances the village would have already sounded its highest alert, with the Umbu deploying in a comprehensive search pattern. Yet now the perimeter of the forest was unnervingly quiet, as though someone had deliberately set up a silent study room specifically for Naruto. In the original narrative, this was the third Hokage's classic controlled observation sequence. The live version resembled a high-stakes practical examination. Candidate Naruto proctors Mizuki and Irika, and auditor Song-Jie. The auditor had now been called upon. Mizuki's second shuriken was already pinned between his fingers, his figure drawing closer to the tree shadows. That smile, so perfectly calibrated it could have been pulled straight from a villain entrance tutorial. "You little brat from the Hyuga clan," he said in a lowered voice, yet with the languid confidence of a cat playing with its prey, up past midnight sneaking peeks. "Do you have any idea what that scroll contains?" Song-Jie slowed his breathing to its minimum, pressing his right hand against the damp bark, drawing a thread of chakra through that moisture. The low-power clone technique was usable, but it could only deceive vision for half a breath. It was purely a product of charlatanism. The flow disruption required physical contact, and Mizuki would never grant him the opportunity to close the distance. His microscopic true I had just been rebound by the protective formation of the forbidden scroll, and the residual seal on his forehead was still pulsing. A direct confrontation would be nothing short of suicide, giving away his life while also surrendering his equipment. The optimal solution was to reposition himself from accomplice suspect to concerned student, who happened upon the situation, buying time until Irika arrived. Song-Jie stepped half a pace from behind the tree, achieving a precise positioning, enough for Mizuki to clearly see the seal cloth on his forehead, while ensuring half a tree trunk remained as temporary cover behind him. "Teacher Mizuki." His hand hung concealed within his sleeve, fingertips quietly gripping a thin piece of tree bark, his tone straining to maintain the innocence of an ordinary student. "I saw Naruto running out from the direction of the Hokage Tower with a scroll strapped to his back, and I thought he'd been talked into something again." "Again?" Mizuki raised an eyebrow. "He gets fooled often." Song-Jie kept a steady expression. "Last time Kiba attempted him with a meat bone from Akamaru's mouth, and he chased it halfway across Konoha." The excuse was so utterly Uzumaki Naruto that its authenticity defied refutation. Even the lines of Mizuki's smile relaxed marginally. In the distance, Naruto, the self-appointed master of dramatic entrances, finally lifted his head from the scroll, his voice retaining its characteristic pierce. "Song-Jie, Teacher Mizuki, what are you doing here too?" "Excellent." The loudest variable had entered the stage of his own accord. Mizuki didn't turn his head, his shuriken tip held steadily aimed at Song-Jie. "Did you see the contents of the scroll, eh?" "No." Song-Jie averted his gaze from the forbidden scroll with an earnest expression. "Too many characters. It gives me a headache." Naruto immediately protested. "There weren't that many. I already successfully learned the first jutsu." A hint of suppressed excitement nearly spilled from Mizuki's eyes. Song-Jie's suspicions were now confirmed. Mizuki's true intention wasn't to prevent Naruto from learning. He was waiting for Naruto to complete the jutsu, then seize the scroll with false legitimacy, planting both the theft of a forbidden technique and the danger of illegal ninjutsu squarely onto Naruto's shoulders. Naruto served as the pawn, Irika as the emotional trigger, and himself, the unexpected variable that had abruptly surfaced, was nothing more than a system glitch in Mizuki's meticulously calculated plan. Mizuki's current priority was eliminating this glitch. "Song-Jie, come here." His tone shifted, injecting a veneer of teacherly concern. "This place is dangerous. Let me take you to safety." In plain terms, come closer, making it convenient for me to deal with this little nuisance. Songjia didn't move. Teacher Irika should be arriving shortly. The corner of Mizuki's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. From the other side of the forest, the sound of snapping branches drew progressively closer. Irika burst into the clearing, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and the forbidden scroll like a scanning apparatus before locking onto the space between Mizuki and Songjia. Naruto, put down the scroll immediately. Naruto clutched the scroll to his chest, his expression broadcasting pure confusion. Teacher Irika. Teacher Mizuki said that as long as I learn the jutsu on this scroll, I'll graduate smoothly. Irika's expression darkened completely. Mizuki sighed softly, his expression one of such conspicuous relief at dropping the act that it practically announced, I'm done pretending. You little Hyuga brat, his tone turned icy, you've ruined quite a few things. The shuriken flew from his hand. This time no probing strike, but a direct thrust toward Songjia's throat, its trajectory viciously precise. Songjia pushed off with his foot, a low-power clone flickering briefly in place as his true body retreated half a step. The shuriken passed through that paper-thin afterimage and embedded itself in the tree trunk beside his shoulder. The afterimage dissipated too quickly to earn even a beginner's certificate in deception, purely an ineffective distraction. Mizuki had already closed the distance. His speed was far beyond anything expected of a ninja academy instructor. Songjia barely had time to raise his arm to protect the residual seal on his forehead. Mizuki delivered a kick to his ribcage, its force slightly restrained yet sufficient to send a 9-year-old boy flying through the air. Songjia crashed against the roots of an ancient tree, the metallic taste of blood instantly flooding his mouth. Not bad, no broken bones. Mizuki intended to handle this quietly, without drawing excessive attention, adhering to a philosophy of low-profile execution and efficiency. Irika lunged at Mizuki. Have you lost your mind? Attacking a student? Mizuki drew the massive shuriken from his back in one fluid motion, precisely deflecting Irika's incoming kunai. The screech of metal clashing against metal exploded through the silent forest. Naruto, still clutching the scroll, stumbled backward several steps, completely stunned. Irika, you remain as naive as ever. Mizuki's lips curled into a villainous grin. Do you even understand what this nine-tailed fox you're protecting truly is, eh? Leaning against the tree roots, Songjia half closed his eyes, forcing his microscopic true eye to its lowest output. Mizuki's right arm was at the peak of chakra accumulation moments before striking. The distance was too great for Flow Sever to reach. But he could see an exposed root beneath Mizuki's feet, the surrounding soil loosened from when Naruto had crouched there moments before. A physical trap devoid of chakra. Yuma no Ise had once warned him. He relied too heavily on his eyes. This time he would think rather than see. Songjia picked up a small stone, imbued it with an almost imperceptible thread of chakra, and flicked it toward the loosened soil near the root. The stone struck the ground, and the soil silently collapsed into a small depression. As Mizuki withdrew, his heel missed the ground by half an inch, causing the massive shuriken's slashing trajectory to veer slightly. Irika seized this fleeting opening and thrust Naruto forcefully behind him. Mizuki's gaze locked back onto Songjia, that thin veneer of pretended warmth completely shredded, his killing intent becoming palpable. It seems you're more than just a bystander. Songjia offered no response. Blood trickled from his nose to his chin. The rebound from the Forbidden Scroll's protective formation, the low-power clone, and that precise micromanipulation had drained his already depleted chakra into the red zone. In the distance, an even larger, more turbulent mass of chakra began to rise slowly and heavily. Naruto, clutching the scroll, looked from the murderous Mizuki to the worried Irika, finally resting his gaze on Songjia, a bloodstained figure beneath the tree roots. What are you all talking about? Mizuki once again donned that nauseating smile, his voice spreading through the night. Naruto, do you want to know why the entire village shuns you like a plague? Irika's first instinct was not to stop Mizuki from speaking, but to rush toward Naruto. The answer had already come too late. His psychological defenses had completely crumbled. Mizuki hoisted the massive shuriken onto his shoulder, his tone as casual as announcing failing grades at the end of the semester. The nine-tailed fox that attacked the village 12 years ago is sealed inside your body. You are that fox demon. Naruto clutched the sealing scroll to his chest and staggered back 2 steps, the light in his eyes visibly shattering before him. The chakra noise at the seal's outer layer erupted instantaneously. Through Sangjia's lowest grade Byakugan, the forest ahead dissolved into chaos. Orange-red chakra surged from deep within Naruto's abdomen, striking the seal's outer layer with such force that the fourth Hokage's sealing technique began vibrating at a high frequency. This was not a seal rupture, but rather like a dormant volcano suddenly injected with high-pressure gas. Naruto's already meager blue chakra was scattered in disarray. The stable pattern he had painstakingly found while practicing clone techniques was immediately swallowed by the noise. This was not a simple emotional breakdown. Mental variables were amplifying the disturbances at the seal's edges, creating a classic negative feedback death spiral. Sanjia forced his Byakugan to shut off, though his eyes still ached behind them. He could not keep watching. Another look would only sacrifice these eyes as stress test specimens for the fourth seal. Academically fascinating, practically worthless. Pure waste. Iruka stepped in front of Naruto and yelled at Mizuki, "Shut up. Did you want to hide this from him too?" Mizuki's smile widened, his face twisted with that distinctive villainous madness. "Iruka, your parents were killed by the Nine Tails. Don't you hate him most of all?" Naruto's grip loosened slightly, and the sealing scroll nearly slipped from his hands. Iruka's chakra faltered for half a breath after those words. Half a breath later, he pushed Naruto behind him and held his kunai horizontally across his chest, his back taut like a drawn bow. "Naruto is not the Nine Tails." Iruka stood unsteadily, his left shoulder grazed from earlier blood dripping from his sleeve onto the ground. "He is my student." As those words fell, the noise within Naruto's body colliding against the seal paused for a moment. Sanjia watched clearly from beside the tree roots. Emotional input had altered the chakra structure. This was not some sentimental notion that bonds have power. It was hardcore logic capable of genuinely reconfiguring variables at an energy level. Iruka's acknowledgement acted like an external stabilizing signal, forcibly interrupting Naruto's collapse feedback loop. The ninja world might be absurd, but its underlying logic was rock solid. Mental energy was inherently part of chakra, so emotions would naturally alter the output model. The problem was nobody had written it down as a formula. Everyone simply relied on persuasion and trial and error with their lives. Mizuki lost patience. The massive shuriken spun through the air, heading straight for Iruka. Iruka moved with Naruto to dodge the shuriken, slicing through two small trees before curving back. Mizuki leaped forward to pursue a second shuriken concealed in his sleeve, but its target was not Iruka. It was Naruto. Sanjia saw it, but his body was a fraction too slow. Pain from his ribs held him back, and he did not have enough chakra for another complete guidance technique. All he could do was flick a bloodstained leaf. It flew toward Mizuki's wrist on a needle of chakra. The aim was not precise enough, nor was the force sufficient. It only shifted Mizuki's throwing angle by half an inch. Half an inch was not enough to save Naruto. Iruka threw himself forward, taking the shuriken on his back. The blade pierced through his protective gear, blood splattering across Naruto's face. Naruto froze, his pupils quivering with shock. Sanjia's fingers dug into the cracks between tree roots. In his mind, someone had forcibly written a conclusion from the model he had been observing: blood protective behavior and verbal acknowledgement. 3 external signals superimposed, causing the Nine Tails noise to briefly recede, and allowing Naruto's own chakra to regain dominance. Iruka knelt on the ground, but reached out to press his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, you are not a demon fox. You are Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto's chakra began to shift. No longer the chaotic noise from before, but instead drawing out an extremely vast blue chakra from near his abdomen, simultaneously amplified by emotion. The orange-red noise persisted, but failed to overwhelm the main current. Naruto kept his head bowed, fingers pressing against the sealing scroll, his shoulders trembling violently. Mizuki raised the massive shuriken. Heartwarming teacher-student drama ends here. Sanjia leaned against the tree roots, compressing his last trace of chakra into a needle. Mizuki's attention was fixed on Naruto and Iruka right now. This was the only opening. Cutting the flow required contact, but he could not reach him. A low-power clone could create a visual distraction provided Mizuki would actually look at it. Sanjia decided to use himself as bait and draw aggro. He pushed himself up against the tree trunk, the seal cloth on his forehead already stained with nosebleed blood. His voice was not loud, but clear enough for Mizuki to hear. "Teacher Mizuki, your wrist shifted twice, just now. With aim like that, you dare to become a missing nin." Mizuki turned his head. "Want to die in front?" "No." Sanjia leaned on the tree, barely able to stand. "I just want to confirm. Someone with your level dares to steal the sealing scroll." Mizuki's expression changed. Effective. Missing nin also had pride, and they were easier to provoke than clan youth. One provocation, and they would lose their temper. Mizuki raised his hand, a kunai flying from his sleeve towards Sanjia. Sanjia's low-power clone flashed. The kunai passed through the afterimage and embedded itself in the tree bark behind. The main body rolled to the side, old pain mixing with new wounds, barely managing to get up. Mizuki was stalled for half a breath. Naruto looked up. His face still bore Iruka's blood, but his eyes no longer held that hollow emptiness. His fingers formed hand seals and chakra erupted from within him. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. White smoke exploded through the forest. Even without opening his Byakugan, Sanjia could sense the change in chakra quantity. Not one clone, not 10, dozens, hundreds. Every shadow clone carried Naruto's spiritual imprint, the chakra distribution so lavish it bordered on wasteful, yet the jutsu's core forcefully maintained closure. This was the arrogance of a high-density chakra stat monster. He strained to maintain a single 3-breath thin shadow while Naruto flooded the entire map from the start. The resource gap was so enormous it made researchers want to call the police on the spot. Pure chakra bullying. As the white smoke cleared, the forest filled with Naruto's Mizuki's expression finally shifted, panic visibly crossing his face. Naruto raised his fist, his voice slightly lower than usual, but laced with vicious determination. "You dare hurt Teacher Iruka, I won't let you go." When hundreds of Narutos charged out simultaneously, the forest floor trembled beneath their feet, withered leaves crushed to powder, and clouds of dust obscured Sanji's face. A brutal combat style, pure chakra dominance. Before Mizuki could even steady his massive shuriken, the first line of shadow clones had already closed in, their fists and feet raining down like a storm. Fists, feet, knees, shoulder checks. No technique whatsoever, only overwhelming numbers. Mizuki shattered 3 clones, but the 4th seized his arm, the 5th grabbed his waist, and a dozen more piled on, pinning him against the tree trunk. The tree trunk groaned as bark scraped away. Mizuki's face contorted within the horde of clones, his screams trapped in his throat, looking like a tree besieged by squirrels. Sanji leaned against another tree, witnessing for the first time up close the retrieval channel of shadow clones. Each time a clone was dispersed, chakra did not simply vanish. It returned to the original body, carrying faint spiritual feedback. Naruto's control over the technique was crude to an alarming degree, yet the multiple shadow clone jutsu itself encapsulated the retrieval mechanism flawlessly, like an idiot-proof premium tool. Users could run it with brute force without understanding the underlying code, the kind of system that operates simply by pressing the start button. The protective logic within the scroll of sealing techniques was equally sensible. For an ordinary person, mastering it would drain their chakra dry and drop them instantly. For Naruto, it was merely drawing a few hundred buckets from an enormous reservoir. And the reservoir itself seemed almost relieved that someone had finally opened the floodgates. Comparison drives men to despair, and this truth rang especially vivid before the magnitude of chakra reserves. Mizuki was beaten to the point where he could not form coherent sentences until the final shadow clone delivered a punch that knocked him unconscious. His massive shuriken rolled to the base of the tree and became embedded in the mud. Naruto stood beside Iruka as shadow clones dissipated one after another, the scene as spectacular as a dandelion burst apart. His breathing was heavy, yet his chakra noise proved more stable than before. His emotion remained elevated, but its direction had shifted, from questioning, "What am I?" to declaring, "Who I must protect." This transformation was plainly visible at the chakra level, where the orange-red noise was suppressed back toward the seal's edge by a newly born blue current. Sanji filed this observation deep into memory, adding another notation to his mental notebook. Iruka struggled to sit upright, the wound on his back still bleeding and soaking through half of his back garment. Naruto hastily helped him, fumbling so badly he nearly touched the blade's edge. "Do not pull it out recklessly," Sanji called out from a distance. "Pulling it out will cause more bleeding." Naruto suddenly remembered Sanji by the tree. "Sanji, are you alright?" Sanji glanced at his own ribs. The old training uniform was slashed, the bleeding was not severe, but the clothes were certainly ruined. Saying he was fine would be dishonest, but admitting injury would draw Naruto over. What he needed most now was to maintain distance, lest Iruka discover during post-event review how much he had observed. Better than Sensei Iruka, I suppose. Iruka looked at him, his expression devoid of blame. Only the instinctual exasperation of a teacher pushed to the brink. "Why are you here?" This question was inevitable. Sanji delivered his rehearsed response. "I saw Teacher Mizuki hand Naruto a note after school dismissed. Tonight, I noticed Naruto running out from the direction of the Hokage's tower. Something fell off, so I followed him to the forest. I had no time to report it." Naruto froze. "You were following me, eh? You were sprinting down the street carrying a scroll larger than yourself." Sanji leaned against the tree and sat down. It is difficult to pretend not to notice that. Naruto scratched his head, clearly unable to refute the reasoning. Iruka endured his pain, his gaze settling on the sealing cloth around Sanji's forehead. "Did you look at the scroll, eh?" "I could not make sense of it." Sanji repeated his earlier answer. "I only saw Naruto chanting the first technique." Iruka did not immediately accept this, nor did he press further. Mizuki was still unconscious. Nearby, the scroll of seals lay spread on the ground, and Naruto remained on the edge of emotional turmoil. There were too many priorities at the scene for Sanji to rank first. Chakra fluctuations rose from the distant treetops. Yinbyu had arrived. And not alone. At least 3. The frequency belonging to the Hokage's faction was far more alive than the dead flat signature of root, carrying at least a trace of warmth that living humans should possess. 2 Yinbyu agents landed near Mizuki. One examined Iruka's wounds while the other gathered the scroll of seals. The third turned their mask toward Sanji. "Hyuga Sanji." The Yinbyu confirmed his identity. "You violated the nighttime curfew." Sanji offered no defense. Arguing with Yinbyu was pointless. Only facts could be written into reports. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Naruto grew agitated. Before his forehead protector was even secured properly, he charged forward. "He came to help me." Teacher Mizuki was about to kill him. The Yinbyu ignored Naruto's outburst and instead examined Sanji for any scroll rubbings, sealing papers, or abnormal chakra residues. Sanji's cuffs, fingers, and forehead sealing cloth were all thoroughly swept. The chakra disruption in his eyes from the scroll's backlash would likely be impossible to conceal, but that did not mean he had to volunteer the information. Signs of Byakugan overload. After Teacher Mizuki spotted me, he attacked. I used a clone jutsu. Low-power clone. It seemed the assessment report had already reached the Hokage's tower. The information was spreading faster than his chakra could recover. Yes. The ANBU did not pursue the matter further and turned to Irika. Despite the severity of his back wound, Irika insisted on taking out the forehead protector and tying it onto Naruto's brow. His fingers trembled, yet the headband was secured straighter than ever before. Naruto, you have passed graduation. Naruto froze entirely, his hand resting on the forehead protector, eyes clearly reddening as he forced a wide smile. Sanjia sat beside the tree roots watching the scene unfold without activating his Byakugan. The ANBU collected evidence nearby, their presence as clinical and detached as exam graders at a civil service examination. The live version of this iconic scene from the original work was louder, more chaotic, and more painful than anything described on paper. Irika still had a shuriken embedded in his back, while ANBU sealed evidence nearby. Mizuki's face was swollen as though Ten Akamaru had trampled it, and Naruto wore his headband with a grin like he had just recovered a ticket from the gates of hell. This was the true Konoha. Passion and accident reports existed in the same frame, bonds and high-level surveillance ran in parallel. The village's warmth and its ruthlessness were welded onto the same iron plate, impossible to tell which face was up. ANBU dragged Mizuki away and rolled up the scroll of seals for sealing. Before Irika was lifted onto a stretcher, he looked toward Sanjia. I will report this matter to the third Hokage. Sanjia lowered his head. Understood. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but Irika pressed down on his head. Irika's hand trembled slightly from blood loss, yet his voice remained steady. You will return with the ANBU first. Do not cause Sanjia any more trouble. Naruto held back for a long moment before shouting toward Sanjia. The bottom of the class alliance considers today your contribution. When I officially graduate, I will treat you to ramen. The promise of Ichiraku ramen spoken in this blood-and-mud forest sounded impossibly unreal, yet strangely compelling. The ENBU led Naruto away, and soon only one ninja remained to escort Sanjia. The Hyuga guards had not come. This was worse than if they had. It meant either the Hyuga clan remained unaware or they already knew, but were waiting for the Hokage's tower to establish the official narrative first. The former could still be remedied. The latter meant merely waiting for the axe to fall. Sanjia followed the ANBU out of the forest, and the moment he reached the village path, the residual mark on his forehead flickered abruptly. It was not a Hyuga signature, nor Sounen's frequency. From the distant shadows, a flattened chakra presence lingered briefly, thin as ash yet precise enough to send chills down his spine. Root had also observed this examination. The graders had already collected the answer sheets. What remained was merely assigning scores and determining placements. Sanjia slipped his hand into his sleeve, concealing the fluctuating frequency of the residual mark. A new line was added to his internal conclusion. After tonight, all three parties now possessed additional material. The Hokage's assessment report, Root's surveillance records, and the Hyuga's suspicions born from absence. Together, these three elements would likely warrant a cross-departmental joint meeting. The lights of the Hokage tower burned well past midnight. When Sanjia was escorted into the side chamber, Naruto had already been taken by ANBU to another room for questioning. Separated by two walls, one could still hear Naruto boasting about the incredibly powerful jutsu he had learned before being forcibly silenced by Irika's weak reprimand. Irika was badly injured yet insisted on giving his statement first. Tsuji was sealed tight with chakra binding seals and thrown into temporary custody at the interrogation wing. The scroll of sealing was escorted back to its vault by two ENBU operatives with chakra verification performed every 10 paces along the route. Konoha's security system had finally switched from makeshift mode back to official release, though this patch had been applied with a rather post-facto wisdom. Sanjia sat on a bench in the side chamber, his ribs wrapped in temporary bandages. The ENBU had not given him painkillers, only basic hemostasis. The reason was simple: with his Hyuga residual mark in an unclear state, they dared not administer medicine recklessly. He appreciated this caution. As long as they did not attempt some medical miracle, he could fully accept this conservative treatment. A poor medical experience was far preferable to some overzealous medical ninja injecting him and sending him straight to the underworld. When the third Hokage entered, his pipe was unlit. A recording ENBU followed behind him. Hyuga Sanjia. The third sat across from him, his gaze profound. You should have been in the Hyuga branch family compound. Yes. Where is your Hokage crest? Left at home. Sanjia did not conceal it. Carrying the crest while approaching the scroll of sealing incident would have made matters even harder to explain. The recording ENBU's pen paused for a moment. The third looked at him. So you knew the matter would be difficult to explain, yet you went anyway. I saw Teacher Tsuji slipping a note to Naruto. If he had reported directly to the Hyuga, the incident might have been interrupted. If he had reported to the Hokage tower, there would not have been time to confirm Tsuji's defection evidence. Sanjia had cut away half of his most dangerous true motive. I wanted to confirm whether Naruto was being made the fall guy again. The third's gaze did not soften. You also wanted to see the scroll of sealing. Only the sound of the recording pen scraping across paper remained in the side chamber. Denial was meaningless. The third was not a Hyuga elder who could be easily restrained by the main family's chain of accountability. He controlled the Hokage Tower, ENBU on-site evidence, and Naruto's testimony. Song Jie chose to confess partially. I wanted to look, but I could not understand it. The scroll's protective sealing array produced strong backlash. I only glimpsed the edges before stopping. The third finally picked up his pipe, but did not light it. What did you glimpse? The 3 outer nodes of the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Chakra division, mental imprint duplication, and retrieval channels. Song Jie paused for half a breath. Insufficient for reproduction, insufficient for instruction. This was a crucial statement. It conveyed I looked, but only partially. It both lowered the threat assessment for peering at forbidden jutsu and elevated the intelligence value of his Byakugan. The ANBU behind the third accelerated their recording. Do you know what crime it is to peek at the scroll of sealing? I do. Song Jie pressed his hand against his ribs to prevent pain from agitating the residual mark. That is why I did not touch the scroll, did not make any rubbings, and did not continue looking. Because you did not wish to, or because you could not bear to? Could not bear to. Song Jie answered quickly. Advanced sealing arrays cause backlash against my Byakugan. Continuing to look would damage my eyes first. The third lit his pipe, a flame flickering to life. You are honest. Honesty reduces misjudgment. The third exhaled smoke and finally shifted the topic to Naruto. Naruto's ability to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu is connected to your prior training. Song Jie recalled the white smoke in that forest earlier. Naruto's multiple shadow clone was not something he had taught. He had only taught Naruto to find a small segment of stability within the noise. But the multiple shadow clone precisely required immense chakra and a closed mental imprint loop. After Iruka stabilized Naruto's emotions, Naruto had relied on the scroll of sealing's jutsu template to execute a brute force version. It is related but not the determining factor. Song Jie gave his judgment. I only taught him to extract stable fragments sparingly. The chakra requirement for multiple shadow clone far exceeds that of ordinary students. The jutsu itself completed the distribution and closure for him. What truly made him successful was that his emotional direction shifted after teacher Iruka was injured. The third smoking motion halted at his lips. Emotional direction. Before it was collapse and self-doubt, with sealing edge noise surging upward. Afterward, it was the desire to protect teacher Iruka. His chakra remained extremely high, but the mainstream stabilized. Song Jie finished, and added, I did not observe the sealing edge in depth. I only watched the exterior and the results of the jutsu. The third did not press the phrase sealing edge, and simply set down his pipe. Iruka says that when Tsuji attacked Naruto, you used a small stone to disrupt his footing, and used a clone to block a strike meant for yourself. The disruption effect was minimal, but it was useful. This evaluation sounded less like praise, and more like a definitive classification. Footsteps approached from outside the door. The Hyuga guards had arrived. The guards could not enter the Hokage's side chamber, and could only wait outside. Song Jie could feel that their chakra frequency was far more chaotic than usual. Clearly the Hyuga estate had already discovered his overnight absence. The family's internal warning alerts were undoubtedly flooding the communication arrays by now. The third glanced toward the doorway. The Hyuga will hold you accountable for leaving the compound without authorization at night. The village will also record your peering at the edges of the scroll of sealing. Song Jie said nothing, but Tsuji's defection evidence is clear. Naruto learned the multiple shadow clone and retrieved the scroll of sealing. Iruka has confirmed you did not touch the scroll. The third closed the recording scroll. Therefore no action will be taken tonight. Your graduation qualification will be assessed separately. Song Jie raised his gaze. I have not officially graduated yet. You passed the pre-graduation assessment. Official graduation requires the Ninja Academy's final confirmation. After becoming involved in the scroll of sealing incident, your assessment must be reviewed anew. Very well. It was as if the post-quest reward had not yet shipped, but the ban warning had already popped up. This broken game's operational mechanics were consistently absurdly fair. The third took a duplicate Hokage crest from his drawer and placed it on the table, but did not hand it to Song Jie. You did not carry your crest last night to avoid implicating the Hokage's token. Your judgment was sound, but your actions violated regulations. In the future, if similar incidents arise, report to Iruka first. What if there is no time? The third studied him for a moment. Then strive to survive long enough to explain. Those words were very much in the spirit of the Hokage and of Konoha. No guaranteed safety net, no after service, only the living were qualified to submit their tickets for processing. When Song Jie was escorted out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto was standing at the other end of the corridor, his forehead protector crooked and bandages stuck to his face. Song Jie. Naruto tried to run over, but was stopped by ENBU. Shouting across the corridor, he cried, I graduated. Teacher Iruka said I graduated. You'll definitely pass too, right? The Hyuga guard waited at the door. ANBU from the Hokage recorded behind, and root operatives may have still been watching from the shadows. Song Jia looked at Naruto's utterly oblivious grinning face and suddenly felt that in a certain sense this guy was truly extraordinary. His mentality was essentially a spiritual antibody that ignored all defense. Fix your forehead protector first. Song Jia called back. Naruto looked down, hands flustered as he adjusted his protector. The Hyuga guard led Song Jia out of the Hokage tower. No sooner had they exited the main entrance when the guard lowered his voice. Lord Hayashi awaits you in the main hall. The residual mark on Song Jia's forehead twitched slowly. The real reckoning was about to begin. The Hyuga main hall was even more unbearable than the Hokage side chamber. At least the Hokage building placed village security on the table, while the Hyuga main hall piled clan rules, supervision, ownership rights, and the elders' prestige all together, making it resemble a massive compliance audit scene. When Song Jia was brought in, Hizashi sat in the main seat, with two main branch elders at his sides, and the recorder's scroll had already been unrolled. His mother was not permitted to enter the main hall. Niji was not present, nor was Hinata. There was no one who could drag the scene toward personal emotions, the only cold impersonal procedures. Hizashi saw the new bloodstain on the cloth sealing his forehead, and his first question was not about the injury. The Hokage building will not deal with you for now. Yes. One of the elders slammed the report in his hand onto the table with a noise that seemed intent on overturning it, leaving the compound without permission at night, tailing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, approaching the forbidden scroll, prying into forbidden techniques. Hyuga at Song Jia, what do you take the Hyuga clan for? Song Jia stood in the center of the hall, the bandage on his side still unchanged. The pain kept him alert. Inwardly, he labeled the elder's anger as a classic high-level blame-shifting preamble. I did not approach within 30 steps of the scroll, did not touch it, and did not copy it. It is true that Mizuki defected. Naruto retrieved the forbidden scroll, and teacher Irika can testify. Are you taking credit for yourself? I am reducing the Hyuga clan's liability. Sanji's tone was calm, but inwardly he thought this line of reasoning, if released, is textbook crisis public relations talk. The elder was choked with words, his expression turning ugly. Hizashi opened the Hokage building's briefing. The wording was restrained. Hyuga Sanjia followed without authorization, did not touch the forbidden scroll, was attacked by Mizuki, assisted in delaying, and requires re-evaluation of graduation eligibility. Why didn't you report to the Hyuga clan? Sanjia looked at Hizashi. If I reported to the Hyuga would have to decide whether to report to the Hokage. By the time the process was complete, Mizuki would have already acted. If the Hyuga directly intervened with the forbidden scroll, the village would ask why the Hyuga knew in advance. That blame the Hyuga cannot bear. The main hall fell silent for 2 breaths. This was the most troublesome truth. The Hyuga could not touch the forbidden scroll. Even helping could easily be recorded as prying into forbidden techniques. Song Jia going alone was a violation, but the Hyuga going collectively would be a political incident. It was a lose-lose situation where no matter what, blame would be assigned and merits deducted. Hizashi closed the briefing. Unauthorized leave at night, house arrest for 7 days. The Ninja Academy graduation qualification evaluation will proceed as scheduled, jointly recorded by the Hyuga, the Hokage, and the Academy. The elder was dissatisfied. Still, let him graduate. Hizashi looked at him. The Hokage building has already proposed a re-evaluation. If the Hyuga refuses, it will appear as if we are trying to hide him. The elder said no more. Song Jia understood. The graduation qualification evaluation was no longer just a Ninja Academy exam. It was a public valuation by 3 parties. The Hyuga needed to prove he still belonged to the Hyuga. The Hokage needed to confirm his village-level utility and controllability, and although Root was not present, they would surely obtain the intelligence. This was not a graduation exam. It was a joint bidding process among 3 factions, with himself as the subject to be priced. The next morning at the Ninja Academy's private evaluation room, the examiners were different. Besides Irika, there was a Chunin examiner, a Hyuga recorder, and an Umbu hidden in the ceiling beams. Hyuga guards stood outside the door. Naruto was not allowed to watch. Irika ordered him to practice basic taijutsu on the training ground. From time to time his voice could be heard in the hallway shouting, "Can multiple shadow clone count as basic?" Only to be yelled back by Irika from afar. That blood pressure-raising commotion sounded exactly like a frustrated parent tutoring a troublesome child in homework with mutual torment as the main theme. Irika placed the evaluation form on the table. Hyuga Sanjia, due to involvement in the Forbidden Scroll incident, your graduation qualification is being reconfirmed. Items: 3 basic techniques, basic taijutsu mission judgment. Sanjia walked to the center. The transformation technique was, as usual, pale but complete. The substitution technique was short range with high precision, passed. The standard clone technique lasted 3 breaths, minimum pass. The low-energy clone tested as requested deflected a softwood ball by ½ inch. The examiner recorded the results meticulously, without exaggeration or understatement. During the basic taijutsu test, Sanjia was clearly at a disadvantage. The wound on his side hindered his rotation, and the old injury on his right shoulder affected his palm strikes. The Chunin examiner pressed forward several times, but Songjia did not block head-on. Instead, he used a low-energy clone to buy half a breath, then used the wood chips on the floor to judge the landing point. After 3 rounds, he did not land a hit on the examiner, but was not directly captured. The examiner stopped direct combat, fail. Evasion judgment, pass. Irika wrote a note without embellishing for him. The last item, mission judgment. The Chunin examiner placed 3 wooden tokens on the table labeled target, teammate, and intelligence. Assume you lack chakra and cannot defeat the enemy. The enemy is stronger than you, your teammate is injured, and the intelligence must be delivered. How do you complete the mission? This was the question for him. Songjia looked at the 3 tokens. A normal student would say protect the teammate, use the substitution technique to escape, and call for reinforcements. The standard answer would not be wrong, but it was not enough for him. The goal of today's evaluation was not to see if he resembled a normal genin, but to see what value he truly had. He took the blank token labeled enemy from the examiner's side and placed it next to the 3 tokens. Use the enemy's chakra. The Chunin examiner's fingers paused, explain. My chakra is insufficient, so I am not suited for direct attrition. The stronger the enemy, the more techniques they output, and the more residual chakra remains. Songjia translated this logic into words that the ninja world could understand. Induce him to repeatedly use the same type of jutsu, observe the edges of formation, find unstable points, and cause his technique to fail prematurely or deviate. The teammate takes the opportunity to evacuate, and the intelligence is sent out after being misdirected by a low-energy clone or substitution route. In plain terms, it was freeloading on the opponent's mana, using the startup of his skills to punish the recovery. Irika looked at the examiner. The umbu's chakra in the ceiling stirred. The examiner collected the tokens, live demonstration. Face me. The goal is not to defeat me, but to make me fail 1 jutsu release. Irika wanted to say that this item was not on the evaluation sheet, but in the end, he remained silent. The Chunin examiner formed hand seals and used the most basic fire release fireball technique with reduced power. The first time, Songjia dodged and observed the formation of the technique. The second time, he used a low-energy clone to lure the examiner to the left. The third time, as the examiner formed seals again, Songjia attached a trace of chakra to a kunai and threw it at the edge of the fire release formation. The kunai did not attack the person, it only grazed the outer chakra membrane of the fireball. The fireball dispersed prematurely, and a wave of heat hit the examiner's sleeve, scorching a black edge on the fabric. The Hyuga guard outside the evaluation room stepped half a step inside, and the umbu in the ceiling also shifted position. The Chunin examiner looked at his own sleeve, his expression momentarily unpleasant. If this had been in his previous life's laboratory, it would have been a major safety accident. The safety officer would have overturned the workbench on the spot and revoked his operation license. What did you just do? Songjia withdrew his hand, his chakra nearly depleted, and the residual mark on his forehead began to twitch. Make the enemy consume for me. Irika's pen landed on the last column of the evaluation form. Mission judgment pass. Technique interference tendency requires reporting. After the fireball dissipated prematurely, the first to move in the assessment room was not the examiner. The ANBU chakra concealed within the ceiling beams pressed forward half a foot, while the Hyuga guard's footsteps crossed the threshold outside. Irika's recording pen froze on the paper, ink blooming into a dark smudge beside the words mission judgment. The Chunin examiner stared at the scorched black edge on his own sleeve, then glanced at the ordinary practice kunai in Songjia's hand. You disrupted the forming edge of the ninjutsu. Songjia placed the kunai back on the desk, his fingertips still numb from chakra depletion. The outer chakra membrane of the fire release maintains a stabilization process even after release. During the third seal formation, the teacher's output rhythm matched the previous 2 attempts, making the forming edge predictable. The Chunin examiner did not immediately assign a score. This was not a conventional student answer. When ordinary genin encountered fire release, their training focused on evasion, substitution, and counterattack. Songjia's approach was to identify the brief window before the ninjutsu fully coalesced, then insert a grain of sand within it. The damage was negligible, but the insult was profound, and the risk was considerable. The examiner cut away the singed fabric from his sleeve and placed it in the evidence tray. If I had not restrained the technique's power earlier, you would have been drawn into the outer flame layer. Therefore, it is not advised for use against fully formed ninjutsu in combat. Songjia voluntarily added this caveat. The recorder's pen moved. Applicable targets low-level ninjutsu repetitive techniques, and those with observable formation rhythms. Direct interference with high-power ninjutsu is not recommended. Irika glanced at Songjia. He was downgrading himself and leaving room for the Ninja Academy's report. The Chunin examiner turned to the final column of the evaluation form and wrote his conclusion: graduation qualification approved, recommended for placement in an observation squad, unsuitable for standard assault missions, better suited for reconnaissance, misdirection, and sabotage support. Hyuga Sanjia approved upon re-examination. The Hyuga guards outside remained silent, but their chakra frequency relaxed slightly. The ANBU within the rafters disappeared. The Hokage Tower would receive this report faster than the Hyuga main hall. As Sanjia left the assessment room, Naruto was leaning against the corridor window peering inside. How did it go? Naruto whispered the question, though his voice still carried halfway down the corridor. Iruka emerged from the assessment room and promptly slapped the folder onto Naruto's head. You're a formal graduate, now not a corridor ghost. Assemble at the training ground. Naruto cupped his head and winked at Sanjia. Passed right. You definitely passed right. I graduated, so if you hadn't, the dead last alliance wouldn't be complete. Kiba walked past from the other direction carrying Akamaru. You make the word alliance sound like a criminal organization. Akamaru barked once as if casting an affirmative vote. Sanjia handed the evaluation card to Iruka. Passed. Naruto was overjoyed as if he had graduated himself. Just as he was about to leap forward and slap him on the shoulder, Iruka grabbed his collar first. He has an injury on his side. Naruto stopped abruptly, his hand suspended in midair before settling for slapping his own chest instead. Then I'll celebrate when you're healed. Ichiraku ramen my treat. Kiba looked at him skeptically. Do you have money? Naruto hesitated for 2 breaths, then turned to Iruka. Teacher Iruka. Iruka held up the folder vertically to block his gaze. Figure it out yourself. The brief commotion was interrupted by the Ninja Academy's broadcast. Graduates assemble. Official headband distribution. Iruka stood at the front of the training ground handing each headband to the students who had passed. As Sasuke received his headband, several girls nearby gasped in hushed excitement. Sakura's face flushed red as though she had just been brushed by a fire release. Kiba tied his headband to his forehead, and using a spare cloth strip, he also fashioned a miniature version for Akamaru. When it was Sanjia's turn, the Hyuga guard stationed at the edge of the training ground stepped forward half a pace. The headband Iruka offered hung, suspended in midair. For a Hyuga branch family member, the forehead position was not merely the forehead. There lay ceiling cloths, a half-carved curse mark, and traces of an incident the main family chose to keep hidden from view. Sanjia took the headband without tying it to his forehead. He wrapped it around his left arm and secured it firmly on the outer side of his forearm. Iruka did not ask for the reason, simply noting on the distribution form headband worn on left arm, due to Hyuga forehead seal. Naruto noticed and removed his own headband, attempting to tie it to his arm instead. Iruka's piece of chalk flew with remarkable accuracy. You don't have a ceiling cloth. Put it back on your forehead. The training ground erupted in laughter. Sanjia bowed his head to adjust his arm headband, hearing the laughter pass by his side without targeting him. Unlike the laughter at Hyuga training grounds, this kind of laughter might digress or grow excessive, but it lacked the institutional undertone of "you deserve to be below." This distinction was slight, too minor to record in any official report. Yet it was enough to remain memorable. That afternoon at the Hokage Tower. By the time the third Hokage finished reviewing the evaluation report, his pipe had gone out. Technique interference. The ANBU member knelt half before the desk. The Chunin examiner confirmed this. The low-level fire release was dispersed at its formative edge. Hyuga Sanjia's own chakra consumption remained minimal, though multiple observations were required. The third circled the phrase requiring more than 2 observations. An enemy would not grant him 3 chances in actual combat. Yes. The examiner also noted he is suited for support, not direct combat. The third set the report beside the Mizuki incident files. The stolen scroll of sealing techniques, Naruto's graduation, Mizuki's defection, and Hyuga Sanjia's unauthorized surveillance, followed by his reinstatement. All of it laid together, it resembled less a Ninja Academy graduation season and more a small-scale village security drill, with all participants being minors. What is Danzo's faction up to? Root attempted to access the re-review records, but was blocked. No direct confrontation. The third relit his pipe, sparks flaring briefly. Have Iruka proceed with the standard class assignment process. Hyuga Sanjia will not join the conventional Team 7, nor will he return to Hyuga for isolated training. The Yambiyu looked up. What are your intentions, Lord Third? Assign a Jonin to lead a temporary support unit. Begin with D-rank missions and document his actual performance. Smoke drifted away from the edge of the desk. Since everyone wants to know what he can dismantle, let him start with the least dangerous targets. At the same time, in the Hyuga main hall, Hisashi also held a copy of the evaluation report. After reviewing the technique interference tendency, the elder closed the scroll. He is no longer just dismantling Hyuga techniques. Hisashi offered no denial, which makes keeping him confined to the Hyuga compound even more inadvisable. The elder's expression darkened beyond the scorched edges of a fire release. Sending him on missions gives Root more opportunities. Keeping him within the clan still leaves Root with openings. The difference is whether we can see them coming. Sanjia stood at the center of the hall, his headband still secured to his left arm. Hisashi slid a mission registration talisman across to the desk's edge. Starting tomorrow, you will participate in the temporary support unit as the Hokage has arranged. The village will assign your instructor. The Hyuga will provide escorts only to the gathering point with no entry into the mission zone. Songjia mentally flagged the term mission zone in red. A mission meant leaving both the Ninja Academy and the Hyuga's rigid routines. It meant increased opportunities for Root. It also meant more samples. Hizashi watched him. If you want to survive, treat every mission as if you are being observed. Songjia bowed his head in acknowledgement. Outside the main hall, Niji passed along the corridor without breaking stride, tossing a roll of discarded bandages into a bamboo basket. The bandage unfurled slightly, at one corner revealing a faint crease pressed into its layers. 2 short marks, 1 long. An unwritten gesture among the branch families. The message was clear in New Cage. Songjia did not turn around. The recorder's pin continued its work. On the day the Ninja Academy class placement list was posted, the announcement board was jam-packed like a bustling market. Mingren bolted to the front first, nearly shoving 2 younger students into the flower bed. He stood to the side, clutching Chawan, muttering make way, while his body had already shouldered into the second row. Xiaoying rose on her tiptoes to look up, and the moment she spotted Zhuozhu's name, she seemed wreathed in the shimmering glow of a transformation jutsu. Team 7 Xuanhua Mingren Chunai Ingyuzibo Zhuozhu. Mingren froze for a heartbeat, then launched himself higher than the announcement board itself. I'm in the same class as Zhuozhu. And Xiaoying too. Ha ha ha, just wait, Zhuozhu. I'll surpass you on every mission. Outside the crowd, Zhuozhu stood with an expression that plainly read, why does this always happen to me? Xiaoying's expression darted back and forth between same class as Zhuozhu and Mingren's here, too, finally settling on a strained, deeply forced self-reassurance. He spotted his own name and clicked his tongue. Teammate, Chu Tianjinai and me. He glanced toward the rear of the crowd. Chu Tian stood beside her guard, clutching a book to her chest. At the sound of her name, she flicked a glance toward Team 7 before quickly snapping her eyes away. Songjia caught the subtle press of her fingertips against the book's spine, right near her wrist bone. She still remembered the thread from the old ledger. Songjia made no move to approach. The Xiangri guard remained at the school gate, and beside Chutian stood another steward from the main branch. Watching the 2 Xiangri children discuss modifications to the gentle fist at the placement list would have been enough to get Richa tossed back into the side hall for 3 more rounds of interrogation. He found his own name at the fringes of the crowd. Not on Team 7. Not on Team 8. Tacked separately at the very bottom of the list was a single slip of paper. Provisional Support Unit Xiangri Songjia Shanxing Xingtai Yunujinji of the Tsufing Collateral Branch. Led Instructor Sunai Qingxian. Beside it sat the official mission archival seal from the Hokage Tower. What's a Provisional Support Unit? Mingren elbow drilled his way out of the crowd, a half-eaten rice ball he'd clearly liberated from somewhere dangling from his mouth. He leaned in to read. Sounds like a grunt squad. Chiwan barked. You translated Chiwan, says the name, sounds like the sensei, just threw it together on the fly. Songjia's gaze settled on the surname Sunnai. The Sunnai clan. Related to Yubixi? He wasn't certain. But the Sunnai name in might carried heavy weight in interrogation, psychological pressure, and intelligence handling. The Hokage assigning him an instructor like this sent an unmistakable message: don't just assess his combat ability, assess whether he could be peeled open under questioning during a mission. The other 2 members of the provisional unit arrived shortly after. Shanxing Xingtai was a lanky teenager with a small satchel bulging with tools slung over his shoulder. His forehead protector wasn't quite secure, and upon spotting Songjia, his eyes darted to the seal cloth on Songjia's brow, before immediately snapping away. Yunu Jinji wore a high-collared coat, goggles shadowing half her face. A tiny black Kakachu occasionally crawled from her cuff before retreating back into the fabric. She stepped up to the list, cast a single glance, and stepped back. Gathering point, the annex behind Training Ground 3. Afternoon. Her voice was soft, but the information was complete. Shanxing Xingtai flipped open his notebook and jotted the details down with practiced speed. Mingren looked between the 2 of them, then turned to Songjia. You're not on our team. Obviously not. Mingren's excitement dimmed slightly. What about the bottom-tier alliance then? You chimed in from the sidelines, an alliance after graduation. Are you planning to add the mission office to the alliance bylaws? Mingren ignored him, pointing at the forehead protector on Songjia's left arm. That counts. Even if we're on different teams. When you get back from missions, I'm buying you ramen. Songjia gave him a flat look. First, make sure Team 7 survives. Mingren's hair seemed to bristle instantly. What do you mean survive? We've got Zhuozhu Xiaoying and the future Hokage. Passing by in the distance, Zhuozhu's tone was as flat as a posted notice. Bottom feeder, try not to hold us back. Mingren's chakra flare spiked on the spot. Without a word, Songjia retreated half a step. The internal psychological recalibration of Team 7 had nothing to do with him. Yaluka stood in the office doorway watching the batch of graduates squabble, his expression a textbook blend of relieved they're out and deeply worried they won't last. He flagged Songjia down and handed him a thin scroll. This covers your provisional unit. You aren't a standard 3-man cell. Your missions will skew toward reconnaissance, assistance, and documentation. Your lead instructor, Sunai Qingshuan, is a Jonin special. He specializes in seals and interrogation support. Interrogation support. Don't look at me like that. Yaluka pressed the scroll into his hand. It doesn't mean you're going in to interrogate prisoners. The Hokage placed him with you because your unit has 2 observation-type students and 1 tool support type. The mission needs someone who can assess danger, not just charge forward blindly. From down the hall, Mingren sneezed violently. Ye immediately pointed. Someone's cursing you. Yaluka's temple twitched, forcing his focus back to Sanjia. Also, following the Shuemu incident, your field missions will be logged with extra scrutiny. Do not operate off the books. Sanjia took the scroll. And if we run into Root during a mission? Yaluka's hand froze against the edge of his desk. Prioritize staying alive. Then preserve whatever evidence you can. You're a Genin provisional, not ANBU. That sounded more human than anything that ever came out of the Hokage Tower or the Shangri main estate. That afternoon in the annex behind Training Ground 3. Senai Qingxian was younger than Sanjia had anticipated, early 20s, lacking the oppressive weight of Yubixi's signature. I'll make you confess your family tree gaze. Yet when his eyes swept over someone, they paused for a fraction of a second at their waist pouch, boot soles, fingers, and forehead protector. It was as if he were building a live dossier on each of them. He wore dark tactical gear, a sealing cord wrapped around his left wrist, and a flat scroll tube clipped to his hip. Provisional Support Unit, First Assembly. Qingxian tossed 3 files onto the table. Shanqing Xingtai Trap and Tool Maintenance. Yinu Jinji Kikeichu Reconnaissance and Residue Tracking. Xiangri Sangjie Byakugan Scouting and Jutsu Anomaly Assessment. You are not a frontline assault team, and you aren't fodder the village keeps around to fill numbers. Shanqing Xingtai straightened his posture. 2 Kikeichu emerged from Yunu Jinji's cuff, settling on the edge of the files on the table. Sanjia stood at the far right, while the Xiangri guard remained stationed outside the room, refusing to cross the threshold. Qingxian glanced toward the doorway. The Xiangri guard will not enter this unit's operational command zone. During missions, I am responsible for your safety and your records. If the Xiangri have objections, they can file them at the Hokage Tower. There was no verbal response from the guard outside, but the chakra frequency radiating through the door was distinctly displeased. Qingxian unfurled the first mission sheet. Starting tomorrow, D-rank assignments. Clearing river marker stakes, repairing training ground wooden fences, and inventorying the old storage warehouse. Try not to look disappointed. All Genin start here. Shanqing Xingtai diligently recorded each item. Yunu Jinji asked location of the old warehouse. The former supplies district southeast of Mai. Abandoned for over a decade. The mission office recently requested a full inventory. Sanjia looked up. Abandoned warehouse. Root. Seal materials. Old supplies district. Several keywords automatically aligned into a risk sequence in his mind. Qingxian caught his reaction. Xiangri Sanjia, you have a question. Why inventory a warehouse that's been abandoned for over 10 years now? Qingxian flipped the mission sheet over. Because someone applied to convert it into a training equipment depot. With a shortage of hands at the mission office, new Genin were assigned for the preliminary sweep. The reasoning was sound. Too sound, like it had been polished for presentation. Qingxian offered no further explanation, simply distributing 3 temporary mission tags. Meet at the Southeast Old Supplies District at dawn tomorrow. Party personnel will face deductions on their mission evaluations. Before dispersing, Qingxian singled out Sanjia. The annex now held only the 2 of them, with the Xiangri guard stationed just outside the door. I've read your reports. Sanjia tucked the mission tag beneath the sleeve of his left arm. Which ones? Qingxian smiled faintly. Enough. Xiangri Ancestral Shrine Incidents, Academy Evaluations, the Scroll of Seals, street-level contacts with Root. Your track record is more eventful than many Chunin. That doesn't sound like a compliment. It isn't. Qingxian slid a blank record sheet to the edge of the table. I don't care how you survive within the Xiangri, and I don't care how closely the Hokage or Root watches you. There is one rule in my unit: spot danger, report it first. Want to investigate? Fine. Stay alive first. Sanjia did not answer immediately. Qingxian set his brush down on the paper and tapped twice on the words old warehouse in the mission sheet. Especially places that look like trash heaps. The old supplies area lay in the southeastern corner of Konoha, not far from the bustling streets, yet as though deliberately bypassed by the village's daily rhythm. Several rows of low warehouse buildings lined along the perimeter wall, most of their door plaques fallen away, with discarded wooden stakes, broken training targets, and moldy rope nets piled in the corners. The administrator, dispatched by the mission office, a blade of grass tucked between his lips, handed the registration board to Qingxian upon seeing 3 Genin and 1 special Jonin. Inventory warehouses 3 through 7. Move out the broken items, log the serviceable ones, and do not touch dangerous ninja tools carelessly. Qingxian took the registration board and first had Yamashiro Kuji check the door locks and flooring. Kuji crouched, probing the door seam with a thin iron wire, then inserted a small mirror into the keyhole. No explosive tags. The lock cylinder is rusted, and it has not been properly opened in at least 3 months. Abure Maki released a small swarm of insects, black dots, slipping along the door seam into the warehouse. A moment later, she held out her hand, and 2 insects returned to her sleeve. Thick dust. There are rats. Moisture in the rear right corner. No living beings inside. Sureishu stood outside the door, his Byakugan sweeping over the warehouse. Inside Warehouse 3 were all old training equipment with chaotic yet shallow chakra residue. No obvious ceiling marks. Safe. Qingxian pushed the door open. Go in. Kuji inventory the equipment. Maki check for insect damage. Sureishu monitor the chakra residue. Do not touch any ceiling object you do not recognize. Warehouse 3 was indeed dull. 12 broken wooden stakes, 7 damaged target boards, 3 bundles of moldy rope, and several rusted kunai. Yamashiro Kuji took great care in his inventory, marking each item with reparable, unrepairable, or salvageable for parts. Abure Maki's insects drove out a nest of rats from a wooden crate. When the rats fled through the doorway, Kuji nearly dropped his registration board. Sureishu recorded only the old training chakra signatures. No root presence. No ceiling marks. Firmly D-rank. Qingxian stood at the doorway watching the 3 work without offering assistance. First lesson for Genin missions: do not wait for enemies to leap out at you. Most of the time you face moldy ropes, leaking roofs, and incorrectly filled registration forms. Kuji raised his board. Teacher, the previous inventory recorded 3 bundles of rope, but we found 4, one of which has already deteriorated. Should this be noted as an accounting error by the mission office? Qingxian glanced at him. Note it. Write it clearly. Sureishu mentally tagged Kuji as a compliance-type tool. Highly useful, yet easily buried by paperwork. Warehouse 4 began showing anomalies. The lock was not rusted. After examining the cylinder, Kuji retracted his wire. Opened recently. Not by the administrator's key. There are scratch marks inside the lock cylinder. Abure Maki released her insects. After they entered, 7 breaths passed before they returned. There is insect-repelling powder inside. Old style. Not standard warehouse issue. Qingxian closed the registration board. Sureishu activated his Byakugan to the lowest, setting his vision, penetrating the wooden door. The warehouse contained discarded target stands. On the left wall, a patch of chakra residue had been covered with powder, faint as though deliberately wiped. Old ceiling residue on the left wall. The structure is incomplete. Qingxian did not immediately open the door, instead winding the ceiling cord around her left wrist. Describe it. Not explosive tags. Appears to be a suppression-type seal. The residue direction faces inward. It was once used to contain whatever was inside the warehouse. Qingxuan's expression finally changed. Everyone stepped back 2 paces. Kuji, dismantle the lock from the outside. Do not push the door. Maki, keep half your insects outside the door seam. Kuji's hands were slightly stiff, but his lock removal movements were steady. When the door opened, dust did not pour out as it had in Warehouse 3, because the floor had been swept clean, forming a path from the doorway to the left wall. Qingxian entered first, her ceiling cord hanging at her side, careful not to touch the wall. Sureishu followed, 3 paces behind. The Hyuga guard stood beyond the mission area boundary at the outer wall, held back that morning by Qingxuan's mission authority, able only to watch from afar. On the left wall was a wooden board noticeably cleaner than its surroundings. Qingxian pried it open with a kunai. Behind it was not an empty cavity, merely a scraping mark where a ceiling array had been removed. Someone cleaned this recently. Kuji set down his toolkit and took out charcoal powder to sweep the edges. The cleaning was recent. The wood chips are fresh. Within 10 days. 10 days. Coinciding precisely with Root's street-level contact. Sureishu pressed his refined Byakugan to the lowest tolerable level, observing the chakra residue within the scratch marks. Not the caged bird seal, nor the tongue-severing root elimination mark. But the design philosophy was deeply unsettling. Mental suppression, chakra interception, pain feedback. 3 structural components all shattered to fragments as though burned and then manually scraped away. Yet the underlying logic remained intact: make the target obedient, make the target speechless, make the target feel pain upon resistance. Sureishu's forehead scar twitched, stimulated by this structure. Qingxian glanced at his profile. What did you discover? Old ceiling residue. I already know that part. Sureishu did not immediately reveal his complete assessment. Qingxian was the team leader assigned by the Hokage, more trustworthy than a stranger, less reliable than a verified sample. Besides, the Hyuga guard watched from outside, and whether root agents lurked nearby was uncertain. Suppression type. Likely restricts mental function and chakra flow. Qingxian studied the wall, her ceiling cord winding once around her fingers. This is not something a training equipment warehouse should hold. Abure Maki's insects perched on her sleeve suddenly grew restless, clustering toward the rear right corner of the warehouse. There is a hollow space beneath the ground. Qingxian crouched and tapped the floor. The sound echoed hollow. Kuji pried up the floorboard edge, revealing a narrow sunken compartment. No one was inside the compartment. Only burned paper fragments, shattered medicine bottles, and a length of old restraint strap bearing dried chakra traces. Sureishu glanced at it once and confirmed it was not standard prisoner equipment. The interior of the strap was carved with tiny nodes aligned to the wrist meridians designed to block chakra output. Qingxian wrapped the restraint strap in sealing cloth. Mission upgraded. Seal all findings in place, record everything, and report. Kuji swallowed hard. Teacher, to what level does a D-rank mission escalate? It depends on who left this behind. Qing Xian turned to Sureishu. Your forehead scar reacted just now. Why? Sureishu lowered his hand. The pulsing beneath the ceiling cloth had subsided. The wall residue is connected to a control jutsu. My scar responds to control node suppression structures and pain feedback mechanisms. Qing Xian listened without retreating as a Hyuga medic would, nor jumping to condemn him as a clan elder might. She simply flipped the record board to a fresh page. Write it clearly. Not speculation, only what you can confirm. Sureishu looked at the record board. The Hokage system's records differed from the Hyuga approach. Hyuga records served to judge him, Qingxuan's records served to assess mission risk. The distinction was subtle, yet vital here. Outside the warehouse, the administrator's face turned white upon being summoned by Qing Xian. I had no idea there was a hidden compartment. This warehouse has been in use for over a decade. The mission office only tasked me with opening the door for inventory. Qing Xian showed him no harshness, but had Maki's insects scatter along the exterior walls of Warehouse 4. The insect swarm soon located fresh mud impressions near the rear drainage ditch. Not the footwear of the warehouse administrator. The sole tread was shallow, the stride stable, the direction of departure leading deeper into the old supplies area. Qing Xian observed the footprints. That is all for today. Bring back the Warehouse 3 records. Seal Warehouse 4. We continue investigating Warehouse 5 tomorrow. Sureishu offered no reply, for he had spotted something at the drainage ditch corner. A barely visible chakra scratch concealed beneath mud. The flattened suppressed signature unique to Root. Someone had cleaned the scene before they arrived, but not thoroughly enough. When the next day's assembly began, 2 ANBU from the Hokage's office had appeared outside the old supplies area. They did not approach the warehouse, merely standing on the trees beyond the perimeter wall. The Hyuga guards were pushed to the other side, standing farther away than the day before. The mission clerk hugged his registration clipboard to his chest, his face radiating and unmistakable. I'm just guarding a warehouse. Why is this happening to me? Qing Xian spread the revised mission orders across a wooden crate. The mission has been temporarily modified. On the surface it remains a D-rank inventory check, but in reality it's a direct field inspection under the Hokage's authority. All 3 of you will continue executing the Genin mission duties. Do not enter restricted areas without authorization. If you detect any abnormalities, mark them, report them, and fall back. Kuda raised his hand. Sensei, if A and BU are already present, why are we still needed? Qing Xian handed him the registration clipboard. Because if A and BU move and those who left traces will retreat, even deeper. Only when Genin are conducting the warehouse inventory will your target believe the site hasn't been fully compromised yet. Kuda's expression darkened further. So we're bait. Bait with a sensei, and A and BU watching over us. The explanation was brutally honest, to the point that Kuda almost wanted to return to the ninja academy. Najima Yuzuki released her insect swarm, her tone remaining steady. The swarm can cover the exterior walls and drainage ditches of Warehouse No. 5. If anyone approaches, they'll react. Sokan gazed at Warehouse No. 5. The wooden door was worn, but the lock was new. From the window gaps seeped a faint medicinal scent, not ordinary mold. It more resembled residue from some meridian stimulant within the waxy seal coating root pills diluted over time. He did not activate his microscopic Byakugan, only using his standard white eye to scan the warehouse's interior silhouette. Warehouse No. 5 was emptier than Warehouse No. 4. 3 charred wooden shelving units lay in the center, overturned cabinets huddled in the corner, and drag marks scarred the floor. This was emptied out. There are drag marks on the floor. Qing Xian signaled Kuda to open the door. Once opened, the medicinal scent grew slightly more pronounced. Kuda pinched his nose shut while Yuzuki sent her insect swarm ahead. The insects bypassed the central wooden frames, lingering longest near the overturned cabinets in the corner. There's paper ash behind the cabinet. Qing Xian stood at the doorway, preventing the 3 from approaching directly. Soken examined the residue. 3 breaths. Soken activated his microscopic Byakugan. The chakra structure remnants within the paper ash were severely fragmented. Someone had repeatedly shredded the paper fibers using wind-style chakra before incinerating them. An ordinary person would see only ash, but he could discern several frequencies within the ashes that hadn't completely dissipated. Documents were destroyed. Wind attribute chakra was used to shred the paper fibers. Can you read it? Only fragments of words. Qing Xian tied a sealing rope in front of the cabinet, creating a perimeter barrier. Read. Soken focused his vision at the edge of the ash. Several fragmented characters surfaced from the chakra burn marks. Subject. Mental blockade. Byakugan observation risk. When the final 4 characters appeared, the residual seal on his forehead twitched once. Soken deactivated his microscopic Byakugan. No blood flowed from his nostrils, but a dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. Silence fell over the warehouse. Kuda gripped his registration pen, the tip hovering over one damaged cabinet. On the clipboard, unable to continue writing. Qing Xian's expression darkened considerably. Say that again. Subject. Mental blockade. Byakugan observation risk. Half of Yuzuki's insect swarm retreated from her sleeves, while the remaining insects pressed against the wall crevices motionless. Someone doesn't want the Byakugan to see this place. Soken gazed toward the corner. It's not just about the Byakugan. The lingering techniques here contain a mental suppression structure, distinct from the root tongue control seal, yet moving in a similar direction. Qing Xian didn't press him on how he knew about the tongue control seal. The Hokage Tower reports would undoubtedly include that detail. Instead, he unrolled a scroll tube and extracted a sealing paper, pressing it beside the cabinet's ash remnants. Elevating the scene classification. Could register all movable objects. Do not touch the ash. Yuzuki, deploy your swarm to locate metal bone fragments and hair. Any biological residue counts as evidence. Soken, keep your eyes closed unless I give permission. Soken offered no objection. After examining the root residue, twice consecutively the seal mark on his forehead had begun resonating at a low frequency, with the suppression structure permeating the warehouse. If he continued, the residual seal might misinterpret this location as a control terminal ruin and begin frantically searching for connections. This damn curse mark was disturbingly proactive about going online, essentially rogue software among feudal-era jutsu. Kuda located a metal fragment beneath the cabinet. Roughly the size of a knuckle, its edges blackened from fire, engraved with Ko-san on the front before breaking off. The reverse bore half a seal pattern, scraped away, yet still retaining chakra traces. Yuzuki's insects refused to approach the metal. It carries insect repellent residue mixed with traces of fresh blood. Qing Xian secured the metal fragment with sealing tongs into an evidence tray. Ko-san, a designation number. Soken cast a glance at the residual seal pattern on its back. Though structurally unlike the tongue curse seal, it echoed fragments of an earlier iteration. Language disruption, memory access restrictions, external trigger mechanisms. Likely an experimental subject designation. Kuda's clipboard clattered against the wooden shelf with a sharp crack. Experimental subject. Qing Xian cut off further explanation. We can't classify it yet. The words were directed at Kuda, but also carried outward to the ANBU and Hyuga guards positioned beyond the perimeter wall. On a mission site, premature classification was the greatest danger. It cemented the reporting chain and gave certain parties the opportunity to destroy corresponding evidence beforehand. The inventory of warehouse No. 5 resumed. Beneath the charred shelving unit, they discovered mounting holes for an older restraint frame. 4 bolt positions spaced to accommodate a child or adolescent's build. A circular stain on the wall indicated where a medicine bottle rack had once been mounted before being removed. Drag marks traversed the floor from the center toward the rear door, which had been nailed shut from the outside. The nails were still fresh. Qing Xian examined the new nails. Someone moved items out from inside, then sealed the door from the outside. This happened within the past half a month. Around the time Root made contact with Soken. Soken connected this timeline to Root's 3-stage probing frequency testing invitation and residue placement. Perhaps this warehouse predated him, but his presence had triggered the cleanup operation. In the afternoon, ANBU removed the first batch of evidence. Rather than dispersing the team, Qing Xian led all 3 to an open area adjacent to the old supplies district. What you've seen today stays between us. No discussion with classmates, family, or academy friends. Kuda nodded immediately. Yuzuki's insects retreated beneath her sleeves. Soken glanced toward the Hyuga guards beyond the perimeter wall. The Hyuga will inquire. Qing Xian handed a mission copy to the guard. The Hyuga will receive records within the Hokage Tower's authorized scope. Soken himself will not provide independent testimony regarding scene details. The guard accepted the copy without objection. Hokage direct missions superseded the Hyuga's routine oversight, at least within these warehouse walls. On the journey back to the village, Naruto burst from Ichiraka's entrance, half a bowl of ramen in hand. Soken, you went on a mission today? I'm up for one soon too. Lord Kakashi hasn't shown up yet, and our 7th class has been waiting all morning. Sakura peeked from the shop doorway, her smile painfully forced. Sasuke sat at the farthest seat inside, his water glass untouched. Soken watched the ramen in Naruto's grasp. Your first mission was just waiting for your sensei. Naruto's frustration flared instantly. That tardy jonin is unbearable. I'll make him regret it for sure. With Kiba absent, no one offered a retort. Soken glanced at Sakura, then turned his attention to Sasuke. 7th class's vow to make the teacher pay would almost certainly devolve into Kakashi's classic bell test shenanigans. He chose not to warn them. Different teams, different missions, different dangers. As Naruto tried to drag him into Ichiraka, Qing Xian seized the back of his collar from behind, but grabbed Soken's mission pack, not his person. Report after the temporary support mission. Ramen will have to wait. Naruto looked from Qing Xian to Soken, then hoisted his bowl skyward. Then I'll eat it for you. Such was Naruto logic. Qing Xian led the trio onward toward the Hokage Tower. Just as they passed the side alley near the mission office, the residual seal on Soken's forehead gave a sudden faint tremor. Deep within the alley beside a garbage bin lay the corpse of a small black insect. Not one of Yuzuki's. Its abdomen had been slit open, stuffed with a fragment of paper ash. Soken halted in his tracks. Yuzuki's swarm had already surged forward, circling the insect corpse without descending. Upon spotting the paper ash, Qin Xian raised a hand to stop the three. "Don't touch it." Scrawled upon the paper ash was a single fragment of text. 37. Jiasan Shik. In the side hall of the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage did not appear in person. A masked Umbu agent and a special recorder from the mission division received the mission report. Qin Xian reported, "In order, warehouse no. For suppressed seal residue, warehouse no. 5 burned documents. The numbered metal fragments were incomplete, and Sanshik, paper ash, was found in the mission division side alley." Kuda stood in the back row, trying to look as if he were a wooden post that needed no questioning. The insect swarm at Yura Mikiko's cuffs was unusually quiet. Sasuke sat to the side. His old rib wound had not fully healed, and the residual patterns beneath the sealing cloth on his forehead tingled with a low-frequency numbness irritated by today's warehouse residue. The Umbu agent circled the phrase, "Byakugan observation risk," separately. "Hyuga Sosuke, how did you determine these 4 characters were in the document?" Chakra residue formed intermittent brushstrokes on the paper ash fibers. Ordinary Byakugan cannot discern them. Microscopic observation is required. "How long did you observe?" "Within 3 breaths." "Can the complete document be restored?" "No. The paper fibers were shattered by wind-style chakra. There is insufficient remaining information." The Umbu recorded and did not press further on whether he could see more. Qin Xian, however, picked up the thread. "In the future, he is not permitted to read such residues alone. On-site authorization must come from me." The Umbu mask tilted toward him. "This is a direct investigation under the Hokage. I am the team leader." Qin Xian pushed the mission record forward. "He is my genin. If you wish to use him as a tool, first document the mission responsibility clearly." A distinctly pragmatic pause fell over the side hall. Sasuke silently applauded Qin Xian's maneuver. It was not a protective slogan. It was assignment of responsibility. The shinobi world's version of sign first, then work overtime. The Umbu ultimately left the recording authority with Qin Xian. "Continue verification of warehouses no. 6 and no. 7 tomorrow. Umbu will maintain external surveillance without entering. If living traces are discovered, the mission will be upgraded to C rank or above." Upon hearing C rank, Kuda's face visibly paled. Mikiko raised her hand, letting one of her Kikaichu insects crawl onto her fingertip. The insect swarm detected extremely faint human residue near the rear door of warehouse no. 5 today. The time frame exceeds 10 days. We cannot determine whether it is alive or dead. The Umbu recorded this statement as well. Qin Xian did not wait for further questions from the Hokage Tower and directly issued a dismissal order. "Meet at the old supply area at dawn tomorrow. Return home today and rest. Do not research materials on your own and do not return to the scene." As Sasuke stepped out of the Hokage Tower, a Hyuga guard approached. "Lord Hiya is requesting your presence." Qin Xian stepped between them and handed over the Hokage Tower mission copy. "Sasuke has suffered excessive mental strain today. The Hyuga may dispatch a medical ninja to examine the residual pattern. Detailed mission content will follow the synchronized records from the Hokage Tower." The guard stared at him. Qin Xian did not yield. "If Lord Hiya has objections, I will accompany you to the main hall now with the Hokage Tower mission copy in hand." The guard ultimately escorted Sasuke back to the branch family compound, notifying only a medical ninja to perform the examination. When his mother saw him return, she first examined his headband, then the sealing cloth on his forehead, and finally the mud on the soles of his shoes. This was not from the Ninja Academy today. A D-rank mission. His mother set down the basin of water, and noticing the old warehouse dust clinging to his soles, her movements slowed slightly. A D-rank mission caused this. Sasuke sat by the table and allowed the medical ninja to examine his forehead. D-rank missions in Konoha have their distinctive characteristics. The medical ninja carefully peeled back the edge of the sealing cloth. Around the residual pattern, there was a ring of pale green reaction as if drawn by an old suppression technique. "Did you observe high-risk seal residue today?" A direct Hokage mission. The medical ninja, unwilling to become entangled in the jurisdictional dispute between the Hokage and the Hyuga, could only apply the medicinal ointment more thinly and wrote external suppression type. Jutsu stimulation, residual pattern, slightly activated, no spread. His mother took the removed outer garment to shake off the dust, and suddenly shook a small piece of black mud residue from the hem seam. Sasuke glanced at it. It was not ordinary mud. Mud from the drainage ditch of the old warehouse mixed with an extremely faint chakra residue. He had not actively concealed a sample today. The mud residue had fallen in after rubbing against his hem from his soles and drying. The medical ninja also saw it. All 3 people in the room froze. Privately retaining scene residue was enough to fill a full page of a risk report under the Hyuga supervision regulations. Sasuke reached out first and pushed the mud residue toward the medical ninja. "Seal it. Record it as non-intentionally carried." The medical ninja looked at the mud residue with a troubled expression. His mother set the outer garment down, but did not let go of the hem. I shook it out. This shifted the responsibility from Sosuke's sleeve to the act of laundering. Sosuke looked at his mother. She did not meet his gaze. The Branch family's cover was never loud, nor did it resemble a cover at all. It was more like a wooden plank that happened to fall into the correct position in daily life. The medical ninja sealed the mud residue, writing with great caution, "Old mud dislodged from clothing hem, suspected attachment from mission scene sealed," and reported. That night Hyuga did not summon anyone. "Don't open the door." The faint crying seeped out from behind the underground ceiling door, and everyone in the warehouse froze where they stood. Ching Xian's sealing rope was already secured around the door frame, both ends pressed against the floor like two temporary insurance lines. When the curse mark glowed to its second circle, the talisman characters on the rope were dragged into a crooked line, indicating that the old technique behind the door was still alive and attempting to seize control of the surrounding chakra. Yutei clutched his registration board and shuffled backward half a step, his heel striking a wooden crate. "Sensei, is there someone inside?" "We can't confirm yet." Ching Xian stared at the gap beneath the door. "Maki, keep your insects on the outer layer only. Do not let them crawl into the crack. Soisuke, use your regular Byakugan to detect life signals. Do not touch the curse marks." Abure Maki raised her hand, and several insects crept along the ground toward the door, halting an inch away from the curse mark. The swarm refused to advance further, their antennae trembling erratically as though encountering an invisible flame. Soisuke stood 3 paces away with his Byakugan activated to its standard level. Behind the ceiling door lay a thick wall, and beyond that a hollow compartment. His chakra vision was clouded by the old curse marks, like someone had dumped a bucket of ash onto a microscope slide. Yet behind the door a faint life signal did exist, small and intermittent like a dying wick. "A child," Soisuke said, pressing down on the throbbing mark on his forehead. "The chakra is very weak. The location isn't directly behind the door, but in the left side compartment." Yutei's pen tip skittered across the registration board without forming a complete character. Ching Xian pulled the ceiling rope tighter outward. "Prioritize the living, but do not open the door blindly. First determine what this door is." Soisuke glanced at the metal tag on the ground marked Jiasen Shichi. The 3-layered structure on the reverse of the metal tag, silence, obedience, and pain punishment, was being stirred by the curse marks at the door, seemed glowing faintly. It was not a key, but rather served as an identification tag for the door. Someone had deliberately placed the tag here, wanting them to see it and the door to awaken. This operation was so root-like. Rather than killing directly, they had wrapped danger as a clue, then pushed the investigators into a dilemma of save or not save. If this question setter existed at the prestigious academy in his past life, he would undoubtedly be the ruthless type who filled final exam essay questions with traps. Ching Xian crouched down, wrapping one end of the ceiling rope around the metal tag, without touching it directly. "Soisuke, what is the connection between the tag and the door?" Soisuke activated his microscopic true eye for half a breath. The residual mark on his forehead prickled like a needle, and pain radiated behind his eyes. He quickly closed his eye, preserving only the image he had just seen. The silence curse seal on the back of the tag shares the same frequency residue as the outer ring of the door seam. The tag is not meant to open the door, it is meant to awaken it. Like feeding a designation into a system, telling the door the target is still here. Yutei swallowed hard. Who is the target? The crying from behind the door came again, fragmented and intermittent. Don't let them know I'm awake." Ching Xian raised his hand, stopping Yutei from asking further. He pressed the ceiling rope against both sides of the door frame, formed hand signs briefly, and the talisman characters on the rope pressed down on the second circle of curse marks, forcing their brightness to dim slightly. Warehouse 6 is now classified as a live specimen risk. Yutei marked the entrance and escape routes. "Maki, have your insects seal the 4 corners. Soisuke, follow behind me. You only report, you do not engage." "What if the life signal inside continues to decline?" Ching Xian glanced at him, his expression neither comforting nor dramatic. "You still report first, then act. Your last night's report on the ceiling scroll was long enough." Soisuke fell silent. Reasonable. Once dark history entered the archives, it indeed became ammunition for leadership criticism. Its life cycle longer than any jutsu. Yutei used white powder to draw safe stepping points on the ground. Maki's insects scattered to the 4 corners of the warehouse, 2 pausing at the drain opening while others climbed the old cabinets. Ching Xian inspected along the door frame and discovered a series of fine lines on the left wall hidden beneath plaster. Here, he scraped away the plaster with his kunai. The wall revealed a fragment of curse mark, its structure rougher than the outer ring at the door seam, like an older maintenance port. Soisuke's eyelid twitched. Mental suppression. Chakra channel blockage. Pain feedback. Consistent with the residues in Warehouse 4 and 5, only more complete. They were not of the same origin as the caged bird, nor did they share the same circuit habits, but the design philosophy was remarkably similar. First restrict the target's energy, then their will, and finally use pain to train obedience. The ninja world truly was a locksmith competition. Hyuga root unknown experimental facilities. Everyone had their own locks, and the only commonality was that none of them treated people as human beings. Qing Xian did not let Soisuke continue looking. He pressed the ceiling rope over the maintenance opening and extended his hand toward Yutei. Fine needle non-chakra conductive wire. Yutei retrieved a copper needle from his tool bag, his hand trembling slightly before steadying as he handed it over. Qing Xian inserted the copper needle into the dead node beside the maintenance opening. The curse mark at the door seemed stuttered for a moment like a running machine whose gears had been jammed. The child's crying behind the door stopped. All that remained in the warehouse was the faint sound of the ceiling rope being tightened. After a moment, a quieter voice came from behind the door. You aren't the... Qing Xian did not answer the identity question, only keeping his voice steady. Konoha Hokage Direct Mission Team. We detected an anomaly in Warehouse 6. Can you tell us your name? Silence lingered behind the door for several breaths. Not allowed to say. The voice seemed forced from deep within the throat, each word being pulled by something invisible. Soisuke's eyelid twitched. The silence curse seal is activating. Do not ask about identity, I'll ask about condition. Qing Xian changed his approach. Are you injured? It hurts. Where does it hurt? My tongue. My neck. My back. The insects at Maki's sleeve began to stir restlessly, a few pressing against the outside of the door seam, with their wings vibrating lightly. Sensei, there is a blood smell inside. Very old, and also fresh. Qing Xian tightened the ceiling rope by half an inch. We will not breach the door yet. Looking for a weak point. Soisuke looked toward the left compartment. His regular Byakugan could detect life signals, but he could not clearly see the flow of curse marks within the partition. To find the weak point, he had to activate his microscopic true eye. Just as he was about to adjust his focus, Qing Xian spoke first. 3 breaths. Stop if it exceeds that. Understood. He activated the microscopic true eye. In his field of vision, the door wall, curse marks, and bloodstains all broke down into circuits. On the outer side of the compartment were 3 alarm curse seals. The first connected to the door, the second to the underground lockdown, and the third to some control seal within the target's body. The weakest position was at the lower left corner of the wall, where moisture erosion had once compromised the curse mark junction, leaving a section fractured. Heat rose in Soisuke's nasal passages. He closed his eye and pointed toward the corner. Lower left. The outer wall can be breached. But there is an inner alarm layer inside. Do not strike it directly. Qing Xian turned to Yutei. Mark it. Maki, have your insects fall back. Soisuke prepared to sever the flow. Only touch the edge of the alarm. Yutei crouched at the corner to make his mark. The chalk line in his hand was only halfway drawn when the underground ceiling door suddenly ignited its third circle. The child behind the door seemed to have their throat seized, letting out a brief cry of pain. The curse marks at the wall's maintenance opening rapidly brightened, and the ceiling rope began to grow hot. Veins bulged on Qing Xian's hand as he pressed the rope downward, barking at the 3 of them. Fall back behind the white line. As Soisuke retreated backward, the residual mark on his forehead was caught by the door's pain feedback structure, and the third layer's jammed pain anchor gave a sudden sharp tug. His vision flashed green for an instant. From behind the door came the child's fractured voice. Don't open it. They'll come back. In the next breath, the gray-white residue on the ceiling strips outside Warehouse 6 began to self-ignite. The child behind the door seemed to have their throat seized, letting out a brief cry of pain. The curse marks at the wall's maintenance opening rapidly brightened, and the ceiling rope began to grow hot. Veins bulged on Qing Xian's hand as he pressed the rope downward, barking at the 3 of them. Fall back behind the white line. As Soisuke retreated backward, the residual mark on his forehead was caught by the door's pain feedback structure, and the third layer's jammed pain anchor gave a sudden sharp tug. His vision flashed green for an instant. From behind the door came the child's fractured voice. Don't open it. They'll come back. In the next breath, the gray-white residue on the ceiling strips outside Warehouse 6 began to self-ignite. The ceiling tag burned quietly. No flames leapt outward, only ash-white residue gradually shriveled into black threads, as though someone outside the door had erased their traces from a distance. Qing Xian flicked out a second ceiling rope, the end driven into the warehouse door, to contain the spread of fire. Xing Tai, record the self-destruction of the ceiling tags. Jin Ji, send the insect swarm to locate external chakra sources. Song Jie, stop watching the ceiling tags and look inside the door. Xing Tai flipped to a fresh page in his registry, his hand trembling as he wrote, yet his strokes remained legible. Jin Ji of the Aburame clan released a small cluster of insects which dispersed through 3 routes: seams in the warehouse door, drainage ditches, and roof beams. Song Jie shifted his attention away from the ceiling tags and back toward the corner. The child's chakra inside the doorway had weakened further. The fluctuations of the control seal within his body grew more chaotic, and after the previous question triggered the silence layer, it was now burning thin lines down his neck. His seal is punishing him for vocalizing. If we continue to delay, his vital signs will deteriorate. Qing Xian asked only the crucial question, how much time remains? Based on current fluctuations, he'll lose consciousness within half an hour. If the silent seal triggers again, even less. Xing Tai's pen froze mid-stroke. Sensei, should we open it? Qing Xian gazed at the structural weakness in the corner wall, her answer coming swiftly. We breached the outer wall, not the main entrance. This is a direct Hokage assignment, with a living victim present. I'll take full responsibility. With those words, Xing Tai's shoulders finally stilled. Once the burden of responsibility lifted from others, the tool operator could finally begin working. Qing Xian directed Xing Tai to position small prying nails along the corner wall, then used earth release techniques to chip away the outer wooden planks and mud ceiling. The movements were deliberate and slow, carefully avoiding the alarm lines Song Jia had marked. Zhenji's insect swarm formed a protective circle around them, the creatures avoiding the curse marks and halting only at the periphery, as if drawing an invisible boundary that could not be crossed. When the outer corner of the wall cracked open, a narrow cavity was revealed within. Deep inside that cavity stood an iron grill wrapped in talisman chains. Each 3 CUN interval along the chain bore a tiny black dot resonating at the same frequency as the spiritual suppression residue found in the paper ash from Warehouse No. 5. Song Jia felt a chill crawl up his spine as he looked. Behind the iron grill crouched a child, gray-white hair, face gaunt beyond what seemed possible for someone 10 years old, with Jia Sen Shirchi branded into the side of his neck. The brand was surrounded by curse marks resembling numerous tiny insect tunnels extending toward the root of the tongue, the back of the neck, and the spine. The child's eyes were open, yet his gaze held no true recognition. The moment his glance met Song Jia's Byakugan, he shrank backward, the talisman chains tightening and the curse marks on his neck flaring to life. Don't look at me. His voice was so faint as though he feared the very act of speaking the words. Song Jia immediately deactivated his Byakugan, relying solely on normal vision. I won't look. The child continued, trembling. Anyone who sees will have their eyes gouged out. Xing Tai's pen fell to the ground. Qing Xian didn't allow the moment to linger. She squatted before the iron grill, pressing the sealing rope against the outer layer of the talisman chains. Jia San Shirchi, listen to me. We're going to get you out. You don't need to say your name or location. Just tell me if you can move your fingers. If you can move your left hand. The child's left hand was bound at his side. After a few moments, his pinky finger twitched. Good. Zhenji, keep your insects away from his body. For now, focus on the iron grill. Xing Tai tools. Xing Tai retrieved his pen, set down the registry board, and uncovered a small saw and fine-tipped pliers. His face paled when he saw the brand on the child's neck, as though he might vomit, yet his hand still reached toward the iron grill. Song Jia fixed his gaze on the edge of the talisman chain. The inner alarm seal connected to the control mark on the child's back. If they severed the iron grill directly, the alarm would travel through the talisman chain and into his body. We can't cut the talisman chain. First, we sever the alarm circuit. Qing Xian extended a length of sealing rope, holding it an inch from Song Jia's hand. How long can you sustain it? Half a breath to 1 breath. Only stop the alarm flow. Don't touch the main curse seal. Enough. Xing Tai follows commands. Song Jia severs the flow. I'll suppress the outer layer, and Xing Tai cuts the non-runic sections of the iron grill. Zhenji monitors the child's condition. This coordination sounded like a hastily assembled emergency protocol. In truth, it was exactly that. The scene, equipment, patient, and risks all failed to meet compliance standards, the sole compliant element being Xing Tai's half-written, living subject found on the registry board. Song Jia compressed his chakra into a needle and pressed it against a junction point on the talisman chain. The seal structure was rougher than the caged bird, yet far more brutal. The caged bird was a precision killing mechanism, while the primitive experimental seals at its root resembled a lock, whip, and gag welded together, functional above all else with no regard for expendable components. Now, the flow-severing strike landed. The talisman chain's alarm layer halted for half a breath. Qing Xian's sealing rope pressed down on the outer feedback, while Xing Tai's saw blade carved through the thinnest section of the iron grill. The metal parted silently, encased in chakra beforehand by Qing Xian to dampen any sound. A second segment. A third. Song Jia felt the residual markings on his forehead twitch under the influence of the seal structure, pain creeping behind his eyes. He dared not look inside the child, focusing instead on the edge of the talisman chain. A gap wide enough for escape opened in the iron grill. Qing Xian didn't reach out to pull the child free. Instead, she laid her outer garment on the ground. Can you crawl out on your own? If not, move your left hand. The child attempted to move, but the talisman chain tugged taut, and the curse marks on his neck flared again, draining color from his face. Song Jia watched the control seal on his back ignite with a thin line of light. The obedience layer is registering a boundary violation. How do we suppress it? Give it a false target. Song Jia focused on the talisman chain. Make it believe he's still in place. Qing Xian glanced at him. Can you do it? Create a thin layer clone to simulate a small chakra signature. It'll be brief. Do it. Song Jia formed the hand seals, and his low-power clone never took human form. It simply spread a thin layer of chakra shadow along the inner surface of the iron grill, positioned where the child had been curled. That shadow couldn't deceive human sight, but it could mislead the crude targeting of the cursed seal. The brightness of the obedience layer dimmed just a touch. Qing Xian reached out, gripping the outer edge of the restraint strap on the child's back without touching his skin, and dragged him halfway through the iron grill's opening. Junji's insects parted a path as Xingtai wrapped the child's arm in the outer garment. When the child hit the ground, his first instinct wasn't crying or calling for help. He buried his face in his arm, turning away from Song Jia. Don't use the Byakugan. Song Jia stepped back to the wall, his back pressed against the wooden paneling. I won't activate it. Qing Xian pressed sealing paper against the outer edge of the child's neck brand to temporarily suppress the silence layer. The moment the paper made contact, the child's back arched violently, and a series of sharp gasps escaped his throat. Junji's insects retreated entirely from her sleeves. There's another seal inside him. The external seal has triggered it. Even with ordinary vision, Song Jia could see the curse marks on the child's neck spreading across his back. This wasn't simple pain feedback. It was 3 interlocking control techniques: silence, obedience, and pain punishment, all feeding into one another. Qing Xian withdrew her hand from the sealing paper, stopping the pressure. We can't force it from the outside. Song Jia leaned against the wall, his fingertips going numb. The stronger the external suppression, the faster the backlash. These seals aren't protecting him. They're designed to prevent removal. When the 4 words, legacy assets, entered the warehouse, Xingtai's face turned from ashen to white. Qing Xian held Jia Sankishi and did not move toward the door. He set the child down behind Xingtai and Maki, then swung the sealing rope in a half circle that landed on the warehouse floor, carving a temporary boundary. Direct Hokage mission site. A living survivor has been found. Any transfer of custody must go through proper Hokage Tower paperwork. Outside the warehouse door stood 2 ninja wearing gray-white masks. They were not Umbu. Their clothes bore no markings, their chakra suppressed so heavily it was as though they had stripped away all traces of living presence. Sosuke cast one glance and filed them under root. One of the pair did not enter, his gaze sweeping over Jia Sankishi before settling on the sealing cloth wrapped around Sosuke's forehead. The target is dangerous and must be handled by Root. Qing Xian flashed his mission tag. Root has no authority to take over a direct Hokage scene. You know who approved this? At the word approved, Jia Sankishi's body convulsed. The brand on his neck flared like a needle prick, and the silencing seal ignited at the base of his tongue. He opened his mouth, but could not produce a coherent sound, only a garbled cry of pain. Sosuke saw the cursed seal react, and felt a chill crawl up his spine. Root Ninja never needed to lay a hand. Certain keywords were triggers in themselves. A beautifully cruel design, turning language into torture capable of weaponizing even the enemy's own voice. Don't let them speak. Don't provoke him, Sosuke whispered. Qing Xian pressed the sealing rope against the boundary line on the ground, his voice carrying to the doorway. Trigger his cursed seal one more time, and I will write the incident report as Root attempting to silence a witness. The Root agents outside did not retreat. In the next breath, the 4th ring of the underground sealing door flared to life. The main door's cursed seal, previously suppressed, reactivated. Light traced across the floor and reached the 4 corners of Warehouse 6. Old sealing marks surfaced simultaneously on the warehouse door, rear exit, and underground entrance. Xingtai watched the barriers close, his voice tight. Sensei, the door is locking. Qing Xian cursed under his breath and redirected the sealing rope toward the warehouse door. The 2 Root agents had already withdrawn from the outside, as though they had known the lockdown would activate. The warehouse door slammed shut. An entire ring of cursed seals crept up the inner surface. Warehouse 6 and the underground storage chamber were sealed within the same barrier. Sounds from outside were cut off, and the Umbu's chakra beyond the perimeter wall was muffled as well. Maki's insect swarm struck against the door seam. Several insects fell to the ground, their legs twitching. The barrier suppresses chakra flow. The insects cannot escape. Qing Xian handed Jia Sankishi to Xingtai. Hold him steady. Do not touch his neck or back. Maki checked the vents. Sosuke analyzed the seal structure. Use your Byakugan. Sosuke activated his Byakugan. The entire Warehouse 6 appeared trapped beneath an ancient lid. The barrier was not a killing formation. The 4 corner seals controlled the exits, the underground door supplied power, and within the walls ran a standby circuit, as though broadcasting a silent signal target contained. Not self-destruct. It's meant to trap the target until extraction. Qing Xian's expression darkened further. Remote reactivation. Possibly. Or Root may have triggered the existing system here using those keywords just now. Xingtai cradled Jia Sankishi against his chest, his back pressed to a wooden crate. What does waiting for extraction mean? It means if we do not leave, someone will come for us shortly. Qing Xian inspected the warehouse door. The good news is, at least it is not going to explode immediately. Xingtai was not reassured. And the bad news? The bad news is that forcing entry could trigger something else entirely. Sosuke looked toward the underground ceiling door. The main power line ran from the door seam toward the 4 corners, aging but stable. A low-load node sat to the right of the underground entrance responsible for confirming whether targets were present inside. If they could forge a false feedback claiming the interior was empty, the lockdown system might enter standby. The concept was familiar to him. The caged bird seal operated through feedback control. Jia Senkishi's self-destruction relied on feedback. Warehouse 6 also judged by feedback. The seal designers of the ninja world may never have studied cybernetics, but their practical experience was staggering. The only difference was that they tuned their parameters using human lives. I have a method. Sosuke pointed toward the right side of the underground entrance. The low-load node. Feed the system a signal that the interior is empty. Qingxian looked at him. Risk. Failure will cause it to confirm targets inside and reinforce the lockdown. Worse still, the underground door could trigger an alarm. Collapse. Based on the structure, it does not appear to be explosive tags. But the old warehouse has poor load-bearing capacity. The intense pressure from the sealing technique could shake loose the wooden supports around the underground door. Qingxian did not hesitate. Root was outside, the child was inside, and every passing moment made things worse. You get 3 breaths to contact the node. After that you withdraw. Maki watched Jia Senkishi. Xingtai, get everyone down. Sosuke walked to the right side of the underground entrance and crouched down. The residual seal patterns on his forehead pulsed at a low frequency. The control structure here interacted with the half-carved curse seal on his forehead like 2 broken devices attempting a Bluetooth pairing. Unable to connect, yet endlessly prompting. He compressed his chakra into a fine needle and extended it along the edge of the node. Inside the barrier, the seal logic followed an older paradigm: target identification, life, signal compliance status, and retrieval confirmation. Jia Senkishi's metal tag had awakened the target identifier, and the child's life signal confirmed the target's presence. To fabricate an empty status, he could not simply erase the life signal. He needed the node to register that retrieval was complete. Sosuke attempted to modulate a thread of chakra into a low-frequency void. The node rejected it. Instead, a faint scraping sound emerged from within the underground ceiling door. It was as though something behind the door was groping along the wall. Jia Senkishi, held by Xingtai, suddenly opened his eyes and squeezed 3 words from his throat. Do not deceive it. Sosuke's fingers froze at the edge of the node. Qingxian looked at the child. What do you mean? The curse seal on Jia Senkishi's neck flared with light. He curled into a ball from the pain, but still tried to speak. It counts people. Sosuke's expression shifted. The lockdown system did not merely read target identification. It counted life signals within the warehouse. To fabricate an empty state meant deceiving the system about all 4 of them plus Jia Senkishi. The difficulty spiked dramatically. A feedback line within the node traced back along Sosuke's chakra needle as though attempting to read his frequency. Sosuke quickly withdrew the needle. Half a beat too late. The residual marks on his forehead responded, and green static filled his vision. The lockdown system detected a new anomalous Byakugan signal. The corner seal marks brightened, and the sealing patterns on the interior of the warehouse door began spreading toward the roof beams. Qingxian acted decisively, using the sealing rope to sever the chakra connection between Sosuke and the node. Retreat. Sosuke fell to the ground, his nose bleeding onto the edge of the underground entrance. The moment that blood touched the old seal marks, another hidden circuit flared to life within the door seam. Crying came from behind the door again. This time it was not Jia Senkishi. Deeper still, an almost imperceptible sound drifted up from somewhere within the walls. Do not open the door. Qingxian's sealing rope tightened. Sosuke stared at the underground door, his back pressed against a wooden crate. Sensei, there is more than one layer behind this door. The locking seal marks halted at the 5th ring. From underground came the sound of a child's whimpering sobs. They will come back. The second voice only worsened the choices within the warehouse. If it were merely Jia 37, the objective was simple: extract the living subject, preserve the evidence, and withdraw from the scene. The sound of weeping from behind the underground door indicated that Cell 6 was not just a prison, there was a deeper structure beneath. Opening the door might save a life, or it could unleash the entire retrieval system. If they refrained from opening it, the life signal within was steadily weakening, leaving them standing at the threshold listening to someone die. Qingxian wound the sealing rope around his left wrist, took 2 steps toward the underground door, then halted at the safety line marked by Sangjia. Sangjia life signal. Ordinary Byakugan can't see the second layer. The underground door's shielding is too thick. Microvision. It would cause backlash. How many breaths can you endure? Sangjia wiped the blood from his nose. 3 breaths for the weak point behind the door. 1.5 breaths for the life signal. Qingxian made his decision. Check the weak point first. We can't save all the unknowns, save what we can see now. Jia 37, held by Xingtai, shrank again at the word save. Xingtai's posture was as rigid as if he were holding a crying explosive tag, but he did not let go. Don't be afraid. I won't touch your neck. Xingtai himself was terrified, but he still struggled to follow the procedure. And my gloves are clean. I just registered the equipment. No poison. Jia 37 did not respond, only buried his face deeper. Sanjia crouched to the right of the underground door, activating his microscopic true eye. The structure behind the door unfolded in his vision. The first layer was a sealed door, the second an interstitial passage, and the third connected to an underground old laboratory. The weeping just now came from a ventilation shaft at the junction of the second and third layers. It might not be a living person directly behind the door. The weakest point was not in the door gap, but in a stone slab corroded by moisture in the upper left corner. There was no direct alarm there, only an old-style airflow sensor. Upper left stone slab. We can open a small hole without touching the main door. Qingxian asked quickly. Risk after opening. The airflow change will trigger the sensor. We need to simultaneously suppress the lower left node, making the system think it's just a rat hole leaking wind. The insects in Jinji's sleeve stirred. Insects can simulate a rat. Qingxian looked at her. Jinji released 3 small insects dragging a piece of torn cloth, crawling toward the lower left node. The swarm can create faint movement and scent. If the system is outdated, it will judge it as a rodent. Xingtai's expression was like witnessing an absurd plan becoming plausible. Sanjia pressed the needle mode tool against the lower left node, waiting for Qingxian to open the hole. Qingxian used earth release to carve the stone, his movements so precise they resembled surgery rather than combat jutsu. The stone slab was cut open to the size of a finger joint, and a foul odor seeped from the hole. The insect swarm crawled back and forth near the lower left node. The detection seal flashed once, then dimmed. Success. Qingxian inserted a thin sealing thread into the hole and probed. The passage is empty. There's space below. Sanjia used ordinary Byakugan to look through the hole. With the shielding weakened, he finally saw the second layer corridor. At the other end of the corridor behind the wall, there was a life signal weaker than Jia 37's, almost pressed against the ground. Not behind the main door. In the left side cell of the corridor, there's another person or a life form close to a person. Qingxian's expression did not change, but he had already adjusted his grip on the sealing rope. Route. We can't open a hole big enough for a person from here. We need to break through the lower left wall of cell 6, bypassing the underground door. Qingxian looked at the left wall of the warehouse. There were piled cabinets, and behind them a section of wall connected to the underground corridor. Xingtai, clear the cabinets. Jinji insects probe inside the wall. Sanjia, don't use microvision again until I give the order. Xingtai handed Jia 37 to Qingxian and went to move the cabinets. Jia 37 was less resistant when held by Qingxian, probably because Qingxian always avoided his cursed seal area. Jinji's insects burrowed into the wall cracks. After a few breaths, the swarm brought back a small piece of black powder. There are burned sealing papers inside the wall. And old blood. When the left wall was breached, the warehouse sealing system lit up again. Qingxian ignored the warehouse door, only driving one end of the sealing rope into the ground to form a temporary barrier. Xingtai used tools to dismantle the wooden frame, and Jinji used her swarm to clear the decayed wood shavings inside the wall. Behind the wall, an extremely narrow corridor was revealed. At the end of the corridor lay a small figure covered with a torn cloth with residual restraints on wrists and ankles. Gray-white hair similar to Jia 37, but smaller. The neck had no complete number, only half a Jia character branded, and the skin behind it was burned, making the number illegible. Xingtai's voice tightened. There's another one. Sanjia's ordinary Byakugan swept over, and his heart sank. The life signal is very weak. The cursed seal inside is already half self-destructed. Qingxian placed Jia 37 beside Jinji. Watch him. Jia 37 suddenly reached out and grabbed the edge of Qingxian's outer coat. The movement was gentle, yet it drew everyone's attention. Don't take him, they'll get angry. Who will get angry? Jia 37's lips moved a few times, and the speech restriction seal lit up. He couldn't say the name, but tears fell first. Qingxian did not press him. He turned and crawled into the corridor. The corridor was too narrow. He had to enter sideways using the sealing rope to first circle the smaller child. Sanjia watched the edge of the cursed seal from outside. The self-destruction seal on the child's back was still burning, slowly targeting the back of the head and the root of the tongue. Tom was short. Can't pull directly. The seal on his back connects to the corridor floor. Qingxian stopped moving. Which segment to cut? The third old blood spot on the right side of the floor. That's an alarm input, not life support. Without waiting for Qingxian to urge him, Sanjia's chakra needle was already pressed against the wall crack. The distance was too great. He had to draw the needle very thin, consuming more chakra than usual. The needle tip pierced the seal pattern beside the old blood spot on the floor. Flow cut. Qingxian used the half-breath window to lift the child, wrapping the sealing rope around the back seal, without touching the core. Old paper ash from the corridor was stirred up by the movement. Jinji's swarm pressed down the dust at the entrance, preventing it from flying into Jia 37's wounds. When the child was brought out of the corridor, he was already unconscious. His face was pale, his breathing shallow. This time Xingtai did not drop his pen. He spread his outer coat on the ground. Without a medical ninja, he could only follow the first aid steps from the Ninja Academy to check breathing and pulse. His technique was clumsy, but he did not touch the cursed seal. Qingxian made a quick judgment: first stabilize both living subjects. Until we get out, no deep processing. Sanjia looked at the half-destroyed seal on the smaller child's back. The structure was similar to Jia 37's, but missing the speech restriction layer with cruder pain punishment like an early experimental version. This isn't Jia 37. Sanjia's voice was hoarse. Probably an earlier number or a failed sample. When Jia 37 heard the word failed, he curled up again. The failed ones are put below. The warehouse ceiling seal lit up to the 6th ring. From behind the underground door came a mechanical clicking sound. The four-corner barrier began to tighten, and the wooden beams of the roof creaked under the strain. Xingxian picked up the smaller child and handed Jia 37 back to Xingtai. Change evacuation plan. Not through the main door, take the drainage tunnel. Jinji's swarm flew toward the drain. The tunnel has sealing talismans. Xingxian looked at Sanjia. Sanjia still had residual black spots from the microscopic true eye in front of his vision. He looked down at his trembling fingers, knowing that opening the eye again would cause bleeding. I can find the overload point. Only once. Deep in the drainage ditch, a pale white chakra fluctuation flickered, as if someone was remotely confirming the seal from outside. The root retrieval personnel were approaching. The drainage tunnel was only wide enough for a child to squeeze through with a bend, or an adult would have to turn sideways. At the end of the passage, a sealing talisman was plastered behind an iron grate, its surface ash gray, the flow of chakra suppressed almost to deadness. It did not kill, it merely locked the passage, waiting for someone outside to unlock it. Sen-no Seigan positioned the two children beside the entrance to the tunnel, a sealing rope laid horizontally across his front. Maki send the insect swarm to scout outside. Koura, make basic records for the two children, write down as much as you can. Sosuke, the sealing talisman. Kouru knelt on the ground, pressing a recording slate against his knees. He started with Jia Sanjishichi, age approximately 10, complete neck number, 3 types of curse seals: silence, obedience, and pain punishment. When writing about the second child, he hesitated. Teacher, the number is incomplete. Sen-no Seigan, while guarding the direction of the warehouse, supplied the format. Write residual brand of the Jia character, suspected similar experimental subject, number missing. Do not guess. Kouru wrote accordingly. The handwriting, initially shaky, had actually steadied somewhat. People adapt quickly in extreme situations, especially when fear is taken over by forms. The brain automatically enters a state of fill in the blanks first. Administrative documents were in a sense also a mental stabilization technique. Sosuke crouched before the iron grate, opening his microscopic true eye. The sealing talisman structure was not advanced, but consistent with Root's habits: outer layer distorted vision, middle layer locked chakra, inner layer recovery identification. Breaking it forcefully would send a target escaping signal outward, causing people outside to arrive faster. The best approach was to make it misjudge overload, briefly popping the lock open. Cannot break it completely. Break half. Sen-no Seigan did not turn around. Reason: breaking all would trigger an alarm. Breaking half makes it think the external recovery terminal and internal target signals conflict, entering self-check. Self-check has a 2-breath gap. Do it. Sosuke inserted a chakra needle into the inner layer of the sealing talisman. Root's talisman style was more crude than Hyuga's, but its anti-Byakugan structure was precisely targeted. The moment he touched the identification layer, the runes bit back into his chakra, attempting to record the Byakugan frequency. The residual mark on his forehead vibrated increasingly. He split the needle in two, one faking the low-frequency life signal of Jia Sanjishichi, the other faking the ash-gray chakra residue of the external recovery terminal. The two signals collided within the inner layer of the talisman, its brightness flickering for half a breath. Self-check initiated. The iron grate latch popped open a finger's width. Go. Maki's insect swarm emerged first, confirming no traps outside the tunnel. Kouru carried Jia Sanjishichi into the tunnel with Maki, assisting the smaller child behind. Sen-no Seigan entered last, with Sosuke responsible for suppressing the sealing talisman's self-check window. 2 breaths. Just as Kouru passed the iron grate, the cursed seal on Jia Sanjishichi's neck suddenly glowed. His body jerked, nearly sliding out of Kouru's arms. Kouru pressed his shoulder against the edge of the iron grate, holding the person steady while his own backhand was gashed open by sheet metal. Don't fall, the registration isn't finished yet. The words sounded absurd, but they caused Jia Sanjishichi's eyes to focus briefly. Sosuke endured until the 3rd breath, withdrawing the needle before the talisman's self-check ended. Chakra backlash surged up through his fingertips, black spots expanding before his eyes. He bit his tongue, using the pain to stay conscious, and crawled under the iron grate. Behind him, the sealing talisman closed again, its surface flashing an alarm red line. Too late, but not entirely too late. Outside the tunnel was the drainage ditch behind warehouse No. 6. Outside the wall, the Hokage Umbu finally moved, 2 Umbu members dropping from trees to block the rear alley entrance. The Hyuga guards were held at a distance, their faces grim, yet unable to cross the Hokage mission line. On the other side of the drainage ditch stood 3 root ninja. Ash-gray masks, chakra flattened their positions, blocked the path leading deep into the old supplies area. The leader's gaze fell upon Jia Sanjishichi. Transfer. Sin no Seigen stepped between the team and Root, a sealing rope dangling to the ground. Hokage direct mission 2 survivors on site, evidence sealed. Root has no jurisdiction. The Root ninja did not draw their swords. Sin no Seigen, you know who approved this thing. Those words were identical to those before the warehouse door. Upon hearing this, the cursed seal on Jia Sanjishichi's neck seemed ignited, the pain punishment layer glowing along the spine. He struggled from Koru's embrace, his forehead bumping against Koru's shoulder, only able to emit broken gasps. The smaller child began to convulse as well, the half-destroyed seal on his back triggered at the same frequency. Don't let him say it again. Sosuke leaned against the drainage ditch edge, his voice hoarse from overload. Keyword triggers self-destruction. Sin no Seigen's sealing rope flung out directly, severing the chakra soundwave pathway between Root and the 2 children. Record. Sin no Seigen did not turn around. Root personnel repeated triggering statements in front of survivors, causing cursed seal reaction. The Hokage Umbu had already produced scrolls. The Root ninja's mask tilted an inch toward the Umbu. The situation was pinned down by the record. Jia Sanjishichi was still in pain. Sosuke's ordinary Byakugan swept over, discovering that the silence layer and pain layer were mutually influencing, burning toward the back of the head. If it continued, it would destroy the memory center. Sin no Seigen also noticed the anomaly pressing sealing paper against the outer side of Jia Sanjishichi's neck. The cursed seal's brightness did not decrease, but increased. External pressure will accelerate it. Sosuke took a step closer, blocked by Sin no Seigen. Can you still see? Cannot see deep layers, only outer layer feedback. Sosuke looked at Jia Sanjishichi's back, arched in pain. It's not killing him now, oh, it wants to destroy what he remembers. Koru held Jia Sanjishichi, his voice trembling, but not letting go. Then what do we do? The Root ninja finally moved, all 3 pressing forward simultaneously. The Hokage Umbu also stirred kunai, and sealing tags flashing the space by the drainage ditch, filled with both sides chakra. Sin no Seigen threw the choice to Sosuke, speaking quickly. How long can we stabilize? If we fool the feedback, at most 15 minutes. If failed, he will self-destruct even faster. What do you need? His near-death, low-frequency fluctuation. Sin no Seigen understood. You want to make the cursed seal think the target is dead. For now, let it think so. This plan sounded like issuing a fake death certificate to a killing device. The process was absurd, risks enormous, but the advantage was there was no better option on site. Sin no Seigen stepped aside half a pace. I'll block people. You do it. Sosuke crouched before Jia Sanjishichi, not opening his Byakugan to look at his eyes, only observing the outer side of the neck brand. When the microscopic true eye opened again, nosebleed dripped directly onto the stone edge of the drainage ditch. In his vision, the 3 layers of cursed seals, silence, obedience, pain, were interlocking with core feedback lines leading to the spine. He lowered a thread of chakra simulating the frequency when Jia Sanjishichi's life signal was weakest just now. Not injecting into the core, only attaching to the edge of the feedback line, letting the cursed seal first read, target has lost effective consciousness. First time the cursed seal did not believe. The pain layer continued burning upward. Black spots expanded before Sosuke's eyes, leaving a blind spot in his left eye's vision. He suppressed panic, lowered the frequency further, adding weak waveforms during breath pauses. Second time the feedback line halted for half a breath. Right now? He sent the low-frequency signal into the feedback edge, like pasting a fake label onto a command about to be executed. The self-destruction cursed seal's brightness plummeted, the pain layer stopped above Jia Sanjishichi's shoulder blade, no longer burning, toward the back of the head. Jia Sanjishichi's body, softened, breathing shallow, but still present. Koru nearly hugged the recording slate, like a shield. Estio stopped. Temporary. Sosuke sat collapsed by the drainage ditch, his left eye's vision a mass of black fog. Do not stimulate him to speak, do not apply external pressure, do not let Root get close. The leader of Root watched him changing targets for the first time. His gaze shifted from Jia Sanjishichi to Sosuke's face, then dropped to his left eye. Confirmed. The Root ninja's voice crossed the drainage ditch. Hyuga Sosuke can rewrite cursed seal feedback. Sin no Seigen's sealing rope rose horizontally, and the Hokage Umbu simultaneously blocked forward. The 3 Root ninja did not forcibly grab. The leader stepped back half a pace, as if having already obtained the most important record. Jia Sanjishichi woke for a brief instant in Koru's embrace, his fingers grasping the edge of Sosuke's garment. They are in the Root. His voice was torn into incoherence by the silence layer, yet he still squeezed out the last few words. There are still many cages. When the words, there are still many cages, finally squeezed from Jia Sankishi's lips, the Root ninja by the drainage ditch at last ceased their retreat. Qing Xian's sealing rope lay strung between the 2 factions, its talismanic characters warping grid by grid under the chakra pressure of the 3 Root ninja. On the left, the Hokage Yanbiyu stood ready. Though their kunai had not yet left their sheaths to the hilt, sealing tags were already pinched between their fingers. Whoever struck first would be branded in the first line of the record. The hand grasping Song Jie's clothing hem loosened, not in release, but in the collapse of strength. Beneath the cervical brand, the pain layer that Song Jie had only just deceived into dormancy reignited. A slender thread crept upward along the spinal column, its target neither muscle nor meridian. When Song Jie's standard Byakugan witnessed that thread burrowing toward the base of his skull, his stomach turned as heavy as cold stone. It has changed its target. He pushed himself upright against the stone lip of the ditch, a swath of black fog still obscuring his left eye. The last feigned feedback tricked it once. Now the cursed seal is skipping the pain layer entirely, burning straight for the memory center. Xing Tai held Jia Senkishi rigidly and placed his registration board trapped between his arm and the child's body, the paper scarred by a diagonal smear of blood. Teacher, where exactly is the memory center? Did I hold him wrong? Am I pressing on? Do not move. Qing Xian's voice hardened into a command. Your only useful function right now is keeping him from falling. Xing Tai seemed nailed to the spot, his knees sunk in the ditch mud, refusing to shift a single inch. The root vanguard took a step forward. A ceiling tag flung from the Hokage Yanbiyu lodged itself a hand's breadth before the man's feet. The moment the paper struck the ground, it incinerated a circular warning line. Cross it again, and you will be treated as one attempting to seize a survivor under the Hokage's direct mandate. The root ninja ignored the Yanbiyu, their masked faces turning toward Song Jie. He won't survive. Handing him over to the root will at least contain the spread. Contain his mouth or settle your old scores. Qing Xian whipped his sealing rope, the gust lifting muddy water from beyond the warning line and splashing the root ninja's trouser legs. Every word you speak today goes on record. Continue. Song Jie did not join the exchange. The self-destruct line inside Jia Senkishi had already climbed past the scapula. The fabricated death feedback could only deceive the seal once. The next time it would verify a wider array of variables. Vital frequency, respiration intervals, mental waveforms, and possibly even pain responses. It was a crude yet vicious system. Its purpose was not precise handling, but ensuring that once a subject left the cage, no secrets could escape with them. They would rather burn a person into an empty shell than let them reach the Hokage's tower intact. Song Jie crouched, his fingers hovering an inch outside the cervical brand without touching the skin. Qing Xian shifted his body, shielding the root's line of sight. How much chakra do you have left? Conventionally, I am empty. Song Jie stared at the feedback thread. In reality, borrow a fraction, and I collapse. Collapse where? Just don't let the root pick it up. Xing Tai almost transcribed the remark onto his board, but caught himself, his pen tip hovering and trembling twice above the paper. Qing Xian offered no smile. The plan. External pressure will accelerate it. The self-destruct line will register any outer sealing attempt as an extraction. We must deceive it from within. He pressed the tip of his right index finger against the metal edge of his forehead protector on his left wrist, using the cold to steady his tremor. Make the cursed seal believe the memory has already been cleared, or that the target holds nothing left to extract. The Hokage Yanbiyu interjected. Can you actually clear it? Song Jie glanced at him. I can pretend to clear it. Just don't make me actually do it. The Yanbiyu fell silent and pressed another sealing tag toward the root. Qing Xian peeled away half of the external sealing paper from Jia Senkishi's neck, leaving only the edges secured for stability. The window. Roughly 10 breaths before the self-destruct line reaches the occipital region. Zhenji's insect swarm crawled from her sleeve onto the ground, forming a circle with their legs skimming the mud, keeping a careful distance from Jia Senkishi's body. The swarm can mask external chakra fluctuations for 2 breaths. No longer his repellent residue is too heavy. Enough. As Song Jie activated his microscopic true eye, the black fog in his left vision expanded another ring. Jia Senkishi in his vision no longer resembled a human, but a faint spark entangled by 3 sets of chains. The silencing layer coiled around the root of his tongue, the obedience layer clamped onto his spine, and the pain layer ran parallel with the self-destruct line, the latter burning steadily toward his occiput. The self-destruct core was far cruder than the caged bird seal. There were no elegant stabilizers, no rigorous identity layers, only a single reiterated command. If the target leaves, speaks, or receives external rescue, destroy the memory. The root's engineering philosophy was purely utilitarian. Consequences were delegated to the consumables. Song Jie split his chakra needle into 2 streams. One simulated the dying low-frequency oscillation of Jia Senkishi, while the other mimicked the blank feedback of an inactive memory center. The first stream applied to the edge of the self-destruct line first. The second could not come too early, or the seal would flag it as a forgery. For the first 4 breaths of the Tenjinji's insect swarm blocked external interference. On the 5th breath, Jia Senkishi suddenly convulsed, his teeth clamping onto his tongue as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Xing Tai reached out to cushion it, only to be stopped by a sealing rope flicked by Qing Xian against the back of his hand. Do not touch his tongue. On the 6th breath, the self-destruct line encountered Song Jie's first low-frequency stream. The cursed seal hesitated for half a beat. On the seventh breath, it began to verify the mental waveform. Song Jie fed the second blank feedback stream into the equation. Rather than shoving it directly into the core, he skimmed it along the self-destruct line's return path, much like swapping the cover label before a file reached its destination. What the curse seal registered was not memory remains, but target extractable content is corrupted. On the eighth breath, the silencing layer flared, attempting to bypass the blockade. Black fog swallowed half of Song Jie's field of vision. With his last reserve of needle thread chakra, he pierced the edge of the silencing layer, forcibly manufacturing a momentary stasis. On the ninth breath, the self-destruct core's luminescence plummeted. On the 10th, Ja Senkishi's body went limp, his breathing shallowing to near imperceptibility, while the line burning toward his skull halted half an inch behind his neck. Silence reigned beside the drainage ditch. Only Xing Tai's pen finally returned to the paper, scrawling a heavily tilted entry. Self-destruct line temporarily halted, breathing weak. Song Jie's left eye abnormal. Song Jie slumped into the mud at the ditch's edge, his left eye entirely blind. Qing Xian retracted half a coil of sealing rope from the root's direction and shifted into a defensive stance. Yanbu, how long until medical ninja arrive? Before the Hokage Yanbu could answer, the root vanguard suddenly pressed a hand to the base of his own tongue, as if receiving a silent command. All three root ninja withdrew in unison. Qing Xian did not give chase, but his sealing rope lashed out, pinning the earth beside one of their feet and extracting a trace of residual chakra. The root leader halted at the alley mouth, his masked face turned toward Song Jie. Confirmation complete. Song Jie fixed him with his remaining right eye. Hyuga. Song Jie possesses the ability to rewrite the feedback of controlled curse seals. The three root members vanished into the shadows of the old supply district. The Hokage Yanbu made no pursuit, instead immediately enveloping Ja Senkishi and the other child within a sealing protective barrier. Qing Xian squatted before Song Jie and held up two fingers. How many do you seal? After a moment, Song Jie focused with his right eye. 2. There is no world on the left. Qing Xian's expression finally shifted. In the distance, the footsteps of arriving medical ninja echoed through the drainage channel. Ja Senkishi stirred awake in Xing Tai's arms. For the briefest instant, his eyes unfocused, yet his fingers again reached for Song Jie's hem. Don't let them. Send me back. Song Jie could not bring himself to answer. Within the black fog of his left eye, a faint gray-white chakra remnant lingered, much like a mark freshly catalogued by the root seal, slowly adhering to the edge of his optic nerve. When the medical ninja arrived at the drainage ditch, he was initially taken aback by the tactical positioning on site. Two hidden leaf umbu agents sealed off the alley entrance. Qing Xian stood between the two test subjects and the medical team. Shansheng Xing Tai knelt in the muck, cradling Jia Senshichi, while Yun Jinji's insect swarm formed 3 concentric rings of perimeter security. Song Jie leaned against the stone wall of the drainage ditch, his left eye unfocused. Mud splattered across the forehead protector on his left arm. The medical ninja reached toward Jia Senshichi's neck first, but Qing Xian intercepted him with a sealing rope. External suppression will accelerate self-destruct. Let's review the records first. Xing Tai held up the registration board. The edges of the paper were stained with blood and mud, and the handwriting in the second half slanted, as though someone had been writing while being chased. After reading the first 3 lines, the medical ninja's expression darkened upon seeing the terms keyword trigger, external pressure acceleration, and memory self-destruction. He did not even dare bring his gloves near Jia Senshichi's seal mark. Who administered the temporary stabilization? Xing Tai instinctively looked at Song Jie. The medical ninja followed his gaze. Song Jie kept his left eye closed and his right eye open, his complexion no better than Jia Senshichi's. Don't ask me if I can do it again right now. The answer isn't healthy. Qing Xian cut him off. He cannot open that eye again. The 2 children go first to the Hokage Tower medical isolation ward. Silence en route. No questions regarding identity, location, or authorizing personnel. The hidden leaf umbu took the order and unfolded the sealing stretcher. As Jia Senshichi was placed onto the stretcher, his fingers still clutched Xing Tai's sleeve. Xing Tai stared at that emaciated hand reduced to nothing but bone and joint, as though he himself had been nailed to the spot by the mission registration board. May I accompany them? Qing Xian did not refuse immediately. Reason: he will be afraid when he wakes up. Only after saying it did Xing Tai realize that excuse sounded nothing like standard mission protocol. He quickly added, besides, I have the most complete records. The medical ninja needs the on-site sequence. Qing Xian studied him for a half-breath. Follow to the entrance of the Hokage Tower. Once inside, follow medical orders. No unauthorized questions. Cradling the registration board against his chest, Xing Tai hurried after the stretcher, but after 2 steps, he stopped and doubled back to retrieve his pen, which had fallen into the mud. The pen tip was already broken, yet he tucked it back into his bag, as though it were some rare ninja tool. Jinji supported the edge of the smaller child's stretcher, her insect swarm clinging to all 4 corners. She had remained silent the entire time. Just as the hidden leaf umbu prepared to depart, she suddenly raised a hand to stop them. Some of my insects are dead. Xian followed her gaze to the other side of the drainage ditch. 3 parasitic insects lay in the mud on their backs, tiny needle punctures visible on their carapaces. This was not caused by ceiling curses. It was external attack. In Song Jie's right eye vision, 3 patches of ash-gray chakra residue appeared on the wall at the alley entrance position just beyond the hidden leaf umbu's formation. They haven't gone far. His voice was terribly hoarse. The retreat just now was to draw the medical team and the targets out of the protective perimeter. The moment he finished speaking, 3 hairline cracks split the ground in front of the stretcher. This was not a large-scale earth release technique. Instead, pre-buried chakra threads were triggered remotely. 3 smoke bombs burst from beneath the mud, unleashing a plume of gray smoke with an acrid chemical stench. Jinji's insect swarm surged inward, but the outermost layer dropped to the ground immediately. Insect repellent. Xian's sealing rope swept away the smoke. A root ninja had already slipped in from the shadows of the alley wall. His target was neither Xian nor the umbu, but Jia Senshichi on the stretcher. The hidden leaf umbu turned to intercept. The second root ninja dropped from the eaves above a short blade, pressing toward the umbu's nape. The third root ninja circled past the medical team, heading straight for Song Jia. The coordination was disgusting in its clarity. Take Jia Senshichi. Take Song Jia. If they could take both, they would. If not, at minimum, they would extract more data. Xian lunged toward the stretcher. His sealing rope split into 3 strands, wrapping around the first root ninja's wrist. Chakra to the root ninja's wrist severed his entire hand, went limp like a detached component. Yet with his other hand, he drew a kunai and thrust it toward the seal mark on Jia Senshichi's neck. This wasn't a rescue. It was a silencing. Jinji threw herself in front of the stretcher. Her sleeve swarm had already been thinned by the insect repellent, yet she did not retreat. She slammed her own arm into the kunai, knocking it aside. The kunai slashed through her outer garment. Insects poured from the tear and bit into the back of the root ninja's hand. Xingtai's face contorted in terror, but his hand still hurled the registration board at the ninja's mask. The wooden board snapped against the edge of the mask. Nearly 0 damage, but the insult was profoundly real. The root ninja's motion faltered by half an inch. Xian's sealing rope seized the opportunity to bind the ninja's shoulder and slammed him into the drainage ditch wall. Things were far worse on Song Jie's end. The third root ninja was far too fast, quicker than Mizuki. Song Jie no longer had enough chakra to form a complete clone. His low-power afterimage could only persist for a half-breath. But the root ninja, as though he had already reviewed Song Jie's assessment report, ignored the afterimage entirely and reached straight for Song Jie's nape. Song Jie fell backward, grabbed a handful of muddy water from the ditch, and flung it at the ninja's mask. Purely physical. The root ninja did not dodge. Mud smeared one corner of his mask, but his vision only drifted for the briefest instant. Using that sliver of time, Song Jie drove a chakra needle into the metal plate of his left arm's forehead protector, making it ring out sharply. A Hyuga guard, hearing the anomalous sound from afar, finally crossed the mission boundary and came charging. The root ninja's hand had already touched Song Jie's shoulder. A chakra probe from the palm drilled into his meridian channels, carrying a paralysis jutsu. Half of Song Jie's body went numb, but his right index finger pressed against the inner side of the ninja's wrist. Flow severed. He did not seal the entire arm, only halted the paralyzing chakra for a single half-breath. A segment of the root ninja's probe broke off. Song Jie's body slid from the ninja's grasp and splashed into the shallow water of the ditch. His wounded rib side soaked in the filthy water, the pain nearly blacking him out. Just as the root ninja reached out again, the Hyuga guard's gentle fist arrived. The guard was no prodigy like Niji, but he was a full-grown Hyuga. Palm force struck the root ninja's forearm. Chakra surged along the meridian channels, forcing the enemy to retreat. Meanwhile, a hidden leaf umbu dropped from the roof beam, slapping a sealing talisman at the root ninja's feet. The root ninja showed no desire to linger in combat. All 3 retreated in unison. Before withdrawing, the second root ninja tossed a small black pill. It burst midair, not poison, but a cloud of concentrated insect repellent powder and chakra disruption dust. Jinji's insect swarm was forced to withdraw. The hidden leaf umbu's tracking line of sight broke for a moment. Xian did not pursue. Instead, he immediately pressed down on the cursed seal mark that had reignited on Jia Senshichi's stretcher. Song Jie pushed himself up from the ditch. Through his right eye, he saw the cursed seal within Jia Senshichi's body had devolved into chaos. Although the silencing kunai had missed the chakra released by the root ninja, as he drew near, had still triggered the obedience layer. Jia Senshichi's breathing grew rapid. The partially destroyed seal on the back of the smaller child was also being drawn into the turmoil chakra, leaking outward like water from a ruptured vessel. He is not an ordinary test subject. Song Jie coughed up a mouthful of muddy water, his voice trembling despite his efforts to restrain it. The cursed seal within him amplifies controlling jutsu in the surrounding area. When the root ninja approached just now, he amplified everything. The sealing residue, the silence layer, the obedience layer, all at once. Qing Xian's sealing rope hovered above Jia Senshichi, daring not press down. A cursed seal amplification vessel. Precisely. Song Jie's right hand pressed against the ground as he attempted to rise, but his legs refused to obey. When he fears, every lock around him resonates. From behind the drainage ditch, the sound of splitting wooden beams echoed from within Storage Unit 6. The combined impact of the earlier battle and the sealing barrier had finally shattered the old underground structure. Warehouse beams cracked and gave way one after another. Cursed seals upon the underground doors ignited from the direction of the drainage ditch as though intent on dragging every escaped target back inside. Qing Xian's expression darkened. All personnel withdraw. Take the 2 children via the main street. Hidden Leaf, Umbu, clear the path. Hyuga Guard, protect Song Jia. Xingtai gathered the registration board and sprinted after the stretcher. 2 paces in, a section of Storage Unit 6 wall collapsed, expelling a cloud of dust from the drainage ditch outlet. As the Hyuga Guard hoisted Song Jia onto his feet, his right eye observed the load-bearing lines of the underground cursed seals severing segment by segment. Do not take the left alley. He grasped the guard's sleeve. The ground beneath the left alley has collapsed. The Hidden Leaf Umbu were just about to lead the group left when they forcefully diverted toward the main road on the right. The next instant, the ground of the left alley caved in entirely. Wooden crates, stone slabs, and old ceiling papers all tumbled downward, revealing a black cavernous void below. At the bottom of the void, a row of iron bars. Each iron gate hung a fragmented numbering plate. After the collapse of the left alley, the old supply district resembled a piece of skin torn away. The underground space had been exposed for less than 3 breaths when dust and ash began surging up from the bottom of the void. The AMBU operatives flung sealing talismans along the collapse's edge, attempting to halt the spreading cracks. But the moment the paper touched the ground, ancient cursed sigils at the cavity's base, ravenous as creatures scenting fresh chakra, crawled up the stone walls, forcing the AMBU to withdraw their hands. We cannot seal too deep, Sosuke muttered, supported by Hyuga Guards, his right eye filled with severed chakra threads. The old techniques below will devour any external seal. Qing Xian cradled the smaller child while Kota and a medical ninja carried Jia Sanjianki between them. The remnants of Maki's insect swarm, now scant, still clung to the rear of the column, scouting the path ahead. The AMBU operative glanced at Qing Xian. Route. Qing Xian turned her gaze toward the main street of the old supply district. It was wider, but the warehouses on either side had fallen into disrepair. The earlier collapse had already cracked the foundations of several structures. In the distance, reinforcements from the Hokage Tower could be seen advancing. On the other flank, however, 3 figures of pale, white chakra lingered briefly atop the rooftops. The rout had not fully withdrawn. They were waiting for the collapse to scatter the column. Qing Xian handed the smaller child to the medical ninja and drew an aged map of the warehouse district from her sleeve. At the sight of it, Kota looked as though he beheld a lifeline and immediately pressed closer. Teacher, the main street to the mission office is shortest, but we must pass through the rear door of warehouse 5. The nails at that door are new. The walls may have been hollowed out. Sosuke's right eye swept across the ground. The underground cursed sigils extended from warehouse 6 toward warehouse 5, and sure enough, a void lay directly beneath the rear door of warehouse 5. The main street appeared broad upon the surface, but in truth, it was like a wooden plank laid across an empty box. The right side drainage tunnel, Sosuke said, pointing to the map. The rear door of warehouse 5 will collapse. The AMBU operative hesitated. The main street would allow the fastest reunion with reinforcements, but the right side tunnel would loop back along the edge of the old supply district, making it vulnerable to ambush by route operatives along the way. Qing Xian did not hesitate. Follow him. Kota leads. Maki's insect scout 10 paces ahead. Yinbiyu covers the rear. Hyuga guards. If Sosuke can walk, let him, if not, carry him. The Hyuga guard glanced at Sosuke. Sosuke wanted to insist he could walk, but the moment his right foot touched the ground, residual numbness made his knee buckle. The guard wordlessly hoisted him onto his back in one fluid motion. It was undignified, but undignified was preferable to falling into the root's underground iron grates. Research ethics permitted temporary sacrifice of dignity in exchange for the continued survival of the specimen. As the column turned into the right side drainage tunnel, a second collapse echoed from the direction of warehouse 5's rear door. Had the AMBU chosen the main street, at least 2 would have fallen in by now. Kota's face had gone green, yet even as he ran, he sketched annotations along the edge of the map. Confirmed void beneath warehouse 5 rear door. Main street impassable. Qing Xian glanced at him. You're still logging? Kota gasped, nearly choking. I have to file a report later. If I don't write it down, they'll ask. Qing Xian let it pass. The tunnel was narrower than expected. The medical stretcher could not be unfolded, so 2 ninja carried the child between them. Jia Sanjianki woke briefly and, seeing the cramped passage, began struggling, the seal mark on his neck flaring to life. Kota seized the edge of the stretcher, his voice cracking with panic. We are not going back. Not through that door. Look, I'm ahead of you, and I'm getting out too. Once we're out, I still have to finish the records. Whoever goes back is cursed. Jia Sanjianqi understood little of what he said, but the word out was enough to dull the intensity of his struggles. Sosuke, resting against the guard's back, watched through his right eye as the seal mark on Jia Sanjianqi's neck continued to amplify the ancient residues lingering around them. Keep Jia Sanjianqi away from the walls, Sosuke warned. He amplifies what's left behind. The medical ninja immediately shifted the stretcher toward the center. But the tunnel was too narrow. Kodo was pushed against the wall, his shoulder brushing a faded seal trace, and the wall flared to light. Maki's insects suddenly retreated from ahead. Ceiling talismans ahead, 3. Newly placed. Qing Xian halted. 20 paces ahead in the tunnel beyond an iron grate, 3 pale root ceiling talismans were pasted across the exit, blocking it completely. Through the talisman's gap, she could see the light from outside the abandoned well, and 2 root chakra signatures concealed on either side of the shaft. Forcefully breaking the seals would expose everyone. Delay meant the collapsing passage behind them would catch up. Qing Xian looked towards Sosuke. Sosuke's right eye burned with pain, his left remained shrouded in darkness. He had already breached a similar seal once before. This time the opponents might have added a layer specifically designed to counter the Byakugan. I can make it overload and misread, he said, sliding from the guard's back and bracing himself against the tunnel wall. But someone needs to generate a false retrieval signal from outside simultaneously. Otherwise the talisman will raise an alarm. The ANBU operative handed him a fragment of a root seal talisman he had just intercepted. Enough. Dirty enough. Functional. Sosuke took the fragment, his fingertips going numb from the piercing chill of pale white chakra. He pressed the fragment against the outer layer of the sealing talisman, then split a strand of his own chakra needle to disguise it as a target signal matching Jia Sanjianqi. The dual signals, one internal, one external, struck the sealing talisman. The first talisman overloaded cracks, spiderwebbing across its surface. The second did not fracture. Instead, it began reverse reading Sosuke's Byakugan frequency. The residual mark on his forehead stirred. Within the black mist of his left eye, a pale white sigil suddenly grew warm, as though a root record left behind earlier had been awakened. Sosuke's fingers froze. The root had not merely sealed the path. The second talisman was waiting for him to recontact it, to confirm his frequency. Disconnect. Qing Xian cried, sensing something was wrong, her sealing rope lashing towards Sosuke's wrist. But Sosuke did not pull away. If he withdrew now, the second talisman would transmit his complete Byakugan frequency to the root operatives at the wellhead. If he held on, he had half a breath to embed a false coordinate. He drove his chakra needle to its breaking point, writing a fabricated frequency signature along the identification layer, pointing it toward the collapsed area of Warehouse 5. The second talisman swallowed the false information, flared with light, and transmitted the signal backward. The 2 root operatives at the wellhead simultaneously turned their attention toward Warehouse 5 in the distance. The ANBU operative seized the window, severing the 3rd root talisman with a sealing charm, while Qing Xian kicked open the iron grate. Moved. The column burst out of the abandoned well. Behind them, the tunnel groaned. The collapse caught up to the iron grate, and dust exploded from the wellhead. The medical ninja carrying the 2 children sprinted toward the approaching ANBU reinforcements. Kodo was the last to crawl out, still clutching his registration board, its surface better preserved than his own face. Nearby outside the well, the 2 root operatives realized they had been duped and began to turn back. A line of ANBU operatives landed upon the rooftops. On the other flank, 3 root ninja in pale gray masks emerged from the shadows of the old supply district. Qing Xian stood at the wellhead, her sealing rope pooling at her feet. The Hyuga guard steadied Sosuke. The ANBU shielded the 2 children. The medical ninja tended to the wounded at the rear. Outside the old supply district, 3 factions faced one another for the first time in full formation. The ANBU commander raised the mission orders. The survivors come under Hokage Tower jurisdiction. The root ninja did not yield. Their commander's masked face turned toward Jia Sanjianqi. Dangerous remaining assets must be handled by the root. Jia Sanjianqi opened his eyes upon the stretcher, his fingers gripping the edge, straining desperately toward where Sosuke stood. The gesture of Jia Sanjianqi extending his hand was visible to both sides. The Hokage Anbu saw a survivor, choosing to distance himself from Root. Root saw an experiment subject who could still identify threats, still speak, and still potentially offer testimony. Qing Xian pushed Song Jia half a step behind her. Don't go over there. Song Jia could barely move far anyway. One-eye blind paralysis lingering in his right leg, his chakra reserve could barely sustain a low-power clone. He could only stand beside the well, watching Jia Sanjianqi's hand tremble along the edge of the stretcher. The root leader raised his hand, expressionless beneath the ash-white mask. This target's curse mark is unstable. It may trigger residual seals in the old supplies district. The Hokage Anbu lacks jurisdiction for handling this. The Hokage Anbu's mission orders were still held aloft. A direct Hokage verification mission discovered a living survivor. Per village regulations, we prioritize medical quarantine first. If Root has relevant files, submit them to the Hokage Tower. The records are classified. Xing Xian reeled the sealing rope back to her wrist and stepped between the two parties. Classified does not justify snatching a person on the spot. The old warehouse site, 2 children, the metal tag, paper ash, and root sealing tags. All have records. If you act now, you save us the trouble of speculation. The root ninja's gaze fell upon the registration board in Xing Tai's arms. Xing Tai nearly crushed the board in his grip, but his feet did not retreat. I wrote down the time, location, jutsu response routes, triggering phrase, escape route, and sealing tag. His voice grew quieter with each word, and he added in a whisper, the handwriting might be a bit messy, but it's legible. The Hokage Umbu leader took the registration board and sealed it directly. Evidence entered into mission dossier. A subtle shift finally rippled through the root ranks. 2 rearguard ninja dispersed their chakra outward, as if assessing whether there remained a window to seize the target. 2 more Umbu descended around the outer perimeter of the old supplies district. The numerical disadvantage widened. The root leader made no move, instead turning his gaze toward Songjia. Hyuga Songjia, what you saw today will become a second seal upon your forehead. The Hyuga guard stepped forward to intercept. Xing Xian turned to face him. Songjia gripped the stone rim of the well, his right eye meeting that ash-white mask. The root seal dares not even engrave its name on the outside. Sounds like shoddy quality. Xing Tai nearly committed shoddy quality to memory, as well, his fingers twitching in the air before he remembered the registration board had already been taken. The Hokage Umbu did not smile, nor did the Hyuga guard, but the ninja behind the root leader faltered. His chakra stuttered for a single beat. That was enough. Xing Xian seized the moment, threatening a genin under direct Hokage orders will also be recorded. Will you continue supplementing your files, or return and await interrogation? Root did not linger further. 3 ash-white masked ninja retreated toward the rear rooftop of the old supplies district with impressive speed, yet lacking the composure they had displayed upon arrival. The Hokage Umbu did not pursue. 2 were assigned to escort the medical stretcher, while the remainder sealed off the old supplies district. Before Jia Sanchichi was carried away, his hand remained outstretched. Songjia moved to follow, but the Hyuga guard pressed down on his shoulder. Xing Xian did not stop the guard. Instead, she took a length of clean bandage from the medical ninja and offered it to Jia Sanchichi. Hold this. Do not speak until we reach the Hokage Tower. Jia Sanchichi grasped the bandage, his eyes still fixed on Songjia. The brand upon his neck was half covered by temporary sealing paper. His breathing was shallow, but he lived. The younger child had not yet awakened. The half-destroyed curse mark upon his back was restrained by a medical ninja using isolation tags, pressing with such gentleness that it seemed as though any additional force might push him back across the threshold of death. As the party departed the old supplies district, onlookers from the mission hall and the district administrator were held back by Umbu. The administrator's face was ashen, still clutching the old warehouse keys in his hand, as though the bunch had suddenly transformed into burning evidence of guilt. Xing Xian led the 3 genin back toward the Hokage Tower. Xing Tai did not speak the entire journey. Without his registration board, he repeatedly inspected his tool pouch, confirming every pair of pliers and every small saw remained in place. Zhenji's insect swarm had suffered significant losses, her sleeves hung unusually still. Songjia, supported by the Hyuga guard, found the black mist in his left eye unyielding, and the area behind his orbit throbbed in waves. In the side hall of the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage himself appeared this time. Upon the table already lay the first batch of evidence: Jia Sanchichi's metal tag, the sealed bag of paper ash, fragments of roots, sealing tags, Xing Tai's registration board, Zhenji's insect corpses, and Xing Xian's mission records. Jia Sanchichi and the other child had been moved into the medical quarantine room, where no non-medical personnel were permitted contact. After reviewing the registration board, the 3rd did not question Xing Xian first. Instead, he looked toward Songjia. How long can you keep that child alive? Risha was also present in the side hall. Songjia had not expected the Hyuga to arrive so swiftly. Risha stood to the 3rd's right, flanked by a Hyuga recorder and a medical ninja. The Hokage, the Hyuga, and the direct mission commander once again sat around the same table. The difference this time was that the table held not only Songjia, but also 2 children pulled from Root's old warehouse. Songjia could see nothing with his left eye. He gauged the positions of the 3rd and Risha solely through his right. Based on current condition, Jia Sanchichi can hold for at most 7 days. He did not mince words. The younger child fares worse. Within 3 days he may lose his memory, fall into a coma, or suffer self-destruction of the curse mark. The pipe in the 3rd's hand remained unlit. And the method? We need to establish a stable feedback loop. No external pressure, no interrogation, no triggering of keyword triggers. First, let the curse mark believe the target remains under control, then gradually lower the self-destruct threshold. Risha's gaze settled upon Songjia's left eye. At what cost? Information, time, and samples. Songjia elaborated immediately after. Foundational sealing jutsu materials, medical quarantine observation authority, and low-intensity experimental sealing tags. Additionally, the Hyuga shall not perform secondary engravings or scar pattern overwrites upon me during the treatment period. The Hyuga recorder's brush tip paused mid-stroke. Risha regarded him silently. You are bargaining with the Hyuga using a root experiment subject. I am bargaining using the fact that I can keep him alive beyond 7 days. Song Jie replied, his right eye unwavering. If the Hyuga believes I should not involve myself in root affairs, they may refuse outright. The Hokage Tower will assign another sealing division, but they cannot perceive the feedback loop. The Umbu in the side hall did not stir. The third finally lit his pipe, but the smoke did not rise far before he pressed it downward with his hand. Foundational sealing textbooks can be provided. Medical observation will be supervised by Qing Xian and the medical corps. Hyuga sighed. Risha did not answer immediately. Song Jie knew he was calculating. The Hyuga wished to avoid entanglement in Root's old experiments, yet Song Jie had already left a record of his capabilities at the scene. If the Hyuga moved to tightly restrict him, the Hokage would interpret it as obstructing the rescue of survivors. If they yielded, Song Jie would gain access to sealing resources and more root curse mark samples, his growth trajectory becoming far harder to control. Finally, Risha shifted his gaze from Song Jie's left eye to the metal tag resting upon the third table. During the treatment period, the Hyuga will perform no secondary engravings. Scar pattern inspections will proceed as usual. All copies of sealing jutsu materials will be synchronized to the Hyuga records. Song Jie accepted. Agreed. The third turned to Qing Xian. Effective today, the Provisional Support Squad's mission is suspended for 3 days. Seno Qing Xian will assist in stabilizing the survivor within the medical quarantine room. Hyuga Song Jie will serve as observational support, entering according to schedule. Xing Tai hearing, mission suspended for 3 days, at the side hall entrance did not relax. Instead, he seemed suddenly to remember his registration board still rested among the evidence pile. Zhenji murmured, the insect swarm requires replenishment. Qing Xian nodded. Approved. Before the meeting concluded, a medical ninja emerged hurriedly from the quarantine room, holding a sheet of sealing paper. Upon the paper, Jia Sanchichi had pressed bleeding fingerprints with trembling fingers after regaining consciousness. The blood did not form characters, yet it traced a short line along the curse mark's residue. Song Jie's right eye swept over it, and his expression changed. The third asked, what is it? Not a complete map, Song Jie said, staring at the bloodline. It resembles a numbered pathway. At the farthest edge of the sealing paper, a new scar character surfaced from within the blood. Cage. Jia Sanchichi's first words upon waking were not to ask where he was. He lay on the sealing bed in the medical isolation room, his neck brand surrounded by 3 layers of light pressure talismans. His wrists and ankles were unbound, yet 4 samples of broken old restraint straps were placed by the bedside for the medical team to compare the curse seal's reactions. Xing Tai stood outside the door holding a new clipboard across the observation window. Zhenji's insect swarm stopped only at the threshold, refusing to enter the isolation room. Song Jie sat behind the observation line, his left eye wrapped in medical bandages, his right eye using only ordinary Byakugan. Qing Xian stood at his side holding the first volume of the Basic Sealing Techniques textbook. Jia Sanchichi's throat moved for a long while. The silence forbidding layer flickered once, but was suppressed by the buffer talisman Qing Xian had prepositioned. There in the root. The child's voice was severely broken. With each word spoken, the curse seal on his neck bulged outward. There are still many cages. Outside the observation window, Xing Tai's pen had pierced through the paper. A medical ninja stepped forward, but Qing Xian raised a hand to stop them. Don't ask. Let him say what he can and do not press for what he cannot. Jia Sanchichi turned his face away, his gaze avoiding Song Jie's Byakugan, yet his fingers drifted toward the edge of the bed. As if seeking to grasp something, he ended up clutching only the corner of the bedsheet. Do not write the name I mentioned. He panted several times. The name hurts. Xing Tai, standing outside, heard this and immediately crossed out the half-written word, root, replacing it with patient. Voluntarily indicated that specific proper nouns trigger pain. After writing it, he felt patient was too clinical, so his hand paused, but he left it as is. Song Jie observed the feedback lines on the outer side of Jia Sanchichi's neck. The 3-layer control curse seals were still operational, merely tricked by the previous night's fake death feedback into a brief low-load state. This window can last at most half a day, after which the curse seal will re-verify. 7 days is the ideal scenario. Song Jie handed the observation results to Qing Xian. If he continues to speak voluntarily, then 3 days. Upon hearing 7 days, Jia Sanchichi's fingertips tightened, crumpling the bedsheet into a small ball. Qing Xian placed the textbook before Song Jie's knees, but did not let him open it immediately. First discuss the salvation method. Craft a microstabilization talisman. Song Jie pressed his right hand against the textbook cover. It doesn't suppress the curse seal, it provides the feedback lines with a stable reading. Make it believe the target remains under the old system's surveillance, temporarily removing the need for self-destruction. The medical ninja frowned. What distinguishes this from root control? Song Jie gazed at the child on the sealing bed. The difference is he can consciously refuse. The stabilization talisman cannot encode obedience commands. It can only simulate a low-risk state. He must know where the talisman is applied, how long it lasts, and when it will be replaced. Jia Sanshirchi might not fully understand everything, but the word refuse made his eyes flicker. Qing Xian wrote this into the treatment protocol. Auxiliary talismans must not include obedience layers, must not trigger silence forbidding layers, and must not connect to pain reception layers. Inform the patient of all procedures while they are conscious. The medical ninja's expression darkened. In the ninja world's medical field, it was rare to explain operational risks to test subjects. Especially when a patient was covered in silence forbidding and obedience curse seals, many instinctively treating them as dangerous sealed objects rather than people. Qing Xian tapped the record paper with their pen. This is a Hokage Direct medical isolation facility, not an improvised extension of an old storage warehouse. Song Jie nearly laughed, but his rib side and the area behind his eye both protested simultaneously, so he decided to respect his injuries. That afternoon, Sandai Nichiha and Qing Xian finalized the formal terms in the Hokage Tower's small conference room. 3 documents lay on the table. The first medical isolation protocol for Jia Sanshirchi and the children bearing the fragmented Jia mark. The second authorization for Hyuga Song Jie's basic sealing technique materials. The third risk liability allocation during treatment. Song Jie sat at the far end, his left eye still covered by medical bandages, his right eye restricted from prolonged use due to continuous observation. The Hyuga medical ninja stood behind Nichiha, while the Hokage's medical team positioned themselves on Sandai's side. Qing Xian was responsible for converting every vague phrasing into executable clauses. Delete the phrase, mandatory stabilization measures may be taken when necessary. Qing Xian swept their pen across the medical team's draft. Who determines what is necessary? To what extent is force applied? Which layer is stabilized? If you can't specify clearly, don't write it at all. The medical ninja's expression stiffened. In the field, there may not be time for item-by-item confirmation. Song Jie interjected from his seat at the far end. When time runs short, that's when people are most likely to be killed by treatment. Nichiha turned to look at him. Song Jie offered a more context-appropriate version. Jia Sanshirchi's curse seal will interpret external suppression as an abduction attempt. The 4 characters, mandatory stabilization, carry substantial risk in practice. Sandai set his pipe down beside him without lighting it. Revise according to Qing Xian. Nichiha added a clause to the third document. During Hyuga Song Jie's treatment assistance, he was prohibited from privately hoarding curse seal samples, making unaccompanied contact with survivors, or replicating root curse seal structures within Hyuga territory. Song Jie glanced at it. The restrictions were precise. Add one more clause. He pushed the pen back. Hyuga shall not use treatment access to root curse seals as grounds for secondary engraving eye destruction or partial seal override on me. This restriction holds until the completion of Jia Sanshirchi's first stage stabilization. The Hyuga medical ninja's expression shifted. You have no authority to. Nichiha raised a hand, and the medical ninja fell silent. Sandai did not speak in Song Jie's defense. He merely looked toward Nichiha. In the longest stretch of silence, Song Jie could feel the low-frequency pulse of the residual seal on his forehead. Negotiation resembled disarming explosive tags more than any sealing technique. Every word was a fuse. Nichiha ultimately took the pen and wrote after the clause during the treatment period no secondary application to Hyuga Song Jie's frontal seal may proceed without joint review by both the Hokage and the Hyuga clan. It wasn't complete protection, but it was sufficient. Song Jie read the text twice, confirming that joint review would at least deter a Rin-style vigilante justice and make it difficult for the root to use the Hyuga name as pretext to remove him. Sandai slid the first volume of the Basic Sealing Techniques textbook toward him. Only the basics are provided. How much you comprehend is your own concern. How much you may apply requires Qing Xian's approval. Song Jie accepted the scroll. The cover bore the title, Fundamental Structures of Sealing Techniques, Nodes, Circuits, and Carriers. There were no advanced techniques, no forbidden jutsu, no offensive seals either. Yet to him this was steadier than anything the root had ever offered. Not a poison bait promising to raise his limits, but the first time he held a reference manual legitimately. The sensation was absurd. In his previous life, borrowing a textbook required navigating the library system. In this life, accessing basic sealing techniques meant first rescuing 2 children whose minds had been scorched by curse seals from an old root warehouse, then signing risk agreements with the Hokage and the Hyuga. The cost of learning was absurdly high, and intellectual property protection reached ceiling level in the ninja world. At dusk, the first microstabilization talisman test began. Song Jie could not manually draw a complete talisman. Under Qing Xian's supervision, he used only a minimal amount of chakra to mark the feedback line readings. Qing Xian handled talisman drawing, the medical team monitored vital signs, Xing Tai recorded timing, and Zhenji's insect swarm observed pharmacological responses. Jia Sanshirchi remained conscious. Qing Xian raised the talisman paper to a position where he could see it clearly. This talisman only deceives the seal on your neck. It does not command you. Once applied, if the pain intensifies, move your left pinky finger. Jia Sanshur stared at the talisman paper. After a long while, his pinky finger twitched once. Consent. As the talisman adhered to the outer edge of the brand, a sliver of the silence-forbidding layer flared. Song Jia's right eye caught the feedback line trembling, and he called out immediately, "Lower it slightly. Don't press the center. Seal the edges and reduce chakra output by 30%. Qing Xian adjusted their hand. The ink lines on the talisman seemed to find their rhythm, forming an extremely shallow closed loop with the feedback lines inside Jia Sanshurqi's body. The pain reception layer did not activate. The silence-forbidding layer did not continue to bulge outward. The self-destruct core registered a stable state, its brightness dropping one notch. Xing Tai wrote on the clipboard, "First stabilization talisman effective. Continuous observation initiated." Jia Sanshurqi did not cry, nor did he speak. He simply loosened his grip on the bedsheet, touched the edge of the talisman paper with his fingers, then quickly pulled back, as if confirming it would not bite him immediately. Song Jia returned to his seat behind the observation line. His right eye ached, but there was no bleeding. Qing Xian set down their pen. First phase successful. Duration unknown. By the time Sandai received the preliminary report, night had fallen. Outside the Hokage Tower, Hyuga guards awaited to escort Song Jia back to the clan estate. Further away, two brief lingering traces appeared on the ANBU shift change route, neither belonging to the Hokage Tower, before quickly vanishing. The route was watching. On the way back, Song Jia clutched the basic sealing techniques, scroll his left eye still obscured by medical bandages. The Hyuga guards glanced at the scroll several times, but ultimately said nothing. In the Branch family's small courtyard, his mother removed his blood-stained outer garment. Upon seeing the scroll, she asked no questions, only wiped the table clean and cleared a space for it that would not be dampened. "Can you read it? A portion of it. Will it hurt?" Song Jia placed the scroll on the table, his finger resting beside the first character on the cover. "Likely yes." His mother shifted the oil lamp half a foot away, ensuring the flame did not shine directly into his eyes. "Then read slowly." Late into the night, Song Jia turned to the first page. Sealing techniques were neither talismans nor incantations. The first line stated clearly, the essence of sealing is to maintain chakra logic structures through a carrier, ensuring the target state persists within defined constraints. Jiang Shen slowly opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy circulating within his body as a glint of sharp light flashed across his gaze. In his past life, he was the supreme powerhouse of the Tianwu continent, yet he perished from the treacherous schemes of the very master he trusted most. The door finally creaked open. At that same moment, in the Hokage Tower medical isolation room, Jia Sanshurqi jolted awake from a brief sleep. The microstabilization talisman on his neck had not fallen off, yet new black patterns seeped from the edges of the talisman paper along his brand. The black patterns did not burn toward the back of his skull. Instead, they slowly traced a direction along the chakra residue of the stabilization talisman. When the medical ninja roused Qing Xian, a single glance was enough, and Qing Xian ordered the ANBU to seal the room. A faint coordinate fragment floated at the talisman's edge. Eastern border of the fire country. Eastern border of the land of fire. As those characters hovered at the edge of the stabilization talisman, Qing Xian was the first to act in the medical isolation room. He prevented the medical ninja from approaching the talisman paper, instead using a sealing rope to encircle the four corners of the observation bed, isolating the bed, the talisman Jias and Shichi, and the surrounding 3-foot radius. Xing Tai, record the time. Jinji, retract the insect swarm to the doorway. Song Jia, do not activate your microscopic true eye. Song Jia's right eye fixed on the talisman's edge, while a dark mist cast by the medical cloth over his left eye felt like a wet rag pressing against his optic nerve. Qing Xian's final command was delivered with such precision that no one could pretend they hadn't heard it. Xing Tai's pen had already touched the paper, his handwriting considerably steadier than the night in the old supplies district. Upon the activation of the first stabilization talisman, coordinate afterimages appeared at the talisman's edge, suspected to be the eastern border of the land of fire. The subject has not vocalized voluntarily, and the curse mark shows no significant temperature elevation. Jias and Shichi lay on the bed, his fingers gripping the strip of bandage Qing Xian had given him. When the coordinates materialized, the brand on his neck did not flare. Instead, the obedience layer upon his back trembled faintly, as though an ancient system had received a distant acknowledgement. When the medical ninja reached to peel the talisman off his hand, barely crossing the observation line, Qing Xian's sealing rope had already pressed against his wrist. "Who gave you permission to remove it?" The medical ninja's hand froze in midair. "The coordinates may be externally guided. If we continue adhering it, the root could use the talisman to triangulate this isolation room. And if you remove it, and Jias and Shichi's internal curse mark undergoes re-verification, are you taking responsibility?" Qing Xian retracted the sealing rope by half an inch, leaving the man an avenue of retreat. "Secure the outer layer first. Do not disturb the talisman. Log every procedure." Song Jie sat behind the observation line, the tip of his right finger resting on the cover of Basic Structures of Sealing Techniques Volume 1. Before he had even finished reading the first page, reality had already hurled practice problems into his face. Sealing jutsu was not merely paper. The textbook's opening line was phrased elegantly, but its practical translation was blunt: do not treat a biting circuit board like a careless adhesive bandage. Third Hokage's ANBU arrived swiftly to collect the coordinate rubbing. Richa's people also showed up, standing outside the observation window. When the Hyuga medical ninja spotted the textbook on Song Jie's knees, her gaze lingered there longer than it ever had on Jia Senshichi. Only after Qing Xian had secured the outer layer of the stabilization talisman did he allow Song Jie to step forward by half a pace. Can you determine how the coordinates were generated? Use standard observation only. Song Jie did not activate his Byakugan. He merely observed the ink lines on the talisman and the rhythmic breathing of Jia Senshichi. This is not a localization talisman. It more closely resembles the curse mark's feedback channel being deceived by the stabilization seal into a low-load state, causing it to emit a fragment of an archived record. Xing Tai immediately scribbled suspected archived record. The medical ninja frowned. Why would a curse mark spit out coordinates? Song Jie turned to the first page of his textbook and pointed to a specific line. When the target state persists within prescribed constraints, the stabilization talisman convinces the system that the target is secure. In a perceived safe state, it may report back to the primary surveillance node. Qing Xian took over. In other words, we tricked it into sending a peace signal, and in doing so it inadvertently revealed the address attached to that signal. Xing Tai paused mid-sentence, his brush hovering. Sensei, can we write that down? Yes. Rephrase it as afterimage of the feedback pathway. Song Jie glanced at Qing Xian. His on-the-spot translation skills were impressive, perfectly suited to repackaging concepts that defied the ninja world's conventions into language acceptable for official archives. Jia Senshichi suddenly twitched his left pinky. Qing Xian leaned toward the observation line, but did not touch him. Pain. The pinky twitched again. Song Jie looked toward the edge of the talisman. As the coordinate afterimage began to fade, a short segment of the stabilization seal's ink lines was suddenly seized from the reverse side by the curse mark within Jia Senshichi's body. It was not an attack, it resembled recognition. The chakra signature on this talisman is too similar to mine, Song Jie said, closing his textbook. It is beginning to memorize who deceived it. Qing Xian's sealing rope halted at the talisman's perimeter. To what extent? Merely identification at present. If we continue crafting stabilization talismans using this identical frequency, the curse mark may classify me as a permanent maintenance port. Upon hearing maintenance port, the Hyuga medical ninja's expression outside the window darkened instantly. Richa remained silent while his attendant scribe wrote with rapid strokes. Qing Xian maintained the first stabilization talisman until its predetermined duration expired before replacing it with a second one under his own direction. Song Jie only reported feedback line readings and ceased outputting chakra. When the second talisman was applied, the curse mark on Jia Senshichi's neck flared for an instant before settling back into a steady rhythm. Success. This time Xing Tai did not pierce the paper. The second stabilization talisman has taken effect. Song Jie has not interfaced directly. Qing Xian handed the textbook back to Song Jie. Read. Today we focus on node circuits and substrates. Do not touch any self-designed talismans. Do I look like someone who would use a patient for a beta test? Qing Xian flipped the medical records to the page detailing the root pill, then to the incident of the scroll of seals, and finally to the drainage ditch in the old warehouse. Song Jie fell silent. In the afternoon, within the third Hokage's small conference room, Sandai, Richa, Qing Xian, and the medical team reconvened to reaffirm the treatment protocol. The eastern border coordinates had been sealed within an ANBU scroll and were withheld for the time being. Richa requested a synchronized copy for the Hyuga clan, but Sandai only provided a generalized directional bearing. The complete coordinates implicate old route traces, Sandai noted, though he did not light his pipe. The Hyuga may know the general direction, but they will not control the operational route directly. Richa's Byakugan remained deactivated, yet an invisible ruler seemed to have materialized along the table's edge. Jia Senshichi's treatment requires Hyuga Song Jie. Song Jie belongs to the Hyuga branch family. Song Jie is also at present direct auxiliary medical personnel under the Hokage's command. Qing Xian interjected, sliding the treatment provisions toward both of them. You may continue debating jurisdiction, but do not drag this discussion past sunset before the patient's curse mark verification concludes. Sandai shot Qing Xian a glance, but remarkably offered no reprimand. Song Jie sat at the far end of the table, turning to the second page of his textbook. A node is not merely a dot. A circuit is not just a line, or a substrate is not simply paper. The three foundational principles of sealing jutsu were written in the ninja world's textbooks with a simplicity that surpassed the engineering treatises of his past life, where the energy halts how the logic traverses and upon what structural integrity it relies. He absorbed the material rapidly at a pace that progressively soured the Hyuga medical ninja's expression. Yet the moment he attempted practical application, complications arose immediately. At dusk, Qingxian instructed him to construct the most rudimentary chakra retention node on a blank sheet of talisman paper. He needed only to make a wisp of chakra rest at the talisman's center for 3 breaths. Song Jia extruded an extremely fine needle of chakra and pressed it onto the paper. The center flared for an instant before dissipating entirely, leaving a burnt pinprick at the edge. Xing Tai stood nearby, logging the results. First basic node test failed. Talisman paper perforated. Qingxian picked up the talisman and examined it. You treated the sealing node as an acupuncture point and stabbed it. Song Jia stared at the pinprick. Indeed, he was accustomed to piercing nodes using a syringe-like penetration method, but sealing jutsu required maintaining a structural formation upon the substrate, not punching straight through the target. Using a scalpel for embroidery was absurd. The cloth would be rude to endure it. On the second attempt, he slowed his output. The talisman's center glowed for 2.5 breaths before collapsing prior to the third. The third time it held for 3 full breaths, but the residual chakra was too tenuous and scattered at the slightest breeze. Qingxian offered his assessment: sufficient precision, poor structural support. You are suited for micronodes, not large area sealing. Song Jia stacked the 3 ruined talismans. Conclusion: I am not built for drafting talismans. I am built for repairing circuit boards. Xing Tai murmured softly, should I record that? Qingxian cast him a look. Xing Tai immediately revised it, suited for micro-sealing node correction. That night, Jias and Shichi underwent his first replacement with the 3rd stabilization talisman. Following protocol, Song Jia stood behind the observation line, employing only his standard Byakugan to observe the outer rim of the feedback layer. Jias and Shichi was awake, gripping the bandage in his hand, his eyes consistently avoiding the direction of Song Jia's gaze. Qingxian held the talisman up for him to see. This one contains no chakra from Song Jia. I drafted it myself. Signal your consent by moving your left pinky. His pinky moved. As the talisman made contact, the brand stabilized. The medical ninja exhaled in relief. In the next instant, warmth suddenly flared on the inner side of Song Jia's right wrist. He looked down to see a ring of extremely fine black patterns rising beneath his skin, as though someone had drawn a recognition loop around his carpal bones with ink. The stabilization talisman on Jias and Shichi's neck showed no anomalies, nor did the bedside monitoring seal flare. Yet the black patterns followed the meridian channels along Song Jia's wrist, gently but firmly latching onto his chakra frequency. Qingxian's sealing rope was already positioned beside his wrist. Do not move. It did not originate from the talisman. Song Jia stared at the ring of black lines. Through his right eye, the self-destruct core within Jia Sen Shichi's body lay unervingly still. It has remembered me. Black markings coiled around Song Jia's wrist in a single loop, left unsealed. Unlike the caged bird residual patterns that sought neural ports or the root-based tongue seal that suppressed vocalization. It merely adhered to the outer meridian channels of the wrist, contracting slightly with the flow of chakra, as though affixing a temporary label to him. The medical ninja's first instinct was isolation. Cease all contact. Halt Song Jia's entry into the medical ward. The origin of this mark is unknown and may transfer the curse mark of 37 onto him. Upon hearing halt Song Jia's entry, Jias and Shichi's fingers creased the sheets. The edges of the steady-state talisman trembled. The speech suppression layer remained dark, yet the obedience layer began low-frequency verification. The medical ninja fell silent, as though suddenly remembering the patient could hear. Qingxian stood between Song Jia and the medical core, the sealing rope never touching the black markings, only encircling 3 inches above his wrist. First, establish classification control. Tracking. Infection. Song Jia examined his wrist with the ordinary Byakugan. The black markings resolved with greater clarity at the microscopic level, but Qingxian had already prohibited him from activating microscopic vision. The ordinary Byakugan revealed it had not penetrated the primary meridians nor connected to the forehead residual markings. Not control. No pain response layer, no command layer. Merely an identification tag. The medical ninja disbelieved him. How do you rule out latent control? It hasn't seized bandwidth. Song Jia rested his wrist against the observation console. Control seals either intercept flow relay back or interface with pain receptors. This one only reads frequency. It issues no commands. Outside, Xing Tai softly refined the phrasing, no significant chakra interception observed. Qingxian heard him, but offered no correction. When the Hyuga medical ninja was summoned, his expression grew grimmer than the medical core's. The Hyuga held heightened sensitivity toward any new markings affixed upon Song Jia, especially given that the black markings originated from root test subjects. Reba was absent, but the Hyuga record keeper stood at the doorway, scrolls spread wide. Per Hyuga supervisory provisions, foreign curse marks must be sealed immediately. Song Jia withdrew his wrist half an inch. Sealing the primary meridians would compress the tag deeper. After your last attempt nearly forced the record keeper's green-marked finger into his wrist, and he failed to learn. That's impressive. The Hyuga medical ninja was rendered speechless. Qingxian turned to the medical core. Apply surface isolation talismans. Do not suppress main flow. As the surface isolation talisman adhered to his wrist, the black markings did not fade. Instead, a thin filament emerged along the talisman's edge, pointing toward the ceiling bed where Jia Senshichi lay. Upon seeing that filament, Jia Senshichi's breathing quickened. Have I harmed someone again? The speech suppression layer flickered at half intensity. Qingxian raised his hand in time. The medical ninja slid a buffer talisman to the bedside. Sangjia did not approach, merely extending his open wrist for Jia Senshichi to see. You did not enact this voluntarily. That mechanism within you recognizes maintenance personnel only. Jia Senshichi didn't understand maintenance personnel, but he understood not your doing. His grip upon the bandages loosened slightly. The medical corps still insisted Sangjia withdraw from the isolation room. Qingxian granted compromise. The patient exits. The wrist markings remain under observation, and Jia Senshichi's treatment continues uninterrupted. The third steady-state talisman was sustained by Qingxian, while Sangjia relayed readings from beyond the observation window. After the window sealed, the black markings response weakened, but did not dissipate. It resembled a taut thread, one end anchored to Sangjia's wrist, the other suspended just outside Jia Senshichi's feedback layer. Whenever Jia Senshichi's curse mark underwent verification, Sangjia's wrist grew faintly warm. That afternoon, the third and Reba received reports simultaneously. In the small conference room, Sangjia sat equidistant from both. His wrist was wrapped in surface isolation talismans, the black markings casting faint contours beneath the paper. Qingxian spread the treatment records. Tentative conclusion identification tag. Risk assessment potential tracker for Sangjia's frequency, or a channel for reverse reading curse mark parameters. Reba seized upon the latter clause. Reverse reading. Sangjia offered no denial. If it reads me, I may read it in turn, provided I do not penetrate deeply or touch the self-destruct core. The third's pipe tapped steadily, ash falling into the small dish. You wish to weaponize it. It has already attached itself. Sangjia regarded his wrist. Without utilization, there remains only submission. The Hyuga medical ninja objected immediately. Foreign curse marks remain unidentified. Active reading carries extreme risk. If the root exploits this to lock onto Hyuga bloodline limits. Qingxian turned the record sheet toward him. Which is precisely why oversight constraints, timelines, and termination conditions are required, not a blanket dismissal born of excessive caution. The Hyuga medical ninja's complexion darkened. No one suggested amputation. Your expression upon seeing his wrist resembled appraisal. Qingxian set his pen down at the pause. Proceed. The third ultimately approved a single low-intensity reverse reading. Location outside the medical isolation chamber. Sangjia was prohibited from entering the inner ward. Qingxian and two medical ninja monitored simultaneously. The Hyuga record keeper was permitted presence, but barred from intervention. Before the reading commenced, Jia Senshichi was informed of the purpose. The curse mark within you has left a tag upon Sangjia. Qingxian spoke deliberately slowly. We will determine whether it poses danger. If pain arises, move your left little finger. This is not your fault. Jia Senshichi stared through the observation window at Sangjia. After a long moment, his little finger stirred. Sangjia placed his right wrist upon the ceiling platform and peeled back a corner of the isolation talisman. The black markings, as though sensing air, rose into clearer relief. He did not activate his left eye. The microscopic true eye of his right eye operated at minimum intensity, its vision tracing the margins of the black markings. First layer, identification frequency. Second layer, feedback origin. Third layer, a fragment of path. Not a complete map, resembling the final relay backdoor left by an obsolete system for maintenance endpoints. Within the chakra threads lay gray-white noise, Jia Senshichi's dying low-frequency resonance, and a fragmentary coordinate afterimage. The eastern border coordinates of the fire country reappeared, but clearer this time, bearing an obsolete serial prefix. Eastern border. Transfer point A-7. Sangjia closed his eyes. No blood flowed from his nostrils, yet behind his eyes a fine needle seemed to scrape. What did you retrieve? Qingxian's pen was already poised. Coordinates more complete. Not a base designation, a transfer point. A-7. Xingtai stood beyond the door. Upon hearing transfer point, his expression shifted. Transfer what? No one answered. Jia Senshichi began to tremble. The edges of his steady-state talisman brightened. The obedience layer did not activate. Neither did the self-destruct core. What triggered was fear, not the curse mark. Do not send me to A-7. He dragged the sheets toward his chest. They changed cages there. Xingtai's pen froze above the record board. After 2 breaths, he wrote, patient exhibits intense fear response to A-7. Speech suppression not triggered. Location alias appears discussable. Qingxian ordered the medical ninja to remove the coordinate chart from the observation window. Enough. Cease reading. Sangjia resealed the isolation talisman. The black markings retreated into his wrist, starved of further sustenance. That evening the third summoned Qingxian, Riba, and Songjia. The coordinates of Eta 7 lay near the eastern border of the Fire Country, not distant from the merchant routes toward Land of Waves. Upon the unfolded map, Songjia recognized another familiar route. The 7th team's escort mission for Tazuna, if timelines held, would depart the village shortly. The 3rd's finger rested between the merchant route and Eta 7's coordinates. The 7th team accepts C-rank escort duties tomorrow. Qingxian's team will traverse adjacent routes under the pretense of inspecting residual seals at abandoned transfer points. Riba's expression darkened. Songjia leaves the village. The route has already made 3 contacts with him within the village walls. The 3rd half closed the map. Remaining within the village does not guarantee safety. If cages persist at the border, does the Hyuga wish to remain entirely ignorant? Riba did not respond immediately. Songjia gazed at the eastern border upon the map. Beneath his wrist the black markings grew faintly warm, as though a thread pulled him beyond the village gates. Qingxian stood at his side. Mission classification. Surface C-rank external support. Actual A&BU remote surveillance. The 3rd regarded Songjia. Your sole responsibilities: observe, identify, report. Unauthorized reading of unknown curse marks is strictly forbidden. Songjia pressed his isolation talisman firmly. What if it reads me first? The 3rd's pipe halted at the table's edge. Qingxian recorded the exchange. Upon encountering reverse identification, withdraw first then report. No unauthorized connections permitted. Upon awakening, Jias and Shichi requested to seat Songjia, a first initiative. Beyond the isolation window the boy grasped his bandages, the steady-state talisman upon his neck lying perfectly flat. Eta 7 is not the last. He forced each word through painstakingly, speech suppression untriggered. If the door bears 3 gray lines, do not enter. The black markings upon Songjia's right wrist tightened sharply after those words. Beneath the talisman the dark lines formed an arrow, not pointing toward Jias and Shichi, pointing outward, from the village. When the village exit permit was stamped, Shan Chengxingtai examined the mission scroll back and forth 3 times. C-rank external support route, eastern trade route, branch objective, verify sealing remnants at the old transfer point. No engagement, report any living beings immediately. He read the last part, his voice growing softer. Sensei, isn't the phrase no engagement usually not very effective? Qingxian was in the side room of the 3rd training ground, organizing sealing ropes. It works. At least we can write in the report that we didn't intend to fight. Xing Tai's face turned even paler. Yun Xinji hung the insect box on her waist. The swarm was 1 circle smaller than before the old warehouse mission. The loss from the insect repellent powder incident had not yet been replenished, but she did not complain. She merely divided the remaining swarm into 3 groups, scouting, alert, and residual tracking, and wrote them on a small paper slip to hand to Qingxian. Songjia sat in the corner. The medical cloth on his left eye had not been removed yet, and the isolation talisman on his right wrist had been replaced with a thinner field version. The black patterns quietly adhered beneath the talisman. As long as he approached the map, the patterns would gently contract toward the eastern border. The root curse seal had affixed a living compass to him. The after-sales service was terrible, but the navigation was precise. Hard to rate. A 5-star feature within a negative review. Qingxian placed a small sealing box in front of him. Copy of Type 37 steady-state talisman without your chakra. If you encounter a similar feedback line, first compare it with the standard talisman in the box. If not accurate, use the wrist tag to read directly. Do I look like I enjoy using myself as an interface? Qingxian pushed the box closer. You look like the type who would say, I can still run one more data set, when the interface is smoking. Xing Tai quietly added, the last 2 reports did look like that. Songjia glanced at him. Xing Tai immediately lowered his head to check his toolkit, pretending he was just a registration board that had become sentient and emitted a natural sound. Before departure, the Rixiang side hall summoned them. Richa did not forbid the mission, but gave 3 restrictions: no acting alone, no contact with Yushiba, Zhu, and no exchange of unauthorized information with the Hokage Zambu under the name of the Rixiang clan. Zuizhu is also on the main route of the eastern trade route. Richa placed a rough map of Team 7's mission route on the desk. If you approach, it will simultaneously bring the Hokage route and the remnants of the Yujibwa clan problem down on the Rixiang clan. Songjia glanced at the map. Team 7's route and Qingxian's squad route were adjacent with the narrowest distance, only a few li. According to the law of Ninja World accidents, such adjacent routes basically meant bound to collide sooner or later. What if Team 7 is attacked? Your squad leader will decide whether to support. Richa did not give him a personal choice. You are not a member of Team 7. Those words were cold, but accurate. When leaving the side hall, Ning Ci was wiping his palms under the training corridor. After his training volume recovered, he had switched the wrist bandages back to the old style. When Songjia passed by, the guard stood between them. Leaving the village, Ning Ci did not stop his movements. Border support. Ning Ci's palm struck the wooden post, and a muffled sound came from inside the post. Outside the village, no one cares if you're a branch family member. The Byakugan outside is just eyes. Song Jia tightened the forehead protector on his left arm. Is that your way of wishing me a safe journey? I'm reminding you not to die like a specimen. Ning Ci threw the bandages into the bamboo basket without any code this time. Also, don't bring Root's threads back to the Rixiang clan. The guard began recording. Ning Ci's words aligned with the interests of the Rixiang clan, so the guard wrote smoothly. Song Jia took 2 steps then looked back. The pain preparation channel under Ning Ci's forehead protector was not triggered, but his chakra was tighter than usual. It was not a normal expression of concern, it was the branch family genius's version of dare to die out there and see what happens. Quite awkward, but also very Ning Ci. At the main gate of my Qing Xian squad, and Team 7 assembled almost simultaneously. Mingren carried a backpack, excited like a child on his first outing, already mixing great mission, future Hokage, and escort the old man, together 3 times. Dazina stood aside, a sake flask hanging at his waist, his expression caught between disdain and suspicion. Xiaoying tried hard to maintain a genin's image while Zhuizhu leaned against a gatepost, his gaze sweeping over Song Jia's Byakugan and left arm forehead protector, then looking away. Song Jia. Mingren spotted him waving his arm as if he might throw his shoulder out. You're leaving the village too. Our Team 7 has a C-rank mission. Xingtai, holding his toolkit, murmured, we also have a C-rank. Mingren immediately leaned in. You too? That means we're traveling together. Qing Xian reached out and pressed down Mingren's head, which was leaning toward the mission scroll. Adjacent routes not together. Team 7 is under Chi Mu Ka. She, my squad, is under me. Don't mix up missions. Kakashi-sensei hasn't arrived yet. Xiao Ying's smile was barely holding. He's already an hour late. Qing Xian glanced at the sun's position. Waiting for the squad leader on your first field mission is also part of mission training. Mingren believed it for half a second, then exploded. What kind of training is that? Song Jia did not participate. Zhuizhu stood nearby, his chakra like a taut string. The remnant of mental energy from the Yujibwa clan's annihilation still pressed within him, far more evident than during his academy days. Song Jia did not activate his Byakugan deeply, only judged with his peripheral vision. Richa's warning was still fresh, and the Hokage Zumbu might also be watching from above the gate. No need to exchange one glance for 3 reports. When Kakashi finally appeared, he was holding a book, his tone so lazy that Mingren almost lunged at him on the spot. Sorry, I encountered a lost black cat on the way. Mingren pointed at the empty road. Where's there a black cat? Kakashi saw Qing Xian, and his gaze paused for a moment. So nice? Temporary support squad. Qing Xian showed him the mission badge. Adjacent routes, no interference. If a risk exceeding C-rank occurs, handle it according to the Hokage building's field cooperation protocol. Kakashi's gaze swept over Song Jia's left eye medical cloth and right wrist isolation talisman, his book page pausing midair. The Hokage-sama has been making quite lively arrangements lately. Qing Xian did not respond to that. Your side departing? Wait a moment. Kakashi looked at Team 7. First, let me confirm who brought provisions. Mingren said with full confidence, I brought ramen coupons. Xiaoying held her forehead, and Zhuizhu looked like he wanted to quit the team. Xingtai watched Team 7 and suddenly felt a faint sense of security toward the temporary support squad. At least Qing Xian had a low probability of being late, and his teammates wouldn't treat ramen coupons as field supplies. Although they were going to investigate the routes, old transfer point 1 couldn't demand perfection in everything. The 2 teams parted ways at the east gate. Team 7 took the main trade route, while Qing Xian's squad took the eastern branch. The first section of the road after leaving the village was very quiet, so quiet that Song Jia felt a bit unaccustomed. No main family corridors, no Hokage building recorders, no monitoring talismans from the medical isolation room. Only the road, the forest, the sound of birds, and the traces of wagon wheels pressing into the dirt in the distance. Qing Xian walked in front. Xingtai was responsible for checking old marks along the road, and Jinji's insect swarm spread out 30 paces. Song Jia was positioned in the middle back of the team, intermittently activating his ordinary Byakugan to observe chakra residues on both sides of the road. The black patterns on his right wrist kept pointing southeast by east. The farther from the more active the patterns. In the afternoon, the team stopped at a deserted relay station. One corner of the station's roof had collapsed, and the old pillar at the entrance was carved with the Fire Country merchant caravan mark. Qing Xian had Xingtai check for traps inside. Jinji release insects to explore the well, and Song Jia examined the wall residues. The wall bore old sealing marks, not the grayish-white control seal of root, but an ordinary anti-theft barrier long since deactivated. Xingtai found a moldy ledger under the counter containing records from a merchant caravan 10 years ago. The last few pages had been torn out with clean tear edges. Someone has tampered with the ledger. Xingtai placed the ledger into a sealed bag. About 6 pages were torn out. Jinji returned from the well. There's a medicinal smell inside the well, very old. The insects are reluctant to dive deep. Song Jia approached the well, and the black patterns on his right wrist grew hot. He looked down with his ordinary Byakugan. On the middle section of the well wall, there was a grayish-white scratch homologous to the old warehouse seal. Peripheral mark of the transfer point. Song Jia pressed down the isolation talisman on his wrist. Ichi is not a single location, it's a link in a transfer line. Qing Xian marked the relay station on the map. Continue. We won't stay here tonight. As the team set off again, a very faint chakra fluctuation came from the direction of the main trade route in the distance. Water nature, deeply concealed, traveling close to the ground. Song Jia stopped. Qing Xian noticed his change in position. Found something. Water release chakra. Not Team 7. Someone is lurking in the distance on the main road. 2 insects from Jinji's swarm also flew back from that direction, their wings carrying moisture. There's a strange ninja scent. 2 or more. Qing Xian looked at the map. That direction was exactly the route where Team 7 was escorting Dezina. Our mission is Ichi. Xing Tai's voice was dry, clearly aware that the statement carried little weight. Qing Xian folded the map. Approach and scout, no engagement. Song Jia use Byakugan only on the periphery. Jinji keep the swarm low. Xing Tai prepare retreat markers. At that moment, the black patterns on Song Jia's right wrist suddenly tightened. Not pointing to Ichi, but to a shadow farther behind the water release chakra on the main trade route. Qing Xian did not let the team charge directly toward the main trade route. The 4 of them cut diagonally through the side forest, maintaining a distance of over 200 paces from Team 7's path at all times. Makoto's insect swarm skimmed low above the grass blades. Kotai marked retreat routes with white powder behind tree roots. Suk periodically activated his Byakugan, scanning only chakra outlines without probing into any person's body. 2 water release chakra signatures. Suk stopped behind a tree. One beneath that puddle, the other concealed in the shadow of a roadside trunk. Their chakra is suppressed, but not cleanly enough. Likely Mist Village style. Kotai wrote Mist on a small paper slip, then immediately tucked it back into his bag. Field records should not contain unchecked speculation. Qing Xian would reprimand him. On the main trade route, Team 7 and Tazuna moved forward. Kakashi still appeared to be reading, while Naruto walked with the restless energy of someone ready to lunge at any suspicious leaf. Sakura positioned herself behind and to the side of Tazuna, with Sasuke on the outer flank ready to intercept any flanking attacks. Hidden within the puddle were 2 chakra signatures. Suk's first reaction was not that the demon brothers had arrived, but rather that these ambush positions were terribly chosen. After several clear days, a puddle sat in the center of the road. If Naruto could not spot it, Kakashi certainly would. Kakashi remained motionless, indicating he was fishing for information. Qing Xian understood, as well the Jonin commander of Team 7 has noticed. We will not interfere. Naruto passed the puddle. In the next instant, chains erupted from the water's surface as the demon brothers burst forth, their steel claw chains swirling toward Kakashi. He was torn to pieces by the chains, blood spraying in all directions. Kotai gasped sharply, nearly calling out, but a beetle from Makoto's swarm pressed against his lips, silencing him. Suk remained motionless. Through his Byakugan, he could see that Kakashi's true body had long since escaped via a substitution jutsu, and a wooden stump remained nearby. The water release ambush was merely the opening act, the real dangers still lay ahead. The demon brothers lunged at Tazuna, but Sakura stepped in front of him. Sasuke struck decisively, using kunai and shuriken to jam the chains. Naruto froze in place, then quickly turned pale from shame at his own hesitation. Kakashi appeared from a tree above and effortlessly subdued both mist ninjas. With the crisis on Team 7's side resolved, Qing Xian did not relax. These 2 are not everything you mentioned just now. He looked at Suk. What about that shadow further away? The black markings on Suk's right wrist still pointed further down the main road. A routine Byakugan scan revealed an anomaly in the mist at the edge of his vision. This was not the demon brothers' chakra. More stable, colder, hidden deeper. There is another person. Not the 2 Chunin we just encountered. The target may not be striking now. Makoto sent her insect swarm forward, but 3 failed to return. There is insect-repelling medicine in the mist, not concentrated but sufficient to deter the swarm. Qing Xian looked toward Team 7's direction. Kakashi was interrogating Tazuna. Naruto was emotionally volatile from his earlier freezing. Sasuke delivered cold, cutting remarks, and Sakura attempted to maintain formation between them. Kakashi ultimately decided to continue the mission. We continue on the side route, Qing Xian ordered. Team 7 has a Jonin. Our objective is the outer perimeter of Th7. Do not let them dictate our movements. Kotai visibly exhaled in relief, then felt a flush of shame for doing so. Suk remained silent. The black markings on his right wrist pointed toward the eastern border once more, but the mist chakra he had sensed earlier had left a distinct frequency in his memory. Mist Village water vapor interference insect repelling powder, watching the Byakugan user in the main road. In the afternoon, the temporary support unit arrived at the second old marker point. It was an abandoned roadside tea stall, its wooden pillars carved with trade route symbols. While inspecting beneath the table, Kotai found a broken metal buckle resembling those used on old warehouse restraints. Not standard horse equipment. He pinched the buckle between his fingers. Chakra conduction grooves ran along the inner side. Makoto's insect swarm discovered an earth-covered old wagon track behind the tea stall. The track was too narrow for ordinary freight carts, yet bore deep load impressions. It resembled a sealed transport vehicle that had carried heavy cargo. Sook stared down the length of the wagon track. The black markings on his right wrist grew warm, and the lines beneath his sealing talismans pointed toward the forest. The Th7 transfer line diverges from the main trade route here. He spread the map on the ground. The old track leads toward the border, bypassing all official checkpoints. Qing Xian swept his sealing cord along both sides of the track. We will camp at the forward station tonight. Tomorrow we trace the track. The confidentiality level of these records has been upgraded. Sensei, if we have already confirmed the old transfer line, should the mission rank be elevated? It already has been. I simply did not inform you. Qing Xian folded the map. Telling you would ruin your sleep. Kotai looked even more sleepless. At dusk, Qing Xian did not build a fire, only forming a low-light zone with sealing cloth. Makoto's insects patrolled the perimeter. Kotai rigged bell wires and non-lethal traps, and Sook maintained passive Byakugan sweeps of the surroundings every half hour. First sweep, nothing anomalous. Second sweep, a faint chakra fluctuation in the direction of the main trade route, intensity low. Team 7 was likely either settling into camp or arguing. Third sweep, near midnight, a wisp of water vapor appeared in the eastern forest. Sook did not immediately deepen his Byakugan skin, only resting his hand on Qing Xian's sealing cord nearby. Qing Xian woke instantly, his hand already gripping the cord's end. Direction: east 40 paces out. One person. High probability of a water clone. The true body is farther away. Makoto's insect swarm dispersed silently, but halted at 30 paces. The insects were not dying, they simply refused to approach further. Qing Xian signaled for Kotai to remain at camp, while he took Sook and Makoto around to the flank. Within the mist, a ninja in gray-blue robes crouched on a tree branch, his gaze fixed toward the main trade route. His waist-mounted ninjutsu pouch bore no Mist Village forehead protector, yet old scratch marks suggested deliberately removed insignia. Qing Xian's sealing cord lashed out, locking onto the figure's ankle. The water clone exploded, and the true body retreated from behind another tree. Sook's Byakugan locked onto the chakra core and called out left rear beneath the tree roots. That is not a water clone. Qing Xian altered his grip mid-flight, the cord wrapping around the man's right arm. The mist scout twisted backward and formed hand seals, unleashing a wall of water mist to disrupt vision. Sook saw through the chakra flows within the mist, but detected trace medicinal powder mixed into the water vapor, specifically designed to interfere with both insect swarms and the peripheral judgment of the Byakugan. He is mapping escape routes. An insect emerged from Makoto's sleeve and perched beside Qing Xian. It repeated two phrases: just now, Byakugan boy, Ninetail squad. Sook's chest tightened. Qing Xian pinned the scout against the tree trunk, sealing cords binding both hands. Who sent you? A small cluster of chakra suddenly flared beneath the scout's tongue. Poison sac. Sook called out. Qing Xian's grip on the man's jaw had been fast, but just a fraction too slow. The scout clamped his teeth shut, the poison sac ruptured, and both chakra and toxins surged into his throat. Qing Xian sealed the scout's neck with his cord, barely buying a few breaths. The scout's eyes grew bloodshot, yet his gaze slipped past Qing Xian and settled on Sook. Lord Kato wants more than just a bridge builder. Black blood gurgled from his throat. The final words came fragmented but clear enough for all three to hear. He also wants the eye of Konoha. The Kirigakure scout lay dead beside a tree root. Qing Xian had not allowed anyone to touch the corpse. The sealing rope first bound the mouth and throat. Only after Makoto's insect swarm confirmed the toxin was no longer leaking did Kota arrive to document the scene. Kota crouched 3 paces from the body, his pen hovering above the page, without touching down. Identity of the deceased, likely a Kirigakure wandering ninja. Cause of death, self-destructed poison sac beneath the tongue. Last words. He looked toward Qing Xian. Qing Xian supplied the format. Lord Kato requires the bridge builders and the eyes of Konoha. Record verbatim. No speculation. As Kota wrote down the 4 characters, 4 eyes of Konoha, his pen tip moved painfully slowly. The black mist beneath Sosuke's left medical wrapping had stopped spreading, but his right eye ached from the night observation. What eyes of Konoha meant needed no explanation. Byakugan Sharingan, even the Ninetails Jinchuriki, all could be listed with prices on the black market. Makoto lifted a small roll of waterproof paper from the scout's ninja tool pouch. Though a corner bore the stains of poison, 3 route sketches remained legible. The main trade route was marked Bridge Builders. Another branch route bore the label Byakugan, and the 2 lines converged near the outer reaches of Land of Waves. They know our route. Makoto slid the paper into a seal bag. They may not know the mission itself, only that a Byakugan boy will travel the adjacent road. Qing Xian turned to Sosuke's right wrist. Any reaction from the black markings? Sosuke peeled back the isolation talisman slightly. The black marks still pointed along route Echi, showing no deviation toward the fallen scout. This line traces route, not Kirigakure. That means we are being watched by two factions now, Koda said, his voice parched. Root's old line and the black market Kirigakure line. Sensei, may I reapply for the D-rank warehouse inventory job? Negative. You have been promoted to field evidence courier. Koda stared at the bag full of seal packets at his waist, his expression as though he wanted to resign, but had realized Jinin had no resignation button. Qing Xian sealed the scout's corpse into a temporary scroll and dispatched a dark ops message. The party did not sleep again. Before dawn, they relocated to an abandoned hunting cabin. Makoto deployed her insect swarm for perimeter defense. Koda redrew the route map, and Sosuke cross-referenced the map left behind by the scout. Beside the word Byakugan on the map was a small marking. Not the Hyuga clan crest, but the organ marking symbol commonly used by the black market. Sosuke recognized it, for in his past life, he had examined too many specimen labels under lab conditions. Across worlds, the logic remained equally repulsive. Target body part preservation conditions, price tier. A person reduced to a single tradable line item. Dignity, too costly, even for inventory. Qing Xian tore that corner free and sealed it. We do not proceed to Ecchi today. We go to the outer ring of the border black market to confirm the source of this intelligence. Koda looked up. We are going to the black market. The outer ring, Qing Xian corrected. We do not enter the trading floor, nor do we purchase anything. We confirm whether a bounty has been posted on us. Sosuke folded the map. If one has, then we determine who placed it. Qing Xian sheathed the sealing rope. The black market does not learn on its own that you carry half a caged bird seal, that your left eye is damaged, or of this mission route. The intelligence source matters more than the contract taker. That morning, the provisional support squad bypassed the main trade route and entered the border trail favored by traveling merchants. Roadside vendors grew sparse, roaming ninja grew common, and more faces appeared with their headbands defaced. Qing Xian had the 3 Jinin Don plain travel cloaks. Sosuke's forehead sealing wrap was hidden beneath his hood, and his left arm headband was wrapped in cloth, leaving only a quick access position. The outer black market occupied an abandoned granary converted into an intelligence relay point. Animal pelts and medicinal herbs hung at the entrance, yet everyone who entered or exited carried ninja tools. Qing Xian did not take the 3 into the barn. He only stationed Makoto's insects beneath the eaves to listen while he conducted the exchange himself with a one-legged broker outside the granary. At the sight of the Konoha Tower border pass token Qing Xian offered, the broker's smile did not appear. Konoha agents investigating the black market. Price doubles. Qing Xian set a small pouch of silver onto the wooden crate. I am checking bounties, not making arrests. Byakugan related. The broker's eyelid twitched. Byakugan always carries a price. Which variety do you seek? Recently posted. A boy Hyuga caged bird seal, not fully engraved. Sosuke stood 20 paces away, his hood shadow masking half his face. At the words, not fully engraved, the black mark on his right wrist did not react, but the residual mark upon his forehead flickered faintly. The broker did not reach for the money immediately. He first glanced at the 3 Jinin behind Qing Xian, his final gaze settling on the edge of Sosuke's hood. Did Konoha leak this yourselves, eh? Qing Xian's sealing rope slipped an inch from his sleeve. Answer the question. Yes. The price is absurdly high. The broker handed Qing Xian a thin sheet of paper. Conditions specify live capture. Supplementary notes: Hyuga branch family Byakugan anomaly caged bird seal, incomplete residual forehead markings unstable. Age range 9 to 12. Koda gasped audibly behind them, though he bit down hard on producing his registration slate. Pulling it out now would make them look as though they came to claim the bounty. Qing Xian read the paper, his voice flattening further. Contract takers. Several Kirigakure missing mean 2 roaming medical ninjas and men linked to Lord Kato are inquiring. The broker hesitated. One name on the list carries considerable reputation: Zabuza Momochi. Makoto's sleeve insects contracted. Koda finally could not contain himself and whispered, that Kirigakure demon. Qing Xian did not let him continue. The broker had already taken the money and added one more line. Additionally, an unofficial note states if the Byakugan boy is traveling with the Ninetales team, priority shifts to intercepting the Byakugan. The Ninetales team is priced separately. Sosuke did not activate his Byakugan, yet he felt several pairs of eyes scanning toward him from within the granary. Beneath his hood, his right hand pressed against the isolation talisman on his wrist. The Root black markings remained unervingly quiet. This bounty was not released by Root. Few knew of his half-engraved caged bird seal. The Hyuga elders, Konoha's Umbu Intelligence Division, and Root. Qing Xian led the party out of the black market's outer ring, stopping only once they had entered the forest. Conclusion. He looked at Sosuke, not to make him responsible, but to force him to articulate the full risk. Sosuke lowered his hood, the edge of the medical wrap over his left eye damp with sweat. Someone has posted my partial seal information on the black market. The objective may not be for the black market to actually obtain me, but rather to draw external forces' attention to the Byakugan, forcing the Hokage and the Hyuga to increase protective measures, and simultaneously to test me. Koda's face darkened. You sound like you are accusing Root. I have no evidence. Qing Xian sealed the bounty paper into a scroll. But we have leads. We report to Konoha Tower before nightfall. Ecchi mission is suspended and converted to risk reassessment. Makoto suddenly raised her hand. Her insect swarm returned from the forest edge, carrying moisture on their wings. Combat residues in the direction of the main trade route. Water release, lightning release, and the scent of blood. This matches Team 7's route. Sosuke's ordinary Byakugan swept toward the distance. Behind the tree cover he could only discern several chaotic currents of chakra. Kakashi's chakra dense and concentrated alongside an unfamiliar water release signature of extraordinary strength, heavy as a great blade pressing down through the mist. Naruto's chakra noise was present as well, rising rapidly. Qing Xian did not hesitate. Approach the outer perimeter. If the Team 7 Jonin are still engaged, we provide support only from observation range. We do not enter the core. Kota shouldered his tool pack, his voice unsteady. Sensei, the bounty just stated priority intercept on the Byakugan. Qing Xian fastened the sealing rope to his wrist. That is precisely why we cannot wait at the black market's outer ring for them to come collect their cargo. The party moved at speed toward the main trade route. Forest mist thickened and the insect swarm flew low. At the far edge of Sosuke's right eye vision, a colossal cleaver blade spun from the mist, shearing through several branches before embedding itself in the center of the road beside the bridge. Within the fog, a pair of eyes turned toward his direction. As that gaze from the mist shifted toward Sangjie, Qingxuan's sealing rope had already coiled around his wrist. Fall back behind the tree. Do not meet his eyes. Sangjie did not ask who he was. That water-style chakra was suffocatingly heavy, as though someone had pressed an entire lake into the fog and then churned its outline layer by layer with chakra. A standard Kirigakure ninja could not achieve such mastery. What made it worse was the precision of that earlier glance. It had been the calculated angle of someone verifying the location of a shipment. The boy with the Byakugan. Those 4 characters on the black market slip were still sealed within the scroll, as fresh and incriminating as evidence pulled straight from the furnace. Maki's insect swarm retreated from the front, a few landing on her sleeve, their antennae heavy with mist. She tightened the lid on her insect box, just a fraction. There's repellent powder in the mist. Not combat grade. This is a perimeter warning. Qing Xian pressed the map beneath a tree root, his fingertip tracing the main path of Team 7, and the branch road they currently occupied. Team 7 has entered the enemy's observation radius. We cannot risk bringing the Byakugan closer for them to confirm. We leave the main road's line of sight, first head to the black market outskirts to trace the bounty's origin. Kotai clutched the evidence scroll to his chest, his expression as though he'd just been ordered to balance the books at the mouth of a volcano. Sensei, the enemy already spotted Sanjie's direction. Going to the black market now would be like walking up to them with the bounty poster and asking, "Excuse me, did you post this?" Then we don't enter the field. Qing Xian tucked the scroll inside his vest. Outskirts informants answer only to Rio and risk. We pay with coins, not faces. Sanjie pulled his hood lower. A medical bandage over his left eye covered half his face, and his right eye dared not stay open too long. Yet the black markings beneath the isolation talisman on his right wrist seemed to remind him that the thread connecting him to Root had not yet been severed. Whether it was Zabuzagato or the black market, none of these troubles had surfaced in isolation. Someone had tossed his partial seal intelligence into the murkiest waters, waiting to see which predator would take the bait first. The outskirts of the border black market were in even greater disarray than in the morning. 2 new guards stood at the warehouse entrance. One stocky and short, the other lean and tall, both with their headbands deliberately slashed. Animal hides, medicinal herbs, and worn ninja tools were displayed outside, giving the appearance of an ordinary border bazaar. Yet those coming and going all seemed to make a habit of keeping their hands hidden in their sleeves. Qing Xian did not allow the 3 genin to approach the warehouse. Instead, he stationed them behind a stall selling dried fish. The odor was so pungent that Kotai's fear forced against his face curdled into discomfort. I call this place a form of psychological warfare. Sangjie leaned against a wooden pillar, his right eye scanning the chakra residue beneath the warehouse eaves. At least it won't trigger the curse mark. Kotai thought about it for a moment, and to his own surprise found it logical. He pulled out his small notebook and jotted down dried fish stall can mask scent signature, but at considerable personal cost. Maki's insect swarm crept along the roof's ridge, careful not to enter the warehouse, merely pressing against the eaves seems to listen. Qing Xian walked toward the limping informant alone. The informant had swapped to a tattered hat today. Upon seeing Qingxuan, he did not pack up. Instead, he brushed aside a pile of animal bones on his stall to reveal a wooden box. You leaf ninja investigate faster than I expected. One of ours from Kirigakure died last night, and the bounty price climbed again today. Qing Xian placed a pouch of Rio beside the box. Who raised it? The black market never asks about the source. Qingxuan's sealing rope slipped an inch from his cuff. It did not touch the pouch, merely coiling once around the wooden box. Then tell me what you know. The informant glanced toward the dried fish stall. Sangjie did not activate his Byakugan eye. Beneath his hood only a corner of sealing cloth was visible. The informant drew a thin slip of paper from his sleeve and slid it across, concealing it beneath a hide. New annotation. The target, Byakugan boy, may bear an unsealed control mark. Capture alive preferred. Eyes intact fetch a premium. Residual forehead markings are priced separately. If escorted by the Hokage or a Hyuga, destruction costs may be escalated. Behind the fish stall, Kotai nearly crumpled his notebook. Residual forehead markings sold separately. They really know how to portion out their inventory. Sangjia listened with detached calm. It was after all consistent with black market logic. The Byakugan was a commodity, the residual marks ancillary specimens, the Hokage's escort at transit risk, and the Hyuga guards merely post-sale disputes. Once a person is dissected into line items, even fear becomes redundant. Redundant emotions do not appear on price lists. Qingxian took the slip of paper. Instead of asking directly about Zabuza, he changed the question. What does the buyer intend to do with the Byakugan? The informant's smile was brief. Your Hyuga eyes have always carried a premium on the black market. Meridian inspection, trap detection, seal breaking, transplantation collection. Whole living extraction yields the highest value. Dead eyes are discounted. A branch family Byakugan that has not fully undergone the caged bird seal. Such a specimen might not surface in a decade. Upon hearing this, the lean guard glanced toward the dried fish stall. A single insect inside Maki's cuff fluttered its wings softly. Qingxuan's sealing rope had already looped beneath the wooden box. The informant immediately lowered his voice. Hold your blades. There is one more detail. Among the contractors is a Kirigikure missing mean Momochi Zabuza. Gato's men have made contact, but he does not necessarily work solely for him. Qingxian pushed the coin pouch forward. Source. That I truly do not know. The sealing rope cinched around a corner of the box. The lid cracked open with a sharp click, revealing several black market identification tags inside. The informant's expression shifted. Qingxian did not open the box. He simply retracted the rope. You do not know the origin, but you know who quoted the price first. The informant's hand froze atop the animal hide. Someone was emerging from the warehouse, and the guards shifted their attention inward. One more hesitation, and the situation would escalate into open conflict. A middleman arriving from the land of fire. No headband, exceptionally clean Chakra signature, speaks little. Deals only in information, never handles cargo. Some say root. Others say internal Hyuga faction strife. The black market cares not for such disputes. Qingxian sealed the slip inside the scroll, turned, and departed. You saw no one today. The informant retrieved the pouch and did not look up again. After the four departed the black market outskirts, Qingxian did not retrace his steps. Instead, he detoured toward a gravel slope. From below, the distant fog along the main trade route was visible. The fog was denser than in the morning, as though someone had deliberately severed Team 7 from the outside world. Qingxian unfurled the bounty slip for the three to see. This information leaked from at least 3 separate sources. The Hyuga, the Hokage's faction route. Root bears the greatest suspicion, yet we cannot rule out someone operating under Root's name. Kotai organized the fragmented notes he had secretly taken into a formal record. Do we continue investigating Eta 7? Qingxian folded the map in two. One half traced Eta 7's transit route, the other followed the main road of the Land of Waves. Pause Eta 7 for half a day. An A and B level water style has appeared near Team 7's direction, and the bounty ties Sangjia and the Nine-Tail squad together. We must confirm whether both threads are being pulled by the same hand. The black markings on Sanjia's right wrist did not point toward Team 7. Yet the residual marks on his forehead gave a faint rhythmic pulse as the mist thickened. From somewhere deep within the fog came the sound of metal striking metal. It was not the lightweight chain blades of the Hozuki brothers, but the heavy impact of weaponry smashing against the earth. Maki's insect swarm retreated from the main road's direction, 7 missing. She pressed her palm against the insect box. Overwhelming Chakra signatures in the fog ahead. The swarm cannot approach. Someone is sweeping the area for reconnaissance. Qingxian tightened his sealing rope. Hold the outer perimeter. Do not expose the Byakugan's location. Sangjia pulled his hood down once more. As his right eye gazed into the fog's edge, the massive executioner's blade spun through the trees and embedded itself squarely in the center of the trade road. Upon the blade's hilt, a tall, heavily bandaged figure stepped forward. A low chuckle rolled through the mist. Konoha ninja, and you've brought another pair of eyes as well. Zabuza did not strike immediately. He stood upon the hilt of his massive cleaver, the fog curling around the blade's spine and spreading outward in both directions. Team 7 lay in the center of the road. Kakashi had thrust Tazuna behind him while Sasuke and Sakura were already in defensive stances. Naruto reacted a half-beat slower, his hand drifting toward his ninja tool pouch. Qingxian's team was positioned at the side rear among the treeline. Far enough away, yet singled out by a single phrase, another pair of eyes. Xing Tai's face clearly read, I'm only support staff. Why is an elite Jonin defector targeting me? Qingxian signaled the 3 genin to stay behind the trees. The sealing rope remained dark, pressed flat against his cuff. Do not activate your Byakugan. Kakashi will handle it. Sangjia understood what handle it meant. Kakashi had not been unaware of their presence. Adjacent routes, outer perimeter proximity, the insect swarm recon, all movements that could not escape a Jonin's notice. Kakashi kept quiet, allowing Qing Xian's team to serve as outer support. But Zabuza had now dragged the Byakugan from the shadows into the open, turning peripheral support into a potential target. On the main road, Kakashi pushed his forehead protector upward, exposing the Sharingan. Mist Ghost, Momochi Zabuza. I never expected to cross paths with someone like you on a C-rank mission. Tazuna's sake flask slipped from his grasp and hit the ground. Naruto finally exploded. Hey, old man, weren't you just supposed to escort us home? What kind of enemy is this? Sakura's face drained of color, yet she still stood in front of Tazuna. Sasuke did not retreat, but his chakra was stretched to its absolute limit. Through the trees, Tsang Jia could see that taut line of spiritual energy, like a thread about to snap under the weight of killing intent. Zabuza's gaze lingered on Team 7 for only a moment. Sharingan, Kakashi, the Nine-Tails brat, and the Byakugan hiding in those woods. Kato must be underpaying this time. Qing Xian murmured, he knows the bounty. Xing Tai bit down on his pen cap, forcing himself to record, Kato is underpaying, as enemy has confirmed the Byakugan bounty value, suspected connection to black market intelligence. Tsang Jia fixed his eyes on the mist rising from Zabuza's feet. A standard Byakugan was enough to see one thing: Zabuza's fog was not merely obscuring vision. Woven into the mist were layers of water-style chakra, each one fracturing silhouettes and blurring the meridian boundaries visible to the Byakugan. Zabuza knew a Byakugan user was present and had already prepared countermeasures. This was no mere chance encounter on the road. Someone had delivered his existence and Team 7's route to Zabuza's ears beforehand. Before Kakashi moved, Qing Xian had already made his judgment. Maki, loop your swarm behind. Do not enter the fog. Xing Tai, mark the retreat lines. Tsang Jia, watch only the chakra fluctuations on the perimeter. Do not focus on Zabuza's body. Close your eyes if the killing intent surges. Close my eyes. I won't see anything. Opening them won't necessarily keep you alive longer. The words had barely left his mouth when Zabuza's figure vanished from atop the sword hilt. The fog thickened suddenly. Only Kakashi's voice rang out along the trade route. Protect Tazuna. Do not move. Naruto surged forward instinctively, but was seized by the collar of his jacket by Sasuke. Idiot, be quiet. Naruto almost fired back, but the next instant killing intent engulfed everything. It was not merely chakra suppression. It was like a trained, methodical slaughter memory forced into every person's senses. Sakura's breathing broke. Naruto's chakra noise spiked to the point of nearly bursting from his skin. Sasuke stood rooted, his body taut as a string ready to snap. Tsang Jia felt the pressure even within the forest. White spots flickered at the edge of his right eye, and the scar on his forehead twitched. He forcibly narrowed his field of observation, focusing only on the flow of the mist. 7 chakra signatures appeared within the fog. Water clones. No, at least 2 were not complete clones. They resembled false outlines built from condensed mist. Zabuza deliberately allowed the Byakugan to see multiple targets, using half-true, half-fake chakra signatures to cloud judgment. If Tsang Jia had called them out blindly, it could have walked Team 7 straight into a blade. Qing Xian kept his voice low beside him. See anything? Nothing clear. Tsang Jia handed over his most critical assessment first. He's fabricating false outlines with water vapor. I cannot report exact positions. Qing Xian showed no disappointment, converting the words into hand signals relayed to the outer Yanbiyu. The hidden leaf Yanbiyu received the signal from a distance, did not intervene in the main battle, and only adjusted their surveillance positions. The sound of clashing steel rang from within the fog on the main road. Kakashi and Zabuza had already engaged. Water clones burst apart only for new mist to reform. The trio of Team 7 circled Tazuna. Naruto tried to move several times, each effort blocked by the positioning of Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi's voice echoed through the fog, maintaining tactical rhythm. Tsang Jia suddenly noticed a shift in the water vapor flow. Not toward Kakashi. Toward the forest. He's testing us. Qing Xian pushed the 3 back. Retreat 30 paces. A water clone of Zabuza burst from the fog's edge. Slower than the original, but enough to cut down a genin. Qing Xian's sealing rope lashed out, wrapping around the clone's wrist. The clone was wrenched off course, and the replica water blade of the great cleaver sliced into the tree trunk, shearing half the tree clean in one stroke. The color drained from Xing Tai's face. The retreat marker powder spilled from his grip across the ground. Maki's insect swarm descended upon the water clone. It burst open and the water mixed with insect repellent. The swarm dropped in droves. Maki said nothing, only drawing her sleeve back and scattering the remaining insects along the ground. Tsang Jia retreated half a beat too slow. From the mist of the exploding clone, a single filament-thin line of chakra swept toward his left eye medic bandage. Not an attack, more like an assessment of his injury. He raised his arm using the metal plate of his forehead protector to block the thread. The metal dimpled slightly, but his left eye bandage was untouched. Xing Xian's sealing rope lashed out a second time, nailing the residual water vapor to the ground. Confirmed. He knows your left eye is damaged. Xing Tai retrieved his marker powder pouch, his voice unsteady. That wasn't in the bounty notes. Song Jie stared at the water vapor sealed into the earth. Not on the black market sheet either. Which meant Zabuza held more intelligence than the publicly circulated bounty. Knowing about the Byakugan anomaly, the unsealed caged bird seal, the damaged left eye, and the adjacent route with Team 7. That chain of information was beyond what any ordinary Kato operative could compile. Route. Or someone had stolen a portion of route records and sold them to the outside world. On the main road, the battle escalated into a frenzied exchange. Kakashi copied water-style techniques. Zabuza formed hand seals at blistering speed. The fog was torn open by water dragons, then knitted shut again. For the first time, the three members of Team 7 truly grasped the scale of a Jonin-level fight. Naruto's mouth opened and closed as if finally realizing how many lives separated his freshly graduated status from the reality of this battlefield. Xing Xian did not let his team draw any closer. Mission parameters changed. We do not reinforce the core engagement. Record the extent of Zabuza's knowledge regarding the Byakugan, then withdraw to the second-line support position behind Team 7. Song Jie fell into step retreating. The black markings on his right wrist still pointed toward Ichi, while the scar on his forehead throbbed with low-frequency spasms irritated by residual control energy within Zabuza's water vapor. Zabuza was not rude himself, but he had come into contact with that intelligence network. Just as they reached the support line, a dull impact echoed from within the fog. Kakashi was trapped. The water prison technique encased him in a sphere of water. With one hand sustaining the jutsu, Zabuza split a water clone and marched toward Team 7. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna were cornered at the roadside. Zabuza's voice emerged from the mist. Kakashi, your students, and that Byakugan over there, they all stay today. Song Jie stood behind the support line. For an instant his standard Byakugan perceived the water prison's maintenance threads, and his right eye flared with pain. To guard against both Team 7 and Song Jie himself, Zabuza had left an additional water clone stationed. The original window of opportunity was blocked. Without waiting for Song Jie to speak, Xing Xian had already turned her gaze to the main road. Kakashi is trapped. Water prison technique. Song Jie's right eye fixed on the high-density water sphere in the mist. Zabuza's main body must keep one hand maintaining the water prison. In front of Team 7 stood a water clone, and there was an additional water clone by the forest edge specifically watching them. Xing Tai gripped the strap of his tool pouch. Even the Jonin is trapped. What can we do by going there? Xing Xian wound the sealing rope back around her wrist, her gaze pressing into the mist. If we don't save Kakashi, Team 7 and Dazina will all die. We don't fight Zabuza's main body, we only handle the extra water clone. Song Jie understood that Xing Xian meant extra. Originally Naruto and Sasuke's shuriken transformation combo had a chance to force Zabuza to let go. But now because of the Byakugan's presence, Zabuza had kept an extra water clone, and that clone would cut off Naruto's path. Time was running out. The water clone was already closing in on Team 7. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto, gripping his kunai steadily, but unable to bridge the gap in strength. Sakura guarded Dazina as they retreated to the trees, her expression grim, yet she did not flee. Naruto trembled under the pressure of real killing intent for the first time, and his earlier mistake, his chakra surging in erratic waves. Song Jie suddenly understood why Kakashi had given Team 7 that absurd bell test. In a real mission, the enemy wouldn't wait for them to finish their pep talk. If their coordination lagged by half a beat, a teammate would be cut open. Xing Xian assigned the roles. Jinji used the insect swarm to obstruct the water clone's vision. We don't need bites. Xing Tai smoke pellets and talcum powder. Song Jie, can you use a low-power clone? I can manage half a use. Half a use is still within the budget. Xing Tai pulled out 2 smoke pellets and a pouch of talcum powder from his bag. His hands were shaking visibly, but he didn't grab the wrong items. Jinji's insect swarm had already split into 2 paths, approaching the extra water clone by the forest edge from both the ground and the branches. Song Jie suppressed his chakra to the minimum. He couldn't make a standard clone, and the low-power afterimage couldn't sustain a full human shape. He only needed a faint silhouette of the Byakugan boy appearing in a position where the water clone could see. Xing Xian raised her hand. The operation began. Jinji's insect swarm charged into the mist's edge. The water clone swung its blade, and a water blade laced with insect repellent dispersed, knocking down a patch of the swarm. Xing Tai seized the moment to toss the smoke pellets onto the ground. The smoke didn't spread fully, just rolling into a pale gray layer at ground level. Talcum powder scattered over the wet earth, forming an extremely slippery mud film. Song Jie's low-power clone appeared to the left of the water clone. Thin, faint, scentless. It couldn't fool Chuanzhong, you couldn't fool a sensory ninja, but it was enough to deceive a water clone ordered to watch the Byakugan for half a breath. The water clone's blade turned toward the afterimage, its foot stepping into the slippery talcum mud. Its movement was off by half an inch. Xing Xian's sealing rope shot out from the smoke, wrapping around the water clone's ankle and dragging it toward the tree roots. The water clone exploded, water splashing and dispersing the smoke. The extra one was gone. On the main road, Naruto had just been kicked down by the water clone. He lay in the mud, fingers digging into the ground, and heard the burst of water from the forest edge. He jerked his head up. Sanjia stood behind the mist, his right eye aching with pain, yet he still made a small gesture toward him. It wasn't a standard ninja hand signal, but a rhythm they had used while drawing circles on the training ground. 1, 2, 3. Naruto froze for half a breath, then gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet. Sasuke didn't look at Sanjia, but he caught the moment when Naruto's emotions steadied. He whispered the plan to Naruto, and their earlier quarrel was forced into cooperation. A giant shuriken was thrown with a second hidden in the shadow of the first. Beside the water prison, Zabuza was still sneering. Such a trick. The first was dodged, the second closed in. Zabuza couldn't release the water prison, so he had to block with his free hand. The second shuriken transformed back into Naruto mid-air, his kunai stabbing toward the hand, maintaining the water prison. Zabuza let go. The water prison dispersed, and Kakashi broke free. The mist was blown away in a circle by Chakra. Kakashi landed his Sharingan fixed on Zabuza. The situation returned to Jonin versus Jonin. Qingxian did not step forward to seize the main battlefield. She brought the 3 Genin back to the support line, and Xingtai's first action was to write down extra water clone eliminated Naruto, and Sasuke completed coordination. When he wrote, Naruto transformed into a shuriken, he paused for half a breath. Does this count as a creative ninjutsu, or an illegal throw? Sanjia leaned against a tree, his side starting to ache again. It counts as surviving. Xingtai found this classification very practical, and noted it beside tactics effective details to be judged by examiner. The second round of combat between Kakashi and Zabuza was even faster. Copying ninjutsu, psychological pressure, water release clashes. Sanjia didn't delve deeper into watching the Sharingan. That eye's chakra density was too high. It didn't belong to the Hitaki body, yet it was used with extreme proficiency. If he kept watching, Kakashi would notice, and Rich's warning would come back to life. Jinji's insect swarm returned close to the ground. There is a third party in the mist. Qingxian immediately looked at her. Location: high ground. No killing intent. Observing Zabuza and Kakashi, Sanjia's ordinary Byakugan swept toward the treetops. The mist and water vapor interference persisted, but on a distant tree there was an extremely faint chakra outline. Finer than a medical ninja with control precision, unlike an ordinary pursuit ninja. That person did not approach as if waiting for a certain moment. Sanjia suppressed the name in his mind, not saying it aloud. Zabuza was being suppressed by Kakashi, his ninjutsu rhythm starting to falter. Kakashi's Chidori had not yet appeared, but the killing move was closing in. The third party in the tree moved. Several sunban pierced through the mist, striking into the side of Zabuza's neck. Zabuza fell. The mist then thinned. A masked youth landed on a tree trunk claiming to be a pursuit ninja from the hidden mist. Kakashi checked Zabuza and confirmed death. Team 7 tense until now finally began to breathe. Naruto saw it. Sanjia and Qingxian's squad emerge from the forest edge and immediately called out. Sanjia, that was you just now, right? You guys are here too. Kakashi's gaze fell on Qingxian, then on the edge of Sanjia's hood. Did the Hokage arrange adjacent routes? Qingxian handed over the mission scroll. B7 old transfer line inspection. Discovered a black market bounty and hidden mist scouts along the way. Zabuza knew about the Byakugan. Kakashi took the mission scroll and gave it only a glance. It seems Mr. Dezina's C-rank mission has quite a lot of content. Dezina turned his face away, not daring to look at anyone. Naruto was still immersed in the excitement of their breakthrough, raising a thumb toward Sanjia. That translucent clone of yours is so sneaky. Teach me when we get back. If you were present, he would probably comment, can't fool a dog. Sanjia was about to reply, when his right eye swept over the direction the pursuit ninja youth had left. As by lifted Zabuza, the gaze beneath the mask briefly fell on Sanjia. It wasn't the look of regarding an enemy. It was more like confirming how much those other eyes had seen. Kakashi did not stop by from taking Zabuza away. Over at Team 7, Naruto nearly leapt up to protest, just letting him walk away. Sakura was still too shaken to fully compose herself, and Sasuke stared toward the path the pursuing ninja had taken, his expression darker than before. Kakashi covered his Sharingan once more, his chakra levels returned swiftly, the drain unmistakable. Qingxian stood beside him, making no move to interfere with Kakashi's judgment. Only after Bai's figure vanished among the trees did Song Jia lower his voice to report to Qingxian. Zabuza is not dead. Qingxian did not turn his head, merely looping the ceiling rope once around his wrist. On what grounds? Life signals are suppressed, not extinguished. The Senbon placements avoided vital points. The pursuing ninja's chakra control resembles that of a medical ninja. Xingtai's pin nearly escaped his grip again, but Qingxian's glare pinned it back into his bag. This was not their mission site. They could not transcribe Zabuza's feigned death into a report and read it aloud before Kakashi. Yet Kakashi seemed to have overheard, turning to regard Sanjia. Your Byakugan perceived this. Song Jie did not activate his eye, maintaining only normal vision with his right. A rough assessment. The fog interferes too severely. I cannot guarantee accuracy. Kakashi regarded him for 2 breaths. His book had apparently been stowed in his ninja pouch without notice. An assessment that cannot guarantee accuracy is sometimes more troublesome. Qing Xian took up the thread. We will not interfere with Team 7's decisions. But the black market bounty confirms Zabuza had contact regarding Byakugan intelligence. I recommend you reclassify the mission level to the Hokage Tower. Tazuna finally buckled under their combined stares and confessed that he had concealed the Gato threat. Upon hearing this, Naruto was first stunned, then slammed his chest and vowed to absolutely continue the escort. Sakura fretted over the mission classification. Sasuke offered no statement, but did not propose returning to the village. Kakashi appeared languid, yet his gaze swept across each student's reaction. The Provisional Support Squad was compelled to participate in a brief, impromptu mission briefing. Qing Xian's stance was unambiguous. Our Ichi mission cannot be abandoned. Team 7 continues the escort. We advance synchronously along the outer route. If Zabuza revives, or black market forces come into contact with the Byakugan bounty, the 2 teams will handle it as field collaboration. Naruto immediately raised his hand. So we're going together. Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's head and pushed him back. Adjacent, not together. Do not drag someone else's mission into your own hot-blooded sequel. Naruto did not understand sequel, but he understood not together, and his face fell. Song Jie, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Actual togetherness would be far more dangerous. On Team 7's side, Zabuza by Gato Sasuke's Sharingan, awakening Naruto's Nine-Tails fluctuation. On the Provisional Support Squad side, Ichi Root's Old Threads Byakugan bounty. Both sides were already sufficiently chaotic. Binding them completely together would produce a report scroll long enough to write until the Hokage retired. After the groups separated once more, Qing Xian did not immediately resume travel, but instead re-established a brief halting point within the woodland. Debrief. Xing Tai flipped open his small notebook, finally granted legitimate record-keeping opportunity. Qing Xian pointed toward the main trade route. Enemy intelligence assessed Byakugan Youth Nine-Tails Squad Tazuna escort, possible route overlap. Zabuza prepared moisture vapor and insect-repelling powder specifically against Byakugan and insect reconnaissance. The black market bounty contents were additionally supplemented. The source remains unknown. Junji added, the pursuing ninja youth's chakra control is refined, carrying abnormal ice nature fluctuations. The insect swarm's temperature dropped when approaching. Song Jie looked at her. You sensed ice. The insects sensed it first. Junji's sleeve produced a bug. Its legs exhibited slight rigidity. The fog contains traces of mixed water and wind, but this is not ordinary wind release. Qing Xian recorded abnormal ice nature in his own notes without drawing conclusions. Xing Tai cautiously asked, if Zabuza is truly alive, will he return? He will. Qing Xian capped his pen. His mission is unfinished. Gato will not spare Tazuna, nor will Zabuza spare Kakashi. Song Jie's right wrist black marks grew faintly warm at this moment. The direction remained the eastern border, yet briefly intersected with Team 7's advance route. The Ichi transport line may have utilized the Land of Waves trade routes. He spread the map. Old wheel tracks deviate from the main road at the T Pavilion, bypass the checkpoint, then draw near the coast again at the periphery of the Land of Waves. Gato controls the waterways. If someone wished to transport live cargo, that location would be convenient. Qing Xian pressed down the map, his gaze sharpening. Root's Old Threads and Gato's black market lines may intersect. Xing Tai finished writing this sentence and grew considerably worse. Sensei Root Black Market Mist Defector Gato. Does this combination still qualify as C rank? From the moment you asked that question, it no longer does. Qing Xian resealed the mission scroll. But mission reclassification is determined formally by the Hokage Tower. What we are doing now is gathering sufficient evidence to justify an upgrade. That afternoon, the Provisional Support Squad continued along the Ichi wheel tracks. The ruts were intermittent, several patches covered by fresh soil. Junji's insect swarm located half a wooden tag beneath a mud slope inscribed with Ichi Outer 2. When Xing Tai sealed the tag, he discovered bloodstains on the reverse side. The blood was old, having seeped deep into the wood grain. Song Jie examined it with his ordinary Byakugan for half a breath. The tag once contacted binding straps. The bloodstains contain residual pain seal markings. Qing Xian did not permit him to examine further. Seal it. We camp tonight at the old hunting lodge at the mountain foothill. Tomorrow we reach the final marker point before the periphery of the Land of Waves. At dusk, the campsite near the stream. The water's murmur tightened everyone's nerves. Zabuza's water release pressure had not yet fully dissipated. When Xing Tai set the bell lines, he added 2 extra layers on the water-facing side. Junji's insect swarm avoided the stream surface, and Song Jie checked for mist vapor with every scan. The first night watch fell to Qing Xian and Song Jie. Qing Xian sat at the hunting lodge entrance, one end of his ceiling rope coiled around the doorframe, the other resting on the ground. You did not expose the pursuing ninja today. Song Jie flattened the isolation talisman on his right wrist. Nor did Kakashi intervene. This indicates he has his own judgment. Had I exposed him, Zabuza would have awakened on the spot, but would have struck immediately, and Team 7 would have fought another round. Meanwhile, we still carry the Byakugan bounty. Sound judgment. Qing Xian handed him a fresh sheet of record paper. Write what you observed regarding the feigned death structure as personal observation only. You do not state conclusions. Keep your language within the bounds of evidence. Song Jie took the paper and paused when writing, life signals suppressed. Bai's control precision was remarkably high. It stood in complete opposition to the bindings on Jia San Shichi's body. One reduced a person to a tool through force, the other led a person to willingly become a tool. Yet the outcomes resembled each other closely. Both surrendered themselves to another's use. At midnight, Jinji's insect swarm returned from downstream along the stream, carrying back a slender white fiber, resembling herb bandages, yet bearing a faint chill. Qing Xian accepted the fiber and sealed it. Left by the pursuing ninja, Song Jie scanned the chakra residue on the fiber with his right eye. Possibly. The water and wind fusion is remarkably stable. No sooner had he spoken than footfalls sounded from the woods across the stream. Not Root. Not Miss Scouts. The steps were light, deliberately not concealed to the utmost, as though the wearer knew they could be discovered. A herb-gathering youth wearing a bamboo hat stood at the stream's edge, a basket of herbs upon his back. The mask was not upon his face, his features were delicate, his voice steady. Konoha's Byakugan youth. Qing Xian's sealing rope slid into his palm. I did not look at Qing Xian, gazing only at Song Jie's right eye. You saw it, didn't you? The creek divided them by making no move to cross. Qing Xian's sealing cord traced the ground, while Maki's insects poured from the eaves of the hunting lodge. Kuda, aroused by the commotion, emerged from behind the door, with only half his frame visible, his tool bag clutched tightly. Song Jie stood at the doorway, his left eye still wrapped in medical gauze, the isolation talisman on his right wrist warm against his skin in the darkness. There were indeed medicinal herbs in Bai's basket. The swarm had not been swatted away by the repellent powder upon approach, indicating their opponent did not plan to engage here, or at least not immediately. Qing Xian set the terms of contact first. One more step, and I'll handle you as hostile ninja. Bai halted behind a boulder beside the stream. I'm not here for combat. Master Zabuza requires recuperation, and I require medicine. Kuda murmured under his breath. He makes the act of feigning death sound so natural. Qing Xian did not look back. Kuda instantly shut his mouth, clutching his tool bag more firmly. Song Jie ignored Bai's remark and asked the vital question. Why seek me out? Bai extracted a medicinal plant from his basket and set it upon a rock beside the stream. Dampness clung to the herb's roots, its chakra residue faint. You did not reveal, Master Zabuza. Kakashi witnessed it as well, yet kept silent. You have all made your choices. Revelation offers little gain, great risk. A faint smile seemed to touch Bai's lips. You do not resemble a Konoha child, but rather a blade forged in a laboratory. With those words, the dark patterns on Song Jie's right wrist tightened. Laboratory blade instrument. Bai knew nothing of Experiment Alpha 37, nor the ancient root warehouse, yet precisely stepped into the same semantic realm. Qing Xian broke in. Are you testing him, or testing the Konoha reinforcement squad? I merely wish to verify one matter. Bai's gaze drifted from Song Jie's eyes to the headband on his left arm. The Byakugan can penetrate my ice. Upon our next encounter, we shall be adversaries. A restless movement rippled through the insects in Maki's sleeve. Ice. Bai ignored Maki, his gaze fixed solely on Song Jie. Were you to perceive the structure, you would understand that sparing Master Zabuza's secret does not guarantee your safety. Gato desires the bridge architect, but also the eyes of Konoha. Master Zabuza's acceptance of the contract does not imply he will surrender you to Gato. Is this considered a warning? Bai returned the medicinal herb to his basket. Consider it a settling of debts for your silence. Qing Xian's sealing cord remained taut. When will Zabuza strike Team 7 again? Bai retreated half a step, a faint mist gathering from the streamside vapor. You will come to know in due course. The haze dissolved, leaving the figure absent from the streamside. Maki's swarm pursued to the water's edge before halting, returning with a dusting of frost upon their legs. Kuda at last extended his head from behind the door. Sensei, does this not mean proof of Zabuza's survival has arrived unbidden at our camp's threshold? Qing Xian secured the herb within an evidence pouch. It also indicates our adversary is aware of our knowledge. Song Jie gazed at the residual water and wind chakra upon the stream. Bai's method of control diverged entirely from Zabuza's. Where Zabuza laid mist as a hunting field, Bai pressed water and wind into exquisitely fine, stable formations. This was no ordinary synthesis. It resembled two chakra nature types forcibly woven into a self-sustaining circuit. Akekiai Genkai. At dawn the following day, the Provisional Reinforcement Squad made no further advance along Line Ichi. Instead, they transmitted Bai's nocturnal visit report to the remote ANBU operative stationed at the Hokage Tower. Concurrently, Qingxian dispatched a concise signal talisman to Kakashi Pursuit Ninja, suspected as accomplice Zabuza confirmed a live enemy informed of Byakugan bounty. Not even half a sun had passed when a reply arrived from Kakashi on Team 7's end. The message was terse assessed. Continue escort. Rendezvous at Wave Country's periphery. Kuda studied the response, his expression echoing admiration for a Jonin's composure amid peril. Qingxian pocketed the reply. We shall tread the outer route of Line Ichi. Upon reaching Wave Country's fringes, we will bypass Tizuna's dwelling. Prioritize locating the terminus of the wagon tracks and the Black Market rendezvous point. Before midday, they reached an antiquated dock near Wave Country's outer shoreline. Long deserted, the wooden planks had warped and split from saltwater exposure, a few pilings still bearing traces of aged ceiling pegs. Maki's swarm located a fragment of binding tape fiber beneath the dock, while Kuda spied a faint inscription. Ichi Outer 3, carved into the inner face of a timber pile. Song Jie's right wrist sigils for the first time ceased pointing toward the distance, and instead directed him toward a derelict pier jutting into the sea. The transit route terminates at this point. Qingxian bade the trio withdraw and personally extended a sealing cord across the trestle. Concealed beneath the deck planks lay an archaic recording talisman, waterlogged and degraded, yielding but a trace of ashen residue. Song Jie employed his standard Byakugan, scrutinizing for a fleeting moment. The talisman had previously received live subject numbers. Not Experiment Alpha 37, but other designations bearing the Alpha prefix. Kuda's quill hesitated mid-stroke as he recorded alternate Alpha series designations. In other words, additional individuals were relocated from this point. Silence ensued. As fog brewed upon the sea, distant clashes of battle resonated. These were not the fleeting skirmishes Team 7 had endured initially, but sustained chakra engagements. Kakashi's chakra signature flickered high above before being ensnared by water nature chakra. Qingxian secured the recording talisman. Toward Team 7's position. Advance. This was no longer a distant reconnaissance. The line Ichi leads had already demonstrated intersection with Wave Country's waterways, and Bai's nocturnal visit had laid hostility bare. The two units' missions had effectively converged. Upon reaching the bridgehead construction zone, they found the bridge shrouded entirely in mist. Tizuna was shielded by Sakura at the rear, while Sasuke and Naruto were ensnared within ice mirrors. Kakashi had been driven by Zabuza to the water's edge. Zabuza's chakra exhibited greater stability than before, his water clones multiplied, each wisp of mist appearing edged like a blade. Qingxian rapidly evaluated the tactical situation. Maki locate an exit for Tizuna. Kuda establish non-lethal barriers, avoid the mist. Song Jie monitor the outer perimeter for weaknesses. Song Jie's right eye scanned the combat zone, focusing first on the area where Naruto and Sasuke were engaged. The ice mirror's geometry was intricate, precluding detailed analysis at present. Turning his attention to Kakashi and Zabuza, he observed the water-release water prison jutsu forming anew. This time Kakashi's imprisonment was situated nearer to the bridge's edge. Zabuza's primary form rested his right hand upon the water, while two water clones pressed toward Team 7 on his left. A third clone moved erratically within the mist, oriented toward the reinforcement unit. He recalled the previous disruption. Zabuza was indeed anticipating the Byakugan. Song Jie concentrated all his focus upon the water prison. The jutsu's sustaining line extended from Zabuza's right hand into the water, the outer shell of the sphere, in constant flux. Should his right hand lift from the water, the technique would shatter. Yet Zabuza had stationed additional water clones, which would intercept any shuriken pairwork devised by Naruto and Sasuke. That roaming water clone must be neutralized. Song Jie relayed its coordinates to Qingxian. It poses no direct threat, its purpose is to cut off escape paths. Qingxian offered no inquiry into his method. Resource allocation. A single low-output clone burst augmented by one kunai. Anything beyond risks ocular strain. Kuda secure a slip powder pouch to the kunai. Maki guide the swarm along the water's surface, avoid contact with the ice mirrors. Kuda's fingers flew as he bound the diminutive pouch to the kunai, displaying a dexterity far removed from his customary timidity. Maki's insects navigated the narrow gaps in the bridge decking, slinking into the haze, while steering clear of areas saturated with repellent powder. Song Jie initiated a series of hand signs, and a low-output clone flickered past the erratic water clone. The water clone, less gullible than in their prior encounter, allowed only a minimal deflection of its blade. Yet, that slight diversion sufficed. The kunai trailing its slip powder payload sliced through the haze and detonated at the clone's feet. Upon meeting water, the powder transmuted into a slick slurry, impeding the clone's motion by a fraction of a second. Naruto and Sasuke launched their coordinated shuriken assault simultaneously. The initial projectile arc towards Zabuza was effortlessly evaded. The second shuriken, concealed within a shadow, was coupled with Naruto's transformation jutsu for a sudden lunge. The roaming water clone attempted interception, but was delayed by Maki's swarm and the lingering slip powder for a critical half-breath. Naruto's kunai closed in upon Zabuza's right hand, the anchor of the water prison. Zabuza released his grip. The water prison shattered. Kakashi extricated himself. Chakra forces parted. The bridgehead missed, and Kakashi alighted upon the water, his Sharingan refocusing upon Zabuza. Sanjie braced himself against a bridge-side timber, darkness speckling his right eye's vision, while a familiar ache pulsed beneath the gauze over his left eye. From the ice mirror's direction, Bai's gaze penetrated the crystalline surface, settling upon him. You truly can perceive the fractures. When Bai's gaze fell upon him, Sanjie closed his right eye first. Not because he did not wish to watch, but because he could no longer endure it. The ice mirrors upon the bridge surface resembled a ring of upright blades with water and wind chakra folding back and forth within each reflection, every pass reinforcing the structure's stability. If the microscopic true eye pressed deeper, what it would perceive was not a seam, but an entire ice release conduit treating his optic nerves as a target. He braced himself against a wooden post on the bridge railing. A sharp sting pulsed beneath the medical bandage over his left eye, while black spots expanded another half-inch at the edge of his right. Qing Xian's sealing rope swept past his shoulder, pinning a slick plank on the bridge and deflecting a thrown senbon. Step back 3 paces. You are already overloaded. Sanjie retreated his foot, finding Xing Tai's freshly scattered powder-slicked mud, nearly sliding straight over the bridge railing. Xing Tai grabbed the back of his collar in one motion. His tool bag collided with a wooden post, spilling small pliers, saws, and sealing pouches in a clattering chaos. I wasn't grabbing your collar on purpose. You can log it as a rescue maneuver. Right that you nearly choked me to death. Xing Tai had not yet released his grip when Junji's insect swarm unrolled along the ground on both sides of them. The insects did not approach the ice mirrors. Each one that drew within 3 feet of the surface slowed, as though frozen by the cold. Junji raised her hand and withdrew half the swarm, leaving only a handful to scout along the bridge cracks. The temperature around the ice mirrors is dropping. The swarm cannot approach closely. Qing Xian turned his gaze toward the main battlefield. Kakashi and Zabuza clashed upon the water jutsu, crashing through the mist only to be driven back once more by the Kubikurabocho. Inside the ice mirrors, Sasuke stood before Naruto, kunai in hand, his shoulder already seamed with bloody cuts from senbon strikes. Naruto, pinned by Bai's speed, could not turn in time. Each attempt to charge ended in collision with the mirage afterimages upon the ice. Bai's voice emerged from one ice mirror and descended from another. You can perceive the structure, but you cannot keep pace with the speed. Those words were not meant for Naruto and Sasuke. Sanjie leaned against the wooden post, pressing the back of his right hand against the metal plate of his left arm protector. The cold metal helped him suppress the trembling in his body. He could not penetrate the complete ice release technique, but he saw one thing clearly. When Bai moved between the mirrors, the edges of the ice surfaces fogged for a fleeting instant. It was not a flaw. It was the edge noise produced when the chakra reflection layer realigned during high-speed channel switching. The duration was so brief that Sasuke's current eyes could not capture it, let alone Naruto's. Qing Xian stepped in front of him, shielding him from any senbon that might be fired from the ice mirrors. Can you use it? I can make one of the mirrors fog over for half a breath. Sanjie steadied his breathing. The condition is that the kunai must be sealed with a talisman and driven into the reflection node. It can only be used once. Bai will adjust. Qing Xian drew an unactivated talisman paper from his waist and handed it to Xing Tai. Attach it to the kunai. Junji, find him a route through the bridge seams. Sanjie calls out positions only. He does not advance. Xing Tai did not ask about the risks this time. He wrapped the talisman around the hilt of the kunai, his fingers steadier than his face. Junji's insects crawled along the bridge plank, seams to the outer edge of the ice mirror circle. Several stopped at different positions, marking the slippery areas of the bridge and the landing points of Bai's senbon for Sanjie. Sanjie opened his right eye to the lowest microscopic level. The structure of the ice mirrors unfolded in his vision. Water attribute chakra formed the bearing surface, wind attribute chakra suppressed the temperature and maintained hardness, and at their junction lay an extremely thin reflective circuit. Bai's body was not simply hidden within the mirrors, but was transferring at high speed between these circuits. No wonder he had said there is no escape. This was not a cage, but a closed high-speed passage. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the center of the road, repeatedly crushed by the flow. The area behind Sanjie's eye burned with acidity, and a warm flow rose in his nasal passage. He immediately narrowed his vision to the corner of a single mirror. Left 3 paces, half a foot lower. Wait until he emerges from behind Sasuke next. Qing Xian did not throw it himself. He looked toward Xing Tai. Xing Tai nearly reversed the kunai in his grip. You are the tool's position. Throw the tool. Xing Tai's face went green, yet he still set the kunai between his fingers. Bai's figure flashed from behind Sasuke's senbon, aimed at Naruto's shoulder and neck. Sasuke turned a fraction of a beat too slow and blocked with his arm. At the exact moment by switched mirrors, Song Jie called out the position. Now, the kunai flew low along the bridge surface, its trajectory neither fast nor graceful. In fact, Xing Tai's trembling hand deflected it by 2 inches. But one of Jinji's insects struck the kunai shaft within a bridge, seemed forcing the angle back by half an inch. The kunai pierced the edge of the ice mirror. The talisman flared with a faint light, like a needle driven into cold, hardened glass. The edge of that ice mirror fogged for an instant, and Bai's transfer trajectory from within the mirror deviated by half a step. Sasuke seized the opening. He did not look at Song Jie, nor did he know what had occurred beyond the mirror. His body moved faster than his consciousness, the kunai slicing toward Bai's landing point. Bai shifted his body to evade, and a slit opened along his sleeve. For the first time, Bai paused within the ice mirror. Naruto's eyes brightened. Sasuke, you saw it just now, didn't you? Shut up, idiot. Bai settled back into the mirror, his gaze piercing through the ice layer and landing beyond the bridge. One use. Was that enough? Song Jie's right eye began to bleed. He raised his sleeve to press against it, and the cuff quickly darkened with a wet patch. Not enough. He leaned against the wooden post, his voice dry as sandpaper. That is precisely why we cannot use it a second time. Qing Xian immediately issued his order. Song Jie fall back from the bridge edge. Xing Tai support him. Jinji recall the insects. Do not let them freeze again. Song Jie did not stubbornly endure. He knew Bai had already adjusted the reflection frequency. Striking the same note again would only send the kunai deep into the mirror, dragging his eyes along with it. Inside the ice mirrors, Sasuke's breathing changed. Song Jie could sense it without opening his eye. That spirit energy drawn to its breaking point was beginning to converge toward the optic nerves. A string pulled taut until it reached its snapping threshold. Bai moved at high speed, once more Senbon raining from multiple mirrors. Naruto was pinned at the center, utterly unable to track the directions. Sasuke lunged forward, shoving Naruto out of the lethal angle, and took several Senbon through his own shoulder and back. Naruto crashed onto the bridge surface, the blood upon his face not his own. He looked up and saw Sasuke fall. A circle of mist upon the bridge was violently blown apart by a surge of rough chakra. At that same moment, the black markings upon Song Jie's right wrist grew hot, and the fading seal upon his forehead flickered as though struck by a distant massive noise. Naruto's chakra had changed. The blue mainstream was pushed to its limit by rage and fear, and the orange-red noise along the seal's edges began to surge outward. This was no longer the mere noise of a training ground. It was a volcano whose seams had been pried open. Song Jie's right, I should not have looked again. Yet he cast one glance anyway. The instant Nine-Tails chakra surged from Naruto's body, a faint golden afterimage seemed to flash deep within the seal. The next moment, the orange-red noise shattered his right eye's vision completely. Xing Tao failed to steady him. When Naruto's chakra erupted, the mist on the bridge deck was blown entirely aside, and an orange-red shockwave exploded outward, engulfing everyone. Xing Tao slid backward half a step, clutching his tool bag, his heel tilting in the wet slush of Jinji's insects pressed in sheets beneath the bridge planks. Qing Xuan's sealing rope was pulled taut by the air blast, its talisman characters flashing erratically amid the dense chakra. Song Jie's right eye was filled with black spots, and a severe pain throbbed beneath the medical bandage on his left. His head swelled from behind his eyes to the back of his skull, and all he could hear was Qing Xuan's voice cutting through the chaos. Close your eyes. Don't look anymore. This time he didn't argue. Pushing data into equipment already smoking was nothing short of deliberate destruction. He closed his right eye, as well relying on hearing and external pressure to gauge the battlefield. Naruto's chakra was so immense that even without looking he could sense it crashing against the edge of perception, hot enough to make his temples tighten through his eyelids. Inside the ice mirror, Haku's white figures lost their rhythm. The Nine-Tails chakra hammered the mirror's edges continuously, the reflective layer warping and distorting until the beat faltered for the first time. Naruto stood up. He didn't shout. One step at a time across the bridge, each footfall driving the mist outward in rings, the wooden planks creaking beneath him. Haku's voice remained steady, though a certain composure had worn thin. This chakra. Naruto surged forward. No technique, no strategy, no shuriken substitution, no measured 1-2-3 rhythm. Pure velocity and raw chakra volume bulldozing ahead. Brute numerical force. Haku emerged from within the ice mirror as Naruto's punch struck, nothing splitting the bridge plank splinters, spraying near Jinji's feet. The second fist struck the mirror's edge, producing a sharp crack as fissures radiated outward from the impact point. Sasuke lay on the ground, breathing weakly but still alive. Song Jie kept his eyes shut, yet the final frame of that moment lingered in his mind, the Sharingan awakening. In the instant before Sasuke fell, his visual nerves underwent violent chakra restructuring. Spiritual energy directly rewrote the visual processing system. Triggered by emotion, chakra realigned along the meridians around the eyes, raising dynamic capturability. In steps the neural reaction chain, catching up. The entire process, a forced major version update of the operating system under extreme conditions at the cost of pushing the hardware closer to its limits. Naruto's Ninetales Chakra Eruption Sasuke's Sharingan awakening Haku's Ice Release sustaining structure. 3 samples, 3 entirely different systems, all pointing to the same truth. The mental variable was not a peripheral factor. It was one of the primary control parameters. The shinobi world spoke endlessly of bonds, hatred, and will. The kind of passionate slogans that sounded like mere bravado, triggering critical hit mechanics through sheer force of belief. At its foundation, it was the hardest parameter in the chakra model. In his past life, if someone had written the feeling of being needed into an energy stabilization formula, reviewers would have recommended a psychiatric consultation, rejecting the paper outright on grounds of lacking scientific basis, and suggesting the author face their own mental state. Here things were different. The data did not lie. Naruto had altered the mainstream flow of his chakra because of a single phrase, "You are my student." Sasuke, seeing his companion fall, had his spiritual energy directly restructure his visual system. Haku maintained his ice release because he was needed. Emotion was not noise. Emotion was a signal. Absurd as it sounded, the data was undeniable. He had once considered the shinobi world's passionate speeches to be idealism run amok, but now he wondered, perhaps this was materialism taken to another extreme. No one had simply written it into a formula. Instead, they had relied on living tests at the cost of their own lives. Inside the bridge, the ice mirror shattered. Naruto seized upon Haku's movement trajectory and drove his fist into the side of the mask. The mask split halfway, shards flying toward the bridge planks as Haku skidded across the wet wood for half a pace. Naruto raised his fist to strike again, but froze. Sanjaya opened his right eye just a sliver. Vision blurred, edges fractured into ghostly afterimages, but enough to see Haku's face emerging from behind the cracked mask fragments. Naruto recognized him as well. The herb-gathering boy. That strike did not fall. Haku looked at Naruto, his tone calm, not begging for mercy. "Kill me." Naruto stood frozen. The Ninetales chakra continued to seep outward, but the orange-red aura shifted, no longer pressing forward in a straight line. His emotional direction changed. From killing intent to doubt and hesitation, the chakra seals noise ebbing and surging. Qingxian gripped Sanjaya's shoulder and dragged him from the bridge's edge behind a support beam. "Can you still assess Sasuke's condition without opening your eyes?" Sanjaya closed his eyes and listened for a moment. Sasuke's breathing was faint but rhythmic. The kunai had avoided fatal points. The same method Zabuza had used in his feigned death, precisely suppressing vital signals without severing them. "He's alive." Haku held back. Xingtao's voice trembled beside him. "Is this kind of restraint too professional? I can't even tell if he's an enemy or a battlefield medic." Jinji released several insects toward Sasuke's position, then quickly recalled them. Their legs carried a chill wing vibration, frequencies slowed. The temperature drop around the ice mirror has stopped. Haku has abandoned combat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi's Chidori had already taken shape. Lightning tore through the fog, revealing Zabuza's figure, illuminating the bridge deck littered with shattered ice and bloodied water. Zabuza had been driven into a corner, his water clones repeatedly shattered, his Kubikurabocho's defensive returns slow by a fraction. Haku's body moved. Sanjaya perceived Zabuza's chakra threads tightening in an instant. When facing Naruto moments before, Haku had seemed like an object stripped of purpose, waiting to be broken or discarded, maintaining even basic defense. But the instant Zabuza was in danger, the ice release structure resealed completely, the water and wind fusion circuit maxed out, instantly surpassing the stability of the ice mirror at its peak. Haku was not fleeing. He charged toward Kakashi's Chidori. Before Naruto could react, Haku had already passed him. Residual ice mirror shards on the bridge deck were lifted beneath his feet, forming an extremely thin path of ice. Sanjaya wanted to move. His body disobeyed him. Chakra depleted his right eye, overloaded his left eye, clouded with black mist, old wounds along his ribs, and black markings on his wrists burning hot. The only thing still functional was his mind. Kakashi's Chidori pierced through Haku's chest. Haku threw himself in front of Zabuza, his fingers simultaneously gripping Kakashi's wrist to prevent the blade from piercing deeper. That motion was both tactical judgment and instinct. Every sound on the bridge dropped a beat. Naruto's expression shifted. From anger to shock to something deeper he could not yet name. Zabuza looked at Haku. Even with bandages and mist obscuring most of his face, the small portion visible was enough. He had seen people die before, but he had never prepared himself for this person to die before him. Kakashi withdrew his hand. Haku fell. Zabuza did not catch him. He would not allow himself to. Sanjaya leaned against the support beam behind him. A heaviness pressed in his chest. Not from old wounds, nor from the residual marks. He remembered what Haku had said that night. If you are needed, you still have a reason to live. If a tool actively chose to be used, chose to expend itself to zero, then was it truly a tool, or a person who had made a choice? He had no answer. After living 2 lifetimes, he still had no answer. Footsteps echoed from outside the bridge. Clumsy, greedy, the scrape of weapons dragging across wood. Gato appeared at the bridgehead with a group of subordinates, his voice shrill and piercing. "Zabuza, you really are useless." His cane tapped the bridge planks, the metal tip indenting the wood. Behind him, a dark mass of thugs pressed forward, far too many for a single ninja team to handle head-on. Someone spotted Haku lying motionless on the ground and let out a lewd laugh. Gato kicked at Haku's body. Before Naruto could lunge forward, Zabuza's chakra moved first. Sanjia could sense it even with his eyes closed. Something mixed into that killing intent. Not anger. Anger expands, outward surging toward its target. This was inward, rending something from deep within the chest cavity, tearing through bone and blood alike. Through his chakra perception, Sanjia saw Zabuza's energy field compress to an extreme density. All scattered elements were compressed into a single blade. Chakra was no longer used for defense, no longer for strategy. So the act of choosing itself was also a chakra variable. Zabuza clamped a kunai between his teeth and walked step by step toward Gato. Kato's laughter rang out harshly across the bridge. He understood neither chakra nor the twisted, unclassifiable bonds between ninjas. All he could see was the fallen Haku, the wounded Zabuza, the exhausted Konoha ninjas, and behind them a crowd of henchmen large enough for his liking. To him, everyone had a price. Bridge builders were costs. Ninjas were mercenaries. Bloodline limits were commodities. Corpses were recyclable assets. When Sosuke saw Kato kick at Haku's corpse, the black marking on his right wrist tightened ever so slightly. It was not a root coordinate response. It was his body's own reflex. Too many words, tools, samples, assets, had piled up along this journey, and that single kick drew them all onto the same line. Naruto exploded first. You bastard. He lunged forward and was caught by Kakashi's hand on his shoulder. Kakashi's chakra reserves were severely depleted, yet his grip remained steady. Naruto's eyes reddened. The Nine-Tails chakra surged at the edge of the seal, but this time it did not spiral out of control. After Irika, Naruto seemed to have learned how to direct his fury toward a target. Zabuza said nothing. A kunai was clenched between his teeth, and both arms were nearly useless. Samahata lay far away. The wound from Kakashi's chidori made his movements unmistakably slow. And yet he kept walking. Kato's men behind him were still laughing at first. The front line raised their blades and charged, trying to finish off the already grievously wounded ghost of the mist. Zabuza shoved one man away with his shoulder, slashed open another's throat with the kunai, and his teeth staggered when a blade backhand struck him, and then lunged at a third with the same kunai gripped between his teeth. Kuta's face went pale. His hand reached for his record board, and then stopped. How am I supposed to write this? Ayuri stared at the bridge surface. Don't write it. We're not recorders now, we're evacuation support. Maki's insect swarm had already circled toward Desura, and the workers confirming that the residents of Land of Waves were gathering on the far side of the bridge. Sakura shielded Desira. Sasuke still lay on the bridge. Naruto was held down by Kakashi. Team 7 was in no condition to face Kato's overwhelming numbers. Ayuri gave her orders swiftly. Kuta tossed the smoke pills toward Desira's side. Maki, have the swarm create an opening. Do not bite civilians. Suki, keep your eyes open and report every crack and weak spot you see on the bridge surface. Sosuke straightened himself against a crossbeam, his right eye able to focus only at close range. The bridge surface had been repeatedly struck by Suiten ice mirrors and Nine-Tails chakra. Several planks were already loosened. Kato's men were numerous. If they stepped on the weakened sections, a small area could collapse enough to delay them. The third row on the left, the load-bearing capacity is gone. A central beam near the water is cracked. Don't let Desira stand there. Kuta threw the smoke pill to the flank of Kato's men. The smoke was light, but just thick enough to obscure several attackers' vision. Maki's swarm crawled along the gaps between bridge planks, forcing several men to instinctively step back, and onto the weak boards Sosuke had identified. The planks broke. 2 men fell through the gap, and those behind them collided in a tangled mess. The people of Land of Waves finally surged onto the bridge. Armed with fishing spears, hoes, and wooden staffs, they numbered far more than Kato had anticipated. Idate was among them, fear still etched on his face, but he did not retreat. Desira saw them, and his eyes reddened, but Sakura held him firmly in place. Kato panicked. Zabuza had already reached him, multiple blades protruding from his body, blood dripping down his bandages. Kato's cane clattered onto the bridge planks. He finally realized that the man he had treated as a hired tool did not intend to act according to any price list. Zabuza's kunai traced across Kato's neck. Kato fell. The formation of his men collapsed. The people of Land of Waves charged forward, and Konoha finally drew a breath. Kakashi did not pursue further. He simply stood between Haku and Zabuza as though confirming that this battle had truly ended. Zabuza collapsed beside Haku. Naruto walked over, his voice still unable to suppress its anger. Didn't you say he was just a tool? Then why are you crying? Zabuza did not answer for a long while. The fog on the bridge began to thin under the sea breeze. Sosuke stood far enough away to miss the full conversation, catching only the streaks of blood and water on Zabuza's cheek. Perhaps it was not tears. Perhaps it was. Zabuza himself would likely have refused to admit it. His final request was for Kakashi to place him beside Haku. Kakashi complied. Sosuke watched Haku lying so quietly on the bridge, and suddenly felt that the word tool was far too unstable. Root turned Jubin into a cursed seal vessel. The Hyuga made the branch family into shields for the main family. Haku gave himself to Zabuza's use. The first two were forced. The latter appeared voluntary. But can choosing to be used cancel out the fact of being used? Zabuza only answered that question before his death. He admitted Haku was not a tool. It was too late. But it was not nothing. Ayuri stepped beside Soke and handed him a clean roll of bandages. Press your right eye. You're bleeding again. Soke took the bandage and only then noticed a trail of blood reaching his collar below his right eye. The medical wrap on his left eye was damp as well. He could not tell if it was moisture or seeping blood from his wound. How should I write the bridge battle record? Write that you provided outer perimeter support and did not enter core combat. Write that the Ichi clues intersect with Kato's water route. Write that Zabuza possessed additional Byakugan intelligence. Write that Haku wielded the ice release Kekei Genkai and could suppress his vital signs to simulate death. Ayuri paused and looked toward Haku and Zabuza. As for them too, Kakashi will write their record. Naruto returned, his face stripped of post-victory excitement. He spotted Sukiyai opened his mouth as though to speak and ended up just scratching at his forehead protector. Haku said he wanted to protect someone important. Soke pressed the bandage beneath his right eye. He did. Naruto looked down at his own hands, then toward the spot where Sasuke was being examined by the medical ninja. What about Sasuke? He's alive. Soke spoke before Naruto's emotions could flare again. The Senbon avoided vital points. Haku held back. Naruto looked as though all the air had been drained from him and nearly sat down on the bridge. Why didn't you say that sooner? You were about to tear this bridge apart. Naruto opened his mouth, realized he had no rebuttal, glanced at the split planks beneath his feet, and closed it again. Sakura had already rushed to Sasuke's side. Only after Kakashi confirmed Sasuke would wake did he allow the temporary support squad's medical ninjutsu to stabilize the periphery. After the bridge battle, the people of Land of Waves began clearing out Kato's remaining followers. Desaira thanked Kakashi, his words laced with guilt and lingering terror. Ayuri did not join the celebrations. She led the temporary support squad to the old pier for a second inspection. The old record seal from Ichi-San had been ruined by seawater, but Kato's men had abandoned a black market cargo crate during their retreat. Inside a false bottom compartment lay a copy of the Kekei Genkai bounty notice, a version different from the one they had seen at the border black market. This one was far more detailed. Sukiyai's age, the semi-cage bird seal under his tongue, his damaged left eye, the suspected root identification mark on his right wrist, and the temporary support squad's route. All were written here. Kuda read it, and his face looked worse than it had during the bridge battle. This isn't a public black market bounty. This is detailed intelligence meant for the contractor. Ayuri sealed the bounty copy into a scroll, her voice flat. After we return to Konoha, the Hokage's tower, the Hyuga and Root will all ask where this paper came from. Soke stared at a gray-white mark on the corner of the document. It was not a complete root seal, but it resembled the residue seals commonly found on root record scrolls. The journey back was quieter than the way there. Naruto did not proclaim himself the future Hokage the entire trip, and Sasuke did not immediately pick a quarrel with him upon waking. Sakura kept her gaze fixed on Sasuke's wounds while secretly wiping at the corners of her eyes. Tazuna remained at the bridge to oversee the aftermath, and the people of the Land of Waves accompanied them for quite a distance along the road. Team 7 and the temporary support squad parted at the border of the Land of Waves, but this time they were not taking adjacent routes. Instead, they were ordered by the Hokage Tower to return to the village in coordination. The reasoning was simple: the Byakugan bounty had been leaked in its detailed version, making it too risky for the temporary support squad to return alone. Moreover, Team 7 had just endured a battle with Zabuza and needed Kakashi and Qingxian to look out for one another. Upon hearing the arrangement, Soda's first instinct was to rewrite the personnel lists for both squads. Sensei, should the return journey records be divided into 2 volumes. The combat records of Team 7 and the leads from Jichi are tangled together. The subsequent investigation will be thoroughly chaotic. Kakashi walked ahead once again, holding that book in his hand. This kid would suit a mission desk well. Soda was uncertain whether that counted as praise or a curse. After pondering seriously for quite some time, he decided to write it as a neutral assessment. Naruto walked beside Sanjia, repeatedly glancing at the medical bandage over his left eye. Your eye really isn't hurt. That's the 6th time you've asked, but you haven't answered either. Sanjia pressed the isolation talisman on his right wrist tighter. The black markings had grown quieter ever since they left the old dock, yet that detailed bounty notice made their presence all the more conspicuous. Root's old warehouse, Jiasan Shirchi, Ichi Kato's waterway, Zabuza's intelligence. Several threads had circled back around, and in the end they all pointed toward the direction of the Fire Country. My left eye can't see temporarily. My right eye is overburdened. I'll get it checked once we're back in the village. Naruto held his breath for 2 counts before forcing out a whisper that sounded unlike him. Don't ruin your eyes helping us in the future. Sasuke paused mid-step ahead. Sakura also turned to look. Sanjia met Naruto's gaze and realized the boy was genuinely worried. Not for the mission, not for the record, and not because the Byakugan had proven useful. It was simply one dead last comrade feeling that another comrade had suffered an unfair loss. I wasn't doing it to help you, Sanjia said evenly. Zabuza kept extra water clones because I exist. As a Byakugan user, I created the loophole. Oh, I will make amends. Naruto froze. Sasuke spoke coldly. So you think you're that important? I think variables bear responsibility. Sasuke glanced at him and said nothing further. That look no longer held the simple indifference of academy days. It carried something else. After awakening the Sharingan, he seemed to have grown sensitive to the very act of seeing. Sanjia did not continue to study his eyes. Rich's warning still loomed, and with Sasuke now possessing a Sharingan specimen, the danger level had doubled outright. Jingxuan, trailing at the rear of the formation, overheard the exchange but said nothing. Nor did Kakashi. He merely turned a page of his book, though his footsteps slowed by half a beat. During the afternoon rest, Kakashi and Qin Xian exchanged intelligence. Team 7 kept their distance while the temporary support squad was ordered to organize supplies. Soda sorted the evidence scrolls by color, Jinji inspected the losses among the insect swarm, and Sanjia sat beside a tree root, dividing his observations from the mission into several categories. Haku's ice release, a stable structure formed from the fusion of water and wind. Kekii Jinkai cannot replicate it, but marginal nodes can be disrupted for brief intervals. Sasuke's Sharingan spiritual energy impacts the visual nerve, reconstructing the dynamic processing system. Deep observation is inadvisable. Naruto's Ninetales chakra, the direction of emotion, determines the relationship between the main current and the noise. Intent to protect proves steadier than self-denial. Zabuza, both killing intent and grief, can concentrate chakra in the short term. Emotion does not necessarily diminish control. It depends on the direction given. Ichi, the old transport line, intersects with Kato's waterway. Root's former experimental subjects may have been moved through the periphery of the land of waves. When he reached the end, he set down his pen. The next step was not to increase chakra volume. He had confirmed this many times over. Total chakra capacity was not a problem to be solved in the short term. Root's pills could be overdosed, but the risk was far too great. Naruto's reservoir-level chakra offered no useful reference either. The direction truly suited to him lay in increasing the information density per unit of chakra. With the same sliver of chakra, others used it for tenketsu, striking, while he used it to alter feedback loops, sever flows, interfere with the edges of jutsu, and stabilize micro-sealing nodes. It was not about water volume. It was about encoding efficiency. As Qin Xian approached, he happened to catch sight of those very words on the page: information density per unit of chakra. Do not include this sentence in the formal report. Sanjia folded the paper. Why, oi? The Hokage Tower will see you as more valuable, the Hyuga clan will see you as more dangerous, and Root will think the pill dosage can be increased further. Sanjia found the reasoning sound and tucked the paper into the inner lining of his coat. Qin Xian handed him a draft of the new mission evaluation. I will write that you provided support value during the Land of Waves mission, capable of plugging tactical gaps caused by timeline shifts, but your over-reliance on observation leaves your survivability wanting. Do you have any objections? None. Even if you did, it would not matter. Your shortcomings are real. Qin Xian pointed to his left eye. Every time you perceive a new structure, you act as though you have gone 3 days without a meal. The problem is the food may be poisoned. Sanjia raised his right wrist slightly. It is already poisoned. Then do not serve another course. Soda, listening nearby, wore an expression torn between wanting to write and daring not to. Jinji's insects crawled from her sleeve, paused beside Sanjia's wrist isolation talisman, and quickly retreated. The black markings exerted a slight oppressive pressure on the swarm, indicating that the root tag was still being recognized by some distant logic. That night, Team 7 and the temporary support squad shared the same camp. Naruto had finally regained a measure of vitality, pacing around the campfire as he recounted how he had used multi-shadow clones to fight Mizuki, the explosion on the bridge, and his promise to surpass Sasuke in the future. Sasuke sat on the opposite side, cleaning his kunai, and paid him no mind. Having heard Sasuke claim he was fine, Sakura had finally relaxed, but she still forbade Naruto from approaching the wounded. Soda listened with great attention. When Naruto boasted about creating countless copies of himself at once, he could not resist asking, after dispersing the clones, do you get headaches? Naruto thought about it. A little tiring, but very satisfying. Soda wrote in his small notebook, subjective evaluation from a multi-shadow clone user, satisfying. Then he felt it was wrong, and crossed it out. Kakashi, watching from the side, gave his book a slight shake. Sanjia did not join the campfire conversation. He leaned against the tree with his right eye closed, the dark mist beneath the medical bandage on his left eye still lingering. Just as sleep began to claim him, a Hyuga communication hawk alighted at the edge of the camp. Qin Xian removed the message tube, checked the Hokage Tower seal first, then handed the brief Hyuga dispatch within to Sanjia. The letter contained only a few lines. Hyuga Niji has been added to the Chunin exam preparatory list. Upon the temporary support squad's return to the village, a report on the Land of Waves and Jichi missions must be submitted. Upon returning to the village, Hyuga Sosuke is to undergo follow-up examination of residual markings in the left eye. Naruto leaned over to take a look, but was dragged away by Sakura. Sasuke, however, fixed his gaze on the 4 characters Chunin exam, and his expression shifted slightly. Sosuke folded the letter and tucked it away. The black markings on his right wrist suddenly grew faintly warm. This time they were not pointing toward Ji-Chi. Instead, the markings felt drawn along a new thread leading back toward the village. The direction of the black markings shifted for only a moment. By the time Sosuke tucked his wrist into his sleeve, they had already retreated beneath the isolation talisman, leaving behind only a faint warmth. Ching-Xian noticed, but did not press the matter. The 7th class was still present at the camp, and the Hyuga transmission had just arrived. Any mention of the Root Clan's tags activating would instantly shift the atmosphere around the campfire from a graduation trip to a security interrogation. Naruto was still arguing with Sakura about whether ramen or the mission report should come first upon returning to the village. Sakura held firm that the report took priority. Naruto stubbornly maintained that he couldn't write anything on an empty stomach. Sasuke sat at the edge of the firelight, his gaze fixed between the back of his hand and his forehead protector, lost in thought, whether about the Sharingan or about Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi appeared absorbed in his book, though his peripheral vision captured every reaction around him. Meanwhile, Ching-Xian sealed the Hyuga message back into its scroll tube and handed it to Sosuke. Medical examination first, then the report. In Fire Shadow Tower or Hyuga, in both, are required. Ching-Xian draped the sealing rope across his knees. This mission has tied together the Fire Shadow, the Hyuga, the Root Division, the Black Market, the Kirigakure, Missing Mean, and Kato's Waterway, all in one thread. Congratulations, your report will be queued. Kotaro's hand instinctively reached for his recording slate at the words, report queue, but stopped halfway when he remembered it wasn't his turn to write tonight. Maki's insects hovered just beyond the firelight, carefully avoiding the lingering scent of blood on Sasuke's body and the intermittent chakra leakage from the 9 tails within Naruto. On the journey back, the next day, Kakashi kept both teams together. As they approached Konoha, the NBU surveillance grew increasingly dense. The Hyuga guards waited at the village gate, as did the Fire Shadow Tower clerks. When Naruto spotted the Konoha gates, his initial cheers were cut short by Iruka's punch to the head as he burst through the entrance. And the first thing you do upon returning isn't cheering. It's getting a medical checkup. Iruka-sensei, shouldn't you still be recovering from your injuries? And I came to make sure you didn't turn this mission into a catastrophe. Kakashi added with casual detachment. In a certain sense, the mission did escalate quite thoroughly. And Iruka's expression darkened further. Sosuke had no time to watch Naruto get scolded. The Hyuga guards were already approaching him, while the Fire Shadow Tower clerk stood beside Ching-Xian. Neither side moved to seize anyone directly. The procedures had clearly been arranged in advance. Ching-Xian handed the mission scroll to the Fire Shadow Tower clerk. The temporary support unit will submit evidence at the Fire Shadow Tower first. Sosuke will receive his medical examination simultaneously. The Hyuga may assign a medic nin to observe, but cannot remove him separately. The Hyuga guards examine the medical bandage over Sosuke's left eye and the isolation talisman on his right wrist before ultimately stepping aside. The medical examination took place in a side room of the Fire Shadow Tower. The black mist in his left eye had not yet dissipated, and his field of vision had expanded in its absence. His right eye showed clear signs of overload, but his basic sight remained intact. The residual patterns on his forehead had been repeatedly stressed by ice-released 9 tails chakra, the root black markings, and the old binding 7 seal. The third layer of pain anchors showed slight loosening. Not ideal, but not immediately catastrophic either. The Hyuga medic nin paused repeatedly, while writing as though every character wanted to form the word dangerous. Meanwhile, the Fire Shadow Tower's medical ninja focused their attention on the right wrist. After returning to the village, the black markings had grown quiet, leaving only a faint circle beneath the isolation talisman. When the medic nin brought a detection talisman, closed the paper's edge revealed an extremely pale gray-white reaction. It still carries tracking risk. Ching-Xian stood nearby. Can we seal it completely? A complete seal might force it into the main meridians. Sosuke lay on the examination couch, his right eye covered with a damp cloth, his voice muffled from beneath it. Don't seal it completely. Create a floating layer isolation so it can only read surface frequencies. Like feeding it false accounts. Kotaro, overhearing false accounts from outside the door, nearly wrote his notes crooked. Ching-Xian corrected it into formal language on his behalf. Outer layer pseudo-frequency buffer. The medic nin followed the instruction. After applying the new isolation talisman, the black markings surfaced for a moment before being pushed back by an invisible barrier, their contraction diminishing. Once the examination concluded, Sosuke was escorted to the Fire Shadow Tower's conference room. The third Hokage, Hisashi, Ching-Xian, and Kakashi were all present. Laid out on the table were the Wave Country battle reports, the 3 pieces of evidence from Binding 7's outer layer, detailed black market bounties, the White Knight, herb visit records, and documentation on Zabuza and Haku's deaths. The third Hokage turned to Kakashi first. In 7th class, in mission complete. All students are alive. Sasuke's injuries are recoverable. Naruto's emotional fluctuations have increased since mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu, but they remain controllable. Sakura maintained her post without deviation while protecting the target. In the third nodded and turned to Qingxian. In temporary support unit. And the Binding 7 transport route has been confirmed to intersect with the ancient waterways of Wave Country. The black market bounty details included non-public information such as the Hyuga's injury to Song Jie's left eye, the root clan's identification tags, and the mission routes themselves. Zabuza possessed additional intelligence on Song Jie and had deployed moisture vapor and insect-repelling powder specifically to counter the Byakugan and insect reconnaissance. Haku possessed the ice release Kekii Genkai and had made a nighttime visit to verify whether Song Jie had seen through the feigned death. Inazashi's expression grew colder at the mention of the root clan's identification tags. The third took a drag from his pipe. In Song Jie, what are your thoughts on Haku and Zabuza? In Song Jie's right eye still ached, making lengthy analysis inadvisable. He kept his response concise. In Kekii Genkai are either imprisoned by their own clans or hunted by outsiders. The only difference is the shape of the cage. And no one in the conference room responded immediately. Hizashi caught the implication, his gaze settling on the ceiling cloth over Song Jie's forehead. The third set down his pipe and turned his attention to the black market bounty details. Different cages, different keys, Nei added, but Song Jie stopped there. Every remark from the Hokage could be a test. This wasn't a classroom for open discussion. The third finalized the decisions. In the 7th class would resume routine genin missions after rest. The temporary support unit would suspend field operations for 5 days to organize the evidence chains connecting Binding 7 and Wave Country. Song Jie's left eye treatment received priority. Foundational seal technique studies would continue, but any contact with root-related samples required Qingxian's approval. Before the meeting concluded, the third added one more point. And the Chunin examinations registration period approaches. Whether the temporary support unit registers will depend on physical re-examination and the team leader's assessment. Naruto waited outside the meeting room for Kakashi. When he heard the words, Chunin examinations, his entire body seemed to ignite. In Chunin examinations. Can we participate? And entering. Kakashi emerged from the conference room, his book already open. And first learned to submit mission reports on time. And what kind of jutsu is that? Irika happened to approach from the opposite end of the corridor, his fist rising once more. Song Jie stood at the conference room doorway watching Irika chase Naruto down to finish his reports, and suddenly felt that Konoha's daily rhythm was returning at an almost unreasonable speed. The blood on the bridge, Haku and Zabuza's graves, Binding 7's restraint straps, the black market price lists. It all seemed to have been left behind at the village gate. But only seemed to be. When the Hyuga guards escorted him back to the clan grounds, Niji was waiting beside the training ground. The 10-breath rule still applied, but this time the guards did not immediately urge him forward. Wave Country is behind us. MHM. I heard you saw Ice release the Sharingan, the Nine Tails, and the Demon of the Mist. Song Jie studied the invisible pathway hidden beneath Niji's forehead protector. I also saw the price tag on the Byakugan. Niji's fingers pressed a mark into the bandages. For the Chunin exams, don't die in the arena. You're entering as well, and Niji tossed the worn bandages into the bamboo basket. Mai Tai's team will be entering. The bandages unraveled, revealing no hidden code. Only a single splinter of training ground wood. As Niji turned and walked away, his voice carried back down the corridor. The exam arena isn't the Hyuga training ground. Your tricks won't save you here. Song Jie returned to his branch family quarters to find his mother had already placed a new outer garment on the table. The collar was reinforced with extra soft cloth, and a thin strap had been sewn near the left eye to secure the medical dressing. She asked nothing about Wave Country, simply pushing a bowl of warm water toward him. Exams again, likely, and then sleep first. Eyes don't grow back from staying up late. The serpent scale pattern surfaced only for an instant, fleeting as a tiny scale flipping beneath the skin. Song Jie did not reach out to touch it. The outer pseudo-frequency buffer talisman still clung to his right wrist, the root's black mark quiet and withdrawn beneath it. Yet the earlier flicker was clearly neither the Ichi coordinate nor the Jiasanshirchi feedback line. It pointed inward toward the heart of Mai. His mother set the warm water on the edge of the table. Seeing him fixed on his wrist, she paused. She did not ask. She merely shifted the oil lamp aside so the light would not fall upon his eyes. Pain again. Not pain. Song Jie drew his cuff down. It felt like someone knocking at a door from very far away. His mother's fingers stilled on the rim of the water bowl. The cadet branch house was oppressively quiet. Outside, the muffled footsteps of the guard rotation changing posted on the window paper, as if reminding them that every word spoken within these walls might grow legs and flee. She pushed the water bowl closer. Then do not open the door. The counsel was starkly simple, the kind of advice that could preserve a life in countless scenarios across the shinobi world. Unfortunately, curse marks, sealing arrays, and root tags recognized no guest etiquette. They were more like malicious software prying their own locks. Their terms of service read like final testaments. Before dawn the next day, a Hyuga medical ninja arrived to re-examine his left eye. As the medical bandages were unwrapped, 2 recorders had appeared in the room. One from the Hyuga, one from the Hokage Tower. Qing Xian stood by the doorway, the sealing cord dangling loosely beneath his sleeve rather than bound to his wrist, signaling that his mandate today was observation, not custody. The medical ninja traced the perimeter of the left eye with chakra, her gestures deliberately measured and gentle. The black mist in the left eye has not dissipated. Ashen white residue remains along the outer edge of the optic nerve, adhering more tightly than before the mission departure. When the recorder reached these words, her brush pressed heavier on ashen white. Overload in the right eye has eased somewhat, but I do not recommend activating the microscopic true eye within 3 days. The Hokage Tower recorder added the wrist tag. Song Jia extended his right hand. The corner of the new isolation talisman had been lifted, the black mark had retreated to the vicinity of the wrist bone. Qing Xian handed over a detection talisman. The moment the paper drew near, the black mark did not contract toward the Ichi direction. Instead, an extremely faint scale pattern surfaced along the talisman's edge. The Hyuga medical ninja took a half step back. Qing Xian remained still. He simply turned the talisman over. On the reverse side, a twisted triangular mark appeared, resembling serpent scales, yet also bearing the hallmarks of a residual technique verification seal. This is not a reaction consistent with standard root tags. Qing Xian sealed the talisman into a small pouch. Record new unknown scale-shaped chakra afterimage detected. Initial trajectory pointed inward toward my. The Hyuga recorder turned to Song Jia. Why was this not reported immediately last night? It lasted less than a breath. There was no sustained pain, no chakra obstruction, and no stable directional signature. Song Jia pulled his cuff back down. If every faint ripple beneath the skin warranted a midnight summons to the main hall, the Hyuga record scrolls would be the first to fall. The Hyuga medical ninja's face tightened. She clearly wished to reprimand him, but found the logic irrefutable on grounds of administrative efficiency. Qing Xian cut indirectly. Report to the Hokage Tower for your mission debrief today. The serpent scale afterimage will be listed as an appendix. The Hokage Tower conference room was more crowded than last time. The third sat at the head. Richa stood to the right. Kakashi leaned against the window, and Qing Xian spread the temporary support squad report across the table. Xing Tai and Jinji had been left in the outer chamber to catalog evidence. Song Jia took the seat at the far end, his left eye re-wrapped in medical bandages. Qing Xian submitted the Land of Waves report first. The Ichi Old Transit Route, the former Dock Gato-S Waterway, and the Black Market's detailed bounty notices. Zabuza possessed supplementary Byakugan intelligence alongside Haku's ice release and feigned death structure. Every item was backed by physical evidence. Xing Tai's registry tablets, Junji's insect swarm remnants, and Kakashi's 7th team report interlocked and corroborated one another. The chain of evidence finally ceased to resemble a Byakugan heir's word alone. The third puffed on his pipe, but when he heard residual forehead markings assessed separately, his pipe stilled for a breath. Richa did not look at Song Jia. His gaze fixed solely on the detailed bounty copy. This intelligence should never have surfaced in the black market. Kakashi closed his scroll halfway, nor should it have fallen into Zabuza's hands. That Zabuza knew Song Jia's left eye was compromised indicates the intelligence ran deeper than any public bounty. The third turned to Qing Xian. Your assessment of the source. Qing Xian laid 3 documents side by side. The first was the black market's public bounty. The second, the detailed bounty. The third, a rubbing of the root suppression talisman fragments. The public bounty reads like a crude black market reprint. The detailed version contains medical data and mission routes indicating at least superficial access to Hokage Tower Hyuga or root archives. The sealing residues resemble those found on older root scrolls, but I cannot formally classify it as an official root document. Richa's voice remained rigorously level. Cannot be formally classified does not equate to is not. The third did not take the bait. He turned his gaze to Song Jia. After the Land of Waves incident, your assessment of Haku and Zabuza is notably sparse in this report. Song Jia pressed his right hand flat against his knee, mindful that the cluster of chakra in the room might agitate the black mark on his wrist. Haku was not a mere follower. The stability of his ice release was inextricably linked to his mental state. He treated being needed as a prerequisite for chakra equilibrium. After Haku's death, Zabuza's chakra focus shifted. The convergence of killing intent and grief compressed his remaining power into a single devastating trajectory over a brief window. Kakashi raised his eyes, his scroll coming to a complete halt. The third exhaled a slow plume of smoke. You are factoring human hearts into the chakra model. It already is. Song Jie glanced at the reports spread across the table. Naruto, Sasuke, Haku, Zabuza, all of them prove it. The psychological variable is not mere rhetoric. Richa finally turned his gaze upon him. So you wish to study additional variables within the Chunin exams. The strike landed with surgical precision. A short silence settled over the chamber. The Chunin exam registration period had officially opened. Suna and Sound Ninja along with genin from all allied villages would soon converge upon Mai. Sasuke's Sharingan, Naruto's Ninetales, the various village jutsu systems, and the tangled threads of Root the Black Market and the Ichi lead, all of it would inevitably collide within the village borders. Song Jie offered no pretense of innocence. I do. But my objective is not promotion. It is observation and survival. Kakashi let out a soft, knowing laugh. You'd best reverse that order. Qing Xian slid a re-examination record toward the third. His left eye is unsuited for high-intensity combat, and his right cannot sustain prolonged microscopic analysis. Should he enroll in the temporary support squad, strict limitations must apply. Richa's rebuttal came colder still. The Hyuga do not recommend his participation. The third studied the documents for a long while ash drifting into the small saucer. Enrollment in the temporary support squad may proceed. Whether he formally participates rests with his Jonin instructor's final judgment. Should Hyuga Songjie compete, he will be subject to medical restrictions and continuous mission monitoring. Richa did not immediately object. The Hokage Tower had framed it as permitted to enroll, not mandated to compete. Further obstruction from the Hyuga would only serve to cast suspicion, implying an attempt to conceal an anomalous cadet branch member already marked by Root and the black market. As they exited the Hokage Tower, Naruto came barreling down the corridor from the opposite end, his headband askew and a registration form clutched in his hand. Songjie, the Chunin exams. You've got to join. Team 7 is definitely going. Irika emerged from behind, a very real, throbbing vein on his forehead. Naruto, I said we wait for teacher Kakashi's confirmation, not that you go grabbing forms. Kakashi stepped out of the conference room, his tone lazily drawn out. I've already confirmed it. Irika's face froze in place. Naruto cheered as though he had already earned his Chunin headband. Sasuke stood by the window. At the mention of the Chunin exams, his gaze swept from the medical bandages over Song Jie's left eye down to his right wrist, and finally settled on the registration form. Beneath the isolation talisman on Song Jie's right wrist, the serpent scale residue grew warm once more. This time it pointed toward the Ninja Academy registration office. The registration desk was so packed it felt as though ninja from every village had been poured into the same crate at once. Headbands, dialects, and chakra frequencies mingled together, and even the air hummed with cautious probing. When the temporary support team arrived, Team 7 was already standing in line. Naruto was on his tiptoes, peering forward as though the registration form might sprout legs and flee. Sakura nervously double-checked her documents over and over as Sasuke leaned against the wall, an invisible circle of space clearing around him automatically. The moment Song Jie stepped into the corridor, the residual serpent scale mark beneath the isolation talisman on his right wrist grew warm. It was not the ashen gray chill of Root, nor the tugging pull of feedback line 37. It felt more like damp cold scales sliding against his skin, crawling a short distance from his wrist bone toward his palm. Qing Xian, walking beside him, noticed immediately that his steps had slowed by a beat. Direction. Song Jie did not activate his Byakugan, only pressing a finger against the edge of the isolation talisman. In the crowd. Not a fixed coordinate. It moved. Maki's insect swarm emerged from her sleeve, hovering only halfway through the corridor before retreating back inside. She gently pressed down on her insect vessel. The insects do not like it here. Too many unfamiliar chakra signatures. Xingtai clutched the registration documents to his chest, his voice so low it seemed he feared ninja from other villages might hear. Sensei is signing up this dangerous. Qing Xian glanced toward the examinees at the end of the corridor. The Chunin exams are not a test. They are every village placing their swords on the same table to see who loses their temper first. Xingtai pondered for a moment, jotted the line into his small notebook, then crossed it out. It sounded too much like a profound maxim. Recording it formally would make him look like he had nothing better to do. At the other end of the corridor, Niji and Lee's squad had also arrived. Lee bristled with energy as though freshly polished on the training grounds. Tenten carried scrolls upon her back, and Niji's headband sat precisely in place. He spotted Song Jie, and his gaze swept first over the medical bandage on his left eye, then down to his right wrist. You're signing up to temporary support team. Niji stepped 2 paces closer. His guard was absent, but Qing Xian stood right beside him. The 10-breath rule was not being strictly enforced today, yet neither man drew too close. The exam arena is not a Hyuga training ground. If you play the fool here, others will actually carve you open at your weakest point. Song Jie handed the registration form to Xingtai. Thank you for expressing your concern in such a gentle manner. Lee's eyes lit up. Is this how branch family members communicate? So youthful. Niji's chakra nearly faltered. Tintin swiftly pulled Li away, preventing him from further training the atmosphere into a hot-blooded disaster. Hinata stood at the 8th team's position. Upon seeing Tsang Jie, her fingers pressed briefly against her wrist bone beneath her sleeve before falling away again. Kiba popped up beside her, Akamaru tucked under his arm. Hey Tsang Jie, your temp squad's entering too. Akamaru says you smell weirder than before. Akamaru gave a soft whine. Tsang Jie looked down at the dog. This is a natural consequence following a medical incident. Kiba fell momentarily speechless, resorting to scratching his head. You're even harder to understand than Shino. Shino emerged from behind Kiba. Canine olfactory assessments hold reference value. The seal's medicines, bloodstains, and foreign markings layered over Tsang Jie's body have indeed altered his scent profile. Kiba rolled his eyes. See, he gets it. At the registration window, the Chunin clerk reviewed each team's documents. When Team 7 submitted their forms, Naruto slapped his chest and bellowed, Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, signing up. The registering Chunin paused his pen and glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi had somehow materialized by the window with a book in hand, radiating the distinct aura of none of my business, yet these are undeniably my students. When it was the temporary support team's turn, Xing Xian pressed 3 forms flat onto the desk. Shanqing Xing Tai Abure Maki Hyuga Tsang Jie. Temporary support team filed with the Hokage Tower. The registering Chunin's nib hovered over Tsang Jie's name, significantly longer than it had for Naruto's. Hyuga Byakugan forehead seal left eye medical bandage temporary support team. Stacked together, those tags were enough to draw the corridor's focused gazes toward them. At the far end of the corridor, several examinees clad in sound ninja attire leaned against the wall. One sound ninja concealed a bandaged arm within his sleeve, with chakra accumulating abnormally around his forearms. Tsang Jie did not extend his sight deeply, merely noting the fluctuation. Sound waves. Mechanical channels. Ninja tool amplification. He could not confirm yet. The serpent scale mark grew warm again. This time the source of heat flashed through the crowd. Tsang Jie did not activate his microscopic vision, only sweeping the periphery with a casual glance of his Byakugan. A grass ninja's silhouette vanished around the stairwell bend. His chakra was slick and cold, unlike that of a standard genin. It resembled multiple layers stitched into a single body. The outer shell maintained a human form, yet the internal signals flickered in discord. Xing Xian murmured from behind his shoulder, you saw him. Grass ninja. His chakra was wrong. Could you pursue? No. If I did, he might realize I'd noticed. Xing Xian did not ask who he was. In a place like this, anything capable of making Tsang Jie choose not to pursue was usually far more troublesome than losing a target. Once registration concluded, Kabuto Yakushi appeared with effortless ease. Silver hair, round glasses, a gentle smile, and a set of ninja profile cards in hand. Like a well-meaning senior helping newcomers ease their nerves, he openly spread information on each village's top fighters before Naruto and the others. Intelligence is vital in the Chunin exams. Take Tsunezgara for instance. His mission records are remarkably clean. Or Konoha's Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto immediately bristled. Why am I left out? Kabuto chuckled and flipped through his cards. Your file is here as well, Naruto-kun. Graduated from academy, completed a C-rank mission in the land of Wave's abnormal chakra reserves. Kakashi's gaze lifted slightly from his book. Tsang Jie stood at the rear of the crowd, observing the cards in Kabuto's hands. Kabuto's chakra control was unnaturally pristine, far beyond that of a typical genin. It was not merely steady, it had been deliberately curated, as though every authentic fluctuation had been combed beneath a protective shell. Medical ninja often possessed this kind of cleanliness, but Kabuto's ran considerably deeper. Kabuto suddenly turned his head, his gaze threading through the crowd to rest squarely on Tsang Jie. Hyuga Tsang Jie temporary support team. Abnormal Byakugan, incomplete support records from the land of waves. He adjusted his glasses. Your file is quite difficult to organize. Xing Tai nearly dropped the registration receipt in his hand. Maki's insect swarm froze at her sleeve opening. Xing Xian did not move, merely shifting his stance to position himself diagonally ahead of Tsang Jie. Tsang Jie met Kabuto's gaze. Incomplete data indicates the collector's capabilities are limited. Naruto let out an involuntary snort of laughter, promptly silenced by a sharp elbow to the ribs from Sakura. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Kabuto, his expression cooling. Kabuto merely smiled. Alternatively, the subject may simply be too skilled at concealing himself. The serpent scale mark beneath his wrist tightened. The grass ninja's cold, slick chakra, Kabuto's overly pristine control, and the sound ninja's abnormal arm resonance. All 3 threads converged simultaneously at the registration desk. The Chunin exams had not yet begun, yet the grounds already resembled a net thick with hooks. Xing Xian led the temporary support team away from the registration area. Only upon exiting the ninja school building did Xing Tai dare to exhale. Sensei, is that Kabuto a genin? Xing Xian tucked away the registration receipt. According to his file, yes. Maki added softly, the insects do not dislike him, but they refuse to draw near. Tsang Jie pressed his right wrist. The serpent scale mark had already receded, leaving only a faint damp chill beneath the isolation talisman. There is something far more dangerous within that grass ninja cohort. Xing Xian halted his steps, more dangerous than Kabuto. Different. Kabuto is like a blade hidden inside a medical kit. That grass ninja resembles a snake wearing a human's clothes. Xing Tai instinctively scribbled the line down, but midway through realized the metaphor was too visceral, draining the color from his face once more. That evening, Xing Xian drafted an addendum to the Hokage Tower reports detailing the anomalies observed at registration. Upon receiving the report, the third reviewed the section on abnormal grass ninja chakra, then the notation regarding Kabuto's intelligence gathering exceeding standard genin parameters, before finally letting his gaze settle on Song Jie's exact words. A snake draped in human clothing. Outside the Hokage Tower window, a root shadow descended. Lord Third, the files on the grass ninja squad have been retrieved. Village entry inspections showed no irregularities. The third lit his pipe. Keep monitoring. Do not provoke them. At the same moment, within the Hyuga clan compound, Richa received a synchronized copy. Niji's name, Hinata's name, and Song Jie's name all appeared on the registration roster. During the Chunin exams, you are not to let him approach that grass ninja squad. Richa closed the scroll. Before the scribe had finished writing, the guard outside delivered another supplementary dispatch from the Hokage Tower. Ibiki Marino would oversee the first examination. Xing Xian allowed himself a rare smile upon reading the supplementary dispatch. Xing Tai whispered, Sensei, Ibiki Marino, and you. Relatives. Will he look out for us? Xing Xian slapped the receipt into Xing Tai's palm. His specialty is psychological interrogation. It would be wise not to expect him to show you any favors. The following morning, before the examination hall, Song Jie spotted the same grass ninja silhouette once more. The man did not turn around, yet his tongue darted lightly across his lips, as though he had caught the scent of something intriguing. Beneath the isolation talisman on his right wrist, the serpent scale mark flared with a sudden heat. The warmth of the serpent scale residue hadn't lasted through to the exam venue. By the time Song Jie took his seat in the classroom, only a faint damp chill remained on his wrist. Yet that one glance from the sound ninja before their silhouette vanished pierced his memory like a slender needle. It wasn't killing intent, nor ordinary curiosity. It was more like a researcher spotting new equipment beside an operation table, idly estimating how many components could be salvaged upon dissection. The exam hall was vast, with desks and chairs arranged densely. Genin from various villages sat in separate zones, with Konoha's newcomers deliberately scattered. Naruto occupied a seat in the front left section, his face broadcasting a single undeniably confident message: I haven't studied at all, but I'll overwhelm this exam with pure charisma. Sakura sat rigidly upright, her hand already poised beside her pen. Sasuke scanned the examination room, his gaze lingering several times on the sound and sand ninja. Niji occupied a seat on the opposite side, his expression as cold and detached as someone observing a tedious procedure whose outcome he already knew. Hinata sat several rows away, her head bowed as she methodically checked her pencil case. Kiba whispered quietly to Akamaru beside her, earning a sharp glare from the proctoring ninja. The temporary support teams had also been broken apart. Kuda sat 2 rows behind Song Jie, his expression already suggesting he sensed the exam would devour them whole. Maki took a seat by the window, her insect swarm contained and active only minimally within her sleeves. When Ibiki Moruta entered the room, the noise fell silent beneath an invisible weight of authority. The scar across his face and the interrogator's bearing he carried suited this examination perfectly. The Senju lineage brought no sense of familiarity, only the unmistakable confirmation that this examiner could genuinely reduce students to tears. Ibiki wrote the rules on the blackboard. Written examination. 10 questions. Points deducted for caught cheating. Each person starts with 10 points. Reaching 0 eliminates the entire team. The final question will be announced separately. If you choose not to answer the 10th question, your team withdraws. Naruto watched his score plummet as he stared at the exam paper. Song Jie surveyed the question types as soon as he received his test. Most far exceeded the knowledge range of ordinary genin. This wasn't testing knowledge, it was testing intelligence gathering. That aligned with the original timeline. The problem was he couldn't just activate the Byakugan to steal answers. The Hyuga Byakugan would be far too conspicuous in an exam hall like this. Ibiki would absolutely be watching him. The Hokage's tower, the Hyuga clan route, and that sound ninja wearing serpent scales were all likely observing as well. Using the Byakugan to cheat on an exam would be like swinging a microscope at a surveillance camera. Minimal gain, maximum foolishness. He kept his right eye in its normal state, activating neither Byakugan, instead observing the movements around him. The questions themselves didn't matter. The source of the answers did. Several Chunin were planted throughout the exam hall as informants, writing out the correct responses. The real challenge was identifying who they were and understanding their methods. A test taker in the front row maintained a steady writing rhythm, their wrist movements distinct from typical problem solving. It was as if they already knew the answers and were simply transcribing them in order. Song Jie couldn't see the paper itself, but he could watch the subtle movements of wrists. Horizontal strokes, vertical lines, diagonal angles, pauses. By reading the muscle tension and chakra flow, he could reverse engineer each character. Inefficient, but mentally manageable. Question 1 required 3 characters followed by a sequence of numbers. The second question had a lengthy formula, and the third involved a diagram. Song Jia pressed his pen to the paper, writing out what he'd deduced from the patterns he observed. His handwriting lacked its usual steadiness, but fortunately the exam wasn't graded on calligraphy. In his previous life, if his advisor had caught him reverse engineering answers from wrist muscle movements, they'd have first condemned it as academic misconduct, then expressed astonishment that such a method could actually work, and finally demanded he submit supplementary materials on the methodology. Ibiki's gaze swept down from the podium. Song Jia paused his pen, looked up at the blackboard, as though contemplating the problem. Ibiki's eyes didn't immediately look away. Song Jia mentally raised his risk assessment. Members of the Marino family could detect guilt more keenly than they could read text. He couldn't keep staring at the same informant, nor could he keep his head down writing continuously. He needed to make several mistakes while leaving behind traces of calculation. In the back row, Kuda began to sweat. He clearly understood this exam wasn't testing knowledge, but tool maintenance. Jin and excelled at recording information. They weren't skilled at espionage. Maki's situation was relatively stable. The aburame insects couldn't be released too conspicuously, but she could perceive the frequency of nearby pen strokes through them. Using insect reconnaissance to steal exam answers was in a way quite characteristic of her clan. The sound ninja were beginning to move. One of them, wearing ear muffs, subtly channeled chakra, sending sound waves rippling across the desks and through the air to capture the friction of pen tips. Song Jia couldn't hear it with ordinary ears, but he could tell the sound waves had passed by observing the slight trembling of pen tips among the several Chunin informants in the exam hall. The sound ninja were stealing answers through sound, while he was doing it through wrist muscles. Everyone was competing on the cheating track with methodological approaches. It was quite an academic scene. He noted the sound ninja's chakra rhythm. The sound wave ninjutsu wasn't pure chakra impact. It was a manipulation of air vibrations and mechanical structures. This information was useless now, but after the exam it might become something to keep him alive. Over by Naruto, the situation was dire. The exam paper was nearly blank. He glanced at the question, then at the ceiling, then at his pencil again, as if hoping the pencil would awaken a Sharingan and answer for him. Sakura was already writing quickly while Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy others' handwriting with concealed movements. Song Jia didn't look for too long. Sasuke's eyes were currently high-risk samples. Staring too long might displeasure both Sasuke himself and Kakashi simultaneously. The first round of cheating apprehension began. Several candidates from minor villages were called out on the spot by the proctoring ninja, their scores deducted, and their teammates' faces went pale. A rain ninja attempted to use water droplets for refraction, but a proctoring ninja grabbed his wrist, and the entire team was escorted out. The group response wasn't merely fear. Some moved their hands away from their ninja tool pouches, others switched to slower methods of transmitting information, and some simply stopped writing to recalculate the risk of point deductions. Kuda finally found his method in the back row. He wasn't stealing answers. He was studying the error patterns of those who'd been caught eliminating high-risk cheating routes. Then he began copying the draft format of the neighboring Chunin informant. Format didn't equal answers, but it was enough for him to work through several problems. Those who relied on tools found their own way to survive. When Song Jia reached question 7, the isolation seal on his right wrist suddenly grew cold. Not the serpent scale warmth. This was the black pattern recognizing a certain frequency. Near the back door of the exam hall, a sound ninja sat very quietly, hair covering half their face. Their outer chakra appeared ordinary, but within it layered another layer upon layer. That cold, slippery sensation was amplified from the black pattern on his wrist, as though an old label had encountered a higher-level equivalent clearance. Song Jia immediately shifted his gaze back to the exam paper. Don't look. Not now, at least. Ibiki approached his desk. The Hyuga kid, his shadow fell across the exam paper. Finding this difficult, several gazes in the exam hall turned toward them. Naruto also twisted his head around, nearly being pelted back by a proctoring ninja with chalk. Niji glanced up for a moment, and Hinata's grip on her pen tightened slightly. Song Jia paused his pen before the 8th question's blank space. The exam paper bore traces of several incorrect answers, some derivations, and calculations that appeared half understood. The questions are difficult, Ibiki said, looking at his right eye, then sweeping over the medical bandage on his left eye and the isolation seal on his right wrist. I'm talking about your eyes. This question was pressed with precision. Admitting he'd looked equated to cheating or denying it might not fool his interrogator. Playing dumb would only prompt Ibiki to continue pressing. Song Jia set down his pen, fingers leaving the exam paper. I didn't activate the Byakugan. I only observed the stroke patterns and wrist movements. The rules state penalties for caught cheating, not for unsightly thinking methods. A test taker in the front row let their pen tip skew, nearly crossing out an answer. In the back, Kuta's shoulder twitched as though he wanted to record unsightly thinking methods among his life maxims. Naruto wore an expression of "this is acceptable." Ibiki didn't smile. He picked up Song Jie's exam paper and studied it for a moment. "You got question 6 wrong." "I know. Intentionally wrong. I couldn't solve it." Ibiki returned the paper. His fingers left a slight crease at the corner. "Continue." The pressure lifted and Song Jie picked up his pen once more. The serpent scale residue on his right wrist remained still, and the sound ninja didn't glance his way. Yet Ibiki's earlier remark about struggling to see had already placed him under the gaze of numerous examinees in the hall. He couldn't employ the same method going forward. Instead, he focused on observing breathing patterns and the rhythm of pen strokes. Less efficient, but far harder to detect. By the time he finished question 9, several teams had already been eliminated from the exam hall. Naruto's paper remained nearly blank. Sakura grew anxious and wanted to turn around, but forced herself to resist. Sasuke didn't look at Naruto, but his chakra tensed momentarily. Ibiki withdrew the oppressive presence he'd maintained throughout the first 9 questions and returned to the podium. "Now I will announce the rules for the 10th question." Someone in the classroom gripped their pen too tightly, causing the barrel to split along a crack. Ibiki's voice overwhelmed the entire room. "The 10th question is optional. You may choose not to answer it, in which case your entire team withdraws. If you choose to answer and get it wrong, you will never be permitted to take the Chunin exam again for the rest of your life." Naruto's face went completely rigid. Beneath the isolation seal on Song Jie's right wrist, the serpent scale residue gave a faint warm pulse. In the back row, that sound ninja finally turned their head, the corner of their mouth curving into a smile that betrayed nothing of a mere genin. The heat of the serpentine scale markings pressed against his wrist bone like a small scale pressing against flesh and slowly tightening. Sosuke did not look back. The rules of the 10th question had barely fallen and cracks were already forming throughout the classroom. Not desks or chairs, it was people. A teammate behind a Konoha genin crumbled first, raising a hand to withdraw. 2 rows over, a Kiri ninja hurled his pen onto the desk, cursed, and was then held by the shoulders by his companion before the entire team filed out. Several genin from minor villages turned pallid, their eyes darting between teammates and the door, as if the corridor beyond were not a hallway, but an escape route to a future worth preserving. Ibiki offered no urgency. He stood before the lectern, observing each team's reaction as though waiting in an interrogation room for suspects to tie their own noose. Kotaru sat in the back row, fingers pressing against the edge of the exam paper, knuckles white. He was not afraid of the questions. He feared the weight behind a rule such as, "one mistake, and you can never take the Chunin exam again." For a support type genin, the greatest terror was not personal failure, but dragging the entire team down and being recorded as the reason for their defeat. Over at Maki's station, silence persisted, but the insect swarm beneath her sleeve had retreated deeper than before. For the temporary support squad, one person withdrawing meant the entire team was finished. Sosuke laid his pen across the desk. The true test of the 10th question was not the answer, but whether one could bear unknown risk. For him, this question was perhaps even more concrete than for others. Withdrawing would let him sidestep Orochimaru, the Sound Ninja, the Sand Village, and the Forest of Death, yet to come in the Chunin exam. Staying meant observing the Cursed Seal, the Sharingan, the Nine Tails, each village's jutsu seals, and discovering to whom the serpentine scale markings truly belonged. From the perspective of survival, withdrawing made perfect sense. But from the perspective of long-term survival, it might not. Root, the Hyuga, and the Hokage were all already watching him. If he withdrew from the very first round of a public exam, he would be reassessed as unstable, but of limited value. A decline in value was not safety. It would only give new legs to terms like sealing, secondary imprinting, and isolation observation, words that would creep back onto his desk. Ibiki's voice fell once more. "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" Another team departed. The scrape of chairs against the floor grated on every nerve. Naruto kept his head bowed, hands flat on the desk. Sakura's expression shifted. She knew best his exam performance, and understood that if Naruto chose to stay, he might carry the burden of being banned from the Chunin exam for life. Her hand rose slowly, ready to withdraw on his behalf. Sasuke saw it, but did not stop her. His gaze rested on Naruto's back, as though awaiting an answer only Naruto could give. Sosuke was watching Naruto as well. The chakra noise within Naruto began surging, but unlike the collapse at the Land of Waves, it was more like a fire pressed beneath a stove lid. The harder it was compressed, the louder it roared. Naruto's hand slapped the desk. The wooden surface shuddered, and the exam papers jumped. "Don't underestimate me." Naruto shot to his feet, his voice arresting several hands that had already risen halfway. "I will never run. Even if I can only remain a genin for the rest of my life, I will become Hokage." Ibiki regarded him. In the examination hall, several candidates who had been on the verge of withdrawing let their hands drop. Kiba grinned, behind him Akamaru poking its head from his collar and barking once. Sakura's hand froze midair, then slowly retreated. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Kotaru, startled by the outburst, dropped his pen. As he bent to retrieve it, he noticed Sosuke had not moved. You're not afraid, eh? Kotaru whispered, voice barely audible. Afraid? Then why don't you withdraw? Sosuke looked toward Ibiki on the lectern. Unknown risk does not mean incalculable risk. Kotaru paused for a breath, then scribbled the words into the corner of his exam paper. Only after finishing did he realize this was an official test sheet, and hastily covered it with his palm. Fortunately, Ibiki was not looking in their direction. Sosuke offered no impassioned declaration. Instead, he wrote the same sentence on the margin of his exam paper, not for Ibiki's eyes, but for his own. Unknown risk does not mean incalculable risk. The Chunin exam was dangerous, but it was also a public arena. Danger in the open was fearsome, but danger in the shadows was worse. At least here many could see, many could record, and many factions kept each other in check. Ibiki scanned the entire classroom, confirmed no one else would withdraw, and finally declared, those who remained have passed the 10th question. The classroom erupted first in short bursts of exhale, then in the rustle of bodies settling back into chairs. Some slumped against their chair backs, others covered their faces, and a few muttered curses at themselves for nearly withdrawing. Naruto remained standing, as if unable to process that he had passed. What? That's it. We passed. Ibiki's lips curved into something resembling a smile, though it appeared more threatening than his usual expression. The first exam tested intelligence gathering and the ability to withstand pressure. You have passed. Naruto bounced to his feet. I told you I'd be fine. Ibiki's chalk flew across the room and struck him squarely on the forehead. Sit down. The examination hall finally gained a flicker of, but that liveliness did not last long. The window exploded. Shards of glass and strips of black fabric flew inward, and a woman landed gracefully before the lectern, stepping down from the hanging cloth with flamboyant flair. Yutahashi Mame grinned, and behind her the black fabric bore the gathering location for the second exam. Now is hardly the time to relax. The second exam is under my supervision. A vein pulsed on Ibiki's forehead. Mame, you've come early. Mame glanced at the remaining number of students in the room. Quite a few survived this round. Too bad many more will fall during the second. Kotaru had just picked his pen back up. At those words it nearly slipped from his fingers again. The insects beneath Maki's sleeve trembled. Naruto, buzzing with excitement, failed to catch the ominous implication of many more will fall, and continued asking whether the second exam would be a grand showcase of his abilities. Mame slammed the scroll detailing the Forest of Death onto the blackboard. Test Ground 44, the Forest of Death. Signed death agreements. Heaven and Earth scroll capture battle. Reach the central tower within 5 days. Lose a scroll or lose a comrade. That is your problem alone. The collective reaction this time was far more specific. A Konoha genin in the front row licked the corner of his lip. Gaara's gourd beside a sand village participant trembled faintly. The Sound Ninja trio exchanged glances. Hiba muttered a curse under his breath. Sakura's face drained of color, and Naruto finally grasped that the word death was not mere rhetoric, his volume having instantly. The serpentine scale markings on Sosuke's right wrist grew noticeably hotter. From the grass ninja contingent, the individual whose chakra felt cold and slick raised his head. His gaze traversed half the classroom, settled on Sasuke, then briefly flicked toward Sosuke. That look was not the gaze of a competitor assessing an opponent. It was the look of a hunter evaluating specimens of differing worth. Qingxian was absent from the examination hall and could not issue immediate orders to withdraw. The temporary support squad had already cleared the first exam. Their qualification for the second was secured. To withdraw now meant voluntary abandonment. But the 10th question of the first exam had already forced them to choose, and the cost of withdrawal had only risen since then. Kotaru turned his face pallid. Are we still participating in the second exam? Maki did not meet Sosuke's gaze. She only fastened her insect box tightly. Our team leader will wait outside the entrance. Once we enter, it is just the 3 of us. Sosuke looked down at his right wrist. Beneath the isolation seal, the serpentine scale marking emerged as a thread-thin trace, pointing toward the grass ninja's direction. If we do not participate, the serpents remain in the village anyway. Kotaru's face collapsed entirely. That is not exactly comforting. Mame began distributing the death agreements. When the paper reached Sosuke's hands, the serpentine scale markings on his wrist tightened, as though something beyond his skin had recorded his name. The 6 characters, death responsibility at own risk, on the consent form were rendered in enormous type, as though the signatories might fail to notice they were putting pen to paper, surrendering their lives. Xingtai held the document in his hands. By the third reading, his complexion had shifted from pale to that peculiar gray reserved exclusively for bureaucratic functionaries. This format is sloppy. He flipped the consent form over. No specified medical rescue conditions, no evacuation procedures, and no defined boundaries of examiner liability. Jinji glanced at him. That's precisely why it's called a life and death consent form. Xingtai was silenced by the blunt logic. His lips parted, but in the end he simply signed his name with careful neatness, as though perfectly legible handwriting might keep death himself from collecting. When Song Jie signed, the residual snakescale pattern beneath his right wrist contracted along with every stroke. Not pain, rather the unmistakable sensation of being marked. He returned the pin to the attendant and let his gaze sweep across the entrance plaza. Teams stood scattered in various clusters. Hongdo was explaining the rules ahead, while beyond the wire fencing of exercise field No. 44 the forest stretched so deeply its end was invisible. Canopies interlaced, overhead dampness pressing outward from within. The chorus of insects and beast roars mingled together, as if the entire forest had already begun digesting the examinees before they'd even entered. Qing Xian stood just outside the entrance, unable to cross into the field. He pulled his provisional support unit aside and handed out 3 small sealing talismans, one each to Xing Tai Jinji and Song Jia. Your first objective upon entering is not to seize scrolls, but to confirm your team's condition and landing position. No offensive engagement within the first half day. Xing Tai laid down evacuation markers. Jinji deploy insect swarms for reconnaissance. Song Jia do not activate your microcosmic true eye. What if we encounter grass ninja? Song Jia slid the sealing talisman into the inner compartment of his ninja tool pouch. Qing Xian fixed his gaze on the snake scale mark on Song Jia's wrist. Avoid them. Especially that grass ninja you described, like a serpent. Xing Tai murmured softly, and if avoidance isn't possible, delay create noise seek out other teams or large beasts. In the forest of death third-party variables are never in short supply. The advice sounded like, when confronted by a tiger summon a bear, yet in a multi-team free-for-all, it was sound strategy. Song Jia unfolded the map. Hongdo's map only marked the entrance and the central tower lacking detailed water sources and terrain. Jinji's insect swarms could fill part of the gap and the Byakugan could cover more, but with so many chakra-based creatures and ancient traps lurking in the forest of death blind scouting was out of the question. Team 7 stood on the opposite side. Naruto was loudly insisting to Hongdo that he would never die in the forest. Hongdo pressed a kunai against his cheek forcing him to step back half a pace though he stubbornly maintained his bravado. Sakura tugged him back by the collar. Sasuke took no part in the exchange, his gaze kept drifting toward the grass ninja team. And that grass ninja was watching Sasuke in return. Song Jia noticed there was no marking near Sasuke's neck yet. That very spot seemed circled in red by some future event yet to unfold. The snakescale pattern beneath his wrist grew warm once more. This time it did not point toward the grass ninja himself, but rather toward the invisible thread stretching between Sasuke and that grass ninja. Stop staring. Qing Xian's voice came low from beside him. You're not a member of Team 7. I know. Knowing and doing are two different things. Qing Xian pressed a roll of thin bandages into his hand. If your eyes begin bleeding, press it yourself. Don't wait for your teammates to notice. Xing Tai, hearing the words, eyes bleeding, fumbled with his tool bag buckle 3 times before it finally snapped shut. Jinji, meanwhile, entrusted a small cluster of insects to Song Jia. They settled along the outer edge of his sleeve without crawling underneath. If you encounter a formidable enemy, release them. They'll return to me. Song Jia studied the insects. My scent must be quite strange now. They recognized the scent of the sealing compound, not you personally. Jinji paused. For now it's manageable. It was comfort in the true oil man style. Sincere, yet painfully stinging. Hongdo announced the entrance draw. Each team dispersed according to their assigned numbers. The provisional support unit received entrance No. 21. On the opposite side from Team 7, but not the furthest possible. Xing Tai reviewed the orientation and murmured a quick calculation. Straight line distance to the central tower is roughly 30 kilometers. Actual travel will exceed 40 at least. If we hold off on contesting scrolls for half a day, our remaining time will grow tight. Then the second objective is to find weaker teams and seize their scrolls, Qing Xian corrected. We don't wait for scrolls to come to us. Xing Tai wrote the note onto a slip of paper, then realized he'd likely have no time to read it once inside. The expression on his face grew even grimmer. Before entry, Niji passed by from the other direction. His team's entrance was farther still. Niji did not stop, but as he passed he cast a single glance at Song Jia. Don't die on the first day, Song Jia replied. And you, don't kill anyone too quickly. Tintin nearly tripped over her own scroll strap at that. Li nodded earnestly. Maintaining hot-blooded passion during competition without being fatal. Indeed, that is very important. Niji walked away even faster. Hinata, standing beside Team Guy, also caught sight of Song Jia. She pressed a finger lightly against her wrist bone. Kibo waved enthusiastically from this direction. Hey, come out alive so we can settle that business about your clone, not fooling Akamaru. Akamaru barked once as if to add a reminder about the checkup appointment. Naruto shouted from halfway across the plaza. Song Jia, see you at the central tower. The bottom feeders alliance can't lose. A kunai flew past Hongdo and planted itself in the dirt beside Naruto's foot. Say another word and I'll give you a premature tour of the forest of death right now. Naruto clammed up, only for a breath, then quietly told Sasuke he would definitely win. Sasuke ignored him, his gaze still locked on the grass ninja direction. Before the iron gates opened, Hongdo ordered all team leaders to step back. Qing Xian stood beyond the safety line looking at the 3 of them one final time. Remember, staying alive matters more than a polished report. Xingtai clutched his tool bag. Teacher reports matter too, right? Only the ones written by the living matter. The iron gates groaned open. A wave of humid air surged outward, a mixture of rotting leaves, beast's blood, and the sour tang of ancient traps. Jinji's insect swarm went in first. Xingtai left the initial white powder marker on the reverse side of a root at the entrance. Song Jie followed behind the other to his right, eye opened only to the standard Byakugan scanning 30 paces ahead. The trees towered overhead, blocking most light. Old bones littered the ground, many shattered by the jaws of large beasts. Several clusters of chakra moved swiftly in the distance. Other teams that had entered and were already scrambling for position. Deeper still, a water source shimmered, but its vicinity carried mixed chakra residues, making it unsuitable for immediate approach. Safe for 10 steps to the front left. Sinkhole to the right. Snake above. Xingtai's footsteps halted. Snake. A serpent as thick as a bowl's opening descended from a branched tongue, flickering its eyes fixed on the three of them. A handful of insects flew from Jinji's sleeve. The snake, plainly disliking their scent, slowly retreated into the foliage. Xingtai wiped his brow. The forest of death keeps to its name, doesn't it? Half a bell later, Jinji's insects returned with their first report. Rain Ninja team ahead. 3 members hunting for isolated targets. Xingtai inclined to detour, but after studying the map and the boot prints on the tree roots, Song Jie shook his head. They're detouring too. Continue evading, and we'll collide near the water source. That's far more dangerous. We set a trap first and force them to reveal their scroll. The short-term objective shifted from no engagement to low-risk intelligence gathering. With Qing Xian absent, the decision now rested with 3 genin. Xingtai visibly wrestled with Qing Xian's earlier instruction about non-aggression for half a day, his expression caught between rule and reality. Jinji split her insect swarm into 2 groups. Only immobilize, do not injure. If we can't take the scroll, we fall back. Only then did Xingtai nod, producing thin wire and a resonance bell to rig between 2 trees. Song Jie applied his Byakugan to the Rain Ninja's chakra path and discovered they were masking their footsteps with wet leaves, leaving barely any chakra residue. The Rain Ninja weren't particularly strong, but they were perfectly adapted to the forest environment. Hardly had the trap been set when the Rain Ninja team emerged from the left. 1 member stepped on the wire. The bell produced no loud ring, only a muffled tinkle swallowed by the leaves. He reacted swiftly, launching upward to dodge the ground net, but Jinji's insects drove him toward the opposite side. Xingtai's low-intensity adhesive pouch detonated, sticking fast to his ankle. The remaining 2 Rain Ninja struck immediately, Kanai skimming along tree trunks toward them. Song Jie didn't block head-on. Instead, he used a low-power afterimage illusion to deflect 1 projectile toward empty space, while his true body retreated behind a root. The Rain Ninja immediately identified him as a Byakugan user and focused their assault on him. Target confirmed. It's you. Xingtai gritted his teeth and flung a second wire, forcing 1 Rain Ninja off course. Song Jie's right eye swept over the opponent's ninja tool pouch. The scroll was strapped to the captured ninja's lower back. Earth scroll. Jinji, 3rd insect on the left, bite the knot. The insect squeezed through the seam of the Rain Ninja's outer garment and severed the scroll cord. The scroll dropped. Xingtai's hook wire snatched it and reeled it back. Seeing their target stolen, the Rain Ninja immediately tossed a smoke bomb. The smoke carried a mild, damp toxin, not deadly but enough to force the insect swarm to retreat. Fall back. Song Jie seized the scroll. No pursuit. The 3 withdrew 20 paces along the pre-laid white powder markers. Xingtai cradled the scroll, his face a mixture of lingering dread and sheer disbelief. We actually captured the Earth scroll. Jinji checked her insect casualties. 3 light injuries. Song Jie handed the scroll to Xingtai for sealing. At that moment, the isolation talisman on his right wrist grew suddenly hot. The snakescale pattern rose, half visible, pointing not toward the defeated Rain Ninja, nor toward the central tower. Far across the forest on the opposite side, a cold and sinister chakra erupted. Not a battle aftermath. It felt more like a door being thrown open, and something that did not belong among the examinees was crawling out. Song Jie looked up. Through his right eye's vision, threading past the trees, he caught only a few rapidly distorting chakra shadows. Direction of Team 7. The snakescale mark against his wrist bone formed a slender arrow pointing unerringly toward that source of cold darkness. In the first moment after the arrow appeared, Sosuke stuffed the scroll back into Kotaro's embrace. Kotaro was still lost in the unreality of having seized the Earth scroll when the scroll struck his chest. He stepped back half a pace and a spool of thread from his tool bag rolled out. Seal it. Do not open it. Do not confirm the contents. Sosuke pressed his right hand against his wrist bone. The serpent scale remnant beneath the isolation talisman burned as if alive. Our position may have already been marked by another thread. Makoto's insect swarm circled among the leaves and settled back onto her sleeve. Several insects pressed their wings tightly together. In the direction of Team 7, there is a severe chakra disturbance. The insects dare not approach. Kotaro shoved the Earth scroll into his inner pocket and fastened the outer cloth buttons twice. His movements were steady, but his face was pallid. Sensei Aohata said to avoid grass ninjas, especially that one you described as snake-like. He lowered his voice. Just because the arrow points that way doesn't mean we have to go, does it? That was sound reasoning. From a mission perspective, they had obtained the missing scroll. The logical next step was to avoid combat and proceed toward the central tower. Kakashi was absent from Team 7's side, yet in the original timeline Team 7 would survive. Sosuke was not a member of Team 7 and Aohata had made that explicit. But the serpent scale remnant was not warning him to watch the spectacle. It was verifying. Like an external jutsu detecting a kindred sample, it was threading together his wrist bone Sasuke's neck and the grass ninja's chakra into a single experimental line across the forest. Sosuke crouched and used a kunai to mark 3 dots in the damp soil. The first denoted the temporary support unit's current position, the second the direction of the central tower, the third the source of the cold chakra burst. If we head straight for the central tower, we must cross the water source zone. The rain ninja used a damp toxin earlier, which means at least one team is already positioned near the water source. Kotaro immediately countered, going around the left avoids the water source, but brings us closer to Team 7's direction. Going around the right passes through the large beast activity zone. Makoto released 2 reconnaissance insects which turned back after flying only 20 paces to the right. Too many snakes. Heavy ground vibrations. Likely giant pythons. Kotaro's face darkened further. Why can't the Death Forest have even one normal path? Sosuke drove his kunai into the ground beside the third dot. The optimal route now is to skirt the periphery near Team 7, keeping our distance and staying out of the core battlefield. If the chakra surge spreads toward us, we withdraw. If we detect the grass ninja tracking us, we use their chaos to break the line. Kotaro studied the dirt map, his lips moving. That sounds like delivering ourselves to the edge of a monster's table and hoping it eats someone else first. Accurate. Sosuke rose. So do not stand in the center of the plate. Makoto retracted half her swarm, leaving only the low-flying reconnaissance insects. I agree to peripheral movement. If the swarm detects Team 7, we do not approach. Only mark their direction. Kotaro looked between the two, then down at the scroll in his arms, as though it might vote for him. Finally, he rewound the thin thread around his wrist. Record this, due to the main route being blocked, we are choosing a low-contact detour. This is not an active approach toward a high-risk target. Sosuke found that phrasing potentially life-saving. The 3 moved toward the front left. The Death Forest canopy blocked most of the light. The ground was wet and soft, sinking half an inch with each step. Makoto guided her swarm along the bark while Kotaro left fine white powder marks on the opposite side of tree roots at regular intervals. Sosuke activated only his standard Byakugan, his gaze penetrating trunks, to see several chakra clusters colliding rapidly in the distance before separating. The cold chakra emanating from Team 7's direction was no longer a single-point eruption. It moved through the forest like a serpent, and wherever it passed, the chakra responses of ordinary genin were entirely suppressed. This was not merely fear from killing intent. The higher-tier chakra itself was compressing the lower-tier sensory systems. Kotaro suddenly raised his hand. Hanging from a branch ahead was a torn piece of green fabric, a grass ninja uniform. Moist mucus clung to the edges, dripping onto leaves below and causing the veins to darken slightly. Makoto sent an insect closer, but it retreated as soon as it landed within an inch of the cloth. Toxic. Not severely, but the insects refused to touch it. Sosuke did not handle the fabric. He used his kunai to part nearby grass blades and discovered a dragging trace on the mud. Someone had not been pulled away. It was some elongated creature sliding close to the ground. The trace was abnormally wide. Kotaro glanced down, his Adam's apple bobbing. Sensei told us to find large beasts as a third-party variable. Is the third-party variable showing up on its own now? Does not look like a beast. Sosuke stared at the trail. The chakra residue is too clean, as if controlled by a jutsu. The sound of snapping timber echoed from afar. All 3 dropped low. 30 paces ahead, a colossal serpent pressed through the woods, its body scraping bark from tree trunks in great strips. The serpent's head was not aimed at them. It was in pursuit elsewhere. As its body passed, a damp, cold, fishy odor hung in the air, and the serpent scale remnant beneath Sasuke's wrist bone tightened. The thread spool nearly fell from Kotaro's hand. It didn't see us. It's not that it didn't see us. Makoto's swarm lay motionless against her shoulder. It has a more definite target. Sosuke followed the direction the serpent had departed. Several chakra signatures flickered there. Naruto's chakra was compressed and scattered, crackling wildly, like burning coals thrown into cold water. Sakura's chakra hovered close to the ground, maintaining proximity to her target despite her fear. Sasuke's chakra was drawn taut like a single thread, its end pointing directly at that cold, slithering source. They had reached the periphery. Any further forward would no longer be deterring. It would be approaching the battlefield itself. Kotaro grasped the hem of Sosuke's garment lightly, but firmly. You just said periphery. We are already at the periphery now. Sosuke knew. He also knew that according to the original trajectory, Orochimaru would bestow the Heaven's Curse Mark upon Sasuke here. The Curse Mark was not a compliance circuit like the root black patterns, nor a control lock like the caged bird seal. It was induction, erosion, a seed of authority. If he could catch even a single glimpse, the value it held for understanding the Curse Mark system would be enormous. So valuable that the danger was proportionally immense. Ohata had once said that every time he encountered a new structure it felt like seeing food after 3 days of starvation. This meal, however, was not just poisoned. It might turn around and bite the chef. Sosuke retrieved a thin sealing tag from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Kotaro. You and Makoto stay here. If I am not back within 10 breaths, withdraw toward the central tower. Do not wait for me. Kotaro's eyes widened. You just said not to stand in the center of the plate. I will not enter the battlefield. I will only observe the outer fluctuations. Every time you say you'll only take a look, your eyes start bleeding. Makoto offered no objection as she simply placed 3 insects along the outer edge of Sosuke's sleeve. The insects can relay our position. Beyond a certain range they will die. Thank you. Kotaro whispered, I disagree. Sosuke looked at him. That's why I didn't ask you to vote. Kotaro's face alternated between pale and flushed before he finally retrieved a small smoke pill from his tool bag and pressed it into Sosuke's hand. 10 breaths. 1 over, and I will treat it as a loss of control. I will throw a thunderclap pill in your direction. Even if it does not kill the enemy, it will make the entire forest know where you are. Well documented. Sosuke moved forward. He avoided the main trail left by the colossal serpent advancing through the shadows of tree roots. His right eye's standard Byakugan was activated to its minimum threshold with the microscopic layer held at the periphery and unmoving. His vision penetrated through tree trunks, and the battlefield finally took shape. Naruto's residual chakra signature continued to thrash within the serpent's stomach after being swallowed. Sasuke stood rigid on a branch, his chakra trembling under the weight of fear. Sakura was below her grip on her kunai, white-knuckled, but the disparity in power rendered her unable to intervene. The grass ninja stood upon the tree trunk. On the surface he appeared to be a grass ninja, but inwardly he was not. The chakra Sosuke perceived resembled multiple layers of skin stacked together, each bearing traces of different life signatures. The outermost layer maintained a human form, while deep within a cold, slithering current rotated slowly. The serpent scale remnant beneath his wrist nearly burned through the isolation talisman. He could not delve deeper, only observe the outer edge. The grass ninja moved. Sasuke wanted to flee, but his legs were pinned by killing intent. Sosuke could feel that oppressive pressure even from a distance, as if an entire forest were being pressed down by a single hand. Sasuke's Sharingan was active. His dynamic vision could track movements, but his body could not keep pace with the delayed commands after fear was suppressed. The grass ninja's neck elongated the movement, entirely defying human joint logic. The black ring at the periphery of Sosuke's right eye expanded. The bite occurred at the side of Sasuke's neck. At the first frame of the curse mark implantation, Sosuke could not resist. He opened the microscopic true eye just a fraction. The world dissolved into countless black circuits. The Heaven's Curse Mark was not a simple chakra injection. It resembled an erosive authority seed first attaching to the outer walls of the meridian channels before taking root into the mental energy pathways. The outer layer disguised itself as an amplifier, while the inner layer established a feedback interface that responded to pain and desire. The root curse emphasized obedience, the caged bird seal emphasized confinement, but this one emphasized temptation. It made the target believe the power was a door they had chosen to open themselves. The information surge pierced into Sosuke's right eye. Beneath the medical bandage over his left eye, he felt as though an iron needle were pressing against it, warm fluid seeping from the corner. The grass ninja suddenly raised his head. Through the tree trunk, damp leaves, and more than 20 paces of distance, those eyes landed precisely on Sosuke's hiding place. The curve of his mouth widened gradually. There is another pair of interesting eyes. Sosuke closed his right eye and spun to retreat. The tree root beneath his foot suddenly moved. It was not a tree root. A slender serpent emerged from the mud, its eyes carrying that cold, slithering chakra, its head pointing directly at his wrist bone. The slender serpent lunged at an awkward angle. It did not target the throat nor the ankle. It aimed for the snakescale residue pattern beneath the barrier seal on Sangji's right wrist, as if confirming a mark or perhaps attempting to bite away the traces of the curse seal observation. Sangji's body reacted half a beat slower than his judgment. The sluggishness from chakra depletion crawled upward from his knees. His right eye had just closed, yet the black circuits of the Heaven's Curse mark still lingered in his vision. Had he dodged conventionally, his wrist would have been bitten first. If he employed Duanliu, he would need to make contact with the serpent's body, a far riskier option. Observation: the snake's head concentrated its chakra, its body was merely a vessel. Judgment: the core lay not in its fangs, but in a cold, slick node just behind the serpent's eyes. Decision: do not block, instead misdirect it into biting the wrong target. Sangjie flung a low-power clone with his left hand. The afterimage lasted only half a breath, flickering beside his right wrist. True to expectation, the serpent angled its strike, biting, toward the phantom's wrist bone. The instant its fangs pierced the thin chakra layer, the clone shattered. Song Jia exploited that fraction of deviation, stepping backward and driving his kunai against the serpent's neck. The serpent's body felt unnaturally soft, unlike any real creature. Where the kunai had cut, there was no blood. Only a wisp of cold, slick chakra leaking from the wound. The serpent's body twisted upon impact, the rupture already beginning to close. This was no ordinary snake. It was a jutsu-bound serpent crafted to track chakra. Songjia. Xingtai's voice came from behind, accompanied by the metallic clink of lightning pills. He had not waited the full 10 seconds. Clearly the ripple from the snake scale residue pattern had already reached the insect group. Ma Ji's swarm arrived first, several insects slicing through the undergrowth, attempting to sever the serpent's tail. The serpent flicked its tail, sending a wave of cold chakra sweeping outward. 2 insects dropped immediately, their wings convulsing. Ma Ji landed behind a tree and retracted her fingers, the remaining swarm scattered. The insects can't bite through it. It's hunting your chakra. Xingtai crouched near another tree root, drawing a thin thread, taut, his voice trembling noticeably. How long were you watching? 1 glance. Can your 1 glance be added to the medical contraindications list? The serpent raised its head once more, its gaze shifting from where the afterimage had vanished to Song Jia's true form. It was not relying on vision. Rather, it was calibrating along the residual white eye wave patterns. The snake scale residue on Song Jia's wrist pulsed repeatedly, as if tethered by invisible threads pulled from afar. From the distant battlefield came the sound of trees splitting apart. Naruto's chakra had reignited. He must have burst from within the serpent's abdomen. Sasuke's chakra, however, was fluctuating violently. The cursed seed had entered its first round of combustion. They could not stay. Orochimaru's main body had not given chase, but this chakra serpent was enough to expose their position. Should they be simultaneously locked onto by other teams, surviving grass ninja stragglers, or the forest towering beast, the 3 of them would be trapped in the Death Forest's most dire scenario. Song Jia tore a strip from his sleeve and bound it around his right wrist. Retreat 30 paces away from the central tower, then double north. It will follow me, not you. Xingtai immediately objected. We do not separate. Teacher Qingxian's first rule was never to split up. If we don't separate now, it will tag us all for tracking. Ma Ji released a formation of insects dividing into left and right columns as they scuttled across the ground, leaving 2 distinct trails. We don't need to truly separate. We create the illusion of separation. Xingtai takes the white powder route, while Qingxian and I go north. The insects will carry a portion of your blood scent east. Xingtai's expression darkened further. Blood scent. Song Jia sliced his fingertip with his kunai and smeared the blood onto a weathered wood shard. Ma Ji's insects lifted the shard and flew eastward. The serpent's head tilted, its tracking node wavered briefly. It could apparently detect blood scent, yet it relied far more heavily on the spiritual residue left during Curseal observation. The wood shard deceived it for only half a breath, enough time for Xingtai to deploy his first line. A thin thread was strung between 2 trees with small bells attached, but leaves muffled them, preventing loud noise. As the serpent slid along the ground, it tugged the line. The resulting chime was faint, akin to insect song. Xingtai triggered the mechanism. A resin pouch fell from the branches, striking the serpent squarely. The adhesive coated a section of its body, causing it to stall. Xingtai's eyes lit up. It works. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the serpent's slick chakra vibrated. White smoke rose from the adhesive surface as though being corroded. The serpent slithered free, its body thinner than before, yet moving faster. Xingtai's hopeful gleam was extinguished by reality. Does it molt too? Its jutsu carrier layer is peeling away, Song Jia said, pressing against the pain in his right eye. It is consuming itself to gain speed. Ma Ji's swarm intercepted again from the side, but this time they did not target the serpent's body. Instead, they dove into the fallen leaves ahead of it, stirring a small patch upward. The instant the serpent slipped into the leaf litter, it lost ground contact, and its tracking path shifted half a foot off course. Song Jia seized the deviation, driving his Duanliu needle toward the node behind the serpent's eye. Upon contact, the cold, slick chakra lashed back, not as pain, but as a sensation of being read. It felt as though someone had plunged their hand into the residue of his white eye waves, tracing the observation path backward. The outer structure of the Heaven's Curse marked the coordinates of Sasuke's neck, the micro-opening frequency of Song Jia's right eye. All of it was being attempted to be packaged and taken by the serpent. Song Jia clenched his jaw and thinned the chakra needle to its finest filament. The narrower the tube, the greater the pressure. Duanliu did not sever the serpent entirely, it struck the node, causing the tracking feedback to stutter for an instant. The serpent froze. The cold, slick points within its eyes flickered erratically. Now, Xingtai flung his second lightning pill. The small metal sphere struck beside the serpent, detonating not with fire, but with a piercing sonic wave. The serpent's tracking node was disrupted by the vibration, its head rising high. Ma Ji's swarm seized the opportunity to drive it sideways. The three of them turned onto the northern route. Song Jie ran slowly. The black spot in his right eye expanded with every footfall's tremor. A damp patch formed on the medical cloth over his left eye. The snake scale residue burned beneath his wrist like a branding iron still uncooled. Xingtai followed at his side and reared several times, reaching out as though to steady him, yet afraid of slowing him down. Your eye is bleeding. I know. When you say I know, it usually means you have no intention of treating it. Stopping now to treat, it would mean being dealt with by the serpent. Ma Ji cleared the path ahead, her insects continuously marking safe tree roots. She suddenly halted. Someone ahead. Song Jie swept his regular Byakugan across the scene. Three grass ninja hid behind a bush, their chakra clearly bearing signs of prior impact. One bore a bite wound on his shoulder. Unlike injuries sustained in normal combat, they were not part of Orochimaru's core team. Rather, they resembled surviving grass ninjas scattered after being caught in the crossfire. The problem was they blocked the middle of the northern route. Behind them, the slender serpent was closing in. Xingtai looked at Song Jie. Go around. We'll be caught. Fight. We can't drag this out. The grass ninja had spotted them as well. The leader, upon seeing the forehead protector and Byakugan characteristics on Song Jie, first showed wariness, then a complex expression mingling greed and fear. A Hyuga Byakugan. The other grass ninja dropped into a lower stance. Ignore him. That monster is still behind us. Yet the leader did not retreat, his gaze falling instead upon Song Jie's right wrist. The heat of the snake scale residue seeped through the cloth as though the man could sense something abnormal. Capture him. Perhaps it will buy us our lives. Xingtai sucked in a cold breath. What kind of exam logic is this? Black market logic. Song Jie reversed his grip on his kunai. Ma Ji blind them with the swarm. Xingtai lay a low tripwire. Not lethal, just enough to hinder. The grass ninja struck first. 3 shuriken flew in a fan formation. Ma Ji's swarm deflected one, Xingtai's thread forced the second downward, and Song Jie sidestepped the third, though a shallow cut opened along his shoulder. His body's reactions were slower than usual. The cost of overload was already affecting his combat capability. The grass ninja charged forward, their target stilled Song Jie's right wrist. Rather than retreating, Song Jie stepped half a pace forward, throwing off their distance judgment. His Duanliu needle struck the man's wrist meridian pressure point. Half a breath passed. The grass ninja's fingers went numb, and his kunai slipped from his grasp. Xingtai's low tripwire caught his ankle, while Ma Ji's swarm swarmed his face, forcing him to tilt his head back. Song Jie struck his jaw with the kunai's hilt, and the man crumpled to the ground. The remaining 2 grass ninja abandoned the fight and fled, directly away from the Chakra serpent's direction. The slender serpent emerged from between the tree roots behind them, its eyes locking onto Song Jie. The fallen grass ninja caught sight of the serpent, his face turning ashen. That thing is still chasing you. He forced a shaking laugh from his throat. Lord Orochimaru has taken a liking to you. Song Jie gave him no time to finish. He raised his hand and struck him unconscious with the kunai's hilt. Xingtai had already set a third trap, this time not adhesive, but a mixture of white powder and insect-repelling powder. The serpent slithered through the powder cloud, its outer chakra layer was disrupted, slowing it slightly, yet its eyes remained fixed on Song Jie. It was not merely tracking. It was learning their countermeasures. Song Jie placed his final low-power afterimage to the left, but the serpent veered less than an inch off course. It has adapted. Ma Ji's swarm had lost 2 more insects. Deceiving it again will fail. Song Jie pressed his hand against his wrist bone. The snake scale residue burned as though a second layer were about to form. Then we stopped deceiving the serpent. Xingtai froze. Deceive whom? Song Jie's gaze fell upon a ninja mouse scurrying beneath the tree roots. Disturbed by the battle, it was burrowing along the decaying leaves toward its hole. Its chakra faint, yet its life force entirely intact. We deceive the person behind it. The assassin rat scurried away with remarkable speed. In the forest of death, any small creature that had survived this long possessed an inherited survival instinct, intuitively sensing vibrations, the scent of snakes, and the footsteps of ninjas alike. Before Song Jie could even turn his gaze toward it, the rat had already burrowed beneath the rotting leaves and into a crevice between tree roots, leaving only a stub of its tail behind. Xingtai followed his line of sight, and the fear on his face deepened into sheer terror. You're trying to mislead the tracking to that rat. Does it consent to this? It doesn't have a choice. Maki's swarm of insects circled around the back of the tree roots, with several insects blocking the assassin rat's escape route along the ground. Forced from its hiding place, the rat squeaked and darted to the other side. Xingtai threw out a thin thread, the small hook at its end catching only a tuft of fur on the rat's back, slowing its pace just enough for a fraction of a breath. Behind them, the chakra snake had already crossed the white powder zone. The cold, gleaming light in its eyes was steadier now. It had incorporated the adhesive sound vibrations, the insect swarm, and afterimages into its filtering parameters, once again locking onto the 2 energy signatures, Song Jie's right eye and wrist bone. Song Jie crouched down, pressing his right fingertips against the assassin rat's back. The challenge wasn't simply smearing blood on it. The scent of blood might deceive ordinary hounds, but it would never fool Snake Maru's jutsu serpents. He needed to fabricate a residue of Byakugan observation. This wasn't something tied to bodily scent. It was the feedback imprint left behind when he activated his microscopic true eye, a trace existing in the space between spiritual energy and chakra. Observation: the chakra snake's tracking nodes recalibrate target frequency every 3 breaths. Analysis: it doesn't maintain continuous readings, it samples at intervals. Between those calibration gaps, he could insert a false target. Decision: channel a minimal amount of chakra to construct a Byakugan wave shell around the outer meridians of the assassin rat, sustaining it for just 10 breaths, enough to draw the snake away. Problem: Song Jie's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. His right eye couldn't sustain microscopic mode, yet fabricating the frequency demanded precision. Attempting this with an ordinary Byakugan would be like repairing a clock in darkness. Possible, but his fingers risked being crushed by the gears. Xing Tai, count the snake's pauses, Song Jie whispered as briefly as possible. Report each time the light in its eyes contracts. Xing Tai stared fixedly at the snake's sweat trickling down from his forehead along his cheeks. It has light points. All I can see is how grotesque it is. Focus on the pause after the snake raises its head. Understood. Roughly. 3, 2, 1, stop. Song Jie's fingertip pressed against the assassin rat's back. A wisp of chakra seeped beneath its fur. The rat thrashed violently, nearly sinking its teeth into his finger. Maki's insect swarm pinned the rat's limbs, but held back enough force to avoid killing it. The living vibration had to remain intact. Dead matter couldn't fool the tracking verification. Song Jie compressed the outer frequency of his Byakugan into an extremely thin shell, pressing it against the external meridians on the rat's back. The black patterns on the root had once identified him as a maintenance port, and the curse seal on Ji Senshur had once latched onto his chakra. Both experiences had taught him that tracking tags didn't need to be complete, only convincing at the verification point. Appearing genuine was sufficient. It wasn't him. It was a fabrication. A sharp sting radiated from deep within his right eye, as though a red-hot thread were being drawn from behind his eyeball into his brain. The black mist beneath the medical bandage on his left eye also reacted to gray-white residue, trembling faintly. Song Jie's fingers quivered and a crack formed in the frequency shell. The slender snake detected the anomaly, its head snapping toward them as its speed suddenly increased. It's coming. Xing Tai's voice cracked with tension. Maki unleashed her entire insect swarm. The insects didn't strike the snake directly. They collided with the surrounding fallen leaves and soil, generating a wall of moving noise. The slender serpent sliced through the swarm, its cold chakra shearing through 7 or 8 insects, yet it still surged toward Song Jie. Xing Tai didn't wait for orders. He hurled the last thunderclap pill into the air. The throw was slightly off target, striking a foot ahead of the serpent's body. The shockwave erupted, but the snake didn't halt. It only shifted its head half an inch. That half inch was all Song Jie needed to seal the fracture. The frequency shell closed. A ring of faint white patterns emerged on the rat's back, flickering like a counterfeit eye blinking. Release. Maki's insect scattered. The assassin rat shrieked as it bolted from the tree roots, burrowing into a narrow hole to the east. Song Jie used the last dregs of his chakra to nudge its tail, keeping the false shell vibrating as it fled. The chakra serpent lunged to within a foot of Song Jie. The light in its eyes contracted, calibrating. At that same moment, the scale pattern on Song Jie's right wrist burned with intense heat, as though the distant figure were peering through the snake's eyes. He pressed his right hand into the mud, using the earth, his blood, and a sealing talisman to suppress the authentic frequency. The slender snake halted. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The snake's head slowly pivoted toward the east. Xing Tai's breath caught in his throat, his hand frozen inside his tool pouch, fingers meeting empty fabric. Maki's remaining insects clung to her sleeves, their wings producing faint vibrations against the cloth. The slender serpent finally gave chase. It vanished into the underbrush, far swifter than the rat. Within moments, a terrified cry echoed from the east, then faded into silence as the chakra snake disappeared beyond the periphery of his Byakugan. Xing Tai collapsed onto the ground. Did it work? Song Jie offered no reply. In the lower left corner of his right eye's vision, a fixed black spot had appeared. This wasn't the drifting noise of overuse. It was a permanent defect etched into his field of view. No matter how he shifted his gaze, the spot remained, as though someone had pierced a hole through his very lens with a needle. Maki gathered her insects, and upon counting the casualties, her sleeve halted briefly. 11 are dead. We can still scout, but the range has narrowed. Upon hearing the number, Xing Tai's relief vanished, his face tightening once more. He carefully collected the dead insects into a leaf, sealing them, as though preserving evidence. I'm sorry. Maki retrieved the leaf packet. They fulfilled their purpose. Song Jie rose to his feet against the tree trunk. His body felt cold, his fingers numbed, the black spot in his right eye unyielding, and the medical dressing on his left eye growing damp. The scale pattern hadn't vanished. It had merely cooled from burning heat to a damp chill. This meant the tracking had been temporarily deceived, not severed. We need to leave. Now. Song Jie's voice grew hoarse. The chakra snake is pursuing the rat. If the Jutsu's master realizes the coordinates are wrong, he'll trace back to the last verification point. Xing Tai sprang to his feet. He can still trace it back. If I were him, I would. The expression on Xing Tai's face, his distaste for Song Jie's habit of thinking like his enemies, was almost written out in words. The trio retreated along the northern path, circumventing the grass ninja, who had fallen earlier. The one Song Jie had knocked unconscious remained out cold while the other two had already vanished. Xing Tai reached for their ninja tool pouches, but Song Jie stopped him. Don't touch them. Anything left behind by Orochimaru could be marked. Orochimaru. The full name hit him for the first time, and his steps faltered. That grass ninja. You're certain? Song Jie regarded him with a look. Xing Tai immediately understood. The word certain carried a cost measured in Song Jie's eyes, and that serpent. He didn't press further, only scribbling the letter O in the corner of his notepad. From ahead, Maki murmured, I smell blood. It's not ours. They moved through a thicket of vines and spotted slash marks on the tree trunks. Kunai cuts varying in depth and angle, haphazard and chaotic. A fragment of orange fabric lay on the ground, torn from what appeared to be Naruto's clothing. Nearby, cherry blossom-colored hair was caught in the bark. The seventh team had just been here. Song Jie didn't approach the center. Instead, he scanned through the trees with his regular Byakugan. The chakra in the distance had stabilized, no longer explosive. Orochimaru's cold serpentine presence had moved on. But Sasuke's chakra showed abnormal fluctuations. At the nape of his neck, a dark seed-like structure pulsed beneath the skin. 3 tomo pressed against him, contracting and expanding in rhythm. The cursed seal of heaven had been implanted. Naruto's chakra was suppressed beneath some kind of seal, the Ninetales chakra heavier and more subdued than usual. Sakura was still moving, her chakra tense, but holding together. They were alive. Song Jie deactivated his Byakugan. Xing Tai noticed the pallor on his face. And the seventh team. Alive. But Sasuke has been marked. Maki glanced at his wrist. Is it the same as yours? Different. Song Jie pulled his sleeve over the scale markings. Mine resembles a residual echo from observation. His is a seed. Xing Tai swallowed. And what grows from a seed? Song Jie recalled the design. That elegant mechanism that coaxed the host into willingly unlocking the seal's power. Depends on the soil. The answer brought no comfort to anyone. They pressed onward toward the central tower. With Maki's insect swarm diminished, her scouting range had contracted, forcing Xing Tai to increase his marker deployment frequency. Song Jie could no longer sustain his Byakugan for extended periods. He only activated it briefly at critical junctions. The group's pace slowed from the expected 3 li per quarter hour to less than 2. Their status report was grim. Scrolls, complete. Insect swarm, significantly depleted. Trap supplies, thunder pills exhausted, 1 adhesive pouch, remaining fine thread at 60%. Song Jie, fixed black spot in right eye, bleeding from the left chakra, nearly depleted. Enemy. Orochimaru has completed the cursed seal on Sasuke, and is aware of the Byakugan observer. This wasn't defeat, but victory was far out of reach. As dusk approached, they found a tree hollow to rest in. The entrance was narrow, and Maki had sent her insects to scout. It was clear of any serpentine presence. Xing Tai set up 2 warning lines outside, his movements steadier than when they'd entered, though each time he glanced at Song Jie's right eye, his pen scratched a small mark in his notebook. Song Jie sat against the inner wall of the hollow and produced a miniature stabilizing talisman, a simplified version modified for Ji Senshur, originally designed to suppress the black markings of the root. He pressed the talisman against the inner curve of his right wrist, attempting to overlay the serpent scale residue. The moment it made contact, the black markings stilled, but the scale pattern beneath rose to the surface like a half-formed scale. No longer pointing in the direction Orochimaru had departed, it had shifted its aim toward where Sasuke was located. The talisman paper darkened slowly but steadily. Kuda stared at the miniature stabilization talisman with an expression as if watching his mission report catch fire. He reached out to touch it, but Manji stopped him with a bug. The tiny insect halted before his fingertip, its wings trembling once. Don't touch it. The talisman is reacting. Kuda pulled his hand back and muttered something that sounded less like a ninja's battle cry and more like a bureaucrat's complaint after overtime. Susk rested his right hand on his knee, letting the talisman darken by another small circle. The pain was mild, mostly heat, a heat that carried a sense of direction. The arrow consistently pointed toward Team 7 with an accuracy that made him uncomfortable. Isn't this tracking, Orochimaru? Kuda lowered his voice. You tricked the snake away. Wasn't the tracking still active? Tracking severed. Resonance didn't break. Susk used the tip of his kunai to gently pry open the edge of the talisman paper, examining the blackened layer. His regular Byakugan wasn't sufficient. He could only judge by touch and the faintest feedback of chakra. Tracking is when others search for you. Resonance is when 2 jutsu recognize each other. Kuda wanted even less to understand. Manji sat at the entrance of the tree hollow, her insect swarm arranged in 2 concentric circles, one monitoring the exterior, the other inspecting the crevices within. She didn't turn around. The mark on Sasuke, was it the one you saw earlier? Yes. It registered you through the disturbances left when you observed it. This statement struck closer to the truth than Kuda's bewildered questions. Sasuke pressed the stabilization talisman fully back into place. After the paper covered the snake scale residual pattern, the arrow faded by half, but didn't vanish. It was like seeing firelight through frosted glass. It's not a complete curse mark. More like an echo, the residue from when the curse mark was implanted, that attached itself to my existing black pattern identification layer. Kuda noted this in his small notebook, pausing midway. Can this go in an official report? No. Then what do I write? Unknown scaled chakra reaction appeared on the right wrist, temporarily suppressed by stabilization talisman. Kuda breathed a sigh of relief. Now that sounds like human language. Sasuke looked at him. Reports that sound like human language typically omit 3/10 of the danger. Kuda's brush nearly punctured the paper. Outside the tree hollow, a distant explosion echoed. Not nearby, at least hundreds of paces away. The second exam had entered its first evening, and teams were already scrambling for scrolls. Teams that held back during daylight would grow more desperate by night. Those who had obtained scrolls feared losing them. Those who hadn't would take risks. Injured teams would prey on the weak. The temporary support squad had complete scroll sets, but their condition wasn't suitable for night travel. Kuda took out both scrolls from his inner pocket to inspect the outer cases without breaking the seals. The Heaven Scroll was the one they'd received upon entry. The Earth Scroll had just been seized from the Rain Ninja. Both scroll seals were intact. Kuda wrapped them once more in fine cloth, secured them to his inner waistband, and made sure no single person carried them alone. Rotating custody? Manji asked. No. Kuda placed the scroll package between the 3 of them. Whoever carries it now looks like a target. Leave it in the center. Guard it together during rest. Sasuke agreed with this judgment. Kuda had been thoroughly spooked along the way, but his reliability in logistics management was high. He'd even tabulated the depletion of thunder pills, remaining adhesive pouches, thread reel length, and insect swarm losses. No matter how absurd the Death Forest got, spreadsheets still provided a false sense of order. No fire tonight. Manji expanded her insect swarm outward. Insects detected traces of rationed food. The area may have company. Kuda gnawed on a ration pill, his face contorting. This stuff is as rigorously labeled as a death waiver. It says replenishes stamina, never mentioned destroying one's taste buds. Sasuke crushed half a ration pill between his teeth. His stomach immediately churned with emptiness. His chakra was depleted, his body needing energy, but overloading had left his neural responses sluggish, making even swallowing feel abrasive. The fixed black spot in his right eye hadn't diminished. He covered his right eye with his left hand, then opened it again. The spot remained. He shifted angles. It was still there. The fixed defect in the lower left visual field meant this wasn't surface blood. It was damage to the optic nerve or the Byakugan's feedback layer. Manji suddenly placed a bug on his shoulder. Your breathing rhythm is off. I've lost part of my eye. Kuda nearly choked on his ration pill. What does lost part of an eye mean? Can it be fixed? I don't know. This wasn't comfort. Sasuke had no intention of pretending otherwise. The black mist in his left eye hadn't cleared, and now a fixed black spot had appeared in his right. If this rate of damage continued, he might go half-blind before the Chunin exams ended. But the outer structure of the Heaven Curse mark had been recorded. Whether this trade was worth it was hard to calculate. In his past life's laboratory, trading irreversible equipment damage for a single data point would typically earn a dressing down from the safety committee that made one question their entire existence. The ninja world had no safety committee. Only enemies' curse marks and root agents waiting to pounce when one's guard dropped. Kuda closed his notebook, his voice harder than usual. From now on you cannot act alone. Sasuke met his gaze. Kuda didn't look away. You went solo just now. The result: damaged eyes, dead bugs, depleted thunder pills, and Orochimaru's snakes chasing us. I don't know how to assess the gains, but the costs fill a full page. Manji rarely chimed in. Agreed. When you need to observe, state your objectives and extraction conditions first. Sasuke leaned against the tree wall, the stabilization talisman on his right wrist pulsing with heat. And if I don't? Kuda pulled the scroll package halfway toward his chest. Then I'll classify you as out of control and list you as a teammate requiring movement restrictions. Sensei Aoki-jin would support me. Manji's insect swarm also shifted toward the entrance, sealing one gap on the outer side. Sasuke watched the positions they'd taken and felt a strange urge to laugh. Not mockery, but an unfamiliar judgment. The temporary support squad was no longer just 2 variables he needed to protect or coordinate with. They were beginning to constrain him instead, and that was good for survival. Accepted. Sasuke closed his right eye. I won't act alone. I'll report objectives and extraction conditions before observing. Kuda visibly exhaled in relief, then quickly pushed the scroll package back to the center, pretending he hadn't just threatened his teammate with it. The insect swarm outside the tree hollow transmitted vibrations. Manji pressed her hand to the ground. Someone approaching. Two people unsteady pace, like they're injured. The three ended their rest. Kuda resecured the scroll package. Manji tightened her insect formation, and Susk activated only his standard Byakugan, scanning outward. Two grass ninjas stumbled out of the forest. Both bore wounds. Their headbands askew, their chakra scattered. Susk recognized one of them. One of the grass ninja who had fled along the northern route earlier. The other had bite marks on his shoulder with dark filigree patterns around the wound. Not a heaven curse mark, just necrosis from serpent chakra contamination. They hadn't spotted the tree hollow yet, but were moving in this direction. Could a mouth fight or hide? Susk scanned both ninjas' weapon pouches. No visible scrolls. The grass ninja remnant was in poor shape, but they might have hidden tactics. More troubling was that they might carry contamination traces from Orochimaru's passage resonating with the snake scale pattern. Manji released two insects flanking toward the grass ninja's feet. The moment the insects neared the shoulder-wounded grass ninja, suddenly turned his eyes webbed with blood vessels. Who's there? He threw his kunai, not at the insects but toward the tree hollow entrance. The insect swarm was exposed. Kuda pulled the warning line, and a small bag of powder fell above the entrance. The powder dispersed, obscuring the tree hollow's outline. Manji's insect swarm split into two groups, pressing from both sides to force the grass ninja back. Susk stayed inside the hollow, observing only from behind the powder cloud. The shoulder-wounded grass ninja's chakra was wrong. The dark patterns near the wound seemed to be devouring his meridians, making him so painful he lost judgment, yet simultaneously made him abnormally sensitive to the snake scale residual pattern. He stared fixedly at the tree hollow, repeating words through clenched teeth. The Byakugan brat. The Byakugan brat. Kuda's back pressed against the tree wall, his face turning green. He knows you? Susk didn't answer. The other grass ninja, clearly still conscious, grabbed his wounded comrade and dragged him backward. Run. Don't provoke, Konoha. But the shoulder-wounded grass ninja broke free, pointing at the tree hollow. Lord Orochimaru said, he will come to us himself. Those words drove a nail through the three in the tree hollow, pinning them in place. Beneath the stabilization talisman on Susk's right wrist, the snake scale residual pattern grew hot once more. The arrow didn't point toward Sasuke, nor toward the distant forest. It pointed directly at the wound on the shoulder-wounded grass ninja before them. The wound on the scarred grass ninja's shoulder pulsed. It was not a muscular spasm, but a throbbing of black veins along the bite's edge, as though something beneath the skin were trying to open its eyes. Once the arrow of the serpent scale remnant aligned with that wound, the heat spreading across Song Jie's wrist bone intensified, burning from his inner arm into his palm. Xing Tai's hands had already found the tension wire trigger. His wound is seeking you out. Jinji's insect swarm pressed against the tree hollow's entrance. The bugs did not rashly charge the grass ninja. The losses inflicted by the recent chakra serpent still stung, and though the black veins in the grass ninja's wound were faint, their shared origin made the insects restless. Song Jie did not activate his microscopic true eye. He remembered his prior commitment to state objectives and retreat conditions before observation. Objective: determine whether the wound serves as a tracking node. Retreat condition: if their chakra exceeds double our current capacity, or if the wound's black veins detach from the body. Xing Tai hesitated, clearly unprepared for him to actually voice it. Jinji interjected immediately, standard white eye permitted. Microscopic use forbidden. Agreed. Song Jie activated his standard white eye, dropping his gaze to the lowest threshold. The grass ninja's chakra was waning within him. The black veins were not a complete technique, but merely residual serpentine chakra from Orochimaru clinging to the necrotic layer of the wound. It should have dissipated with time, yet it reactivated upon sensing the proximity of the serpent scale remnant on Song Jie's wrist. This was not recognition between the grass ninja and himself. The residual technique was responding to the mark. The lucid grass ninja dragged his companion backward, his voice taut. We do not wish to fight. Clear the path, and we will leave. Xing Tai glanced at Song Jie. Per examination protocol, releasing the enemy team might sow future trouble. Per their current condition, engaging could invite even greater danger. Their provisional support unit was fully stocked with scrolls. The optimal objective remained reaching the central pagoda, not interrogating the grass ninja. Yet the words spilled from the scarred grass ninja's mouth could not be ignored. Lord Orochimaru said the white-eyed brat would come crawling to him on his own. This meant Orochimaru had not merely stumbled upon Song Jie by chance. He had already factored Song Jie into some broader forecast, even leaving intelligence for the remnant squad. It was also possible the scarred grass ninja had developed auditory hallucinations after contamination, but in the shinobi world, hallucinations and scripted transmission talismans often differed by only a single detection charm. Song Jie handed a blank talisman to Xing Tai. Attach it to the line, brush it against the outer layer of his wound. Do not pierce the flesh. Xing Tai looked at the small talisman, then at the grass ninja. Your line work is precise. Xing Tai swallowed his thanks for the trust and bound the talisman's corner with a fine thread. Jinji's swarm fanned out to either side, pinning the grass ninja's retreat, while leaving a narrow corridor directly behind him. The positioning spoke plainly: you may retreat, but do not charge. The lucid grass ninja understood, raising his empty hands. We are out of scrolls. That man took them moments ago. If you want scrolls, go find someone else. Xing Tai's thread extended slowly, the talisman gliding across the ground toward the scarred grass ninja. The scarred grass ninja, however, seemed provoked. He let out a sudden snarl and clawed at his own wound. The black veins rose half an inch from the flesh. Retreat condition triggered. Zhenji's swarm retracted in unison. Xing Tai severed the thread, and the talisman fell to the ground. Song Jie seized Xing Tai by the back of his collar and hauled him away from the hollow's mouth. After detaching, the black veins did not lunge for Xing Tai. Instead, drawn as if by scent, they shot straight for Song Jie's right wrist. Song Jie could not afford to flee too far. The tree hollow was cramped with his scroll pack and Zhenji's insect box directly behind him. Should the black veins touch the scrolls, heaven only knew what kind of mark might remain. Observation: once detached, the veins carried very little structural weight. They were fast, but loosely formed. Assessment: it would only pursue the serpent scale remnant, lacking any capacity for complex evasion. Decision: use the outer layer of a stabilization talisman as bait, then sever its path with soil. Song Jie tore a corner from the stabilization talisman on his inner wrist, pinched it between his fingers, and flung it leftward. As expected, the black veins pursued it. The instant the talisman corner brushed the tree wall, the veins coiled around it, like a small serpent, searing a ring of char into the bark. Xing Tai came to his senses and scooped up a handful of damp clay, slapping it over the tree wall. The wet mud enveloped the talisman corner, and beneath it the black veins thrashed, emitting a faint sizzle. Zhenji's swarm held its distance, sealing the surrounding fissures to prevent the black veins from burrowing away. The scarred grass ninja cried out in agony as the blackness drained from his wound, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. The lucid grass ninja caught his falling comrade, fear far more prominent than hostility. What was that? Has Leaf Village been marked by him as well? Xing Tai leaned against the tree wall, gasping. That's a question we should be asking you. Song Jie pressed down firmly on his wrist again. With a corner of the stabilization talisman missing, its suppressing effect waned, and another half-scale of the serpent remnant surfaced. The black dot in his right eye pulsed once. What did he tell you? The lucid grass ninja gritted his teeth, clearly desperate to flee. Zhenji ordered her swarm to line up at his feet, not attacking, merely blocking. The grass ninja glanced at the insects, then at the black veins pinned beneath damp clay on the tree wall, and finally spoke. He was never our teammate. He was swapped in before we entered. Our squad leader noticed something was wrong, but after just one look from him, he dared not speak. The grass ninja's voice grew hoarse. He asked about two people, Uchiha Sasuke and a white-eyed brat bearing a half-marked caged bird seal. Xing Tai's expression darkened. Half-marked caged bird seal. That intelligence should not have been in a grass ninja's possession. Details of the black market bounty had been leaked before, but for him to know this prior to entry meant Orochimaru's information network ran at least as deep as the underworld. Song Jie asked, did he say I would come to him willingly? The lucid grass ninja nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. He said a researcher of cursed seals cannot resist drawing near once he catches the scent of a true caged bird. Like a serpent drawn to warm blood. Xing Tai could not help but mutter under his breath. What does he take us for? Bait with a review attached. The grass ninja cast a wary glance at Song Jie and took a cautious half-step back. He also said, if you do not come, you are not worth a second test. But if you do, the remnants shall remember you. The damp clay on the tree wall suddenly bulged. The suppressed black veins had not dissipated. Instead, they fractured into three slender threads beneath the mud, attempting to burrow out from the edges. Zhenji's swarm began to fall back, and Xing Tai gripped his final pouch of adhesive compound. Song Jie raised a hand to stop him. Do not use the adhesive. It will ride along the carrier layer. Then what should we use? Song Jie looked at the necrotic skin on the grass ninja's shoulder, now stripped of blackness, then back to the damp clay on the tree wall. It requires a living frequency or a technique-based carrier. Sever the connection and let it burn itself out. He pressed a kunai against the tree wall, scraped away the damp clay, and scooped the talisman corner and black veins together into an empty metal pillbox. The pillbox had originally belonged to Xing Tai for storing tiny screws. Its inner walls bore no chakra pathways. Once inside, the black veins flailed as though dropped into a signal dead zone, their glow dim.